having the onboard camera on that car as well.
Yeah, so there you are. Let's have a little look at the lineup on the grid. And on the front row, we've got the Jaguar C-Type. Alex Buncombe will be starting that. Another C-Type alongside. Nigel Webb starting. Richard Wilson starting in the Maserati. Then we've got two HWM Jaguars on the second row. The Allard of Jarvis and Treluye in the third row, with the Aston Martin DB3S, a car that's been so successful over the years here at Goodwood. Then the Cooper, another Aston Martin, and Allard back on the fifth row. Nigel Greenstall starting in car number 29. Watch out for him from the beginning. He's likely to be rapid. As we go back down the field, we've got a mixture of cars, Ferraris, Coopers, the Jaguars again. Another C-Type, the Gary Pearson, Alex Brundle car, further down than we expected. That's down in 14th position. So we're going to have to wait and see how that one goes. But all the way down to the Maserati, the Fraser Nash, back there on the 10th row of the grid, but plenty more to come. You've got a big grid for the Freddie March Memorial. One or two cars haven't made it into the race that we're hoping to do so. So we've got a couple of gaps, but we are looking forward to a race that will develop all the way through. And of course, with pit stops, and sometimes if there's an incident and you get yellow flags, then of course that can make a difference to timing of your pit stop. So we'll just have to watch out for all of that and see how this goes. But we are on for some tremendous racing about to happen. And for all of you who've decided to stick around here this evening, I do hope you can enjoy the show. For those of you with us online, it's another opportunity to see fabulous cars being driven to the very limit. I tell you what, these drivers do not hold back.
They certainly won't. Whether you could class it as the pro driver or the second driver starting, it's going to be very exciting. This is where the heart rate will start to rise, as well as the revs in a moment's time. But I'm certainly very excited for this one, because it's going to be so competitive come the end of this race, and it's going to be key to try and make sure that you have a very clean start to the race. It's 1 hour long. There's a long way ahead to go. So trying to make sure you keep out of trouble. But of course, as we know, that's much easier said than done.
Well, let's see. Alex Buncombe it is on pole position in the car that he'll be sharing with Jenson Button. We've got a big battle on our hands. Nigel Webb and Richard Wilson alongside him on that front row of the grid as the final car moves into place. The Freddie March Memorial Trophy. We are celebrating 75 years here racing at Goodwood. It's underway, and it's a good start from the poleman, Alex Buncombe, who really gets off the line extremely well. That's perfect. That's how you want it to be. The number 66 car launches into the lead, and everybody now chasing, trying to find a spot that they can go through.
Yeah, it's all nice and clean. Everyone got away nicely, Ben, which is great to see. But look at the lead that Buncombe's got already. He's streaming down the back straight through Fordwater down to St Mary's. Several cars jostling put position, but he's gone. Not even the second place car is in sight, and that is the Wilson Bradley car that's managed to get past the Webb and Ward.
That's right, so the outside of the front row worked well for Richard Wilson. He's got up into second place, and then you've got the battles going on further back, and Nigel Webb is trying to defend busily. He started second, but he's actually under a lot of pressure in further down, third place, under two cars who are trying to get past him there. The number 74, that's Martin Hunt in the HWM Jaguar, and in between them you've got the 56 car of Gregor Fiskin, the car he's sharing with Jake Hill, and Gregor was very quick in qualifying too, and Gregor Fiskin looking to move on to the inside. The number 56, the pale green HWM Jaguar, can he make the move? Oh, not quite yet.
No, the door's firmly closed. Sharpie very brave. He's having a little look. He's going to get the switchback. Yeah, fantastic job getting it sideways. So Jake Hill will be very pleased with that, and he's pulled a slight gap already going into this final chicane. Oh, they're going to both go. No, number 74 having a little look. Hunt having a little look down the inside, but thought better of it, which I think was the right decision.
But as you said, it was a great start by Alex Buncombe, who's got a comfortable lead over Richard Wilson. Then Gregor Fiskin sharing the car with Jake Hill. Gregor has gone up into third position in the HWM. There you are looking at the number 29 car, that is Nigel Greenstall, as I mentioned. I thought he might be able to make a few places. He's not actually made a lot of ground. I think he's actually where he started from. He's still in 9th position currently in that little battle group, and we shall see as it goes. We know that Jake Hill is going to be taking over from Gregor Fiskin later on in this race, but as you said, he will be happy to have seen what Gregor has managed to do on that opening lap to get up into third position.
Yeah, he'll go, phew, that helps my job a little bit better, and that's what you want with your driver that starts the race, to keep it clean and try and make Menz move forward up the road, which he certainly has. We've got some big movers further down. We've got the number 82 car, Reading and Brigade, that have made 4 spots.
Wow.
They've upped into 14th place at the moment. And the number 11 car as well has made 7 places.
Right, now we've been told it is a 50-minute race. It has been shortened a little bit, so it's not a full hour, but it's still a decent distance. But that, yeah, the Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car has definitely made some good progress. The number 4 car, as we're looking at another little battle. This is for 7th position, actually, as they're coming through. And I think it's actually got ahead of these guys. So dropping back a little bit now is Nigel Webb, who started from the front row, the number 55 car, but definitely losing a bit of time. He's down into 5th place and being chased hard by the number 520 as well. That's Gary Harman in the Cooper Jaguars through.
He's having a very close battle there with Darren Turner, isn't he?
Yeah.
Swapping for position, but hats off to Alex Buncombe. He's off. The 5.5 seconds clear of the Wilson and Bradley car in P2, but we've got a right good battle here now, haven't we, for 5th place?
Definitely, it's working out pretty strongly. Nigel Webb just hanging on in there, number 55, trying to come around the outside is Darren Turner, as you mentioned. Darren, number 3, right round the outside. Yes, he gets past one. Can he get past the other? That's the question. Darren, so experienced, so talented. We've seen over the years, Le Mans class winner a couple of times for Aston Martin, of course, a long-term Aston Martin driver. And this is an Aston Martin DB3S that was such a star car here at Goodwood back in period.
Yeah, and I'm guessing he's timed it to perfection, and he has, getting a great exit out of the back corner. Now it is pretty much a drag race all the way up the slightly uphill straight, all the way to Woodgut corner. He's pulled out a slight bit of a gap. He's going to hit the brakes. Again, the tricky corner. You can see flames spitting out the back, but further back in the picture there, Ben, is the number 520 being passed. Is it round the outside of the Pearson and Brundle car?
Yeah, Gary Pearson's in that car at the moment, and that's a good sign, because we did wonder why it had been slow in qualifying. They obviously did have a problem with the car, and it's now working much more like it, because both Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle are very rapid drivers. Normally they're right up front, but it's beginning to get nearer and nearer the front, this car. So it's the slightly lighter coloured car, just going through the shot, as you saw, has made up a good number of places now. The Gary Pearson Alex Brundle car, with Gary in it right now, and definitely gaining some lost time. Meanwhile, also moving up the order a bit, Joe Wilmot in the Jaguar XK140 GOM, as it's called, number 84.
Yeah, so that Brundle and Pearson car started in 14th to already 7 places gained. So Alex Brundle will be smiling like a Cheshire cat on the pit wall and desperate to get in, as the 520, oh, the number 7 just there kicking up some dust on the outside. But this scrap is not over, is it, Ben, for this 6th place?
Definitely not. No, this is good fun. And Gary Pearson is now going to lose that place back again. So the number 4 car's just dropped behind Gary Harman in the number 520, who is now putting the pressure on Nigel Webb. Who can he hold off or not? I'm not sure he can, because the 520 is really flying along. The Cooper Jaguar, big, quite a lumpy looking machine. It did get some damage earlier, but it is running okay, as Gary Pearson also nips through at the same time. And then you've got the little blue Cooper Climax behind them. That's a little mid-engine car, much smaller engined, one of the first of the mid-engine sports cars, that little blue car, number 7 there. But it's got great pace, considering it's got a 1500cc engine up against really quite powerful machinery around it.
Yeah, I have to say, looking at going through the chicane there, looks pretty nimble, looks pretty good handling-wise. So, because we've got such an array of cars, they all have different benefits around the circuit. Some will be faster in a straight line, some will have better traction, some will be faster through the corners, and certainly that number 7 looks pretty handy through the corners.
It does. It's looking very entertaining indeed. We'll see how it goes. Now, the pit window has been opened up between 16 minutes and 34 minutes. So 16 minutes into the race, they are allowed to start making their pit stop. So we're a little bit off that so far. We're just over 7 minutes into the race currently, because it's a now 50-minute race. So a little bit of time yet before the pit lane opens up, but we don't need it. We've got some great battles still going on here. Yeah, we don't. Some days you want the pit window to open, and others you don't. This is one of those times where we don't want the pit window to open. We've got a great scrap here now for 8th place. So it's been raging on and on and on, hasn't it? But meanwhile, out front, we're still waiting. He's across the line at Alex Buncombe, but we're waiting for the Wilson-Bradley car. 8.4 seconds is the gap now in the lead between the first and second place. Gosh, that really is a big gap, as you say. Looking at that lovely Allard, that's number 77 I'm talking about there. That's Nick Jarvis driving it. It's called an Allard J2X. That's got a big engine in it, so it's great comparison to the little Cooper that's up ahead of it, which has a tiny engine. The Allard has a big engine. It's nearly 6 litres up against a 1500cc. So it's got the straight line speed in theory. It might get through, but no, because the Cooper can brake so much later going into the corners. Yeah, and the Cooper's getting really good exits, actually. It's very neat and tidy going through the chicane there. But obviously, you know, you'd have to drag your drive so you go, right, OK, I'm not the fastest in a straight line, so what's the thing I've got to try and maximise is carrying that speed and getting the exit. So great job there from Felix, who's at the wheel of the number 7. Yeah, Felix got on. Yeah, as you say, brakes don't have to be on for too long. We saw the lights come on there briefly, but it's all about momentum. Can he carry the momentum in that car, or is it going to be a challenge? We've got at the back of that group is the Jaguar XK 140. It was a special built car in 1954. And we shall see how it goes for that little group. But this is a great little group that's going on so far. Up front, as you mentioned, there's no doubt about Alex Buncombe's lead. He's still opening up. He's still doing some fabulous lap times. But further down the order here, this is the fight for 9th place. And it's still to be decided. Certainly has been a bit of a drop back for Nigel Webb in the number 55 car at the front of this little trio, having started from the front row. But Chris Ward was the man who set the pace in qualifying in this car, and we've seen Chris's incredible performance in other cars today as well. Yeah, certainly have. Definitely a driver that can show the way around here, as again pulling out of the slipstream, foot to the floor, is the number 77 car. Not quite close enough, almost like a repeat of the previous lap. Deja vu going on there. You can see a little wiggle there from the Cooper Climax, who's just trying to grab on to the rear end of the number 55 and try and pressure into a mistake. But it looks like at the moment that the 55 car is being driven quite beautifully and making no mistakes at the moment. Yeah, and it's so lovely. I mean, this really gives us an image of how the design of cars was changing, because mid-engine became the thing. You know, they learned that putting the engine behind the driver made a car faster. Oh, big slide from the Allard there in the background. Wondered if he was going to hold it. Just about managed to do so. So well done to Nick Jarvis. That was a good job. But yes, going mid-engine was the way to go. But at this time, of course, up against big, powerful front-engine cars, you get a real battle between them. There's a slightly more unusual car going through as well. That's a bit further down the order, actually. That one's being lapped, one of the cars down towards the back of the field. But this is the group that's still battling for positions in the top 10. Yeah, it is. So it's Nigel Webb behind the wheel of the 55, who's doing, as I said, a good job. Oh, yeah, even more of a wiggle through the Cooper Climax. So he's absolutely trying to wring the neck is Felix. And he's a little bit closer, but again, he won't quite have the straight line speed. So will the back marker come into play? I doubt it. But the Cooper Climax is going to be hoping that it stays out the way. It does, so it hasn't affected this sort of battle going into turn 1. No, it's a good point, though, because once you get into the back markers, it can often be either a big help or a big hindrance, can't it, in terms of making an overtake? Yeah, it certainly can. So we've got some lap cars that are down to roughly about 18th place, I think 20th place at the moment. But the number 56 car, currently 3rd. There, the Fiskin
and Hill. So Gregoire doing a good job. Like I said, Jake will be very pleased with that. Started in 4th place, made up 1 position, now in 3rd.
Yeah, 3rd place for them, so Jake Hill will be looking forward to taking that over, but dropping back a little bit, some 6 seconds behind the 2nd place car of Richard Wilson, and that is the Maserati 250S that's in 2nd. This 3rd place car is the HWM Jaguar, a car that would take victories. Crystal Palace it won in 1953, so there you go, another 70-year anniversary since it had an important victory with Tony Gaze. Peter Collins was also a successful driver in this car. Peter, of course, another star driver in the 50s and 60s, and well, their 50s anyway, and he was also a driver of this car in period. It's going well, holding on to 3rd place, but I tell you what, the leader, Alex Buncombe, is just disappearing. And considering he's going to be handing over to Jenson Button...
It's a deadly combination. He's already 19 seconds in the lead, but just looking, I'm not sure it's a timing error, but the Pearson and Brundle car, the number 4 Jaguar C-Type, is dropping down the order.
It's pulled out, apparently. Oh, that's a great shame, because it obviously had a trouble earlier on today. There you are. He's just pulled off. Because it had made a good recovery, hadn't it?
Yeah, very good recovery. I was looking forward to seeing Alex Brundle jump in to the car and see what he could do behind the wheel. As a flash of the lights there from the number 56. I don't know if there was traffic there or it was just a cheeky flash of the lights for no reason, but yeah, that's a big shame.
Maybe we should give Alex a shout to come and join us in the commentary booth. We both work with Alex in the commentary world, and he's not
more than happy.
He's not going to drive the car, so Alex, come and join us in the booth. Be lovely to see you. But I'm sorry that he's not going to get a chance to go out and play in that one. He has got plenty of other things to drive over the course of the weekend, of course. So we are only just over a minute away from the pit lane opening up, just under 2 minutes actually from the pit lane opening up, so we'll see how quickly they decide to swap. Quite often it is the faster, more professional drivers that are waiting in the pits to be taking over for the second part. I would imagine, for example, that Nigel Webb, who is sharing with Chris Ward, may well make quite an early pit stop in the number 55 car.
Yeah, I would say so. It's a very tight pit lane, isn't it? And that's the problem when you want to come in and you want to make your driver change. There's not much space to do it. And now, moving forward, is the number 77 car. The Allard has picked off the number 55, but the little climax is coming back.
Yeah, the Cooper just dived past again, which is lovely to see, as you say. But they have both now got past the car that started from the front row. And as I mentioned, Nigel Webb, I think he'll be coming in pretty early to hand it over to Chris Ward. Now, I'm not sure the pit lane will be open when he next comes around. It'll be nearly open, actually.
Close.
Yeah, it'd be pretty close to be able to do that. But this
ever so close to the grass there. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, you're right. Very, very tight. We've got another side-by-side action here. Oh, wheel on the grass. Don't get too carried away. And also joining in all the fun and games is the Ferrari TRC, the 500 TRC. Scott Redding is at the wheel of that at the moment. A bit further down than hoped for, but doing okay.
Yeah, that's given Nigel a little bit of breathing space in the number 55, and it's Joseph Wilmot that's at the wheel of the number 84 at the moment, as the Ferrari has made place. And there, look, in the box at the bottom of your screen, we can see driver changes have begun already.
Yeah, just as it's opened up. So the pit lane is officially open now. They're seeing a few of those cars beginning to come in for the swap overs. Number 78 in there, Richard Wilson and Richard Bradley making an early switch over, and they are front runners in this, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we saw some great shots, didn't we, earlier on in the practice session, the qualifying practice of Richard Bradley really ragging the neck of this Maserati. And here is the leader in, so Bunkin's in, and we're going to get a great shot of the onboard camera there as he slings himself out of the car. Jenson Button will hop in. Quick adjustment of the belts, making sure he's not going to sit on the belt. That can be extremely uncomfortable. as he slides into position now. He looks very small there in the cockpit, doesn't he?
That's right. And although they get on with it and they do it as quick as possible, there is a minimum time they have to be in the pit. So you can't just do it as fast as possible and go straight out. You have to then wait, be told by your crew when you've been in there long enough.
He's just got his radio cable there, and it's not quite on his hands device either, is the belt. So I was going to say, you probably need to pull that radio cable out, but they've left it in. Maybe Jensen will try and give it a little bit of tug out when he leaves the pits.
Now Jake Hill's going to take over this car from Gregor Fiskin, and this is running in 3rd place. So let's see how this goes as Jensen Button gets going now. So he's done it. He's got a reminder on the steering wheel. Pit speed, 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, there's no speedos on that, or it doesn't actually look like it's working. So he's going to have to judge 20 mile an hour, and it'll be a lot slower than anything that he's used to. As he lights the rear wheels, heads out the pits. Jake Hill's still getting strapped in now, so this is an important time to have a smooth pit stop.
That was a very professional. I love the way they put those little signs on the steering wheel, just to remind the driver of exactly what matters on the pit stop. And Jensen is immediately on the case. He's being chased by that lovely little Cooper that we've been watching and enjoying. Now, Jake Hill, the touring car star, is now heading out. He's a Goodwood star as well, of course, in this lovely little 56 machine, the HWM Jaguar of 1954. So, what can he do? Is there any chance of catching Jensen Button? I think that's a bit of a tall order because they've got such a big lead.
They have got such a big lead, but on-track lead, not necessarily overall because of the pit stops, is the number 3, Darren Turner, yet to come into the pits. But we're riding on board with Jensen Button, who's as pro as ever, quickly got used to hopping into a different car, doing a pit stop. A little bit of vibration there on the steering wheel, it looks like it, from our onboard camera, but that won't hinder him whatsoever as he comes up the very, very long straight now, and he'll hit the brakes going into Woodcote.
Jaguar C-types were wonderful cars at the time. They were Le Mans winners in 1951 and in 1953 for Jaguar. And in fact, a Jaguar C-type won at Le Mans at an average speed of over 100 miles an hour for the first time. That was the first time 100 mile an hour had been beaten by the Jaguar C-types. They started out with about 180 horsepower, went up to about 220 horsepower, but in modern days now, even with those same engines, they're getting a fair bit more horsepower than that out of them, with a bit of modern understanding of how to make them work. Yeah,
we certainly are. So this car currently holds the fastest lap of the race. Not that one, unfortunately, for the climax, but Jensen Button set by Alex Bunker, 128.9. There we go, a little puff of smoke there. Ooh. Out of the side. Or was that just my eyes? Or was that a car peeling off to the right-hand side, going through St Mary's? Or again, was that my eyes?
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that. The race leader of this race at the moment is actually Darren Turner, because, of course, they haven't made a pit stop yet. So Darren Turner in car number 3 is the current race leader. And then we've got the number 520, Gary Harman, in the Cooper Jaguar, currently in 2nd place. But then you've got Jensen Button in 3rd, having made the pit stop with a comfortable advantage over everybody else that was racing before the pit stop started. So that's why we're focusing on Jensen. He is effectively the race leader, even though officially right now he isn't, because Darren Turner is the official race leader. And of course, you never know what can happen in a race. If you get an incident or something, then making a pit stop then will cost you less time. But right now it's looking very composed for Jensen Button. Let's just see.
Very composed. He's driving around with his visor open.
He does a 1:31.9, so that's an impressive lap time. It's not as quick as his teammate was early on, but it's still impressive. Now, the man who did such a great job in that first stint, of course, was Alex Bunkum, and Ed Foster's with him.
Al, as first stints go, that surely was the dream first stint.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, I haven't started this car for over 10 years now, so a little bit apprehensive off the line. Actually, on the green flag lap, me and Nigel had exactly the same start, so I was like, I'm going to have to up my game when it's the real start. So, yeah, I didn't want to over-rev the start, and yeah, managed to get the lead to turn 1, and then just wanted to get my head down. But the track seems really greasy out there. I don't know why. I found that a little earlier in the Cobra, it just overall felt generally quite low grip out there. I don't know why, maybe quite a lot of oil down or something, but car's going excellent. Yeah, like you say, dream sort of start to the race. Handed over to Jensen in a really good spot, so hopefully he can just keep the car nice and consistent.
Is it worse waiting here watching Jensen or waiting for the start that you're doing yourself?
Yeah, of course it is. You know, I don't want to jinx anything, but we're looking good at the moment. But you know, they're historic cars, and you know anything can go wrong. But car felt fine when I got out, so nice and consistent. Unfortunately, I didn't know what sort of lap times I was doing because the guys changed the race logic in the car to the actual speed, and they thought they'd done it for just the pits, but it was actually the whole lap. So I had no idea of my pace, but you know, I just had to go off my gap to B2. But yeah, it's looking good at the moment.
Great drive, well done.
Thank you, kid. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, well done to Alex, great job. And Jensen Button's just cruising along. He's lapping a little slower than the fastest lap that Alex Buncombe did set, but they're in a good shape, so they don't need to be pushed in too hard.
Well, you're exactly right. They don't need to be setting purple sectors, do they? They don't want to put anything at risk with the gap that they've got to the cars behind. So that is the Wilson-Bradley car that you could say is technically in second place. So Jensen just needs to keep it nice and tidy. But as Alex reminded us there, that this is historic racing, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and Jensen's had mechanical problems in cars that when he's been leading. I saw that later last year. So he knows it doesn't always go exactly to plan. But as the light starts to drop here, what a wonderful view we've got. Celebrating an event that used to be a 9-hour race here at Goodwood between 3 p.m. in the afternoon and midnight. This is normally a 1-hour race. It's ended up being a 50-minute race, or will be, because of the changes. Now, this is the current leader coming in, so Darren Turner is now heading into the pits, and he's going to be handing over to Simon Hatfield. Simon will be quick as well, so a good chance, but we do know that this is a big gap, and this is effectively going to bring the lead back to Jensen Button once these guys come back out again.
Yeah, Darren Turner, a pro, of course, racing in Le Mans, and he's done plenty of pit stops in his time. So as Simon jumps in the car now, we can see Darren's whipping the helmet off. He'll be relieved to have some fresh air. It's open cockpit, of course, so it won't be nowhere near as warm as racing and in cockpit, but Simon looks all set and ready to go. I would say that's a pretty clean pit stop there.
Yeah, that went smoothly, didn't it? We've still got 25.5 minutes to go in this session. Lights coming on some of the cars, but out in front with a comfortable advantage right now, it is Jensen Button. And if you look at that list you've got top left of the screen there, the car that's effectively closest to them is actually in third place because that has made a pit stop, whereas the car currently running in second place, the pretty little Cooper Climax, that has not made its pit stop yet. So it is officially second now, but once it's made its pit stop, of course, it's going to drop back a little more. Has been a part of the game. Meanwhile, Jake Hill, of course, trying to close up some of that gap himself, currently running in fourth position and putting in, I think, some decent lap times. Just have a little look at his lap times. Yeah, 31.0 last time around. But indeed, Richard Wilson and Richard Bradley, actually it's Richard Bradley in the car now. Yeah, he's in the 29s, isn't he?
He is, and actually that gap has, I've been keeping an eye on the gap, but it's been slowly coming down and down, so the gap is, time-wise, is 2 seconds between Jensen Button's pace and Richard Bradley's pace. As we can see, the Climax will be bleeding into the pit lane now. Nice job for raising the hand there, just to letting know your competitors around you that you're coming into the pit. So Felix now brings in the car, and a change will begin.
Yeah, Christian will take over. So the two Goddards swapping over here in their pretty little car, and he's done a great job. I thought Felix did a really nice job in that stint, competing in what is a small-engined car.
Doesn't look the easiest thing to get in and out of.
No, it's odd having a sports car with the central seat, isn't it?
But great car, as you said, and actually a really, really good job by Felix. As we've touched on already, not the fastest car in the field, but looks pretty nimble. Flash of the lights there, just making sure the controls are working properly. There's a good teamwork there to strap him in. Double check to see if everything's okay, and he'll be on his way.
Yeah, it's a lovely car, as you say. In its period, between 1955 and 1962, the Cooper Climax T39s, they took 90 victories. There were plenty of them, of course, all around UK, Europe and into the States. But 90 victories they took. They were absolutely dominant. It was the beginning of mid-engines, and it was Jack Brabham who raced for Cooper, who converted one into an F1 car, basically. And F1 started to go mid-engined as a result of the performances of those little Cooper Climax sports cars. So it was such a key beginning. And they've shown us well in this race how they go up against these big, powerful front-engine cars and be truly competitive. But no one's quite got the pace of this car, this beautiful Jaguar, with Jenson Button at the wheel. He's consistently in the 1 minute 31s. And although that's not quite as rapid as Alex did, a 28.9 on his best lap in that first stint, it's just about controlling it and looking after it.
It is, and that gap's still coming down though, so Richard Bradley is really pushing the Maserati to its limit. It looks like Jenson is doing that similar thing, but the gap is coming down. It was considerably bigger, wasn't it, when Alex Buncombe come into the pit? So Richard Bradley, who we know here, is very, very fast, and already looking at the first sector times, will be half a second up already on this lap.
Now we're on board with Jake Hill here. Now he's running in 3rd position currently, and he's also trying to gain some of that ground, but it's quite a long way back in 3rd place. But he's got cars to lap and get past, and get through them as quickly as possible. That's all part and parcel of it.
He's quite lonely there, I would have to say, in 3rd position, because he's got a 29-second gap between the Turner and Hatfield car, but he's got a little bit of traffic, and that is an added challenge to try and pass these, because I'm sure at the members meeting we commentated on some races where there was incidents with lapped cars and the lead cars, but Jake's experienced as he is ever so sideways, showing off his car control. He must know that we're currently riding on board with him.
It's a lovely view though, and it's great having the onboard cameras. You see things that you just don't see on board in much motor racing. The car keys hanging in there with some spares, lovely.
Even got the tag on it.
Exactly. And there's the car that you were mentioning that's going really well at this stage, being driven by Richard Bradley. So gradually actually closing the gap to Jenson Button. Now it's still a decent gap with nearly 7 seconds, but he is lapping quickly all the time. Yeah,
he has got the upper hand in the first sector. They're fairly evenly matched in the middle sector, but then Richard's got the upper hand on Jenson in the final sector. So that gap is creeping down and down and down, and you can see Richard is really working hard on the wheel. The driver that I raced up against in karting was extremely fast. He is the 2010 Formula BMW Pacific champion as well, so got great experience behind him. But he is pushing that car to the absolute limit. And actually that time around he was slightly quicker in the middle sector as he comes into Woodcote Corner now, fully sideways, taking the car all the way to the end of the track, on the brakes, bleed it in through the chicane, and we'll have a little look at what the time will be once he comes across the line. But Jenson Button has gone slightly faster, so he's picking up the pace now is Jenson. He's gone into the 130s, but as I say that, Richard Bradley sets a personal best, and he's in the 129s. Wow, that's great. So he's got it down to only just over 6 seconds now. So he is still just closing the gap bit by bit, Richard Bradley. As you say, he's got a great heritage in motorsport of what he's done in sports car racing and other forms, and he started out in single-seaters. And actually he took his first win here at Goodwood in the members meeting earlier this year. That was the Lavant Trophy in the Aston Martin Speed Model Red Dragon. That was his first win here at Goodwood. So he is looking for another one if he can try and close up the gap to Jenson. But that 6-second gap with, what have we got, 19 minutes to go? That's a challenge. It is a challenge, but it's possible. It's certainly possible. They've pretty much matched each other in the first sector. Traffic again can come to over. You don't get the smooth side of the traffic, and you have to overtake and really slow yourself down into corners, and your competitor gets the good side of the traffic and ends up just breezing past them in the straight. That can come into play as well. Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, it's not impossible. The pace difference between them does make it possible still. Can he get it under 6 seconds on this lap? Let's keep an eye on Jenson. So, race leader here you're watching, Jenson Button, 2009 Formula One world champion in his Jaguar C-Type. He goes over the line, and in the background,
We're waiting for the Maserati to come over the line, and the gap is coming down. It's down to 5.6.
It's coming down. It's always that final sector. Richard's very, very good in that final sector and keeps finding time. And I noticed, remember Alex said that the track seemed quite slippy, so I wonder if the track's improving, because we can see all down in that final sector at Woodcote Corner, didn't we? So I wonder if the track's slowly improving, but Richard got fairly lucky there with the traffic, passing the car on the exit, but then again, so did Jensen. So I'm going to keep a close eye on these sector times.
No, absolutely. You keep an eye on that, because this is actually intriguing me now as to whether Richard Bradley here, you're looking at him now, in the number 78 Maserati. This is a very rare car, but it's also jolly fast. It's a 2.4 litre straight six. Maserati increased the engine size for the 250S as opposed to the 200S. They only made a couple of them, but they were winners in their years in the 1950s. And Maserati, of course, was a tremendous racing company anyway. Maserati and Jaguar were often racing against each other for big wins, and we got it again today. The Jaguar C-Type with Jensen Button up against the Maserati 250 of Richard Wilson.
Two incredible names in the sport, but Richard Bradley's got the carrot. He can see the carrots, can't he now? Right up there in the distance. Jensen's gained some time in that last sector, but nothing compared to Richard Bradley.
Look at the lap time between them. So Jensen's done a 1:30.071, and Bradley did a 1:30.070. There was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Yeah, so Richard lost a little bit of time in that first sector, and Jensen, I'm sure Jensen knows, he's probably giving us a false hope here of a great battle towards the end. He's probably saying, well, there's still 5 seconds, I don't need to push, I don't need to risk anything. But saying that, Richard Bradley, look at that first sector, Ben, on our timing screen, 6/10 quicker than Jensen. Jensen, okay, had slightly bit of traffic.
Yeah. As we were saying earlier, this could be fundamental, because I know when we've been commentating on these races before, sometimes it's when they catch traffic and get it at just the wrong moment. One car can lose much more time than the other.
Exactly, and when you're approaching that traffic, you go, please, can you either just slow down a little bit or speed up a little bit, depending where they are on the track. And again, it's a good chunk of time that Richard is quicker in that middle sector. And because of the long straights here in the sector and where the sectors are, let's say if you catch someone going into Fordwater, then you can lose a lot of time heading into that next sector down the straight.
The challenge is getting past this next car. It's actually quite a quick car. That car's running in 8th place. So the number 520, which we saw in that big battle earlier on. So Nick Ferber's in it now. It's actually quite a quick car, so he's got to find a way past. Look, what's the gap now?
3.8 seconds is the gap. Is he going to just try and sneak down the inside? Blue flags will be out. So that was nicely done, nicely timed there by Richard Bradley. And there's a little bit of more traffic in front of him. I'm guessing that'll be the 77 car. Jensen's cleared that car at the moment. But again, Richard Bradley setting the pace in that first sector.
He certainly is. This is impressive stuff, and he timed that pass so perfectly. He didn't lose any time at all by getting past at that stage. In the meantime, in 3rd place, we've still got Jake Hill, but he's quite a long way back. He is 16 seconds behind this car, 19 seconds behind the race leader. Again, he's got to get through here.
He's got through. Yeah, good job. I was squirming in my seat, because you just never know if the car that you're overtaking is seeing you down the inside. Yeah, you see the blue flags. But pit window is now closed, by the way, so no one can come into the pits. Everyone, I think, has pretty much done all their driver changes, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the only one that didn't, of course, was the Pearson Brundle car, which stopped on the track, sadly, so Alex never got a chance to play. But we still have a battle up front, there's no doubt about it. And we shall see what the gap is next time around. Meanwhile, there are other little groups going on here. You're looking at battle for 4th position. So the number 3 car currently in 4th, but not for very long, because the number 11 car is almost coming through. That's been driven by Sam Hancock now in the Jaguar C-Type number 11. And Sam is definitely picking up a few places here as we go through the rest of the race. And they're also racing up against. In fact, the little 7 car's going a bit slower now. That's dropped back. That's down to 11th position. That's not in the same group anymore.
And we've got number 78 and number 11, so that is one of the cars on the screen under investigation.
Yeah, the 70, that is important because that's Richard Bradley. And I did wonder, when they made their pit stop, I wondered if that was a fraction before the pit window opened.
It was very quick, wasn't it, which is going to be a big shame for us, and it's a big shame for them if they happen to do get a penalty, because the gap's now down to 2.8 seconds.
2.8.
But, I mean, I'm not sure what the penalty is. Let's say it is 5 seconds, which in other racing series you usually get a 5 or a 10-second penalty. We won't mention the championship, but you know what it is. He's lapping very quick. It's around about a second a lap quicker at the moment than Jenson Button, and you can see he's near enough right on the back of him now.
But there is an investigation on that number 78 car. Look how close it's coming into Jenson Button. I think he's got a real chance to get past Jenson's. The car's just not going as quick as it was earlier on. As they go across the line, it's down to 0.2 of a second. He's going to have a look into the first corner. We have a change of lead. Jenson Button drops down to second place as Richard Bradley takes the lead in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy. But is he going to be able to hold it? There is a pit stop infringement investigation currently being taken, and I suppose it's not impossible. Jenson might have been told that and told, don't worry. Oh, that's a funny noise.
Very good. I was just wondering if there is a problem, because he was in the 130s, nearly in the 129s not long ago. He's now in the 132s, so that doesn't sound very healthy at all, does it?
No, there's a lot of shake, a lot of rattle. Let's listen in here.
There's a misfire.
Misfire, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Just as it starts to rev a little more, you'll hear it again here, I think. He's having to change up early, isn't he? Yeah, he's actually lifting on the straight now because he's worried about that misfire.
Yeah, so that is a real big shame, and he is losing a lot of time in these sectors, so that is huge frustration for Jenson and Alex. Big disappointment, but as you mentioned, the number 78 is under investigation. It all just depends on what the penalty is. Absolutely.
Well, this is fascinating. I do feel for Jenson, because every time he's like leading races by a long way, he does seem to have mechanical problems with his cars here at Goodwood. It's so unusual in his professional life. He's always been actually very good at looking after cars and not wearing them out like some drivers do, I don't think. He's a very smooth driver. Doesn't tend to put too much strain on them, but it's just not coming together. And I wonder if this is going to give Jake Hill a chance to close up that gap himself. He's doing about the same lap time though, isn't he?
Yeah, I wonder if Jake got a little bit of traffic, because he was lapping a little bit faster in the 131s, 132s, so they're both floating in the 133s, but that could give him a chance. But Alex Buncombe called it. He said it's historic racing and anything can happen, and unfortunately it's just shown how that certainly can be the case.
So the rattle, the misfire continues on Jenson Button's car, and it's a tough feeling when you're driving a car that you know is not fully healthy. He'll be in a slightly anxious situation. Number 74, that's in 6th place, just going through. So that's being driven by Pat Blakeney-Edwards now, who is very much a star of Goodwood. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, very experienced historic racer. He's chasing down the number 3 car. Simon Hatfield now driving the number 3 car that Darren Turner was in earlier on, the Aston Martin DB3. Aston Martin DB3 was such a successful car here at Goodwood in those 9-hour races. Now we know what the penalty is. So tell me what it is, Alice, the penalty.
So car 78, which you could say was our race leader, is a 10-second penalty, and car 11 as well. So that puts Button and Buncombe back in the lead, but it's not going to be for very long. The gap technically is 5 seconds, but the pace difference now is quite considerable. So I still think, and I don't want to commentators curse it for the Bradley and Wilson car, but we still expect that to come down the gap quite dramatically, and they will slot back into 1st place.
Meanwhile, Hatfield versus Blakeney Edwards here. These two are going to be side by side virtually, coming down to the end of the straight. Not quite, so Hatfield's got just enough straight line speed to keep Blakeney Edwards behind him. But Blakeney Edwards is not going to hold back for long with the HWM Jaguar as it chases after the Aston Martin. So the Aston Martin certainly has good straight line speed, but the other one seems to have some good cornering speeds as well. Another of the little Coopers in the mix there. That's down in 10th position, and they've got these other cars all rattling around them. So some of these are being lapped, some of them are racing against each other. It all gets quite complicated at stages and quite busy out there.
Yeah, it certainly does. This is great racing between these cars, and the penalty did affect the number 11, which is the Jaguar C-Type of Frederick Wakeman and Sam Hancock. But they're all setting good lap times compared to those around him. Actually, that last lap.
Jenson Button's in. Jenson Button is retiring. So I tell you what, Richard Bradley may still win this race, even with the penalty, because Jake Hill is a long way back. Once you apply the penalty, he's 11 seconds back. But what a shame for Jenson and for the crew. We'll no doubt find out more later. He's explaining what he's been feeling. Yeah, we can't quite hear what the guys are saying, but such a shame. Such a shame. There we go. And this car is now back in the lead, even with the penalty. So the penalty was for coming into the pits a fraction too early. And they get that 10-second penalty, but they've now got an advantage. The other penalty that was given out to the number 11 car, which is actually up there, but with the penalty is being pushed back out of a potential podium. So that's a bit of a tricky one. Maybe they could still get a podium. But
no, I think they can. Their lap times, if you look, they're in the 131s, and Hunt and Blakeney Edwards' car are in the well, they were in the 136s, but they popped up in 133s. But it's going to be close. Sorry, Ben.
No, it's right. They got a penalty there for actually their pit lane stop, I believe, rather than for coming in too early. So it's just it was a slightly different reason for it. Yeah,
but that's not affected. Richard Bradley has it out on track, who has been absolutely fantastic as he weaves his way through the traffic, not slowing him down at all. Even with the penalty, he has a good gap over Jake Hill of 10.1 seconds at the moment. So you could say that he just needs to bring it home. But as Alex said, it is historic racing, so anything can happen, and that's been proven once. Actually probably more than once, because obviously another retirement as well in the Brundle car, so several times during this session. But the Hancock and Wakeman car is on the podium at the moment as it stands.
And you've still got this battle for what is currently 4th place, and in taking that 4th place, Pat Blakeney Edwards, I think, has actually got it this time. Yes, he has, as they go down the straight. He has managed to nip past and go into 4th position. That will be confirmed when he comes over the line, of course, on the timing screen, but that's a good effort. And the number 3 Aston Martin has now dropped down 1 with Simon Hatfield at the wheel. He fought him off for a good long time, but didn't quite work to fend him off for much longer. It's a bit of a gap to the next car, 5.8 seconds to try and catch the number 11, although that I think includes the penalty presumably already. But if he could gain over 5 seconds, there is a chance of still getting a podium out of this.
Yeah, there's still a chance, but the number 11 has just set a personal best on that last lap, so the track's still clearly improving. Richard Bradley, funnily enough, has now totally backed off. He was in the 129s. He's now driving around in the 131, so because he's got nothing to chase and he's pretty safe with his penalty, he's now just out there bringing it home. Still probably going to get it sideways on occasions just to show off, as he still bleeds it right to the edge of the track. But he's pretty safe now.
Let's have a look at... Oh, that was a bit of a slide from Sam Hancock. Managed to sort it out well, didn't he?
Yeah, and he doesn't want to be doing that because he has got that penalty, so he needs to make sure that he keeps it on the tarmac and pointing in the right direction as he comes through the chicane, gets close to those tyre barriers on the left-hand side. But what a great sight, Ben. I mean, we can't really see it out of our commentary box window, just about, with very tinted windows here. But a lovely sight of these cars driving around this circuit with their lights on.
Yeah, going into darkness. It really is a lovely view. And it's lovely that the fans are still enjoying it, absorbing some beautiful action out there. And what is looking now, despite getting a penalty, as though it's going to be a comfortable victory for the two Richards, Richard Wilson and Richard Bradley. And it's Richard Bradley who has really delivered superbly, managing to make up for the loss of time, even before the C-Type went completely wrong. Maybe the C-Type was already losing a bit of pace earlier than we realised, and now it's out of the race altogether, of course, Jenson Button's car, whereas Richard Bradley is now, as you say, going a bit calmer, lapping quite consistently, but he's got a good advantage over Jake Hill with the Gregor Fiskin car. That's now running in second place, some 10 seconds behind. Now they're going to get a good result in that one. Richard Bradley, this is great news. The man in his early 30s who was karting from 11 years old and did the full European karting championships. He was based in Bangkok himself, though, and then went on to win the Formula BMW Pacific Series in 2010. He did Japanese F3 racing, and he did Super Formula in Japan as well, and then he went on to race in GT cars, LMP2 class at Le Mans, taking the victory in the class at Le Mans in 2015 in one of the Orica Nissans, and he really has had a tremendous career with that victory earlier this year in the Lavant Trophy here at Goodwood, and now he's going to back it up with one at the Revival.
He is definitely a master around this circuit, isn't he? I remember watching that race. I think we were commentating on that race, weren't we, Ben? It was a great display from Richard, and really showing off his talents, and especially around this circuit as well. But he can take it a little bit. He's doing very consistent lap times, even with the traffic, even backing off. He can brake a little bit earlier. He can change the gears slightly earlier just to save the engine and not put anything at risk, just to make sure that he brings the car home, because him and Jake Hill there in second place are doing very similar lap times, and there's nothing to risk, and the team will be showing that for sure on the pit wall. Yeah,
absolutely right, and it looks as though the podium is going to go the way still of another penalised car, the car that Sam Hancock is...
Penalty podium, isn't it?
Yes, a penalty podium. There are going to be two sets of drivers, two pairs of drivers who end up with a penalty, but still end up on the podium, which is quite impressive. But it looks as though that is going to be the way it is, and we've got the time ticking away. I think he's going to get over the line just before the checkered flag comes out. It's going to be quite close. They got the timing wrong on the pit stops. Hopefully the timing won't go wrong at the end of the race.
No, let's have a look. I think it'll be close. He's coming into Woodcote Corner now, so he's gone through the middle sector, and usually the last sector is around about 24 seconds, so this is going to be close. I think he's just about, with around about 7 seconds, I'm guessing, left on the clock. There we go, he crosses the line, so this will be our final lap.
Yeah, we're onto it. We're onto the last lap here, and it's the number 78 car that's on target for victory, the 1957 Maserati 250S, being driven by Richard Wilson initially, and now Richard Bradley, who has set some very, very impressive lap times, chasing down the Jaguar C-Type of Alex Buncombe and Jenson Button, that sadly has now retired from the race completely because there was something going wrong with the C-Type. But nonetheless, Richard Bradley hunted down the C-Type while it was still out there, moved ahead. Then we gathered he'd got a penalty because they came into the pits too early. There was a strict limit of when you were allowed to come in the pits. They came in just a few seconds early. They got a 10-second penalty. Looked like they weren't going to get the victory, but that's not the truth. They are going to earn the victory as long as he can make it round the final part of the lap.
I know, it's not near the end yet, but a great display of great driving, and hats off to Richard Wilson as well. He got it off the line and he made a place, didn't he, over the 55 car of Nigel Webb as he's coming down the back straight now, Lavant straight, and heading into Woodcote Corner. Only a few more corners now to navigate, and he's going to bring the Maserati home to a great victory.
Into the chicane for the final time. Richard Bradley in the Maserati 250S. takes victory in the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at Goodwood. The first race of this 2023 Revival weekend, and a dramatic race as well. Doing it with a 10-second penalty, he has still managed to take outright victory. Second place is going to Gregor Fiskin and Jake Hill, the touring car star, who's done a good job. The gap just under 10 seconds in the end, even with the 10-second penalties. That means he's effectively 20 seconds ahead in the win. But nonetheless, getting a good podium finish. And then we'll just get confirmation in a moment of who finishes in third as they cross the line. It looks as though it is going to be Sam Hancock. I think it's going to be Sam Hancock. In the number 11 car, Sam Hancock and Fred Wakeman. I think they're going to end up with that third place. But what a great victory by Richard Wilson, and particularly Richard Bradley, who drove that second stint.
Racing in so many ways, Alex. Marks come and go, but let's run down the grid.
So it's Mark Gillies at the head of the field in the ERA, then it's the BRM of Rob Hall, and then the ERA D-type of Ben Fidler. Then it's Ian Baxter in the outer. The ERA of David Morris is next, and then it's Duncan Reckitt, Nicholas Topless, and then Michael Gaines. They're all in ERAs as well on the third row. Michael Birch finds himself in the Maserati, and he is in 10th place. Pannings Dowling is the driver, also in an ERA B-type. The Maserati it finds himself of Patrick Blakely-Edwards is there, then it's Urs Muller, and then we've got the ERA, Brad Baker, we've already seen withdraw, didn't make it to the dummy grid, and then the Alfetta, the really beautiful Alfetta, 14th in the order here, and then it's the Talbot Lago of Hickert, who finds themselves in 16th, and then 17th, we've got an Alfa Romeo, another Alfa Romeo in 18th position, then the Parnell of Roland Wetstein in 19th, 20th position is the Maserati, and Rettemeyer is behind the wheel of that one. Then it's the Talbot Lago next to the MG, next to the Delage, really enjoyable exotic row there at the back. Then we've got the Maserati next to the Bugatti Type 59, driven by Tim Dutton, and then it is Vijay Mallya and Julian Wilton completing the field.
And just to let you know, car 26, the Lago Talbot, that did not get away, will be starting from the pit lane. Oh, Duncan Ricketts is out in the E-Type. Oh dear, out, not in a good way, not out in the race, but out of the race. So much disappointment. You know what? Temperature already rising could be a factor in some of this. So that's such a disappointing car to lose from this field. It was where ERA could and should have gone. The wall got in the way. But for Duncan Ricketts, who's run that car and had some fantastic races here at Goodwood, that will be a huge disappointment.
Yeah, it is early in the day, but the temperature is going to be having an effect. So we've already, just checking out of the window, the car was pushed from the grid, so we're 3 down, 1 in the pit lane and 2 parked up by the side of the road.
Yeah, so let's hope that that second Lago Talbot can get away from pit lane. It'll be after everyone else has departed. No, in fact, it's down on the track now, so they've moved it back out onto the track.
So it's at the end of the pit lane there. Forming up. Well, the context at the front's going to be a really interesting one between Ben Fidler, Rob Hall and Mark Gillies.
You've also got Julian Majoub in the pit lane as well. You can see the dark red Alfa Romeo there as well. But our front row runners all set to depart from that front row. Those 2 ERAs with the BRM in the middle and bringing up the rear. The back row just forming up now. Vijay Mallya in the Sunbeam V12 Tiger, and Julian Wilton, who should advance in that ERA R7B from the back because he didn't set a lap in qualifying, so that should be making progress.
Nearly into formation then for the first race of the day. It is Ben Fidler in the ERA D-Type. Then it's Rob Hall in the BRM Type 15. Also completing the front row, Mark Gillies in the ERA A-Type, the light green car, car number 3. Green flag at the back, signal given to the drivers. And the flag falls at Goodwood. We go racing on the Saturday. 1 car left on the line there. Hands up to the rest of the drivers. The majority of the field, all but 1, made it off the line as we go racing into Madrid Corner.
Well, that was neat and tidy. I think that might have been David Morris, who didn't get going initially, but anyhow, going quite nicely through the pack. But the BRM got into the lead. It's noses in front, but now Ben Fidler, alongside it's the silver car making the moves. The ERA pushing on very, very hard indeed. And David Morris is always right in the mix. That's David chasing down. It looks like he might get his nose in front by Fordwater, but by the time they got the power from that mighty V16 in the BRM had really come to play. Now diving into St Mary's, this wonderful flow of cars. Mark Gillies in the background getting a little bit taily in the first part of St Mary's.
Yeah, great start there, and up for the lead then for the BMW, for the BRM I should say, in the lead there, and then a good launch off the line for David Morris to get himself up to second place. Mark Gillies hanging on in third, not the getaway that our pole sitter wanted in the ERA D-type.
Yeah, quite a few cars you saw made really good starts, and then the next second or third gear change just didn't quite work. The Alta was going very well to start with off the line for Ian Baxter. He's fallen back a position or two, but the first three starting to make their break, and David Morris has plenty of intent, but the BRM again at the end of a straight, that's where the power really just seems to produce. But that's also not to take away from Rob Hall being able to brake as late as he possibly dares. He knows how to drive that car very well indeed, albeit a car that's not been around too long. This is a continuation of the BRM V16, and for now it's leading the race, but he said before the race, I'm on tenterhooks.
I'm not surprised. Extraordinary sound. The V16 coming past our commentary position to start lap 2 of the race. The BRM is ahead. A great gain of 2 places for David Morris in the ERA B-type. And then you've got giving chase there. Car number 3 trying to turn it into second place. Good launch out of Madrick corner, trying to take the move to the inside. In the other ERA, the light green one now, trying to look for the move.
Watch and enjoy. You can see precisely what these two drivers are doing. But that extra momentum out of the second part of Madrick propels Mark Gillies up past David Morris into second place. But you know what? That was drivers who know each other very well. They can relax next to each other, trust each other. And right now, Mark Gillies, we saw him getting very skitterish in St Mary's on the first lap, is now really getting the flow that's so important. It is a Lavant corner. Looking in those tiny side mirrors there. Our race leader in the BRM, Rob Hall, he's looking one side, but around the outside, the other side, taking the sort of wide line there is Mark Gillies. And look at the progress through the kink now. It's got to last the whole way. Coming up to the kink. So wait for it, front, but wait for the power of the BRM to really come through.
Gillies takes the lead, and then we've got the end of the straight, and then the BRM will fight back, and the BRM goes back ahead. Super stuff. Great contrast between the two cars. BRM going past ERM.
Wow. We said this was going to be a race that's really, really dynamic. If this can carry on for the next, well, let's say 17 minutes, we've got 16 and a half minutes remaining on the clock, that would be absolutely fantastic. But do not discount David Morris in the background. But that sound of the BRM, absolutely the best noise of the entire weekend. And for BRM fans, the longer it goes, could it take a win? That was always the question they asked in period. It was very, very fragile at times. Good to see the Alta making progress there in the background of the shot. The green car coming through very nicely. Michael Gans in the mix as well. Still seeing what's going to happen to Ben Fidler. He started on position. He's the back car in that position, in that group, as Gillies goes in front again, a carbon copy.
So taking the lead at this point as we make our way through the right-hander. The BRM will know that it's got superior power, but through the twisty bits, it is terrific to see how Gillies has been driving all weekend long. And as he rises on the exit of St Mary's, he's got the lead. And all of the power from the BRM in your picture at the moment, driven by Rob Hall. It's going to have to be deployed in a few moments' time.
You can really see how the first two cars, the ERA and the BRM, have to be driven in different styles. And Mark Gillies, if you're new to historic racing, there's nothing wrong with his car. That's the way to get it going super fast, because he's keeping it really light on its tyres and just constantly adjusting. We saw this one starting from the pit lane, and unfortunately Julien Majoub's Alfa is not going a great deal further. 308C smoking away. Julian's driven that car for years, so he's wise and aware of when things are going wrong, but nothing at the moment is going wrong for Mark Gillies. So car owner Richard Skipworth will be delighted. We're delighted because it's a classic scrap. We just need the BRM to come a little bit further forward. A couple of years ago when we saw it on the track, it did 9,000 revs. It's now 11,000 revs, and he's going to have to use all of them to catch Gillies.
Looking further back, and we've got Michael Gans in the car that is ahead of our pole sitter, who didn't get the launch off the line that he was looking to re-establish himself, looking to find himself back into a rhythm.
Indeed, so he's fighting with Michael Gans. That's the battle for 5th place, up into 4th place after a poor start. Initial great start for me and Baxter in the Alta. He's up to 4th place. Will be running sort of on his own, but those first 3, it was close. It's now starting to open up, and what we're seeing is the silver ERA of David Morris falling back towards the Alta. Then come 5th and 6th. That battle between Gantz and Fiddler, Nick Topless not too far back behind them. But it might be a short race, 20 minutes, but these cars can be temperamental, particularly in temperature. We have temperature here today.
Yeah, we certainly do. If you've just wandered in, oh, big moment there for Fiddler, who gathers it all together. And trying to turn 6th place into 5th, and having lost a couple of positions on the start line, and off goes car number 1, the Alfa Romeo from 1938.
Yeah, well, that Julien Majoub showing his maturity and knowledge as well. We saw him coming smoking slowly, but he found a place that's safe to park the car. These cars are worth so much money. And the way you have to drive these cars is so different. It's steering on the throttle as much as the steering wheel, and that's why they're constantly adjusting the steering wheel. Just a little twitch here, a little twitch there. One of the most famous cars in the field, Paddy's Dowling is driving it. We look at it now, car number 5, it's Remus. It's the ex-Prince Bera car that was driven all around Europe the days before the World Championship, and, you know, bought for him by his cousin, Prince Chula. And it's a car that took victory in the Goodwood Trophy in the first revival with Ludovic Lindsay driving that, and it's been, sorry, Valentine Lindsay driving it. Now let's see who ran wide and how. Well, completely running out of road. It's race leader just going through, and that's Madrick. It's a corner that's super tricky. Now that's not the sort of place you expect to see a driver of Rob Hall's calibre going off. One does wonder.
We'd got the gap down to half a second.
Well,
he'd had a really good lap trying to get the gap down for the lead of the race, but just deep there. And now, as you can see, a luxury advantage for Gillies out front.
Well, now the fight back starts the BRM, but that's a really unusual moment. But I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Alex. He just did his fastest lap of the race. Maybe he was just a tad ambitious going into the first part of Madrid, but he's gathered it all up. But now there is our race leader, Mark Gillies, pulling very far clear. He was half a second clear at the start of the lap. Now he's got to look in his mirrors to find the BRM, and it's now managed to get very quickly back into second place. Puff of smoke there as he changed up, constantly just chasing after our race leader. But let's see if Rob Hall could compose himself. You know what? He's flicked a switch, he's gone to maximum attack there. You can see the tail coming out when they went into Woodcote. Now, I was just talking before about how a different driving style. This is the sort of heavier car than the ERA. Oh, now, suddenly race leader Mark Gillies has a problem. Hey, who's next?
And it's going to be a change for the lead across the line. You have to drive every single metre of every single lap around here and back into the lead. One mistake at turn 1 before for Hall, a mistake at the end of the lap for Gillies, and a change of lead.
Okay, I'm just starting to wonder if someone's dropped a bit of oil coming out of the chicane. That's not a very Mark Gillies-like mistake, but anyhow, he managed to gather it up without bouncing it across the grass into the wall. So it's ERA versus BRM, with the BRM back in front when Rob Hall least expected it. He probably thought you can't give Mark Gillies a 3-second lead, which effectively is what he did, but he fought back quickly up to second place. Got a surprise gift going down the start-finish straight. The Alto's closing in. That's good to see. Car 61, Ian Baxter as well in 4th place. So let's take a look at what happened on this lap. Oh, this is the exit of the chicane. Quite simply, too much traffic exactly where Mark Gillies wanted to put that ERA. We had the yellow and red warning flag, slippery surface.
And he's back ahead. He's, let's check in on this camera angle. This is a great tussle. And Gillies has fought his way back through once again. Right,
you can often say with cars of this vintage pre-war cars and cars immediately after the Second World War, they're leaking fluid, but it does appear to be now. Let's take a look where it went wrong. Oh, gosh, good grief, that's St Mary's. And you can see the crops. Well, he saw the crops.
Little bit of lawn mowing going on with a beautiful car. The lead changing over and over and over again, and that's how Gillies got on by.
Chop and change, and all along, David Morris in 3rd place. I said he's playing a waiting game, waiting and watching, and he's watching a phenomenal man. Now, take a look at this. This was when Mark Gillies was leading. The BRM accelerating past down towards the first corner. David Morris is in there in the silver ERA, and the outer right with him as well. This is the moment Rob Hall takes it to the edge, constantly adjusting the steering wheel. Mark Gillies, they both made mistakes. You almost never get to say that with these drivers.
They are so experienced behind the wheel, but this is a fantastic start to the day's racing out here. So Hall finds himself out front, picking his way through the traffic, and we've got a 4-car battle out front. The amount of... it's not easy to manoeuvre these cars around this famous old circuit, but we've seen plenty of hair-raising moments to start things today, but it's advantage BRM as we make our way out of St Mary's.
Now the big point after about 2 laps, the first 3 had got clear, the gaps were increasing, but these cars, you know, they have to be nursed to an extent. They're all running, and they're quite temperamental on the methanol, and these drivers have experience of how to nurse them around, but I didn't expect the field to close up like this. You never want to see drivers having little errors, but it shows they're pushing right to the edge of where the cars can possibly go. BRM against ERA, the period. People, when this circle opened in 1948, would have welcomed this battle. Traffic could be an issue for this quartet as they scorch clear. I don't quite sense that David Morris in the second of the ERAs, the silver cars, quite got the pace. He hasn't made an error though. That's why he's still in the mix.
Yeah, he's taking a very measured approach. Gillies, then Hall, then Morris, then Baxter, the drivers in your picture, and you can see that Gillies is far more circumspect coming into the chicane, through Woodcote and into the chicane. The BRM makes time. Obviously on the straights, the BRM has that advantage as well. And now, all over the back, trying to make the progression. The outer, beautiful outer, driven by Ian Baxter, the 61 IS version from 1937, in the mix now, battling for 3rd place, maybe looking for a move. There's no move at the moment. Gillies holds the lead. Hall is trying to put the pressure on, and you could throw a blanket over them as they head into the turn.
But all along, the driver's looking up ahead, and now David Morris trying to take a tilt up the inside, has to back off as they go into St Mary's. But the BRM, I sense, is slightly falling back, and I think the fastest of that trio, oh dear, the MG Bellevue Special has gone around, but the good news is it's back in the race with that incredible bit of early aerodynamic styling, with that long pointed tail goes down to like a bee sting at the back. But now, have we had any further change? No, we haven't. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, still BRM, ERA, Alta. But I think if the Alta can get through, and now David Morris is going through, and I fear there's been a problem there for Rob Hall. He's nursing something of that BRM. That's a statement that could have been said in period as well.
Just the BRM champ delivered there, Bruce. Great battle now. So up goes Morris to 2nd place. The outer of Baxter is now on the podium as it stands. Clearly an issue for the BRM. You know that if it's losing positions on the straight, all is not well. And real disappointment for Hall, who has provided us with some super entertainment all the way through the race as the lapped car points the direction for these two, who have been separated by hardly any space at all, and it remains the case heading into Madgwick Corner.
Yeah, just taking a look at their pace, there's clearly oil down, probably from the very car, the BRM, that's pulled into the pits, because their best laps are about 6 seconds faster than the lap times they're doing now. And of course, we've seen the drivers, these cars do feel as though they're on tiptoes. Oh, now at the moment it's ERA 1 and 2, but the Alta, number 61 of Ian Baxter, certainly fancies splitting them up, and now he's diving down the inside. Looks though move has been made. Good move.
Great move, great race so far for the Alta of Ian Baxter, who takes 2nd position, and immediately Morris tries to fight back there in the number 9 car as we climb the hill.
Now, what I noticed going through St Mary's, the very unusual line, a very tight line on the exit there from Ian Baxter. He's trying to work out where the oil is, or more to the point, where the oil is not. That's why he adapted his line there, or maybe just stood wide on the oil, as it happens. But again, you can see them constantly changing. Look, 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 sideways. Hey, historic racing, it's the real McCoy.
It really is. And as they make their way back to home, we've had 8 laps on the board, 5 to go. It's Gillies out front, and then Baxter now in 2nd.
You know, in so many ways, when you get the joy of racing at Goodwood, of course you want to finish in the top 3. You want to go and meet Ed Foster for an interview afterwards, but it's about enjoying these cars that is on a circuit that is just brilliant for historic racing. You know, on a sunny Saturday morning when you can probably have a long cooling drink after this race, what a great place to go racing. You're quite new, Alex, to historic racing, but it's proper racing. A certain driver, well, let's name it, Sterling Moss, was told when he did an event a long time ago, historic racing states, you only overtake on the straightaways. And he went, well, that's not racing.
That's a great quote.
Now, a fabulous car to see in the background with the white flashes around its known is the Alfetta, the 158, the car that dominated the first year of the World Championship. And that's just going past Marcus Nesius in the silver Maserati 6CM. So there's quite a lot of performance differences between these cars, but the respect and the signalling, you know, they don't want to damage their cars, they want to keep things safe. And again, that is something that's really drummed into all these drivers, because a lot of this machinery really priceless. A Delage in that mix as well, running in that typical French racing blue when cars did run, by and large, in their national colours.
We've got the Alfa Romeo leading the Maserati, leading the Delage. This is further back. This is in the battle for 8th place. You see them continuing on there. Grenfell behind the wheel of the Alpha.
Well, he's done well. He started 14th, and I know we've had a couple of cars having retirements, but he's managed to get up to 8th place, so good progress for him. Mark Gillies in the race leading number 3, the bright green, or pale green, very early ERA, 1964, one of the A-type cars. Ex-Raymond May's car, and Mark has huge amount of experience racing this car, and you can see he's just being a little bit cautious through the traffic, but he's sitting on a lead. Last time around, best part of 3 seconds, or 2.7 seconds. This time I sense possibly a little bit more, but it's who's going to be across the line. Is it going to be Baxter in 2nd place? Yes, the green Baxter Alta just behind that black ERA, and the car in 3rd place is the silver ERA just behind David Morris, who's half a second down. There they go, wonderful rear view shot through. Oh, now sudden adjustment of line there for the Alta in 2nd place. I think he was being a little bit cautious. Certainly had to come off the power when he wanted to be sliding through the corner. Talking sliding, there's Peter Greenfield showing us the sponsors' logos on the side of the car. Don't worry, not sponsors here. Oh, nice rooster tail there.
Gets back onto the circuit, and that was a few moments ago. I don't think the Maserati was too impressed with the way that he rejoined. There was a shake of the head. These very, very expensive old machines. As we go back to our race leader, it's a little bit close for comfort.
Well, it was going into Lavant. Mark Gillies was going towards the outside, and suddenly the Largo Talbot of Volker Hickert went towards him as well. So there you are, sitting on a lead of just under 3 seconds. You don't want to throw it away. Thank you very much, I think, was the message from Mark Gillies there. But anyhow, they sorted all of that. Yes, adieu. So off goes Mark Gillies, 2.8 seconds clear, and the first part of his lap hasn't been so good for Baxter in 2nd place, but we saw that moment at Madgwing where Baxter in the Alta, the number 61, the dark green car, had to come off where he wanted to be carrying momentum as he went past black markers. I thought he was going to lose 2nd place, but David Morris couldn't quite capitalise, and the clock keeps counting down. Just over 2 minutes remain, so it'll be one further lap and an extra one after that. 2 more laps to go for Mark Gillies. Lapping at the moment about 1 minute 39. The start of the race, the first flying lap, he did 1 minute 32.8, but definitely oil is down on the racing circuit.
Mark Gillies continuing to take his ERA from 1931 to, he will hope, the Goodwood Trophy and the success that comes with it as well. We've seen plenty of great driving from Baxter in 2nd place in the green Alta, going through your picture now, car 61.
They say lightning doesn't strike twice, but it did on consecutive laps for Ian Baxter there in the Alta. He found 2 cars, both times going into Madgwing, and again had to go, do I go between them, around the outside, up the inside? It's a little bit of guesswork, but each time David Morris in the number 9 ERA, the silver one, we can see the rear shot there going to St Mary's, also had to play the guessing game, but it's been fairly even Stevens between them, but neither has found an advantage, and neither has been able to close on our race leader. Yeah, a third of a second was gained by Baxter on Gillies, but Gillies will be looking in those small mirrors on the side and just noticing he's got enough. But it's a question of where the traffic is going to be sitting across his nose on that green ERA, car number 3, the R3A. But Mark Gillies, I think, has got enough in hand to keep this one under control.
Inside a minute to go. Mark Gillies is making his way to Woodcote Corner now. And gone down the Lavant straight through the kink. And then he's making his way through the chicane for his final tour of the circuit. There we are. There's the lime green ERA. There's the Alta. And then coming through, David Morris, who started 4th on the grid, also in an ERA, the silver one, that will take 3rd place if he can complete the final 2.3 miles.
So you really feel for Rob Hall, who was right in the mix, in the lead, out of the lead, but nursing that BRM all the time, the V16. A shame to lose the noise, because it's the most astonishing sound. But Mark Gillies eventually worked his way clear, but it really did seesaw between them for several laps. And fabulous, fabulous racing. But these drivers, they will have earned their rest. You can see, even on the straights, they hardly can keep in a straight line, because trying to get the power down, the supercharge kicking in, and Mark Gillies in the super slow-mo, large steering wheel. Just a little adjustment. Even I liked his little right index finger tapping the steering wheel there. He's relaxed.
As relaxed as you can be behind the wheel of an ERA. And excellent to see he's driving today in a car from 1931, car number 3. Still having to work hard to confirm the victory. Started this lap with a 3.4-second advantage. And on a glorious day at Goodwood, he's having some fun with it now as he acknowledges the car out of his path. He's very nearly home for the checkered flag.
Through the Lavant kick, what I love there, the foot was still planted, and to position the car just as the moving of the steering wheel, kicking the tail out a little bit, but the foot planted, so down the Lavant straight to Woodcote for the final time. Mark has had many a win here, and for people seeing these cars racing for the first time, to see how much sideways is involved. Sideways in many racing cars means you've just wrecked your lap, but here it just has doubled the fun for people watching. But look how much closer Ian Baxter has got. Suddenly, if there's a missed gear change, we'll have a change for the lead, and Ian Baxter fancies it.
Over the line, side by side, the two cars, it's going to be incredibly close. It's Baxter on the line by 1/10 of a second. What just happened? The outer steals it on the line, and Baxter wins the Goodwood Trophy.
Well, I've had to throw my script in the bin. It was a comfortable win there for Mark Gillies. 3.5 seconds clear at the start of the final lap. A little bit of traffic we didn't see in shot. There was a slight blocking going out of the second Lavant. There's a loss of momentum there. But talk about never say die. Ian Baxter, my hat, even on a warm day, well and truly doffed to you. What a fantastic run for the Alta, but really some fabulous racing. And we're both in shock in the commentary box.
One of the closest finishes you will see, and it's in the opening race of the day. 13 laps and the checkered flag, and he's still pushing on because I'm not even sure he knows he's won the race. But Ian, it's good news. You've taken your number 61 outer, the distinctive outer, and he's still pushing on. Someone wave him down and tell him he's the winner.
Yes, his script is saying take him just as you go on to the start of the final lap, but no, you did it at the end of the final lap. So victory for, well, I think we can call him the press on Ian Baxter. For George Abacus's old car, the Alta from the 61 IS from 1937. So historic racing well and truly alive here at Goodwood Revival, and I think the message really does need to get through, having so much fun. But anyhow, victory by the smallest of margins. You know what? I think his head was down so much he didn't see the checkered flag because, you know, he was trying to be as streamlined in the cockpit as possible, in the cockpit as he possibly could. You've got to stop for the winner's interview.
Over the line he goes once again, and he's taken it twice now.
In front of all these fans is an amazing spectacle.
There's a lot of dust down there for the oil, so that's a little bit of a concern. But this is how, in theory, this is how the grid lines up, but it's actually going to be a Le Mans style lineup where they run to the bikes. So starting up front is going to be David Todd from pole, Steve Brogan second, and Michael Russell third. We've got a Norton 1, 2, 3 on the front row. We've got a Matchless is coming in on the second and third rows, and then on the fourth row as well. And watch out for McGuinness, number 45, John McGuinness, one of the superstars of motorbike riding. But there's a lot of top names in this that we will be bringing up as we go through the course of the race. Plenty more Nortons. Some of the BMWs not quite as quick. I was talking to the BMW engineers. They were saying, well, our bikes are very original. They haven't been updated in any way. He said some of these Nortons do look a bit more updated. So they were just explaining that. But they are looking for a bit more pace. You can see the Paris Sheen bike down towards the back. And then as we go down towards the very, very back of the field, that MV Augusta 30th, right at the bottom left of the screen, in terms of the texting there, that is going to be Michael Dunlop and Andy Hornby sharing that MV Augusta, which we know is rapid. Okay, the bikes are in position. This is how the race will actually start, not in a grid lineup like they do with the cars. They're going to run across and go for it.
Yeah, this is obviously there's a lot of tension here, and you're waiting on the flag marshal. It's not a light system like in a normal modern day race. So the guys are all there jumping around, getting their bodies warmed up, ready for action. We've got the green flag, so it should be going any second now.
Here we go, get ready for it. We've got the VIPs, as they're called. Many of these are professional bike riders. They don't often start bike races like this in the modern era. Oh, go, no, no.
Dean Harrison stood there, I don't know what he was looking at. He's missed the start massively.
It's a great start for Steve Brogan. He's got away very, very well. Meanwhile, Steve Parrish right down at the back. How did the MV get away?
I think Michael Dunlop's passed up to 10 riders already. Here he goes into turn one. So yeah, magnificent start for the MV. So like I said, Marazzi, it can go one of two ways, really bad or really good, and I think it's gone good for the MV of Michael Dunlop so far.
It's also gone well for John McGuinness. It's John McGuinness, I hadn't realised, because number 12 initially got away very quickly. That's Steve Brogan, but John McGuinness, and that obviously nipped past into the first corner. Look at the lead he's got.
It's unbelievable. So I don't know if he maybe took a little hop or a jump there before the flag, but yeah, very energetic from the young John McGuinness.
Yeah, very the young man, yeah, into his early 50s now. Tommy Hill's going well, number 17. This is where we get a real mixture, and you can see there's a lot of dust down, a lot of slippery areas.
That McGuinness pulling over?
Yes, that is McGuinness. So McGuinness, who was leading, number 45, is looking down.
Yeah, he's maybe dropped a gear selector or something like that. He's looking down at his foot, which means it's either a little bit of oil you can see, or hopefully maybe not a mechanical problem.
Well, you've got Tommy Hill in front now, a British Superbike champion back in 2011. Look at this group.
I think the MV's up to the top 10 already, so we're going to get them across the lane here, mate. Yeah, maybe even higher. Here he comes.
Yeah, that's
up the inside of Richard Cooper. So yeah, I think Michael Dunlop's already well inside the top 10.
But Michael Dunlop, number 42, the only MV Augusta in this race. Meanwhile, the battle up front, Tommy Hill, number 17, is the leader. Well, look at the slip and slide through here.
I don't envy these guys running through this cement dust right now, but I think after one or two laps, all the guys are on the same lane, and the lane should clear up, so it should be ready to go.
Third place for Davey Todd at the moment, and across the line they've gone officially 6th place for Michael Dunlop. What an amazing first lap.
Unbelievable start. So I can honestly see him trying to, if they've no more issues with the bike, I can see him sort of pulling through here steadily and taking the lead.
Trying to come up onto Richard Cooper, number 4. We've still got this good battle going on up front, though, between Steve Brogan and Tommy Hill. There's not much to choose between them. They're both on Norton Max 30Ms. That's what are the most of we have in this race. More Nortons than we have of Matchless, and certainly more than the MV Augusta. We only have the one of those. Number 23, where you saw that Billy McConnell's in there as well. Ooh, don't slide too much on the dust. Here we go. Look at this battle for the lead.
Awesome here between Steve Brogan and Tommy Hill, but as Michael just takes another position there, I think he's up into 4th position now, 5th, just sitting in behind Richard Cooper. So we'll probably see from a wide shot here the speed of this MV. Look as he just rides past that Mike Norton. So yeah.
MV Augusta, of course, was an incredibly successful bike. It was created in the mid-60s. We've got more battles going on, and still this battle for the lead, and he's going to be joining the battle for the lead in a moment, because he's now trying to go for 3rd position to see if he can get past the number 23 bike of Davey Todd. Not quite there coming into the chicane, but look how close the whole group is.
Yeah, it's awesome, and just because these bikes have sort of smaller horsepower, the slipstream plays such a big part, but it's good to see John McGuinness has got the bike going again. Whatever that small problem was at the start, he's still running, he's in 12th position, so hopefully he can try and get a few positions back up from there.
Don't forget, they'll be swapping these bikes over, and that could change things with different riders. So number 12 is still our leader. It is Steve Brogan, and now being passed is Tommy Hill, being passed by Davey Todd, and Michael Dunlop's in that as well, so there's a real chance for him to get up into a potential podium, but it does depend how the rest of this race goes. Long the way to go yet, 21 minutes.
Yeah, obviously, because these are all what are classed as pro riders now, you still have the amateur or the VIP rider to come after, so it's pretty much irrelevant as to what happens now. You could have some guy come out as a teammate and be 1-2 seconds a lap slower than what the pro rider is, as Michael Dunlop takes another position.
Yeah, Dunlop has got up there again, so he is now up into potential podium position and potential victory, there's no doubt. Remember, this bike came from the very back and it's gone into the lead already. So here we are, we're on the 3rd lap. We haven't got to the end of the 3rd lap yet, and it's into the lead from the very back of the grid.
Yeah, it just showed pure class there, right past Steve Brogan. So Michael's obviously riding the bike very, very well. Don't take that away from him. But yeah, the MV is indeed another class.
Bit of traffic coming up already for some of the slower bikes down towards the back, but hopefully they can deal with that. But it's not all over yet, because coming back immediately, Brogan has got a chance to get inside. Yep, he does.
Quite a big shake of the head there of Michael Dunlop going across the start and finish line, so I don't know if he's maybe signalled to the pit crew that there is a problem. He didn't point at anything or do anything, there was just a shake of the head, so possibly not all going smooth sailing in the MV camp.
The number 63 bike being lapped. Adam Child that bike, but I don't think that's working quite as well as it should be, because Adam's a quick rider. But nonetheless, the battle for the lead is still going on between these two. Very close. Michael Dunlop, number 42, trying to get back past Steve Brogan after he got past previous lap. Oh my goodness, it's rare to see a pass there.
Yeah, that was a little bit late and loose from Michael back on Steve Brogan, but what a spectacular race to watch here. Even the battle right back to sort of 8th, 9th, 10th position. There's a massive group there of guys swapping places, so Michael's just having a look down here on his left-hand side as Brogan sort of comes back up for, slipstream past on the grass.
And he's looking across to say, what's wrong for you? They're kind of nodding at each other, even though they're racing so hard. I love this way that the bike riders can kind of communicate even when they're doing crazy speeds out the end of the Lavant straight, the fastest section of the track. And Michael now it's Brogan who slowed down.
Yeah, I think he went in there slightly hot and maybe didn't get back enough gears and then just lost the drive out of the corner. And these bikes with lower speed is all about momentum, and if you lose that for one corner, you've got to suffer then down the rest of the straight. Davy Todd now takes the lead, and yes. I think Howie Mainwaring is up into second position. Yeah, he's in third. Sorry, just in behind Michael Dunlop for now.
It does look a little bit like the number 42 has got a bit of a problem on straight line speed, doesn't it? He seems to be able to get through the corners okay. Do you think there's any problem?
I don't know whether it would be an old term of there's a bit of foxing going on as to what the bike is doing or what he's looking at. He's a very clever rider is Michael Dunlop, and yeah, hopefully I hope that the bike is mechanically sound and makes it to the end of the race, as we all want to see this MV get a good result. But this big crash there on 4th position. I don't know who that is down, if we can.
No, I didn't see which number that was as the leaders have come through. It was a bike that was pretty far up the order.
They were in 5th just behind Howie Mainwaring, so there's a bit of a gap there now between Mainwaring and Rutter, so whoever was in that gap has just fallen off, so let's hope they're okay.
Yeah, let's hope so. That's tricky. That's on the exit of St Mary's on the approach down into Lavant. Here we are still with the leader, and at the moment it is Davy Todd, but he's under pressure from Michael Dunlop once again. Still in there is Steve Brogan, who's led quite a number of laps here already, and the gaps between all 4 bikes, in fact, that are up here now. We've got joining in there, we haven't seen this so much, is Howie Mainwaring Smart on the matchless. He's joined in as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and it's just interesting looking at the lap times there. They're a good 2 seconds a lap off what they were doing yesterday. So obviously this bit of oil, dust down that is in the last chicane and out the back of the track has affected the guys for the first few laps. So hopefully once that clears up, they'll get back to sort of the lap times that they were doing yesterday. So maybe that's why we're seeing different riders in the group that are willing to maybe risk that little bit more just to do the same lap time.
Yeah, well, Davy Todd's just about controlling on the Norton Manx at the moment. This is a 1960 bike. The Nortons were so successful in the Manx races. Now we've got a very different kind of race here at Goodwood, but it's a great entertaining battle that's been going on. Let's hope our rider that went off just a little while ago, we haven't seen any more, they have to stop the race, so hopefully the rider okay. Green flag on the area past where he went off, and through Lavant corner, out onto the long Lavant straight, where they can open up the throttle and just try and tuck down as much as possible to get as high speed as they can through the air. Let's just take another look. Was this the off? Yes, I think it was around this time. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's Tommy Hill, I believe.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. Number 17.
It is Tommy Hill. There he is, just admiring the scenery. So he's up and around and looks okay. So that's good for anyone down there, family or friends that are watching. He seems to be okay. But Steve Brogan has put a little bit of a stretch on here. He was good out the back part of the track, and he's managed to hold that gap. And luckily for him, in the last chicane there, whoever's on the BMW has held up a few people as well. So if he can keep away this gap and not give the other guys a bit of a slipstream, this is good for Steve.
Oh, that's absolutely right, yeah. They've got a good opportunity. The pit window is open now, so riders are allowed in to swap over, but of course, remember, you've got what they call the VIP riders on the bikes at the moment. A lot of them are true professional racers. They'll be going up to what they call the amateur riders, although I have to say in that group of amateur riders, there are some very experienced racers as well. But the pit lane is open, so you will be starting to see those bikes heading in.
Yeah, what we tend to do normally is obviously keep the professional or the VIP rider on the bike as long as possible if there is a if there is a decent lap time difference. But we see Michael Dunlop has closed right in here straight away. So I believe there was a little bit of sandbagging going on for them few laps, because he's closed that probably second or 2 second gap within 3 or 4 corners. So yeah, this is going to be interesting now. I think the chaos of the pit stop will be happening within the next probably 2 to 3 laps. I think the window's for.
Michael Dunlop just had a little think of going up the inside. Is he going to have another little look into it, into Woodcote? I don't think so. He's going to follow through for the moment, sitting in a fairly comfortable 3rd place on the MP Augusta, and a bike that was one of the early versions that took so much success, the 500cc. There was a version of a 350cc that the team had, and of course it led to Giacomo Agostini going on to 7 World Championship titles. He is now up into the battle once again, and in fact going into the lead once again. So he's managed to nip past, or has he? Is he going to stay there? I'm not sure he is, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of looking going on down the back straight, but yeah, for the team, it's obviously you want to try and get into the pits first. I know that sounds silly because everyone wants the lead, but just for the actual organising of being fit to see pass, see your staff, see the other rider.
They're giving a wave.
Brogan giving him a wave there around the outside.
Are they just playing at this stage? I don't think so. I think they're still pushing on quite hard. Different lines being taken on the exit there and down in towards Lavant. This is an opportunity to get down the inside, but you've got to be wary because you always want a bit of slipstream on exit, don't you?
Yeah, I believe that's what Steve was waving at. It prefers him to have the draft of the MV down the back straight because he knows he's going to get past. So if he can sit in Michael's slipstream now and possibly pass into the last chicane, then he's got a better chance of getting into the pits early if that's what he wants to do in this lap. Got a back mark coming up here. I think it's Maria Costello, so let's hope that doesn't get involved in the race lead.
No, absolutely. Well, let's see what happens. Michael Dunlop is the leader at the moment as they come out of Woodcote up towards the chicane. Yeah, as you say, just up ahead of them, it is Maria Costello, number 75. She keeps well out of the way. In fact, she's heading into the pits for the pit stop now. So this is still your lead group. Look at it, 4 abreast.
Yes, because the bikes are quite slow compared to modern bikes. Oh no, is the MV stopped? Oh, this is not good.
Oh really?
The lamp's pulling over.
Oh no.
Oh, what a shame.
And suddenly something happened.
The race really is up for grabs now because you've got 3, 4 Nortons there. They're matchless in that group as well. So, that's very disappointing to see the beautiful MV pull over to the right-hand side.
And that's really disappointing for Andy Hornby, who was due to take the bike over from Michael Dunlop. And they did so much work on it yesterday, driving up to Birmingham for his team, or the team that run it. They'll be so disappointed as well.
Yeah, I know the work that goes in, obviously riding for that team, as with all the teams. These guys, like I say, who drove to Birmingham last night and put all this time and effort into these beautiful bikes, but unfortunately when something is of that time frame and you're trying to do these things on it. Oh, we can see Steve Parish in the pits here, and Freddie Sheen, the son of late Barry Sheen, just getting on for his stint.
Yeah, they're a bit further down the order. They're not up in this battle for the lead. Little elbow shot. What does that mean between bike riders?
It's a polite move out of my way. I don't know if we can say the correct term on here, but yeah. So it'll be interesting now to see if anybody in this. We normally put a leg out or a hand out just to signal if you're in a group, just to give the other guys. So if you're coming out of that last chicane, you're going to be rolling off instead of getting on the throttle. But they're all seem to be going for another lap right now. Yeah. Yeah.
So this lead group is still very much the same lead group, but we don't have Michael Dunlop in it anymore. So it is Ian Brogan who is now leading the race, and we'll just have to see. Howie Mainwaring Smart is right up there with the matchless. That's good to see, up amongst the Nortons. That's running quite strongly at this stage.
Yeah, always wanting to see a variation of bikes, but it's interesting. There's 2 or 3 people in this group, so the likes of Davy Todd, his teammate is quite fast as well. Michael Rutter's teammate is quite fast. Steve Brogan's team. So it's really interesting that their partners are going to get on and be within the same sort of position. So it hopefully means there's going to be quite a close race for the second part as well.
They're putting on a wonderful show here at Goodwood as we enjoy the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. We've just seen Barry's son Freddie go out after Steve Parish has done the first stint in the race, and we're watching a great fight up front between this group of bikes. There's nothing to choose between them, and they still have to make their pit stops and swap over to the other riders. So we could see some big changes in this before the end, but even now you can see it's a good move for Davey Todd, who goes back in front of Ian, and I wonder, are they going to come in yet, or are they going to stay out just that little bit longer?
Yeah, it looks really strong, Davey Todd's bike there. He got an early slipstream off Steve Brogan, but the bike carried on the whole way down the back straight, and there Brogan, you see him putting his hand out there on his foot, so he signalled, yeah, 2, so is Howie May and Mering Smart. So these guys, oh, they're all coming into the pits now, so this is going to be interesting at the same time. So, like I said, you want to be fit to see your team as Brogan tries to pass in pit lane.
This is funny that the lead group have all come in. It's obviously, we're coming up towards the time where you have to have made your stop, and they've all decided to come in at exactly that same time. So it's difficult to make sure everyone gets a clean stop. They will be timed. They can't go out too rapidly, but that's all nicely done, and straight back out there is the number 23. This time George Thomas riding the number 23. It's also a good getaway for Michael Russell, as you mentioned, up with Michael Rutter, the two Michaels. They were right up on the front row at the beginning of this, and they're in good shape, number 68.
Yeah, this is awesome, obviously, for the remaining 8.5 minutes of the race now, to have the lead group as sort of, it's just reoccurred out of the pit lane as what way it went in. So that's awesome that no one's really made any big losses in the pits, I don't believe, and it's going to be one on the track.
It is indeed. Number 12 is now being ridden by Ian Bain, but this has been a really good getaway for Michael Russell, and he is a very experienced racer, a multi-winner of Irish road races, and wins at the Max GP as well. He's a top racer. I'm sure you've raced against him plenty.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange pairing, because obviously Davey Todd is a current young rider and Michael Russell is a current young rider as well. So there's going to be a few old boys in the pits after this one having a bit of a moan about the situation of this team. But no, credit to both of them. We're riding that Norton really hard.
Yeah, they are. This is a bit more of a battle for second place that is hotting up a touch at this stage. George Thomas currently in second, number 23, being fought though by Ian Bain, who's had wins, more than 30 wins in historic races in bikes, and he's won at the Goodwood Revival in the past. He's a bike restorer as well, but so he knows how to work on the bike and he knows how to ride the bike pretty well.
Yeah, I think just Thomas is starting to break away there. We just can't see him in the camera shot. Oh, he is number 23. So yeah, this is all heating up now to be a really good battle right to the end, and that's good also for the pro riders, because there's nothing worse than getting off your bike in a good position and then obviously just dropping back. So yeah, it's going to be a good close fought battle right to the end.
Now I've actually missed this because the number 125 bike is actually in front at this stage. So that's Glenn English, because I thought that bike probably hadn't pitted, but it is recorded as pitting at the same time. So I'm a bit confused because I didn't see it in the lead group before the pit stop.
Yeah, so I honestly can't give you any proper information about that. So I don't know, maybe there's a little problem with our timing screen right now, because that is English currently on the bike now, and I did not see Steve Plater in the front, in or even around the front group. So I think maybe the bike hasn't pitted, or
certainly being shown on
lack of information.
Yeah, our screen is showing it has pitted, and it's going at a good pace, although now the 68 does go past, so that means that we're sort of rejigged to where Michael Russell is in front. So this is the bike that's being officially listed as the race leader, and number 125, but we hadn't seen it earlier on. This is another of the matchless bikes. This bike has been ridden by Wayne Gardner here at Goodwood before, wobbling around a bit. He's certainly going for it.
Yeah, he's trying there as Graham English. So it's very interesting. I don't know how now, maybe even over the start line now, the timing system. No, he's still in second place. So we've ever not done our job right and not seen that at the start of the race, but
I think they pitted early. That was the thing. I think what threw us a little bit is that they came in early. Steve Plater was riding it early, and he pitted early. And when they swapped and came out, Glenn's obviously put in some very good laps, and that's what's put him up there. Now he's not leading anymore, but he's still not far behind our race leader. There is our race leader, number 68, Michael Russell, sharing with Michael Rutter. Rutter did the first part. Russell now leading this race, having to get past the number 125 that caught us out a little bit because it wasn't in that lead group that we were so focused on. It was due to a slightly different pit stop time. So that does make sense, and we'll see how this develops. Now, the battle for the final podium slot as well. That's interesting because the number 23 bike has dropped back a few places. So George Thomas has dropped back a touch, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was expecting him sort of to be still in this league group, because from the times in practice and stuff, he was able to put in quite good times. So hopefully there's nothing wrong mechanically with that bike. And then obviously Brogan or Bean is only another 2 seconds behind him. So this battle for Todd and Thomas might end up being off the podium.
Let's see how it works. For the moment, it's still the Norton Manx 30M that we have plenty of in this race that is leading. But the matchless G50, not so many of this in the race, but it's still very much on the terms. Only 0.7 of a second behind as they went over the line. So I tell you what, Glenn English is still riding this superbly well. The G50 single-cylinder 500 was generally made available for privateers in the late 50s and competed against the Norton Manx in period. And here we are, we've got the competition carrying on in 2023 between these two major bike manufacturers in the 1960s.
Yeah, and I just had a little glance over at the timing screen there, and like I said earlier, these another 10.
Pulling off, yeah, that's Mick Grant and Jimmy May's bike. So there's Jimmy on it now. That's another Norton Manx, and that's a shame. Of course, Mick Grant, 7-time TT winner, but it's Nick May, I think, who's had to pull off some mechanical issue with it.
Yeah, like I was saying, so the lap times that English and Russell are doing now are as quick, if not quicker, than what the pro guys were doing earlier. So this is what we mean by having a quality classic riding partner. And yes, the leads nearly swapped again. So this is a good battle for the win here.
We have a real battle for the win, don't we? With 3 minutes to go, it is very, very close between the top two now. So you've still got this one to keep an eye on, because Michael Russell, number 68, our race leader, but just look how close behind him Glenn English is keeping the pressure on all the time. Looks to me he's taking a few more risks the way he's riding.
Yeah, he's definitely not lacking in effort, but looking at the time now, so we're down to 2 minutes 46, so that means the guys should get another 2 laps in. So we've got 2 laps of very heated racing here as they tip into turn 1 past the back marker. So yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, that was a wide entry into Madwick for Glenn in second place, whereas Michael had to go in a little tighter, so good exit speed. So what's going on in the battle for third?
Yeah, the battle for third is down to 0.2, so Thomas has pulled nearly 2 seconds on Bean. Oh no, he's through, so Bean is now up into third position past Thomas. So yeah, like I said earlier, Todd and Thomas now have dropped out of that podium battle.
Right, so we've got 2 battles going on, but it's for the win at the moment that we're really focused on, with less than 2 minutes to go. So there's the battle for the final podium slot. That is very, very close indeed. And look at that, side by side as they come down towards Lavant and onto the straight, pick up the slipstream. We've got 2 battles. Where are we going to watch? There's the lead battle, and actually this time it is Michael Russell who's pulled away a touch more. My goodness, Glenn was almost on the grass there, just trying to straighten out that curve that you have to do on the way down into Woodcote.
Yeah, it's all about momentum on these little bikes. So yeah, the poor TV man doesn't know which battle to look at. So awesome racing here at Goodwood both for the win and for third position.
Yeah, for a moment it's George Thomas in that third place, sharing the bike with Davey Todd. And here we go then. This is the last lap. The checkered flag will be out when they come around the outside. Can it work to take the lead? It is in front, and no, not quite.
A wheel from Mike Russell.
So it didn't quite work, but it so nearly did. This is a great battle between them. We have seen it as an infringement penalty for one bike, but it's not one of the leaders, so it's not affecting anything here that we've got. We've still got a great race for the win.
I think into the last chicane there was a back marker as well that's impeded Ian Bean a little bit, so there's a gap now for third position of a second, so we'll see if that gets closed down. So realistically now, going into this last right-hander, you're probably better off in second position to get the slipstream onto the back straight. So Russell's got a really good run out of there though, so see if English now can get in the slipstream.
Well, it's the other way around, you see. English had already got past. English had already taken the lead, and now, but I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Michael Russell might be timing this perfectly. He let it through on the last lap, and now as they go down the Lavant straight, he uses that slipstream speed to go ahead into the final corner, into Woodcote. He's got some traffic up ahead of Mill, so he's got to be a bit cautious as they come up towards the chicane. There's an attempt by Glenn English. He's done it. He's gone down the inside. Glenn English, what a perfect performance from Glenn English, sharing with Steve Plater. They take the victory in the Barry Sheep Memorial. Second place for Michael Rutter and Michael Russell. Wow, that was stunning. And they worked it so well with their strategy on the pit stops as well, getting in a bit earlier than the others. It worked so well for this group.
And Todd and Thomas have managed to grab the last podium spot, so there was a 2-second gap there at the end, so we didn't see what happened, so maybe the back markers just cost them that one as well. But what a race by Glenn English there to take the win, and the commitment into the last chicane was unbelievable.
It was amazing, and the way that, as you said, I thought that Michael Russell had just basically let him through to then get him back, and it looked as though that system had worked, because it was up at this part of the track where Glenn took the lead before they got onto the straight. But then how they dealt with the other traffic, it did look to me as though Michael was being a bit cautious and Glenn was just going for it.
And if you meet Glenn as a person, he's polite, well-mannered, quietly spoken, and then these guys put the helmets on, and the commitment he showed in there to the last chicane was second to none.
Yeah, well, that was very, very enjoyable to watch, and well done to Glenn English and Steve Plater for winning with the Matchless, beating the Nortons on this occasion. So the cars for the St Mary's are about to come out. Here's the lineup on the grid. Rob Huff, Romain Dumas, Jenson Button on the front row. We are missing both cars from the second row. I don't know what's happened to Andy Wallace and Andrew Jordan. They're missing Jimmy Johnson, Stuart Graham and Benoit Troluia next up, with Karun Chandok in the standard Vanguard and Marino Franchitti in the Austin A35. He lines up in 10th place on the grid. Further down the order, the likes of Colin Turkington, Anthony Reid and Tom Ingram. What a group of touring car racers right alongside each other. Then Gordon Shedden, another brilliant touring car racer. Nicholas Minassian, Gary Paffett, Max Chilton's down in 17th place. Tony Jardine is 16th. David Brabham in 19th place. And one of the most experienced, Richard Atwood, in 20th. Tiffany Dell's down there with Jochen Mass. Rowan Atkinson doing this first stage in the Jaguar Mark 7. Matt Neal and Tom Christensen. I've just had a message from Jason Plater to say he's raced that Ford Prefect in the past. Now it's Matt Neal. Isn't it ironic? The two great rivals have raced the same car. Mark Blundell and Alex Brundle are at the back. And Alex, I know, will struggle a bit with the Saab, but it's going to be fun to see how it all goes. So there we are. We'll see those cars doing their warm-up. Now that's actually Stuart Graham's Jaguar Mark 1, which has not managed to get off the grid.
No, so I'm guessing they'll have to push that into the pit lane, which is really unfortunate. So that'll make it then the third car, if he can't get it going, to not start the race. They are trying, so the mechanics are inside, desperately trying to get it go. Is it firing? It looks like it might have fired up. Yeah, he'll probably have to join the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure where the rest of the field have got to on circuit, but at least he's got it going.
Yes, thankfully for that, one of the several Jaguar Mark 1s around. We've got one on pole position as well. Here you can see a little white car that's weaving around there. Colin Turkington in the BMW, a little 700cc machine-powered engine in the back of the car, in the boot of the car, effectively. But he's obviously been enjoying driving it.
Yeah, and I think seeing it is the one with the least amount of power on the grid. I thought he did a great job to qualify in 11th place. Obviously, because we're missing Andrew Jordan and Andy Wallace, he's gained a couple of spots already. And there we have the Thunderbird, the 7-litre Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, this is a real monster of a machine, and it's being driven by a man who's looking for a hat-trick of victories in the St Mary's Trophy. Last year, he won with the Ford Galaxy 500, and the year before, he won with this car, the Ford Thunderbird, in 2021. So can he make it a hat-trick of victories? He's got great pace. This is a real possibility, Alice.
Yeah, it certainly is. Going to have the ump for sure, I would say, down that back straight. But Rob Huff's not going to make it easy for him, and you can be safe with that. Rob has been very competitive around Goodwood all the time, and I can tell you he's going to be charging down into turn 1, and there he is, just pulling up into first place. Has a little bit of a check over his left-hand shoulder, should I say? just to make sure that the rest of the competitors are lining up there as we'll be heading off very shortly.
What a great lineup it is. There's Jenson Button's car. He's getting ready to go in that one. We have, for some reason, lost both Andrew Jordan and Andy Wallace from the second row. And as we've seen, Stuart Graham is going to be starting from the back, I think. The Mark 1 Jaguar that we saw will probably have to line up at the back, won't be able to.
We'll come into pit lane. Let's have a look what he decides to do. No, he's going to line up at the back. Yeah, looks like it. So Stuart's got a bit of work to do from back there, which is a little bit of a shame for the 81-year-old son of Leslie Graham, the 500cc world motorbike champion back in 1949, and then a great success as a race driver himself. Right, we're all set for the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 with the star drivers to get underway here at Goodwood. The flag waves and we're underway as it's a good start from all three on the front row. Rob Hoff trying to get away, but Romain Dumas in the Thunderbird has got ahead. Romain Dumas using that extra horsepower that he's got in that big American machine. Jenson Button trying to go around the outside in the red machine. He's trying to go around the outside, but it doesn't quite work. He settles into third place behind Rob Huff. Yes, Jenson was really going to try it around the outside of turn 1, but the Thunderbird is go. The Thunderbird has streaked ahead, but we've seen different characteristics. Our onboard car there is Karun Chandok. He's had a very busy weekend and a very clean start to the race.
Yeah, on board with Karun. That's fun to see as you've got the battle going on, and that's a really good little. Oh, nearly goes wrong, doesn't it?
Very, very close. Side by side. Are they going to make ever so contact? They just about, but joining in, they're going to have a three-way battle for third place.
Benoit Trellouillet is in that green car. He's got past Jenson Button, but also joining in the fun and games is Jimmy Johnson, the NASCAR star. So it's all going on. You're on board right now with Jenson Button and the Alfa Giulietta, this very pretty machine, and it's just not quite going for him on this opening lap, having started from the front row, and there's Benoit Trellouillet going past him.
Yeah, so Jenson, he knows his experience. We don't need to roll through his history. And there, again, so getting very close, round the outside.
That's Karun.
That's Karun. Where's Karun come from? He's going to brave it round Woodcote. Has he got the car stopped? He just about has. It's a little bit sideways as we're coming now in to close the opening lap.
So Karun Chandok's got past Jenson Button now as well, as the rest of the field comes through. So far so good, it's kept pretty clean. Tiffany Dell just running through there, and the Javelin as well. Further down there's Rowan Atkinson in the number 7, Mark 7 Jaguar, back on board with Jenson Button there. So he's dropped down from the front row to 6th place. Karun Chandok in the car ahead. He's just ahead there, and they've both got the onboard cameras, so we're going to get lovely views of both of them racing against each other. And Jenson Button trying to get a little closer to the back of the standard Vanguard.
Yeah, this is going to be a great onboard. As you said, Karun in the Vanguard, he's weaving, oh, that rear is weaving all over the place as Karun's trying to feather it through Fordwater. And then they come in, no gear changes for Jenson, and he sent a lot more speed than Karun into the first part of St Mary's. He uses a little bit of curve on the left-hand side. He's going to have a good run as if Karun, he changed the gear in the middle of the corner, but no, Karun's just got a little bit better pace as they head now into Lavant.
Yeah, and this is where you get the exit onto the straight. You've got to get a good exit. He has done well, although ironically you don't really want to be side by side with somebody just there. Now you've got to pick up the slipstream, but the Vanguard actually has a decent amount of power. It's a 2.5-litre engine, and it works pretty well in the standard. But that's where we saw him overtake Jenson last lap around, and that is working down the straight. So I think Jenson Button's, the Giulietta, is not quite so powerful. It's quick through the corners, but it doesn't quite have the same power in it.
No, and I believe is that Tom Ingram behind Jenson Button, but look at the fight now, Ben, for the lead. The 1.2-second gap has closed right down.
This is interesting to me because Romain Dumas in the Ford Thunderbird, it's a big, heavy car, and the brakes do take a bit of a pounding. Even though this is not a track you have to brake hard too often, but with a big, heavy car like this, it can be a bit of a suffering. And I think Anthony Reid was just passed there. Yeah, so I mentioned that Tom Christensen was making up ground. He's up to at least 10th from where he started in 24th place.
Yeah, what a come through. I mean, very experienced racer, of course, 9 times Le Mans winner, is charging through the field. And now we have Colin Turkington in the beautiful BMW 700 having a nice close battle there with Marino Franchitti for 35.
That's great stuff, isn't it? Meanwhile, third place at the moment, Jimmy Johnson in that little Austin A40, the one you're looking at right now. The NASCAR multi-champion, but he's still being chased down by Benoit Treluya. Now there's Jenson Button in the number 34 car, holding on to Karun Chandhok. Chandhok sliding around a bit more again. We're getting into the section. We know the Standard Vanguard has a decent amount of pace in a straight line. Whether it'll maintain it all the way, we'll see. The Giuliette's just a 1.5-litre engine, so it's 1,000cc down on what the Standard has, but of course it's lighter as well, and sometimes that can be an advantage when you get to the corners as they head down into Woodcote.
Oh, but it's getting very close. We saw slightly further up the road there. That is the number 2 car, Relay, getting ever so sideways, battling with Jimmy Johnson in the 138.
Yeah, Treluya almost made it through there. You're absolutely right. We can see that from the onboards. Meanwhile, Jenson Button is still right on the tail of Karun Chandhok. Karun Chandhok's bonnet is flapping.
Yeah, let's hope that stays pinned down, because otherwise his vision will be pretty much non-existent as he drives. You can see the constant corrections that are going on the wheel, and Button looks close here, Ben, coming out of the first corner, Madrick's corner, but he just doesn't have quite the straight line speed down the straight compared to Karun, does he?
No, not quite. Let's see how it goes. Romain Dumas still leading. The gap over Rob Hunt was just under a second as they went over the line last time around. So it is still a good battle up front, there's no doubt about it. And this battle for third, this group is effectively fighting for third. There's the leaders, so there you are. They are still very close to one another. The Ford now going into the Lavant straight, where that extra power from the big engine will help. And then you've got this tiny little Austin A40, always a very successful car when it was racing in the early 1960s as well. Oh, we've got something else going loose.
Yeah, that looks like, I can't work out, is that number 26 car, is it? Yeah, that's had a little bit of issue at the rear. As the Thunderbird now streaks into Woodcote corner. The gap looks a little bit bigger, I would say, compared to previous. Romain Dumas has done the fastest middle sector overall, and that is a good, actually half a second quicker. But just as I say that, heading into the final part of the chicane there, the gap's back down to, I would say, around about 7/10.
Yeah, I think that's one of the slower corners, of course. So braking later that you can do in the Jaguar Mark 1 than you can in the Ford is a big help. We're back on board with Karun Chandhok, and he's looking in his mirror quite a lot here, seeing where Jenson is.
Yeah, he's got to look in front, because he's about half a second off the number 2 car, Relay, in front, and then he's got the job of trying to defend from Jenson Button, who seems to be better through the corners, doesn't he? The lighter car through the corners, but just doesn't quite have the pace down the straight. So Karun's stuck in that sandwich there, where he's got to look forward, but also keep an eye on his mirrors as well.
Yeah, it's making for fun and games. So you're on board with the car behind. So you're on board with Jenson Button now. Right up behind Karun. Oh, he's got a great run here. Oh, I'm not sure there's a chance to quite get alongside yet.
Oh, he's going to have a good go. He's foot to the floor, Jenson will be. Probably jumping forward, I expect. We'll see soon in his seat, trying to will the car on down the straight. But meanwhile, we saw a great view of the Benoit and John.
Oh, Karun's lost it. I was just thinking he's a bit wide. He's just lost it. Thankfully, no contact made. You get to watch it on board as he recovers. Great recovery, 360, and he's back on track.
Yeah, like a pro.
Yeah, he's cross with himself, though. You can see that. He was cross with himself.
We've had to come away because there might be some language being thrown about in the cockpit of his car there. But that's so unfortunate. But he was being pushed really hard by Jenson. This is the replay. As you said, he did get ever so wide, looked like he might be able to save it, and then no. And I tell you what, Jenson Button did a great job. Still got those reactions, hasn't he, to just avoid the spinning Karun. We'll have a look. Oh, that was so close.
That's scary when you see how close it is, but at least he was on the outside. The car was heading in, so that was good news. And he did a fantastic job of saving it and getting back out. Let's see, where is he as he crosses the line? Chandhok has dropped down to 11th position as a result of that. Meanwhile, what's happening up front?
Yes, I think we had a change for the final podium position. Benoit's got past Jimmy Johnson, but we'll keep an eye on that battle, because that was really getting quite fruity. We saw Benoit try and dive one down the inside a couple of times, and Johnson trying to fight back. As this is the battle that we're seeing now on screen. So yeah, he definitely has got through. But Jimmy Johnson taking as much curb as you possibly can, and some grass and a bit too much, but doesn't actually seem to have lost in that much time. So a good off-road car as well, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's trying to get the exit out of Lavant as perfect as possible. There's a touch between them. Not ideal, is it, that they're still going? Two Austins, two different Austins. The green one is the Austin A105, a title-winning car of the British Saloon Car Championship in 1958, the sort of car that Jack Sears took that first ever trophy with. And then you've got an Austin A40, and Doc Shepherd took a title of the BSEC in 1960 with one of those. But look at how they're racing.
That's the Ford Thunderbird, is it, that slowed down?
No, that's one towards the back. That's been going a little bit slowly generally, just keeping out of the way.
I thought, oh dear, we've got trouble for the lead, but back to the pictures here. Look who's joined the party. Ding dong, here comes Jenson Button. He's right up on the back of this battle now. They're slowing each other down a little bit. And just look at the timing screen. Tom Christensen has made his way past Tom Ingram. So will we soon see Christensen approaching the back? There we are, the headlights bobbing along on the bumps. I think it's going to be pretty soon before we see him join this battle, because at the moment he's lapping quicker than the cars in front.
So there you are, there is Tom Christensen, having started from 24th position. Tom is now into 6th place, and as you say, potentially he's going to be able to actually get into this battle for a podium. Jenson Button currently lying in 5th place, 4th place for Jimmy Johnson. Benoit Trellouillet is just there in 3rd at the moment, but not for long, because here comes Jimmy down the inside. He's taking the line, but then it's about the exit of the corner and getting the speed down the straight.
Yeah, Jenson's trying to get as much into the toe of the Austins as he can, and the battle continues. Look, they're just going to keep swapping places, and Tom Christensen, if I was him, I'd be thinking, yep, you lot just carry on, because that's helping me stream up to the back. But Jenson's having a real close look here at Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he's their way through. Always a bit of a tricky one as you come into Woodcote to get alongside, but there are opportunities. A bit of smoke coming from Trellouillet's car.
I think that was tyre smoke.
Okay.
So sideways that those tyres are producing a lot of smoke. And look, within one lap then, Christensen is on the back of this battle. He could get a podium here.
He could, you're right, from 24th on the grid. That is Tom Christensen, 9 times winner of Le Mans. And here he goes already down the inside, trying to get past Jenson Button. Jenson gives him space, but at the moment Jenson holds on to that 5th place, fighting for 5th, but only just ahead of them. We've got 4th and 3rd as well. Look at the bouncing around as it continues here for Tom Christensen. The car had a front wheel just come off in qualifying. That's why he ended up so far down on the grid. Thankfully, it hadn't actually damaged the car, and this Austin A90 is going really well in the race itself.
He was having a little look there into the first part of St Mary's. What a shot of these cars really leaning on that outer edge as they go through that first part of the corner, and then they stream out of the second part of St Mary's up the fairly steep hill into Lavant corner. We have a back marker that will hopefully get out the way, but the battle continues. They're so close together.
Actually, Button got a good run through there, because the top two, Trellouillet and Johnson, got so sort of tied up. Look at this, side by side. Here comes Tom Christensen, and I think he's got some pace. On board with Karun briefly, but now back on board with Jenson. Oh my goodness, they're going through lapping cars as well. That was tight.
Wow, they'll say, no, it wasn't tight at all, plenty of room, but wow, within a lap, he's paved the way through already and into the podium position.
Yeah, that's Tom Christensen up to 3rd place already. You're on board with Jenson Button, you can see him. Oh, and he's still battling away with Jimmy Johnson in the little number 138 Austin A40, who sneaks in between the two other cars. And Jenson Button is still at the back of this little group. Now Tom Christensen is at the front of the group.
Wow, what a battle we are witnessing right now, and you will never, anywhere else will you see a battle like this with these incredible names of motorsport racing great cars, but also so closely against each other with just over, believe it or not, 11 minutes left to go. Time flies when you're having fun.
It really does. Jimmy Johnson trying to get to Trellouillet again. I'm going up the inside. And the onboard is lovely too, because I remember so many years of watching Jenson Button in a Formula 1 car. His steering is usually so smooth. There's never any correction. It's a very different story when he's driving these historic cars.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the style of having to try and get them to go around the corner. as you can see, the Benoit train has continued. He gets all squirrely on the brakes going up to Lavant, and this is the perfect shot we're going to have of Jensen. He's going ever so sideways, and just when you're trying to get your foot flat to the floor, but respectful racing, Ben.
It is, yeah, so far anyway, they've kept it clean so far. We've still got over 10 minutes to go in this race. Romain Dumas is still the race leader in the Ford Thunderbird. He has an advantage of over 2 seconds, but we're still focusing on 3rd, 4th, 5th. There is our race leader in the big Ford, chased by Rob Huff in the Jaguar Mark 1, which is still on the pace. We've got some other little battles going on. Colin Turkington fighting away here with Gordon Shedden. Isn't that fun? Great touring car drivers who've had so many hard races against each other over the years, both champions in similar years against each other, trying to fight each other for the title of the British touring cars. And here we are, we've got Colin Turkington, that little white BMW. Meanwhile, we go back with Jenson Button again, because he's also now trying to get past Trulli. He's got a better position this time.
Yeah, he was having a little look, and he's still continuing to do so, having a look up the inside, but he's just not a little knock over to the right-hand side to try and squeeze Jensen, but we know that's not going to work, and I think he's going to get the position. Is he going to get the car stopped as they're coming down now into the first pubs, then varies? Let's have a little look. So, yeah, Benoit has lost 2 places there, Ben.
I wonder if that's partly what...
Oh, no, and the car stopped.
Jensen running wide. He's got on the grass, he's trying to sort it all out. You're on board, Jensen. So our onboard cameras are with drivers who are just making the odd mistake every now and then, and having gone past both of them, he's just lost it back again.
I did wonder whether he'd be able to get the car stopped. He was on the tighter line there, trying to go down the inside. We're going to have 3 wide then.
And they that was so clever, the way Trulli just gave him room there. I thought there was going to be contact, but he got out of the way. And in fact, that the Alpha looks to me, as things are getting hotter and hotter and they're getting more and more laps in, well, I say that, but actually the Austin is coming back in a straight line. It's still got that straight line speed. I'm just not sure it's got the grip it had earlier, because Benoit's been sliding it around so much. I think those tyres have gone off a bit, look.
See the smoke, but look, we've got the 2 drivers here of Jenson Button. Oh, Benoit's gone slightly wider, and I'm just saying Jimmy Johnson going side by side through Woodcote, which is a rare sight. But yeah, as you said, Ben, Benoit has really used those tyres, smoking themselves, hopefully not to pieces, but they're really starting to wear down as he's just put to the floor. Has the benefit of the straight line speed. Jensen's having a look, keep it clean, boys, do they? Look at these beautiful shots. We're riding back on board with Jensen.
That was such great control once again. They're all having great fun here. Jimmy Johnson in the little Austin A40, the American NASCAR superstar. What a different car. You could not drive a different saloon car to a NASCAR, could you? The little Austin A40, and yet look, he's just got back past Jenson Button.
I tell you what, you can't pick who's going to take this 4th place. This battle is for 4th place now. It's certainly got back marker just getting out of the way. That's Alex Brundle, yeah. the Saab, doing a great job of letting this battle continue. But the production team got a tough job with the onboard camera there. We don't know whether to look forward or look backwards.
I know, there's so much going on. It's great fun. And it really is. Jenson Button battling with Jimmy Johnson. When you think that Jenson's actually been doing some NASCAR this year, NASCAR racing. He drove a NASCAR car at Le Mans this year, raced it at Le Mans, and he's up against Jimmy Johnson, who's one of the great NASCAR champions in the United States, and there are 2 such very different cars here, and here comes Jenson again trying to get past him.
Yeah, he's having a look, he's keeping it nice and clean, he's very close to the rear of Jimmy's car, going down into Woodcote, they'll go into the chicane. Jimmy getting a little bit out of shape on entry, but he actually did a good job to get it tidy for the second part, but it looks like Benoit has probably used up all his tyres now.
So we just saw Christensen, he's in a pretty comfortable 3rd place. Meanwhile, by the way, Romain Dumas has opened up the lead to 3.4 seconds. I don't think the Ford Thunderbird is dropping off. I thought it might in the high temperatures with the big heavy car. But at the moment, this car is still in 2nd place. That's Rob Huff. Lovely shot of it. He's still sliding it in a very good style. It's not over-sliding, but he hasn't quite got the pace of that Ford Thunderbird. This is a circuit that suits big engine machines. There's no doubt it's fast. There are not too many slow corners, and the Ford Thunderbird is making the most of it. So I tell you what, at the moment, Romain Dumas is on target for his hat-trick in the St Mary's.
He is. He got the great start off the line, didn't he? as you can see, just drifting it fully sideways round Woodcote Corner. A big, heavy machine, and very powerful in a straight line with that 7-litre engine underneath the bonnet, as he's making use of all the available road on the exit of the chicane. He's got a little bit of traffic, and when it steams past our commentary box window, you can always tell by the sound which car is going past. But meanwhile, this battle here is still raging between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, he's got a chance again, and this time it looks as though Jenson is going to be back up in front as they come into Woodcote Corner. Nicely lined up. Lost in A40 at quite the same pace there. Duff's being kicked up by somebody running a bit wide. Nice through the chicane as well. Composed and controlled from Jenson Button. That's the sort of thing we expect to see, but Tom Christensen is still pulling away from them. But Tom is a long, long way from Rob Huff and Romain Dumas. It's a massive gap between the top two and then the rest of the group. But don't forget, Tom Christensen came from 24th place to get up to 3rd to fight against these guys. He's got the pace, but he isn't going to be able to catch the leaders now.
No, he isn't. And actually, Jenson Button, even though battling there, just set a personal best lap time. And there is Karun that had that unfortunate spin. He's still down in 11th place, so he's not been able to make any moves. But Jimmy Johnson's had enough of looking at the rear of Jenson Button's car. They're going to go, no, they are they? Yes, side by side through St Mary's.
Yeah, lovely. They've got such regard for each other, but they're going to race as hard as they can, no doubt. Meanwhile, further back, we were watching the Turkington-Shedden battle. That's still going on. I can tell you that's still incredibly close between Colin Turkington and Gordon Shedden in another of the Austin A40s, like the car that Jimmy Johnson's driving, number 138. So that's still going on. At the moment, Colin Turkington is in 8th place, Shedden is in 9th, and we've got Marino Franchitti holding on to 10th, as you say, and staying ahead of Karun Chandok, who is down in 11th place. Hasn't managed to jump back up from that point as yet, as we go back on board with this lovely views. We've got various onboard cameras with Jenson, giving us a great angle. This is looking back, of course, at Jimmy Johnson as they come down into the chicane. This is where you don't want to hit those curbs too much. You sometimes see them touched, and sometimes you see them hit quite hard.
Yeah. No, we don't want to see any of that as Jenson streaks down the straight now in his Alfa. Jimmy Johnson closely behind in the Austin A40. So he's still dancing, still battling behind that wheel. Constant corrections going on, a slight variation of line there as well. As Jenson, we've got the number 26 of Mark Blundell pulling off.
Again. In the same place he did in practice, yeah.
Well, hopefully they've still kept the chair out there for him that he was sat in yesterday.
He's not having much luck this weekend with that car for whatever reason. At least he got a few more laps in this time because it bailed out on him very early yesterday. Meanwhile, we're still watching this wonderful show between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson, who are thoroughly enjoying themselves. And there's the other one I was talking about, Colin Turkington versus Gordon Shedden. This is remarkable, this little tiny BMW with its 700cc flat twin engine based on a motorbike engine that BMW put into the back of that little car, a time where rear engine cars really weren't around. This is from 1959, and it's up against the Austin A40, which was a brilliant Austin that went into racing as well, but was so many people's road car. It was convenient, it was almost like a little hatchback car that suited so many families, but it's also a great racer.
No, it certainly is, and a great battle, and I'm sure they're keeping it clean as again, this battle, and Jimmy Johnson's just run slightly wide. Can he recover it? Yes, he does. That's the exit of Woodcote as they feed through the chicane, but just having a little look at the timing screen, Ben, we've seen it in previous races that traffic can play a big part here. The gap now for the lead has come down to 1.5 seconds, so Romain Dumas has clearly had some traffic somewhere along the line, because it was up, I'm sure it was up to around about 3 seconds at one point. So the gap's come down, so we'll keep a close eye on that on our timing screens as we continue to watch this battle that we've been watching for the majority of the race. So there we go, there's the leaders on your screen, and Rob Huff losing around about 0.4 of a second compared to Dumas in the first sector, and it doesn't look like there's too much traffic further up the road, as they are quite far ahead now, coming into the final part of the lap.
Colin Turkington still fending off Gordon Shedden for the moment, but as you say, we are getting into the very closing stages of this race, so this still could change. I think these two are both loving what they're doing, and They've driven many touring cars over the year, but I wonder if they've raced something quite like this in the past. It seems like Colin can brake very late with the BMW, but this time Gordon's as close as ever. Has he got a bit more straight line speed as they go on to the long Lavant straight? No, I'll tell you what, that little engined BMW is surprisingly fast in a straight line, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And actually, even though these two are battling away, they are closing up to the back soon, I would say, of Tom Ingram. There's a little bit further there up the road, the current BTCC champion, so fellow touring car racer. So maybe Colin will then have a little bit of what Karun had to deal with, is looking ahead at a battle, but also keeping an eye on his mirrors behind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There, as you say, is Tom Ingram. So Tom Ingram and Colin Turkington race regularly together in current British touring cars. Tom, as you would say, the reigning champion, and Colin a multiple champion, and Gordon a multiple champion behind as well. So what a great competition this is to see between them. But they are still all having to follow Benoit Treville, who's kept that number 2 Austin going at an impressive pace. The number 39 car of Tom Ingram is an Australian Austin, actually. It's quite rare to see that in the UK, this Lancer version. Meanwhile, it's still Jenson Button versus Jimmy Johnson. It's not for a podium position, unfortunately. It would have been fun if this was still for third, but Tom Christensen's definitely gained that. Yeah, he has, as he's having a little look, but this is the race leader coming to collect the checker flag. And Romain Dumas comes across the line to win St Mary's Trophy Part 1. And that is a hat-trick of victories in this category here at Goodwood in 3 years. And that Ford Thunderbird won 2 years ago with him, and it's taken victory again. Well done to Romain Dumas. Second place to Rob Huff. Third place going to Tom Christensen, but fourth place is still up for grabs. Yeah, who's it going to be? Jenson Button has got the upper hand at the moment. They're coming into Woodcote Corner. I don't think Jimmy Johnson's close enough to fire one down the inside of the chicane. And there's Tom Christensen coming through, getting it all sideways, just giving a little bit of showing off as he comes up to come from the back of the field all the way up to a podium. So fantastic job. And who is it going to be? It's Jenson Button that finishes that fantastic battle in fourth place. Yeah, he finished in fourth by 0.288 of a second, the gap between himself and Jimmy Johnson. And what an entertaining time that was. And behind them, Trelouillet got sixth. Turkington still managed to just hang on with the little BMW in seventh ahead of Gordon Shedden in eighth. Tom Ingram dropped a little bit in ninth place. Marino Franchitti ended up in 10th. And Karun Chandok in 11th place. Well, a tremendous race celebrating the 1950s saloon car racers, and for Romain Dumas, who has tremendous heritage in all forms of motorsport, of course, particularly as a multiple winner at Le Mans. But to take a hat-trick of victories in the St Mary's, I'm not sure that, I wonder if that matches with being a multiple winner of Le Mans, but who knows? We shall see. That was very, very impressive from him. It does seem to suit him extremely well.
Which is Gary Pearson. Gary Pearson. Here's the grid. Let's take us through it.
Okay, so as you can see, a bit of a gap there in second position, but it's Rob Hall on pole position, then the gap, the withdrawal from Gary Pearson, then Emanuele Pirro, and then we have Vincent Gay next to Alexander Vanderlof, and these are all the 250s out there. Karun Chandok in sixth place, then you've got Hukenholtz, Van Riet, and then moving through the order, you've got Jack, Cousins and Joy, Cook, Beecroft and Padmore, and then Alexander Ames in the bread van, trying to come through as quickly as possible.
So those two cars on the back row, the bread van and car number 16 ready to press on. Alexander Ames, of course, in that bread van, disqualified, but with something to prove, and we expect that to come up the order. But the glorious, sleek little Ferrari 250 LM on pole, car number 526, Rob Hall, who's had, well, what a weekend he's had, being out in the fabulous BRM V16 and then discovering not all is working as it could be, but some great racing. That was really spectacular first thing this morning. But you have to take your helmet off, put your other race brain in for driving something completely different. But then again, Rob Hall, part of the family crew of Hall & Hall, have restored so many amazing cars. He's got this incredible ability to get in, get it understood, get it to the front end of a field. But right now, just enjoy those really sleek lines. 1964, this car still looks perfect, the Ferrari 250 LM. Looks delicate, it looks quick.
And it has been in his Ferrari's hands as they begin their final few moments of the formation lap before the flag will fall, and we will get set for the run here. 25 minutes of racing. We'll watch for the bread van at the back. We'll watch to see what the LM can do at the front of the field. We will lament that Gary Pearson's not in the second LM because we were looking to see them both together. But what can Emanuele Pirro do from third, officially on the grid, but essentially the front row and right alongside? What a great shot. On the hottest day of the year, there's a car to match. Coming through the 250 LM from 1964, and also watch out for Karun Chandhok, who's further down the order in this field as well.
Yeah, Karun starting from the third row of the grid. Now, who's going to get the power down best? Because certainly Emanuele Pirro does some fantastic starts. But once the cars start flowing through Matchwick, through Fordwater and beyond, expect that 250 LM to just be planted on the circuit in a very, very different way. And with Rob Hall at the wheel, it's going to be very, very hard to beat. But look too for that Ferrari bread van, car number 16. Last car to pull up, middle of the back row there. That should make huge progress through the 25 minutes of this race.
Green flag at the back. Signal given to the drivers. And the flag falls at Goodwood. We are racing down to Madrid Corner with a good getaway from those on the front row. Various speeds further back, but Emanuele Pirro is braving it to the outside in the silver 250. Who is going to be in the lead of the race by the time that we see it? Oh, Rob Hall has hung on, and he maintains the lead, converting pole position into P1.
Well, all that could be done for Emanuele Pirro was to try and hang on into the first corner. It was always going to be the LM coming through. But the Ferrari bread van is already halfway up the order. We're only 2 corners into the opening lap of the race, and pushing on very, very hard indeed, Alexander Ames. But Pirro did all he could, but he will be in the lead because our race leader is our spinner. Just a kiss with the tyres, just coming into St Mary's, and I don't know if that should have done any damage to the car, but it certainly lost the lead for Rob Hall. And there is our race leader, Emanuele Pirro, with clear air behind him. And then now up into second place goes Vincent Gay, car number 7.
So Pirro leads, a dramatic moment and a gasp from the crowd as our pole sitter spins round on the opening tour of the race, and the bread van is absolutely scything through here. This is amazing stuff from Alexander Ames.
And to take a quick look at any potential damage on the back of the LM that started from pole. Rob Hall rotated round a little kiss on, if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, the back of car 526, the paintwork is a little bit scuffed. I think he might have got away with it.
So, from what was officially third on the grid to the race lead for Emanuele Pirro, who's seen both of the LMs have drama. One didn't take the start, the other one spinning on the opening tour, and the bread van is roaring through at the moment. Both slightly out of position. One after being disqualified from qualifying earlier on in the weekend, and the other one trying to recover after that dramatic moment. They're running line astern, the 2 cars that we're focusing on into Madrid Corner.
Well, sights and sounds, and what fabulous sounds those Ferrari V12s Alberto Colombo's engine makes when being pressed hard, and most certainly being pressed very hard indeed at the moment. The 526, which is the Ferrari LM going through the 250 LM. The bread van is following with Alexander Ames. In terms of pace, Rob Hall should be able to get up back towards the front. He's on the tail of the driver in third place. That's the 250 GTO in silver of Karun Chandhok. He's hunting it down just in front. Vincent Gay, but streaking clear. Emanuele Pirro 3 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap. He's even out of this shot as they go into the diff out of St Mary's. He'll be turning into while those behind are playing catch up. Most certainly 526, the remaining 250 LM in this race. Slightly bashed, but certainly seems to be handling very well indeed.
A lot of pace for Rob Hall, but he's just waiting for the straight to be able to use it. Doesn't need much of it as he makes his way through the kink. And then next up is Vincent Gay in the 250 GT from 1960. That is the car being chased down by the 526. Scrap that, that's the car, not making the way. Hanging on to the position as we make our way through.
Well, Vincent is someone who has raced a lot at Goodwood. He seems to get better year in, year out, and he's got some real competition. Right, let's take a look at the gap between Emanuele Pirro, who's leading this race, and Vincent Gay in second place. It was 3 seconds the end of the opening lap. Wait for it, 5.5 seconds, but as soon as Rob Hall goes through, which may even be now, it's looking as though it's going to be now into Madrid. There was no point Vincent Gay blocking him. You can see the scuff on the left rear corner of that 250 LM. He is now going to set off Rob Hall after our race leader Emanuele Pirro. 21.5 minutes remaining. They're going to be long minutes for Pirro.
They will be. This is the moment where our race leader, our pole sitter, then race leader, then spinner onto the grass. Round he went, and it was just a brush with the wall. Anything more could have ended his day, but he's still in contention to win this one. And there's been plenty of moves further back as well. Here's another one for the bread van, driven by Alexander Ames.
Well, he's up to 5th place, having started stone last on this grid. This is Emanuele Pirro going right out to the edge of the circuit, trying to get the wonderful flow that is required. Right, Lavant Cup, tick. That's done on lap number 3 for Emanuele Pirro, leading the way, but the gap will be coming down. Fastest lap of the race so far was Pirro on the last time around, 1 minute 30.4, but I'm fairly sure the fastest lap of the race is going to be going to this driver at this early stage. Rob Hall playing catch-up, so rare to see him having a moment, and that one was all on his own. He was really pulling clear on the opening lap, halfway round, got some areas, but saw it from an angle he didn't want to see it from. Round he went, that tiny kiss with the tyre wall. Alexander Ames now in the bread van, that bluff rear end on his 250 GTO. Now he's all over the tail of the driver who's still in 3rd place, but not for long, because Vincent Gay is being hunted, and I'm sure that sharp-nosed number 16, the bread van, will be going through.
Karun Chandhok behind the wheel of the number 156 Silver 250 there, and ceding the position, or at least trying to hang on to it around the outside, refusing to cede the position to Van der Lof. That great racing between these two.
Yeah, well, Alexander Van der Lof, just in a short wheelbase rather than a 250 GTO, made an awful, he made it almost a very good start, almost jumped the start, suddenly realised, oh no, had to back off, and then of course you lose out. He lost 3 or 4 positions from the second row. He's playing fight back, but there's Alexander Ames on the attack, as predicted, waited for his moment to make that move, got the job done between Fordwater and St Mary's, and now rocketing away from Vincent Gay. So up into 3rd place from the back of the grid.
In another league at the moment. This battle's been continuing on and on and on, further still, and Karun Chandhok takes back the place.
Well, you really can't ask for more than that, to have these beautiful cars not just out on the circuit circulating quickly, but also having some really competitive racing with plenty of dicing. By the way, last time round Rob Hall did set the fastest lap of the race, and he took a second and a bit out of the race leader Emanuele Pirro. But still, Karun Chandhok in 156 in the 250 GTO, and then brilliantly driving from Alexander Van der Lof. You can see the various points on the circuit where one guy has a bit of an advantage, and tucked in behind them, Johnny Kugenholz is just a whisk away behind in their rearview mirrors.
We go back to the battle out front, and just looking at the 73. Now, what's happened here? What has happened here for Emanuele Pirro? Because there was a huge amount of time lost.
Well, he lapped, unfortunately for him, 2.3 seconds slower than the car behind, and he's still setting a cracking pace, Pirro leading this race, still quicker than everybody else, but Rob Hall's performance advantage is clear for all to see. Emanuele Pirro too wide to try and fight against it. He just moved out of the way. Don't forget, if Rob Hall hadn't spun halfway around the opening lap, he'd be not quite over the horizon, he'd be pulling clear. But look, Rob Hall is really pressing on. He just wants to get enough of a gap, but Pirro, well, you know, sometimes it's easier to be the hunter than the hunted, and he's now changed those roles, and he's going to see whether he can hang on.
So, new race leader out front. Hall recovers from that earlier spin, and now is looking at the rest of the field in his mirrors after making a tidy pass. These two in another postcode at the moment. Pirro will try and give chase as we make our way to try and complete things, but when you see that sort of margin disappear, you realise it's not quite a fair fight, is it, when you've got an LM at the front of the field?
But what I love is the fact that fighting is going the entire way down the field. This is the battle for 4th place. Vincent Gay in number 7 still holding on in that short wheelbase Competizione in car 21, really going very well for Van der Lof. Just a humble 250 GT short wheelbase, so not quite the full competition model, but these cars, same engine, V12, just fabulous cars to be seen. Again, some great camera angles as the cars snake their way through that final chicane, but all along what's happening, Rob Hall into the lead of the race and pulling clear, but Pirro has just put in his best lap of the race in his quest to try and at least hang on, at least keep Rob Hall inside.
Rob Hall, then Pirro, then Ames, who's come roaring through from the very back of the field in the so-called bread van 250 GT short wheelbase from 1962. That's in 3rd place, and then Emanuele Pirro in 2nd. We're looking further back at Vincent Gay, trying to hang on to the position. Van der Lof all over the back of him, trying to find a way by.
riding over the curbs. That was good. I mean, no, you have to choose your moment, and he's being slightly cautious, still cursing that awful getaway from the grid for Alexander van der Lof, but every time he's looking at the tail of Vincent Gay's number 7 right in front of him, he suddenly gets, if he lifts for a tiny second, he's got the GTO closing in. Karun Chandhok, what an incredible day for Karun. 1 minute he's racing a standard Vanguard 6, St Mary's Trophy, and suddenly he's driving something at the opposite end, the polar opposite end of the spectrum.
Good news for Karun Chandhok, and the good news is that car 7 and car 21, i.e. the two in front of him, that's Vincent Gay and Alex van der Lof, who find themselves with a 10-second penalty for the false start.
Well, I definitely saw van der Lof move, maybe he moved slightly before Vincent Gay, but both being pinged, but doesn't matter, let them race all the way to the end of the event. Another car going quite well is Nick Padmore, just saw him go out of the shot. He's 1 place ahead of the damage on the side of the Drogo, don't get any more, was from rubbing against the tyre wall in practice yesterday, but Carlo Vogler in, it's not 250 GTO behind, it's a 330 GTO, one of only 3 of those that were made, has a larger engine. It moved out, instead of being just under 3 litres to 4 litres, but right now that battle at the front, it's still Rob Hall, but only by 1.1 seconds. I think Pirot's driving absolutely beautifully in second place. In terms of the natural pace of these cars, the 250 LM should just pull clear. Maybe Rob Hall's decided it's a very hot day, let's just stay and play, and let's not put too much heat into these cars. We're complaining about the heat, it's certainly very warm here, but don't forget Le Mans in June has been known to be a little on the warm side.
Designed to compete in these conditions, so it's Rob Hall out front. Emanuele Pirot, though, not letting him get away as they make their way through the traffic. Then Ames in 3rd place, 10 seconds further back from the battle you're watching at the moment. And Vincent Gay and Alex van der Lof find themselves with a 10-second penalty. Karun Chandhok is hanging on to that battle on track. And then it's Hugenholtz, Padmore, Van Riet and Vogler completing the top 10 of this entertaining race. There's still 14 minutes to go. And Emanuele Pirot refuses to give this one up.
Well, for Ferraristi the world over, they love everything to do with Ferrari, but to see the big race like this is proper racing. This isn't after you, Claude, or Giampiero. This is press on, press on. Now, Karun Chandhok has started to make up ground. He suddenly picked up 2 positions. Didn't need to, because the 2 cars he just passed, the number 7 250 GT short wheelbase Competizione. There's Vincent Gay and the car behind, which is 21 on the left-hand side of your screen. Both have a 10-second penalty.
Here's Karun Chandhok to the inside, and a lovely overtake as he makes his way through in the final corners of the lap. He cleared one, then he cleared another, and he's now running in 4th position.
Well, very, very good news for his team, Fika Frio, because the other car they had entered into the race, the other 250 LM, did not get to start from the middle of the front row. Now, we've had 2 cars given 10-second penalties for a jump start. Draw your own conclusions. 21 we can see move. Well, I didn't see number 7 move at all, but certainly Alexander van der Lof can have no complaints. He did that awful thing, though. You get the penalty later, but you've already backed off and then everyone has gone past you, so he automatically lost 3 places. But he's still in the mix, and it's still chopping and changing with Karun Chandhok. He got past the pair of them, he does it again under Grunt as they leave. Now they're being joined from those behind as well, so... oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. There was a couple of cars they were just lapping. I beg your pardon. Same colours, a red and a silver one, but right now still that wonderful battle between Vincent Gay and number 7 and car 21. Alexander van der Lof. Oh, don't rub them, don't do that.
Far too pricey to be risking it on the inside. And you know what, Vincent Gay, he absolutely knew it, as Van der Lof had to drop back in to the wheel tracks and continue to study the rear of his rival. Still 1.2 seconds at the head of the field. Rob Hall's best lap was a 1:27.8. Last time around he did a 1:29.6, with Pirot still hanging on to him. That's 1 lockup away for a change of lead.
Well, it really is. Now they're starting to get among the back markers. I'm just really wondering, you look at the fastest lap that Rob Hall has done, a 1:27.8. That's over 2 seconds faster than the fastest lap of the driver in second place, Emanuele Pirot. So Pirot's driving absolutely to the potential of the car. But I think Rob Hall, he may be nursing something. Don't forget that spin going into St Mary's may have put something slightly out. But I think he's just being slightly cautious. Doesn't want to rocket away in the distance. He wants to win this race. He didn't win the race at the start of the day when the BRM just went a little bit sick, but maybe a little bit of caution, maybe there's damage, but I'm not complaining. These two cars running within 2 seconds of each other, maybe 1.5 seconds, maybe.
There we go, great shot of the finger tipping through the chicane, and then to come over the line to begin another lap. Let's see what the gap is here. Looks like a better lap for Hall now. I want more than a 1.2 second lead over Emanuele Pirro, multiple Le Mans winner, an absolute master behind the wheel. It is only 1.2 seconds, it's still in the balance. We'll take you back to this ever-long battle between Vincent Gay and Alex van der Lof.
You know, this is all drivers can ask for. Goodwood on a sunny day with someone in a very similar car and a fantastic dice. These are the days you remember. You might remember winning a race by 3 seconds, but if you've had to fight for it, it just makes it all the more worthwhile. However, Vincent Gay, number 7, and Alexander van der Lof, 21, they'll be further down the order unless they can press on a bit more, because they've got 10-second penalties hanging over their heads. So there they are, running up behind Karun Chandok in the GTO. That's car number 156. They're having a fabulous ding-dong battle, but they will potentially lose a place. Maybe not, actually. They're certainly pulling clear of those behind.
So continuing to circulate, has a chance now. Good run for van der Lof, and he knows that's the case. Still no way by, though.
Yeah, well, Vincent Gay was saying on the run from Fordwater to St Mary's, well, if you're going past, try the outside. Didn't work for Rob Hall on the opening lap, and that was on his own. He'd already got clear in that 250 LM. That's car number 526. Round he went. He has recovered, back in the lead of the race, but as Alex pointed out, 1.2 seconds to good. Matters not to these two drivers. So van der Lof in 21 and Vincent Gay number 7. They're just having a fabulous battle.
And we're enjoying every moment of it. Karun's had another moment. Karun Chandok.
No, the fact he's getting out so quickly, he's aware that something's gone pop as a line come off.
Yeah, and he gets
on the far side. That was the quickest exit. He parked it as soon as he could.
Yeah, he knew he had to get clear of it. Karun Chandok out of the car after a run that had him in 4th place, and remembering to try and kill things in the car. But he needs the assistance of one of the many brilliant marshals around here by the looks of things. But he's out of the race.
So 4th place has come to nothing, but I'm more concerned about anything happening to that car right here, right now. Any racing car I adore, but a 250 GTO, apologies if I have a slight tear running down my cheek. And marshals arrive to put out, so left rear corner. Interesting.
Well, we're continuing on. Let's have a replay of the moment where Karun's race came undone. Whoa, look at that. No wonder he jumped out of it sharpish.
Well, it looks like an oil line or something has come adrift, and that was, well, Karun, to hold that, to get it off the circuit, to park it away safely. In fact, you can see the lick of fire under the flame under the engine and get out that quickly. That was absolutely prescient. So well done to Karun there, and well done to the marshals for getting there so quickly. So high drama, and 4th place becomes no place whatsoever, and that is just a driver's nightmare. But the fact he got out and the flames were suppressed so quickly.
So that would have been a heart-stopping moment.
I think it's aged Karun a few years, almost as much as watching Sun Kush competing in the Switch Engine Cup early this afternoon. So not too surprisingly, we've got the safety car out because...
Okay, lights are out on the safety car, and the Jaguar will make its way back to the pit lane. It's over to you, Rob Hall, to take us back to racing around the Goodwood circuit. And can anyone deny the driver who had a spin early on in the race fought his way back through? It's also the case for the Bread van as well, who's fought through very, very effectively. Now, big contention.
One little fact here, yes, Pirro's getting right onto Rob Hall's tail. The car running 3rd in the line, the second of those 2 silver cars, is Adrian Beecroft. He's a lap down, which is going to really frustrate the Ferrari Bread van driver, who's in 3rd place, but 4th in that line of cars. Right, the hammer is down. Always if you're the driver in the front of the queue, you dictate when you take off. You can't be overtaken before the start-finish line. That would be the intention of Matthew Pirro, but really, really good start there from Rob Hall. Should have done enough.
We are racing again. Can Emanuele Pirro do anything about Rob Hall in the LM that is out front? The Bread van has cleared the lap car and will go after, but I don't think there's much in the way of improvement. Further back, maybe some places, but those in the top 5 holding position on the restart.
And the good news is it's 2 racing laps rather than just 1. They got going with 2 and a bit minutes remaining. Gives them time to do this lap and get past pass before the checkered flag comes out. So 2 racing laps to conclude the running here, and a much better restart by Vincent Gay than it was by Alexander van der Lof. Both of them, of course, had to go past Adrian Beecroft there, so I think van der Lof lost out a little bit in 21. Through St Mary's they go, but actually the field spacing out. But now, through the twistier parts of the circuit, Emanuele Pirro actually gained a bit of time on race leader Rob Hall.
Still, it was very, very tight across the line, fairly even in the first sector. So can Pirro try and force a mistake from his rival, like we saw earlier on in the race? There is Rob Hall in the Scarlet Ferrari out front, being chased down by the Silver 73. He's got a good advantage as he is heading round into what will be the final tour.
Of course, even on a very hot day, tyre temperature drops away when you're not going at full racing speed, and you can see the merits of the drivers at the front. They're the ones who are prepared to push harder sooner than their rivals. But this 250 LM, often people say if it looks right, it is right, and I can't think of many more cars that just look so nimble and right as that. But look, Pirro is driving really quickly indeed. He's 1.2 seconds down in second place. The fight is far from over, and indeed exactly the same can be said about the battle between Vincent Gay in number 7 and Alexander van der Lof. Beautiful rear side shot there as they go through Madgewick Corner.
Has Emanuele Pirro got a special performance for us on this final lap? He's looking to extract the error. The car's moving around now. You're seeing them ever more animated from the top 2. Further back, we are seeing Vincent Gay all over his mirrors. That's where his eye line is at the moment, because Van der Lof, having had an ordinary restart lap, is making himself really large in his wing mirrors at the moment.
But in the race, I said Alexander van der Lof was waiting for his moment. He hasn't got any time to do it. This is the final lap of the race, and that little look up the inside into St Mary's, but Vincent Gay covered it off. Now your options, it's not going to happen on the exit of Lavant, it's got to happen at Woodcote or into the chicane. Just remember the value of these cars.
Yes, the desire to improve the place of both of these drivers, with the penalty as the clock ticks to 0. And despite the fact that it would have been a serious examination from the mighty Emanuele Pirro, Rob Hall has come up trumps and has got the restart completed to perfection. He took the lead, he had a spin, he regained the lead, he will look up and see the checkered flag first. Rob Hall wins with a superb performance to take the Lavant Cup, and a great drive with he in first, and then Emanuele Pirro in second. Ames will come across the line in the Brett van in a fantastic performance from the back of the field to 3rd position.
Both of those drivers would have enjoyed that race. Rob Hall would have been kicking himself for having that spin on the opening lap. Great recovery from him, but Pirro would have actually really enjoyed that chase. The Lusso did very well. Car number 10, Nick Padmore, came up from the back of the grid to 7th, but don't forget Alexander Ames in the Ferrari. Brett van came up from that similar back row. Both of them had a penalty, were disqualified from practice, and came through to 3rd position. But sadness too for Karun Chandok, didn't get to complete the race, but hopefully the damage to that 250 GTO is none too serious, something that is fixable without too much of an enormous price tag.
Fine. Okay, let's take you through the grid. We've taken our time, but we're finally ready. We've got at the front, we've got the Bentley Speed model with Ben Collins behind the wheel, then the Bugatti Type 44, the Vauxhall, you can't miss it. It is a terrific machine. The Brooklyn Special going from the front row, and then we've got the Bentley that's already pulled off to the side of the track, sadly, so there's no one. It's a single car, the Chrysler, in 5th place. Then we've got the Bentley next to the Bentley next to the Bentley on the 3rd row. With the Birkin blower, the 4.5 litre supercharged engine, and the 4.5 blower as well. Looking further through the order, we've got a Bentley 4.5 litre, then we've got the 3 litre with Metcalf behind the wheel, and then you've got the Alfa Romeo 8C, and still the cheering for the Marshals continues on the main straight. Then we've got the Alfa 8C, we've got the Talbot in there, driven by Paulson. Then we've got the Invicta, the Bentley, and then Brewster and Groves in the 28 entry, the Bugatti Type 50, and then the Bugatti 4.5 litre Le Mans specification. Should be interesting to see off the line. Then the Vauxhall, then the Bentley, then the Sunbeam. Always a fan of hearing a Sunbeam go fast. And then in the pit lane, we've got the Chenard and Walker that we would have just seen pushed by the Marshals. And at the back of the field, Derek Bell, the legend from Le Mans, is going to be piloting the Lorraine Dietrich B36 Sport. It's in French Racing Blue.
Yeah, just having a little look to see if they did get that number 30 going. Is that it on the screen there? I think so, but here's the rest of the cars now coming round.
It's still in the pit lane. I've leant out of the window. It's still in the pit lane.
Had to hang on to your legs. The field now building up and getting close together, ready for this rolling start coming into Woodcote Corner. And there we go, confirmation that the number 30 is waiting in the pit lane and looking back.
Ah, car number 5, come on down.
Come and join the party. There we go.
The blower's back in action.
He did that to miss out on the running, I reckon. Miss out on the...
Wise in this heat. Now, yeah, slot into that position and take the rolling start. Okay. Well, we've had some build-up for this. We've had great scenes a few moments ago with Sir Jackie Stewart in his 1973 Tyrrell circulating. Now we're going to throw it back to the 1920 era of Le Mans races. We will get them through Woodcote Corner, line them up, send them through the chicane and send them round the 2.3 miles with Ben Collins leading the field, at least after practice. But let's have a look in the formation that we find ourselves after the sprint start. And look at this, what a sight this is, Alice.
Only at Goodwood will you see a sight like this. And Ben controlling the pace, going ever so slowly as they approach the line. And soon we won't be able to hear ourselves talk. We'll hear the roar of these magnificent engines.
Yeah, the number 7 on the left-hand side, and Ben Collins just waiting to see whether everyone has formed up and it's time to go. They're going to be going a lot quicker in a few moments' time, trundling almost eerily silently over the line. And you can see him checking whether we're ready to go. We crawl across the line. And is it time to go racing? You bet it is! The green flag flies at Goodwood once again. The tricolour is waved to get things underway. And it is time to head it into the first turn. Management corner with Ben Collins side by side. There was a bit of a bolt there, wasn't there, from the number 18, the Bentley Birkin blower, and the number 18 piloted by Hugh Apthorpe.
Yeah, what a start from the number 18. Really made a bolt, looking eagle eyes on the flag drop as they funnel now through Fordwater, and it's neck and neck between the number 44, the 1929 Bugatti.
Oh, gaining, and going through. Francois Fabry taking the lead of the race as we see these cars attack the circuit. These big beasts from the 1920s. Throwing it to the left, throwing it to the right. The 72 there, looking for a way through. James Baxter behind the wheel for this opening stint. This 2-driver race. And one lap pace seems to be one thing. And the opening lap of this race seems to be another, Alice.
It is, it's very busy out there, isn't it? Everyone's funneling into position. But Ben Collins had closed the gap there, and you can just see the dust left by Karun's car. But Ben Collins now is hanging it round the outside, down Lavant straight, down the back straight. He's going to go the long way around, but he's going to make it in front just in time, just before Woodcote Corner.
This is a 36-minute race. You can see the car number 1, the Vauxhall Brooklyn Special, and car number 1 driven by Christoph Cowens on this opening stint, trying to take that second place away after a spirited start by Fabry, momentarily taking the lead before Ben Collins got it back, and that is what he holds going in to lap number 2 of the contest. Ben Collins behind the wheel of the Bentley Speed model from 1925, and another change out front, and Fabry has retaken the lead, so they're swapping it over on this opening tour.
Yeah, they certainly are. But waiting in the wings is Cowens. He's waiting there patiently on the back of this battle as there's constant swapping and jostling for position down the main straight. There is the number 10, William Metcalf, lone driver in the Bentley 3-litre Le Mans from 1925.
So further back, everyone, let's see who was able to take the start of things. We appear to be missing quite a few. Car 8, car 16, car 13, car 4 do not appear to be setting times on the board. You're looking at the leaderboard there, and there is big applause across the line for one of the cars just cutting the beam now. So the one at the rear of the field.
Down the inside there goes the Baxter Bond, number 72. I was going to say we might have 3 abreast. Be very brave down this back straight.
Don't do it. Don't do it. No,
exactly my words as well in my head. Don't do it. Please don't do it. But it's Ben Collins that nips and takes back the lead. But for how long?
Ben Collins has had it, has lost it, has retaken it again once more now. And Fabry in the 44, try the Bugatti Type 44, car number 44, just keeping in close proximity. You've got the Vauxhall Brooklyn Special in there as well. This is the beautiful car number 5, the 4.5 litre Bentley, the blower, and it's currently Martin Overington who is behind the wheel.
And started at the back of the field, remember, because it broke down on the way to the grid and gained already a handful of places, and more than a handful actually, and up to 12th place, and charging down now the rest of the pack. So we'll have to keep an eye on that Bentley.
Your turn now, says Ben Collins to Fabry, and the Bugatti is back into the lead of the contest with 31 minutes to go, and the top 3 from the front row continue to circulate almost glued together. You've got to be patient here, no need to make a rash move. Can't really, in these cars, afford to have many wide moments without it turning into a full spin.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be spinning and going onto the grass in one of these cars. As down the inside goes Cowans, takes P2 away from Ben Collins. He's got a tiny gap in front of him to the number 44, who's actually pulled a little bit of ever so slightly of a gap, because these 2 behind have been changing position. But how long for? I feel like the gap has really closed under braking there, and is the number 1 going down the inside?
Wait and see. That's a wide line. That's a very wide line.
It's the Bentley
for the number 5, and Martin Overington taking the widest line possible, but absolutely hammering through the field at the moment. Oh, it's getting very, very close for the Vauxhall taking the lead. The Brooklyn Special, the 3098 Vauxhall Brooklyn Special from 1924. It was the Ronald Hughes Vauxhall Special. The car was assembled in 1933, and its first appearance at Brooklands was on the 7th of July 1934. And it's been racing ever since. Great to see all those at the front row fighting amongst themselves at the moment.
Yeah, Martin Overington has really, really closed the gap now on the back of this group. He's lighting up the timing screens. Purple, purple, and probably purple in the final sector, which means fastest overall. As a cheeky check over the shoulder from Ben Collins. You've got to give a bit of a gap, Ben, so you can concentrate, eyes forward, and chase this battling pair in front.
Just having a check where the rival is. Arm up of acknowledgement there for car number 1's Christoph Coens, who is the leader at the moment, with Fabry trying to retake that place. Make our way through the lap. Slightly slower pace with these cars, but really wonderful to see their artistry on the racetrack. Nothing between the 2 of them in the lead, but they've got a car to clear. That was the car that was being roared to the rafters, and it allows the Vauxhall to stretch its legs.
Yeah, the Vauxhall stretched its legs ever so slightly, and it looks like the 44 is starting to smoke even more. We saw some little bits of smoke earlier on. Saying that, he's just calmed down the smoke now on the exit of St Mary's, is pulling up nearly alongside the number 1 of Cowans in the Brooklyn Special. No room to go down the inside there. I wonder if it's maybe, I was going to say maybe some bodywork rubbing there, as it only seems to be turning around certain corners. But they're going to go neck and neck now, Alex, all the way up the Lavant straight, slightly uphill. Who's going to have the race first? But look at Ben Collins has come back to join the party. They've got a little bit of traffic, and then that almost boxed in there, the number 1.
Yeah, they go past Derek Bell. And it's a new order. So these three are working together, racing each other, passing, repassing, and passing again. And really great to see the car control required, because the direction change is significant at parts of this circuit. Certainly St Mary's, you do need to rotate the car. The problem is, any sudden movements in one of these, and you are fighting it for far longer than the modern cars that we've seen in comparison, the ones that appeared 40 years after these raced at Le Mans.
And probably trying not to fall out as well. But just crossing the line there is the Bentley, who is still travelling around very quickly around this Goodwood circuit, up to 4th place now. And eyes will be set on that battle for the lead in front. He's a good 5.8 seconds behind the gaggle of cars in front, so a little bit of work to do. But if those at the front continue to fight, I think it'll be no time at all that we'll see the Bentley right on the back of them.
An improvement in, I believe it is 10th place. Yeah, 10th place. And you've got car number 2, Chris Lunn behind the wheel, now running in the top 10. And car number 2 out there at the moment and enjoying things. The Vauxhall continues to lead. The Brooklyn Special, 26 minutes away from victory. The problem is that you've got Fabry right behind him in the Bugatti, and then you've got the excellent car, Ben Collins, in the Bentley Speed model from 1925 that is giving chase as well, but they're not getting in each other's way. Ben Collins says, okay, you've held the lead for long enough, and goes on the attack. In formation we go. We've been threatening 3 wide for so long, but they know it's not sensible as they come to the end of the Lavant straight and make their way through Woodcote Corner, just the chicane to complete another lap.
Yeah, so I'm just looking to see if it is the right, turning into right-handers where the number 44 car might be smoking the Bugatti. So we'll keep another close eye on that as we charge down the straight. A little bit of traffic there to get past, but it's quite easy there, the number 8.
That's the Bentley 3-litre from 1922. Jonathan Turner behind the wheel. Darren Turner started this stint, I should say, and trying to find a gear by the looks of things, looking down into the cockpit when they went past, trying to shine a light on some of the cars that we're seeing other than this fantastic battle. The trio out front, although it's good lap from Fabry, good lap to try and break clear of them, but feels like they're playing the long game.
Yeah, I would say so. But that number 5 Bentley, you can see it there in the background now, coming to join this party, Alex, very quickly, lapping nearly 3 seconds quicker than this gaggle of cars. So great job by Martin, dragging and closing the gap, and he's literally, I think before the end of this lap, Alex, he might even be on the back and dicing for the podium positions.
Driving the wheels off it on the exit of St Mary's there as they make the rotation through Lavant Corner, and he has roared his way from parked up and not sure if he was going to compete. Now finds himself in a really strong 4th place. Overington working the wheel brilliantly, 4.6 seconds off the lead. The lead that's changing again now. Ben Collins goes through and takes his Bentley back to the front of the field.
Not for very long, all side by side through Woodcote Corner, keep it clean, do they? Oh, ever so close, respectful racing. The 44's going to have it, Francois' going to keep it down the inside as he knows. It's Ben that just sneaks ahead, and the entry into the chicane, great stuff.
Well, all of this racing that we've seen on a fantastic day, and the top 4 are glued together. What a great competitive day of racing it has been. Even some of the front runners in previous races have spun off and had to work for it. But what a comeback drive from the number 5, the 4.5-litre blower, the 1929 Bentley, being driven brilliantly by Martin Overington. And is he about to take his place on the podium by, or at least thinking about it, to move up into the top 3? nothing that Vauxhall could do about it. Maybe positioning the car for the corners to come, but that is a continuation as he shuts the door and takes the place. Continuation, Alice, of a superb recovery drive.
Yeah, great recovery. We thought it was all over. Getting a little bit sideways, though, going through the first part of St Mary's 1 and on the exit of St Mary's 2, so they're really pushing. Ben Collins has started to up the pace. So now this front two have started to up the pace together, Alex. So maybe they've seen Martin in the mirrors and thought, OK, we need to stop battling here now. We need to up our game. We need to up the pace. And they have done already, increasing their times in the first sector alone as they're heading down the long Lavant straight, and they'll cross the timing beam. Let's see if they improve on their previous best in the middle sector as we wait for them to have a look. A little bit of traffic, and they do. So they've definitely seen the Bentley in the mirrors and thought, right, come on, time to go.
Ben Collins continues to lead the way in the 7. It's the race lead here has belonged to 3 cars across the course of the day. They are the cars that were at the end of this lap in the top 3. Is there a way for Overington to fight his way to the head of the field, having been parked up on the reconnaissance lap? Got the car running once again, and in with the pit window open, in comes Christoph Coens, and he will make his way out of the car. There's Derek Bell completing his stint as well. Terrific for him to be back behind the wheel. And that's a great opening stint. Gives the Vauxhall a huge opportunity. It's not as complex a driver change as you get in Le Mans these days. You've got a slight paddle with the side of the car for a door, and just waiting for the stop time, checking all is well. A little bit of a debrief, if you can conduct a debrief in this time. And the mandatory time waited for on the stopwatch.
Yeah, Gregoire Fiskin's getting in the car now, visor down, having a quick chat with Christoph, making sure everything's okay. And that probably feels like a really long time of watching that stopwatch as he's given the wave to leave, as he bolts out of the pit lane and bleeds in. Let's have a little look. So there's a bit of traffic around him, so he's not spread out into a great position, but a thumbs up there as one of the slower cars who also came out. That is the Derek Bell car. Derek no longer in the car, of course. He's hopped out. Stefan is hopped in.
Back to the battle for the lead. Back to the swapping over as we continue to cycle through. So you've got to make your mandatory stop, and you've got to see the drive. There we go. Making our way back to Ben Collins, who is still at the head of the field. Car number 7 in his Bentley Speed model. The car owned by Gareth Gray.
Oh, and it's going to get a bit of traffic there. Ben runs slightly wide, and that's also delayed the 44 Fabian Bailey car as peeling into the pits. Not sure who that was. That is the number 21. Peeling into the pits to make their mandatory stop. There we go, pulling up nicely.
Yeah, switching drivers. And being timed, so there's nothing dangerous being done. We go back to the never-ending story out front. This battle has been going since the opening seconds of the race, with 19 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock. They continue to run in close formation. Wonder how this one's going to be resolved, Alice.
Well, that's a very good question. It will come down to having a nice clean pit stop, and I think traffic as well. We've seen it's getting quite busy with getting past some of the lap cars, so wanting to have your luck, as that's the number 21. Is that going out? So Mihai's out of the car now, and Williams is hopping in to take the car back out on track. But yeah, traffic will play a big part of this, but we're not seeing Overington trying to try and move as such. And he's waiting patiently, or maybe struggling actually, because there is a lot of traffic out there they're coming up to now. But actually, the number 44 has played the traffic, or got lucky with the traffic. One of the two. They'll say played it well and made an escape down the road. But how long for?
Well, that is the question at the moment. There's the number 7 continuing to lead the way, the Bentley. And then we're getting used to the back of the number 5. The number 7 chasing down the number 44, being chased by, there you go. Through goes Fabry in the 44. Then we got Collins, who started the last lap at the head of the field, now down to 2nd position. And then you've got Overington, who has put together a terrific stint, but has driven up to the back of the leaders and stayed there for the time being.
Yeah, for the time being. I wonder if they've got a set plan of who's going to, what part of the race they're going to come into the pits. I wonder if they're just waiting for one of them to dive in and then the rest follow. But the Fabry and Bailey car has just set their personal best lap of the race and dipped into the 1:53s now, which is what we saw Martin Overington doing as he was charging through the back as a wave of a thank you. And just as I say that, Ben Collins goes back through, but how long for brave move down there into St Mary's 1?
Don't want to scrap too much. Remember, the Vauxhall has made its stop. It was a 4-car battle out front, but now we're checking in on car 66 out there at the moment, and that is the Bentley 3, the 4.5 litre car that is currently in 6th position.
Going into the pits.
And arm up to indicate the pit stop is about to be made, so that will be the end of Niall McFadden's stint.
Yep, so they'll pull in to the pits. Now we'll drop out, and then Jock will hop back in.
Jock McKinnon next in that car, from 1926, that one. And we are focusing on car number 7. There just does seem to be a constant amount of smoke coming from car number 7 now. We've seen a lot from 44. I wonder if that's a little bit of bodywork rubbing, because it's always at an angle we seem to see the smoke.
Yeah, that's what were my thoughts as well. And some thumbs up. Right, so there was a thumbs up there, Alex, from the number 44 to the pit wall. So does that mean this is the final lap for Francois, and that he'll be peeling into the pits to swap over with his teammate Jonathan? So let's have a close eye. So I'm interested to see what the others behind him, what Martin and Ben do as well, whether they decide to carry on, do another lap, or whether they jump in as well. Saying that, actually Martin is already in the pits.
Looking at the lap times out there, it's Overington who's had the best lap of the race so far. That's significantly faster than what any of our leading pair in your picture at the moment have been able to do. It's the Bugatti, the Type 44, leading the way at the moment, ahead of the number 7, the Bentley Speed model, driven by Ben Collins. And he continues, there he is, in that high seating position. Further back, the number 3.
It's a funky number 3, isn't it?
It is a funky number 3. We like that a lot. Currently down in 9th position, a lap down, but circulating nicely. If you consider that there were 25 of them who took the flag earlier on to start the race.
Yep, so let's have a little look. They're coming towards, the leaders are anyway, towards the end of the lap. They're heading down into Woodcote now. So let's see if maybe there's a bit of tactics maybe going on. Was Francois giving the wave to the pit wall just to trick Ben? Who knows? But we'll see if he peels into the pits very soon.
Well, the pit window is open, but you do need to run both drivers. Another move to the inside looks like it's about to be completed.
And they're in. The 2 leaders, I can just see out of the commentary box window, they have peeled into the pits. There they are on the screen now.
So both pitting at the same time, not favouring another lap without the attentions of the other. And a quick conversation about what to do.
So Ben is hopping out, and Gareth Graham will jump in.
Yeah, so it... And hold on a minute.
That was the Overington car. That was Martin. So that is a great shame, because we were going to have, I feel, a 3-way battle for the lead there. So we'll try and find out what's gone on. Well, it obviously had issues much earlier, well, before the race had even started, didn't it, Alex? So that's really unfortunate. But there is the 44 now, is heading out the pits with Bailey on board now. Francois done his job. He can get a nice fresh bottle of water. Other drinks are available. I wonder which one he'll choose. As Graham comes out as well, a little bit further behind. So I'm guessing they would have all met the required pit stop time. We'll have to wait and see. Keep an eye on the time screen, see if any penalties do come up. But a bit of a gap now there. I think it's around about 5 seconds.
Well, we're going to see how this all shakes out in a few moments, and it's gone really, really well. If you look for the 44, and Bailey now behind the wheel. Bailey showing the way to Graham, who is operating things for the number 7 for the Bentley. As the Bugatti continues on its way, it seems to just hit the bumps horribly coming through St Mary's, and yet it just works for it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem the smoothest of rides, does it, at all? But for the misfortune of the Bentley, the number 5 Bentley, that has now brought the Cowans and Fiskin car back up into the podium spot. We were having that great battle earlier on, so Gregoire's now at the wheel of the number 1 car, and that's back up onto the podium.
So it is now turning into much more of a gap out there with Bailey slightly leaving behind things for Graham there, but still a long way to go. These are cars with an incredible history, nearly a century of history, and good to see that so many are continuing to run at the moment in the Roger Whitworth Cup. Who's going to get their hands on it? Who is going to be declared the winner and take the laurels down there on the start-finish line at the end of this one? Just a reminder, if you've not been in your position all day, if you've not been watching the stream all day, if you've not been trackside all day, we have seen late drama in plenty of races today. What looks set in stone at one moment can completely change the next.
Yeah, it certainly can. As the number 44, as the gap is coming down, so last lap from the Collins and Graham cars really closed the gap. So that outlap, time difference-wise, was just under 4 seconds. So the gap stands at 2.3. So we will see a battle for the lead resume. There is the current leader at the moment, leading. Still that smoke coming out the back, going through St Mary's. Got a little bit of traffic from the number 12 ahead. Bailey at the wheel of that car now, but Graham, we'll see in the back of the shot. There we go. We just saw him in the back, chasing down the number 44. But Bailey's got past the traffic, and Graham's not caught it at a great place, has he really, Alex? He's going through the back corner, and yeah, that's going to definitely slow him down, which is great news for Bailey.
It is. Oh, what have we got out there? There's a lot of smoke from one of the cars. Was that just a wide moment coming out of Lavant corner? But there was certainly an issue for someone coming onto the straight and through the kink. But continuing on, at the Type 44 from 1927, Bugatti produced the Type 44 as a mid-size car built to the same high standard as their race cars, and they modified the versions that competed at Le Mans. 1,100 were sold, and it became Bugatti's most successful car so far for the brand, and it looks like it might be about to achieve some more success at the moment, as about as large as the lead has been all race long between the 44 and the 7.
Yeah, well, there's Gareth Graham in the number 7 entrant of this car. So he stuck the entry in, had an experienced driver with Ben Collins behind the wheel, but he's putting in some fast lap times and has increased the gap. Has Bailey, Jonathan Bailey, ever so slightly, but that I'm sure was down to a little bit of traffic for Graham. As they're coming up now, have 9 minutes remaining on the clock.
So 9 minutes ago, we approached 75% distance completed. It is Bailey ahead of Graham. It is Fiskin in 3rd place, but dropping way back. So that was a car that was competing at the front. Now, where you catch the traffic here, Alice, that can play a massive role, because you can see the 44 doesn't know where to go. big control required behind the steering wheel and avoiding action as well.
Yeah, and he's taken the brave outside line there, but this is where the Collins and Graham car caught the traffic last time. So Bailey's getting a taste of it there, and the pit window is now closed, so no more pit stop or driver changes can be made. But Jonathan Graham on that Gareth Graham on that last lap. That first sector has definitely closed the gap. He was a good 8/10 quicker, and he's managed to make his way through the traffic much better. Again, luck of the draw with the traffic there, and you can see the gap certainly has closed as they're near enough going to be entering the chicane at the same time.
Well, it's looking good at the moment for Jonathan Bailey, and in the first stint it was Francois Fabry behind the wheel of the 44, Type 44 Bugatti. And let's see what the gap is across the line now.
1.4, it's coming down.
It's not huge. It's not the luxury that you would want with 7.5 minutes to go on the clock. Is this one going to have a late twist like we've seen in so many races today?
Yeah, so he's bleeding past, go through Fordwater, but look at the traffic in front that they've got to deal with. That's it's probably stressful enough trying to drive these cars with the controls that they're not be used to. We don't see people driving these cars on the road these days, do we? So there's a lot of things to deal with, and then let alone having to deal with the traffic as well. As the Collins and Graham car now, look, is right up the back, but that smoke looks like that's increased to me, Alex.
Yeah, we weren't seeing that at the start. We weren't seeing that at the start at all. It's getting worse and worse and worse as we go on. The drivers will know at this stage of the weekend what they've got underneath them. They'll know every rattle. They'll know the vibrations to pay attention to. They'll know the rattle to not pay attention to, but you can't really ignore that, can you? When he's leaning on... Now, let's see if he disappears on the straight. Yeah, so it's when he's leaning on the car into Lavant corner. That's when you're getting an enormous amount of smoke for the number 7, which is getting closer, which is drawing alongside, and this could be a late change for the lead. Well, he's smoking out of Lavant corner, but it's quick, you know, and that's a great pass. Through goes Graham to take first place.
Yeah, Graham down the inside, even before Goodwood corner leads it out to the edge of the track. I mean, they're both smoking along, but the 44's been smoking from the start, which I think might be some possible bodywork rubbing ever so slightly there. But now it is Bailey. Jonathan Bailey needs to turn up the wick a little bit. He wants to hang on to the back. He needs to tie a tow rope to the back of the Collins and Graham car as they drop. Half a second separating them as they cross the line, with just over 5.5 minutes left to go. But that is smoking a lot, isn't it?
Just intrigued. I mean, it's any sizable change of direction. We're getting an enormous amount of smoke. And how tenable is that situation for our race leader? They're really pushed to regain this lead. Looked a decent advantage at some time. Does the Bugatti have more in the locker to try and fight it back? And is the Bentley out front, number 7 at the moment? Can it carry on cornering like that?
Well, that is the question. As he's closed the gap there, has Bailey. He was over half a second slower in the first sector. We're in the second sector now, deep into the second sector, but he has closed the gap a little bit there. So maybe he's he could be teasing Graham a little bit, say, go on, make out look like I'm struggling. You can catch me up, but actually I've still got pace left to come. And we have flashing up on the timing screen car number 98, which is actually lying in 5th place at the moment, a 24-second penalty for a pit window infringement. And usually we've seen that will be either coming in too early, too late, or not for the allotted pit stop time.
That is a difficult moment for car 98, currently driven by Rob Hubbard. And this is getting very, very close through the smoke, being distributed from the car in the lead to the car in 2nd place. Does Bailey have an important lap in the locker now, because they need one? What a performance these two cars have put on across 4 different drivers, across 2 different stints. They're still barely separated at all. 3-2-7 the gap 3/10 of a second, the gap across the line. We are coming down, and both of them, Alice Powell, you point to me in the commentary box, did their personal best last time round.
They did, and they're going to run side by side now. Alex, no. As Bailey pulls back into the slipstream, goes, do you know what, actually maybe I'll give it another go. Having a little look, pulling out through Fordwater as they head up, they go downhill, then they go uphill into St Mary's. But yes, they're pushing each other along now, and really cranked up the pace, as I said, and as you said, setting personal bests. Oh, but every time I see that Bentley speed smoking, is it going to go down the inside? Is Bailey? He is.
Well, this is what a great shot that is. Gives you a great idea of the speed that these cars from the 1920s are producing for us here at Goodwood. What a fantastic day of the revival it's been. But who's getting their hands on the Rudge Whitworth Cup? They've been debating it between the Bugatti and the Bentley since the first corner of the first lap. And now on lap 17, we are taking it very, very close to the end here. 2.5 minutes to go, and we have no idea which car it's going to be. Will it be the 7? Will it be the 44?
Yeah, you're brave if you want to call it. Is he having a look down the inside? Is Bailey's late on the brakes? Is he going to get it stopped into Woodcote Corner? Sorry, yes, just about. We can see him fighting on the wheel. Does he run wide? No, just keeps it within the track, which is great stuff. Clearly felt that he needed to be in front heading into, which will probably get, this won't be the final lap. We're going to have one more, I would say, after this, but this is great racing.
There isn't going to be much left on the clock when they go over the line, but there should still be about 3 or 4 seconds when they come around next time. And this is the penultimate tour, we expect then, of the Rudge Whitworth Cup. It has been close throughout. It has been exciting throughout. We've got plenty still continuing round at the moment. Hubbard, remember, in the 98 car in 5th place, has that penalty for the pit stop infringement. Side by side we go, penultimate tour of the circuit. These cars from the 1920s going wheel to wheel once again. Check of the left-hand mirror. Is there anyone there? There is now. The Bentley's back in the lead.
Round Fordwater, which is such a fast part of the track.
Traffic ahead could change things. They should both be able to get past the maroon car that's directly in front of you, but where you catch the traffic could change things. It did earlier on in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. They're both going to get by.
Yeah, it can also slow you down, and I'm convinced that there was going to be, like you said, Alex, 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock. But if they lose 2 or 3 seconds on the clock, this could end up being the last lap as they both, ever so close, they go either side of number 3.
It's a 1920s version of Hakkinen, Schumacher and Zonta for a second there, but the number 7 stays ahead, and that is crucial at this stage. But how much were they impeded by that traffic? Not for the worry of penalties or blue flags, but will they have enough time on the board? If you don't have enough time, these could be the final corners of the last lap. They're watching the clock, they're watching each other, they're watching the mirrors, and it's all in the balance heading to the chicane.
Graham had a little look, pulled over slightly to defend. Is he going to keep it? He runs slightly wide, a bit of a twitch of the tail on the way out. We have 7, 6, 5 seconds left
4,
on the clock.
3, 2, we got over the line, and we will carry on. Amazing stuff. That really did go down to the final seconds. There's no checkered flag, and we're on to the last lap, a last lap that we only had because of about 1 second, and the smoke is gaining and billowing with every corner that the 7 rotates through. They really are driving the wheels off these things.
They are, and Bailey's right in the toe of the number 7 as they come through Fordwater once again. A little bit of traffic, and this was the corner where we saw Graham go down the inside, but he's in the lead, of course, for now as they come into St Mary's. Both of them now smoking away together as they come through the second part. Let's have a look up the road. Is there any traffic? No, there isn't, Alex.
This is where I think the Bugatti, just with its shorter wheelbase, it is just more nimble through St Mary's. It means that you can build up the momentum that you need. It's all about the exit through Lavant Corner. You can see how much the Bentley in the lead is leaning on its left-hand tyres as it goes through. We've got one straight. Woodcote Corner and the chicane to go. Has Graham done enough in the Bentley?
This is where we saw Jonathan Bailey dive down the inside into Woodcote Corner. I think he might be a little bit too far away. Is he going to prove me wrong? He was very late on the brakes. He'll be having a little look. He closes on the brakes, but I think he's just a little bit too far away from Graham in front, who's done an excellent job as they head down into the final corner. A little bit of a tighter line from Graham, but he's looking safe for now.
What a superb display from both of these drivers. There's a check over the shoulder, but it's the car in the lead, the Bentley of number 7, and victory for Graham and Collins. Super stuff across the line, and that is a lot to celebrate. Really excellent driving from the pair. It was Bailey who came home in second place with the Bugatti, and what a superb story across the board that we have seen. Oh, hang on to it. And this is third and fourth across the line. Number 8's taking a bow. But what a last lap this would have been for Swift by name and by nature, because they've taken third on the last lap.
Yeah, a fantastic job, and what a race. There's 4.5 tenths of a second between Collins and Graham and Fabry and Bailey in the 44. What a close race, and what a show. As I said earlier on in the day, and I'll say it once again, this is the only place, Goodwood is the only place you will see exciting racing with these fantastic cars from the 1920s.
Great stuff. All the way to the end. That 36-minute race requiring 4 different drivers across 2 cars. The 2 brilliant performances from the 2 of them, and great to see the celebrations out there as well. Came prepared with the flag, and it's not just about being at the very front of the field. The Chenard and the Walker did eventually make it out there, and the flag flying. That's great to see at the end, but what a super drive. First of all, in the first stint by Collins, then by Graham. Fabry and Bailey, well, they gave chase, absolutely. Okay, let's rattle through the grid then, and it's Jordan Home at the front of the field, then it's Quaife and Thorpe, and then we've got Butcher and Paul. You must run both drivers in this race. Perez, very, very effective in that championship that Bruce was talking about. He's in 4th, then it is 5th, and then you've got some recognisable names. You've got Neil in the 8th position, you've got Molam in 7th, you've got Pirro in 10th, and you've got Mark Webber getting back behind the wheel and out of retirement for this one. His first taste of Revival weekend. The all-Tordorf entry will be very, very intriguing to see. You've got Chilton in 18th position, but expect them to make progress. I'm not expecting them to stay in 18th position. Need more names. You've got Dunbrack in 20th. Oh yeah, and that's just the 2009 world champion lining up in another race. He's been busy today. He's going from 19th on the grid in this one.
Well, that of course is Jenson Button. Busy is good, but as you can see, we get 30 cars in all. Qualifying was a little bit jumbled up because we had a red flag in the middle of it, so it was a real scramble out of the pits to get a quick lap on board before the session came to an end. But certainly the advantage at the moment to car number 9, Andrew Jordan and Home at the front of the grid. They were a second clear. And who knows if that's going to be good enough. But a 45-minute race, as Alex pointed out, with the driver change in the middle. And the few cars didn't make it really very far in qualifying. Middle, the car that says 2 LTR, 2 litre, that's a car that could feature very well with Duke of Richmond's son, Charlie March, on board. But that pulled up on the second lap in a pall of smoke yesterday. So there's a lot more to come from that. And he's racing with the person who put the whole 2 litre cup together. That's James Turner, so look out for that car in the sort of Paul Smith fashion livery, so to speak.
It is very, very stylish indeed. So we're fascinated to see who's going to come through. You've got the dynamic of having to run both drivers. You've got to have a pairing that works. It is roasting conditions out there, and these are maybe not as ancient as the Le Mans races from the 1920s era that we've just had out on track, but still these are from the 60s, so you could get a few mechanical gremlins in the... Look at that for a piece of motor racing art.
It's the ultimate sort of colour chart, if you like. But a lot of these cars, by dint of racing in the 2 litre Cup, these are very, very well prepared. And in the 25 years since Revival started, the sheer quality of historic preparation has gone through the roof. So the big enemy is that heat haze. It's very, very hot this afternoon. We all know racing cars don't like it too much when they're on the move, but when they're at a standstill on the grid, they hate it.
So we've got Max Chilton in this field, we've got Jenson Button in this field, we've got Mark Webber in the field. Watch out for the 777 entry. I think they're going to be a real threat with Perez and Gamble trying to fight their way by, but we are on to the formation lap then for the Fordwater Trophy. It is the 7th race of the day.
Yeah, and talking of Perez and Gamble, they lead the championship. George Gamble didn't do one of the rounds, so Seb Perez leads on his own. That's car number 77. It's a blue one among a whole load of, in fact, every single colour you could possibly like. Car 52 starting at the very, very tail of the field. That's one shared by Richard Tootle, excellent preparer of these cars, and Gordon Shedden. And Gordon, as we've seen over many years now at the Revival, doesn't matter what it is, got a steering wheel and some pedals, he'll get out and he will be quick in that. But the car 77, that's the championship leading car, starting 4th. And in that session that was the practice session that was interrupted by a red flag, that was always right at the front end of the field. So do expect that one to be challenging very soon indeed.
Some great liveries in the middle of the pack. The 116 is Grimes, and then it will be Mark Webber behind the wheel there, so good to see.
There's some great liveries as well. Car
Yes,
number 23, that comes from the Porsche Museum, and of course this was the race livery used by Richard Atwood, who's here competing this weekend, and it's the Porsche Salzburg livery, red with the white straights. And very sad, car 59 has not made it to the start. That's Tarek Mahmoud's car, which he was going to be sharing with Nigel Greensall. So frustration, heat-induced, more than likely.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Bruce. That is so disappointing as they get pushed back, and we don't have far left to go on this formation lap as we're making our way to the final corners on this historic racetrack now, and we are building up then to the Fordwater Trophy. It is set to be a thriller.
20 seconds and counting.
Well, the mixture of gasoline and air can be exploded just the way it is.
Ignition sequence start.
But we get more power out of it
7, 6, 5.
if we compress it before we explode it.
2, 1.
We're all set.
All engine running.
Go, go, go!
Someone in our production team has been to see an Oppenheimer over the summer. Fantastic, and it's got us in the mood for what is set to be one of the most competitive race meetings we will see for a while. It's been, right, as you say, Bruce, to the last, time and time again. This is going to be ultra competitive.
Yeah, so the car starting on pole position, car number 9. That's Matt Home and Andrew Jordan. Andrew, so much success in British touring cars, but also bearing in mind his father, Mike Jordan, raced 911s for eons, it must be said. So he knows about these cars, and very particularly these early ones with the short wheelbase. Not entirely friendly, but really rewarding if you can get it right. And I do remember an Ed being asked about what it's like to get close to the pace. Close to the pace is relatively easy, he reckons. Right on the pace is far from easy at all. So let's see, the real experts, will they come to the fore? The grid, as I said, a little bit jumbled, but we're now all set for the Fordwater Trophy.
The revs rise, and so do the emotions. So many of you lining this circuit. Green flag at the back. Eyes now to the driver's right-hand side, and the flag will drop. Wait for it, wait for it. The Union flag is flying, and we are racing for the Fordwater Trophy with the magnificent sound of all these 911s leaving the line, and it's a good getaway out front. The 99 of Quaithan Thorpe has hit the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely nailed the start, and the car that Mark Webber sharing with Bonamy Grimes gained several places. It's the white one with the blue stripe in about 10th place, but up front, brilliant start from the middle of the front row. So car 99 in to lead this race. Sun getting lower in the sky, but a beautiful day, and Seb Perez has already gained 1 position. That's the championship leader from 4th up to 3rd.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see who can make the impact, who is going to be quick there. Oliver Webb looking good as well in the 777 entry, all over the back now, and wonderful rotation of the cars as we make our way through St Mary's for the first time. We climb the hill. It only looks a minor incline, but you certainly feel it, and we're battling for the lead immediately here. 99 got a great start, and 99 is holding on to it, but only for now, it looks like there is going to be an opportunity for Oliver Webb in a few moments' time.
Certainly is. I noticed by the time the cars got to St Mary's, there might have been a slight incident at Fordwater because we got about the first half of the field, then a gap, then the second half nose to tail. But up front, it's as tight as you like. Going down that brilliant start from the middle of the front row, car 99 leads down to the first corner, a bit of corner cutting halfway down the run towards Woodcote, but they keep it on the black stuff, but only just.
And that's a move for the lead, and that would have been a sensational one of that. That would be one that Oliver Webb would want to see back. He has managed to fight his way to the front of the field, and the driver that lined up in 5th position on the grid leads us over the line into lap 2 on this 45-minute race where you must use 2 drivers, and that's a tight squeeze for the 77, who is shown the inside of the door handle heading in to turn 1 at Matchwick.
Well, very, very tight indeed. I think it's Matt Home on board number 9, trying his utmost and going very, very wide in the background. Number 3 and 73, that's the Rory Butcher car shared with William Paul there, but he got it back on the black stuff. See what I mean about that gap? And then in the background, someone else has gone for a big one. That was the car that started stone last, car number 52, and a flame from the tail. That's just unburnt fuel in the exhaust pipe there. That's the car shared by Christian Cole England and Johnny Molam. Round it went, and I feel we may be having a safety car coming out with that sitting by the side of the circuit.
Yeah, big hit there, big hit for the 52, continuing to race at the moment, but I wonder for how much longer. 99 continues to hold the lead.
No, in second place he was passed, and look,
yes,
Ollie Webb is now has waved goodbye. He's promises he'll send them a postcard, but he's off in the lead of this race. But I do think the safety car now confirmed as being brought out. No surprise. So Ollie Webb, brilliant move to take the lead into Woodcote at the end of the opening lap, but they are going to come up onto your tail when you abate your pace behind the safety car. But I thought it was almost too good to be true to get the whole lot, 30 of these competitive racers in these 901 and 911 Porsches.
Have they got the message there? They're going to have to swap them back around because the safety car is out. So the number 9 entry will have to cede back that place because that was overtaking under the safety car. I think the flags are fairly clearly displayed on the main straight, and we are awaiting the safety car.
Yeah, it's now there, the E-Type Jaguar.
Okay, the lights are off, I believe. Let's have another look. Yeah, lights are off, and we are ready to go back racing once again. Thanks for sticking with us. Your reward is going to be action all the way, I fancy. We've still got to have the mandatory stop as well. So some entries, they would have changed things. You can see the 116's missing a headlight after contact in the final stages of the circuit here last time. And I tell you what, Oliver Webb has gone very early, and he's timed that brilliantly. He's caught them napping behind, and he's on his way.
Well, it's a classic case. Of course, the driver in the lead of the pack can dictate when they floor the throttle. He did it very early, and car in the background already pitting. That was 99 that started from the middle of the front row. Now, to my eye, that should be, is that just with the pit window open, or is that a problem? I think it might be a technical problem, so very disappointed. But the first 2 cars, you talk about West Sussex, East Sussex, that's about the divide between them and the rest. But behind, of course, 3 cars, nose to tail, 5 cars, nose to tail.
Yeah, very aggressive as you're looking through the order there of the 411, getting very racy.
Car number 100, that's the car being driven by Juan Pablo Orjuela, and that'll be taken over by Emanuele Pirro. We often talk in a 2-driver race about it's the balance, the aggregate speed between your drivers, and certainly Juan Pablo doing a very good job, but he's left the door half open. Well, a little look there from Seb Perez, but he pulled his nose back out. But Emanuele Pirro will be enjoying that. We've got a little bit of caution.
Oh, he was really enjoying it earlier on in the Ferrari 250, and we will see him in this race later on as well. All these cars on sustainable fuel, all over the road there. Looks like we caught the end of something for the 23 of Smalley behind the wheel as he was recovering after dipping at least a couple of wheels off the road.
And it just goes to prove if you lose your momentum, it takes a while to get it back up. These aren't the world's most powerful cars, and just like the Formula Juniors, you know, totally different in terms of appearance, but it's about keeping that momentum. So where did it go wrong for Adam Smalley? Well, the entrance to St Mary's. At that point, he thinks, oh, I didn't need to go to the Royal Agricultural College in Cirencester. Farming is not for me, and back onto the black stuff for him. But Adam is an absolute expert in more modern Porsches, so I think that helps in quite a big way.
And he did well to make sure that wasn't a far bigger moment. We come back across the line, and this is now the battle for second position then, as we're getting drivers cycle through. The pit window is now open, so this is now the battle for second. Juan Pablo continuing to lead this furious battle. 25 minutes to go, and still Ollie Webb continues out front.
Well, I must say the pace we're seeing from Juan Pablo Orella, very, very quick indeed. First couple of regular pit visitors in. We had 99 coming in. Andrew Jordan in the car that started right on pole position. Lost about 4 positions on the opening lap, but he's in the pit, so very quick changeover.
Well, that is going to be really interesting to see. Andrew Jordan now in the car, and he was just so at ease when we saw him behind the wheel of it in qualifying yesterday.
Okay, so we just commented earlier, Alex, about whether you put your faster driver in your pairing in first or second, and clearly they decided in their case, put them in second, and there is Andrew Jordan, car number 9, coming out. He will be given the maximum amount of time that he can to make an attack, and likewise 99 into the pits and out of the pits, so one would think, we need double check, but I would think that was James Thorpe handing over to Phil Quaid, probably in that. So they've taken the early tactic. 2 abreast, how'd you like that? Coming up shortly.
It's very, very close. Seb Perez all over the back, trying to find the move through. And these 3 have been putting on a really entertaining battle. All the while, though, the 99 came in and changed. And that was not a mechanical issue, but we didn't see the message that the pit window was immediately open. So we'll have to check whether that stop was within the rules. We continue to go side by side, struggling to stop the speed off as we went into Matchwood Corner.
Well, the driver making the moves has been David Zevelbichen. He was at the back of this grouping in the dark green car. He just went to the front fleetingly, now back to third, and a shaking of the finger from Seb Perez, perhaps thinking, I didn't quite like that move, or well done, it's one or other.
Oh, it's excellent stuff to fight his way by there. And they are pointing to launch another attack. Suddenly, Perez is coming alive here, knowing that this is the crucial pit stop sequence, knowing that you've got to try and gain as much as possible.
23.5 minutes remaining on a 45-minute race. It became a 48-minute race. I don't like the look of that hand across. That's Adam Smalley climbing out. No, it's Chilton climbing out, and that was the hand across. It is Adam Smalley, so that's car 23. We did see it have its off-track moment, didn't we?
Yeah, Max Chilton having a debrief before jumping in the car. Good run now, this, the 77 of Seb Perez, who is fighting his way past. That's the second car he's passed on this lap. He is having a terrific run this time around, and he's up to second place.
Yeah, the thing about that, though, Seb Perez has been up and down the order, sort of in the top 6, from 6th up to 3rd, down to 6th again. He's got the pace. I think he's just had a couple of moments, a couple of maybe slight mistakes, but clearly when he keeps it where he wants it, he's very, very quick indeed. But Ollie Webb still leading this race. Last time around he was beating the car 100, but now it's going to be 77, as you say, up into second place. So Seb Perez up into second, car 100, Ojoela into 3rd, and David Berkelbergen is right on his tail in 4th place in 4:11.
So in comes the car of Bonamy Grimes. 9-time Grand Prix winner Mark Webber standing by, ready to get behind the wheel of a car in a race. He hasn't had this feeling for a long time. Here is the Australian driver who is getting strapped into the car, and it's going to be great to see him in competition once again.
Of course, alongside his Formula 1 career, towards the end he was racing in Porsches in the World Endurance Championship, so accustomed to getting into a car that someone else has just vacated, and it is quite a skill. And being a tall driver as well, that makes it all the harder for him to get his limbs in place, not lose the belts behind his back, and all those things that then delay your pit stop.
So a chance to fight for a good finish as well, and into the narrow fast lane of the pit lane, and pull down on the belts.
It's a confidence thing, isn't it? It's the last thing you do before you get out to the track. So the little bit of damage on the front right corner is from yesterday, but it's not really affecting the aerodynamics too much. Or was it on the run to the first corner? Because certainly we saw lots of places being gained by Bonamy Grimes in 116, but now it's Mark racing again. Great to see.
Excellent to see Mark Webber attacking a racetrack in anger once more. 21 minutes to go, and everyone inside the top 15 has got to make their mandatory stop. Everyone inside the top 15 has still got to change driver.
Right, now bear in mind that the 2 early stoppers were 9 and 99, and the driver of 9 who took over from Matt Home is Andrew Jordan, who's banged in last round, the fastest lap of the race. More to follow, I'm absolutely sure about this, but it looks like a clever tactic, and for Seb Perez in 77, he's maximising his time in the car before he hands it over, and he's absolutely flying. He's got clear of that traffic. That's Porsche perfection.
This is going to be really intriguing to see whether that early change to Andrew Jordan is able to vault him to the head of the field. Last time around, he did a 1:33.7, and the leader, Ollie Webb, who's been going really well, driving brilliantly, did a 1:35.5. And they will all be aware of the threat that Andrew Jordan poses behind the wheel.
But I think what Ollie Webb is going to do, he's going to stay out as long as he can to right up before the pit window closes and then hand over to Guy Ziza in that car. So the 777 is going to keep pressing on, but certainly he'll be getting information coming from his pit crew unless they want to keep him cool, calm and collected by not letting him know that the pace that Andrew Jordan is setting in number 9 is absolutely electric. Car 100 in 3rd place, Juan Pablo Oruela. He's got Emanuele Pero. That's not a bad person to get in second. Emanuele would be hoping this is rather cooler than the Ferrari he raced earlier, where he said there was no insulation when he came into lunch. He was very hot.
Yeah, and it's pretty hot in the Drivers' Club as well, so he can't get any escape from the heat. The British late summer providing us with a great day, and the Goodwood Revival providing us with a great race now. As we've just settled into a rhythm, we're looking further in the pack now. This is the 69 entry attacking.
Well, I tell you, several positions further forward, we talked about Jenson Button starting. Was it 18th or 19th? His car is up into 6th place. He hasn't gained all those positions because quite a few cars have made a pit stop, but certainly it's going in the right direction. Car number 88, again, just the tail end of the top 10. And whether it's Steve Osborne or Chris Ward aboard that, but lots of good little scraps. But our race leader, 777, Ollie Webb, pressing on as long as he possibly can. Still says 3 words at the bottom of our screen: pit window open. If it still says pit window but then closed, there'll be trouble afoot.
There would be out there. Still, we're seeing Perez has come into the pits. So Perez, great stint. He got up to a strong position, but now he's come in for his mandatory stop. So it's Gamble's time behind the wheel, and that is the first of the major runners to make their way through. By the way, Andrew Jordan, another fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.2. Last time around, Ollie Webb out front in the 777, a 1:34.9. And those were both personal bests. One just happens to be the fastest lap of the race. Watch out for car number 9.
Yeah, and the ominous thing for all rivals is that Andrew Jordan, he just took another half second off between his first flying lap out of the pits and the second. But they've also put the car out into clean air. There's so many considerations. Oh, Ollie Webb nearly, well, he was grass cutting on the exit of the chicane. Thumb up, no, that's fine, I meant to do that. Yeah, sure you did.
There's the acknowledgement, not long left now of his stint. Shows you how hard he's pushing, shows you that he knows he's under pressure. Here's Mark Webber behind the wheel of a Porsche once again. That sentence was true in the World Endurance Championship. It's true in the Fordwater Trophy.
Yeah, at the moment he's running in 12th place. We've still got probably about 6 cars ahead of him that have to pit, maybe 5. But basically, from where this started with Bonamy Grimes, it has worked its way forward place by place. But now, all that muscle memory surely is coming back. And being a driver who's driven an awful lot of Porsches, a Porsche representative and ambassador, you know, he knows these cars, he knows the layout, but he won't have driven one this early. But you know what? When you've got it, you got it. And Mark's always famous for adapting very quickly to cars.
He's just brushed the indicator, which is flashing along. That side of the car has provided quite a lot to remark upon this weekend.
So again, we were talking about being a taller driver. It's not always easy to get into a car, and he may well have grazed that during the pit stop. Just in fact being confirmed that yes, it's been going since the pit stop. He doesn't actually want to indicate to come in. He's just showing off, frankly, but going increasingly well. Mark Webber.
Yeah, Mark Webber, who has brought Oscar Piastri through into Formula One, who manages him along with his wife Anne, and I imagine Oscar's going to be looking at this, going, right, I'm taking notes. I'm giving you feedback at the end of today.
I think Oscar Piastri is going to be taking notes, thinking, when can I get a drive here? When you've retired from your Formula One career will be the mentor's answer, I think. Don't nick my drives.
Yeah. We'll see you in a decade and a bit then, Oscar Piastri, who has established himself. In comes the leader, Ollie Webb then. The thumbs up last time around, indicating that it's time for the pit stop next. And this is a crucial change. Over to you, Mr. Gamble. No, not Mr. Gamble. Who's jumping in for Ollie Webb?
Ollie Webb is Guy Ziza.
Yes, Guy Ziza now, ready to take the wheel of the car.
Personalised number plate there, vanity plate, GRZ 141. I really do love that dark green livery aboard, but that was a very impressive opening stint from Ollie Webb. But all along, the lap times are getting quicker and quicker. Another lap in the 133s from Andrew Jordan. He's up to 4th place overall, but with those ahead needing to make their pit stops. One has yet to come in, but 777 is in stationary in the pit stop. David Verschelbergen has come in 411. We're waiting for 87 as well, which is Michael Blakemolen, fleetingly a Grand Prix driver in the mid-1970s, to come in and complete, make it Quarret. But there is the leader, car number 9, streaking through 99. The two cars that pitted really early, Alex. Yeah. It's worked for them. They put their quicker driver in second, and their first and second as the others come out into third place. But only for a nanosecond goes Guy Ziza. The car that was fourth is now third, because 77 is coming through with George Gamble adapting very quickly indeed. They came in the reversed order on the same lap, but just quickly out of the pits, and 77 is ahead of 77777.
Easy for you to say. And Gamble now goes past. But that's a change of lead then. That is a significant moment. And Andrew Jordan's electrifying pace. Like just wonderful to watch him. Just at one with this car, and this is a real treat now. He's worked his way to the head of the field, and the car that was at the front a long time ago has finally worked their way back there. And the 911 from 1965 is streaking clear.
And a quick pronunciation check. We've been banging on. Thank you very much, Marcus Pye. Guy Ziza is not, it's Guy Zizza, because Marcus said he told me himself, and from the horse's mouth we will take it. But he's up at the sharp end of the field in 4th place overall, and George Gamble just passed him as they came out of the pits. They're 4th and 3rd. The first two, it's 9 and 99. It's Andrew Jordan setting an electric pace, 1 minute 33, 1 minute 33 in car number 9. Just not quite as fast. The driver who went second in 99, we think it's Phil Quaife in second, 1 minute 34 flat. So second quickest driver in the pack at the moment.
No one's got an answer to Andrew Jordan out front at the moment. It's 2.7 seconds. It was 2 seconds last time around. He's in a league of his own, and that must have been another brush at the pit stop, because his indicator's going as well. Either way. So Gamble behind the wheel, Andrew Jordan behind the wheel, then we believe it's Quaife in second place, then it's Gamble, and it's Zizza in 4th, and the top 5 completed by the Butcher Paul entry.
And in fact, the fact that an awful lot of our timing screen has got the last lap as being the fastest lap means a lot of the crews did put their faster driver in second, so all the pit stops are complete. No, but that, yes, the Bailey car has not served its pit stop. Pit window's still open there, so they can do what they wish. That's Marshall Bailey and Tim Bailey, but they weren't among the quick runners. All the quick runners have made their stops. But what we need to know is 9 is leading from 99, so it's Andrew Jordan setting electric laps, a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.1 last time around for Andrew Jordan. That puts him 2.7 seconds clear of Phil Quaife in 99.
12 minutes ago, we've seen lots of late twists all the way through today. We've seen things be in the balance right until the end, time and time again. This is the Smith and Bryant entry. This is one of our 901s in the field.
And just looking down the times of those at the front end of the field, Guy Zizza, we mentioned, took over from Ollie Webb. He unfortunately is not lapping at the pace that Ollie was. Well, that wasn't to be expected, but anyhow, he's in 4th place at the moment in the 777, but I'm afraid that is going to be one that does start to go in the opposite direction to progress.
Yeah, definitely a chance for plenty out there to gain on, I think Busher and Paul and Mark Webber will be fancying an improvement. Webber currently running in 6th position. Will have their attentions on the 777 entry. Now let's go back now. This is further back. And the 88 is taking a slightly longer route. Not the only one. Bit of late evening grass trimming going on there, but everyone able to recover to it. The 411 in the background.
So many times when someone goes off at St Mary's, the person in behind is so busy admiring their craft as they try and cut grooves through the grass that they just leave their own braking a little too late. And frequently, actually, it's just a patch of something a little bit slippery at the point at which they really required maximum adhesion. But the person who seems to have adhesion wherever he wants, whether his indicator's on or not, it doesn't matter. But leading the race by nearly 4 seconds now. Andrew Jordan, lap after lap. And the difference between one lap and the next with him is normally only about 1/10 of a second. He is on it.
Action further back in the pack here, and this is making through. I think it's Molam, isn't it?
Yeah, J-Mo's taken over from Christian Collingwood, who had that little bouncy moment, but in 53, Johnny Molam pressing on very nicely indeed into that little compression when you leave St Mary's, then up the rise into the shade, welcome shade, fleetingly, and into the breaking point for the first part of Lavant Corner.
Good to check in. Very distinctive livery, And there's a lot out there, but the shell livery on that car making its way round. It's now a 5.8 second gap at the head of the field. Andrew Jordan doesn't want this race to end. He's having so much fun behind the wheel. We're checking in once again with Mark Webber. We said he was going to be all over the back of the 777 very soon, and I believe he is right about now. And this is going to be him moving up into the top 5.
Just want to see his last lap was his best lap. That lap slightly slower, doing passing 1 minute 35.8 that time around. But car 116 with Mark Webber on board. His racing return, the first one in 7 years, sliding beautifully. That wonderful rear shot of the cars going through Madgwick Corner, now pressing on towards the sunshine. But worse than that, it's towards Fordwater. Such a quick corner. And it's the one that in so many ways makes the drivers really focus here at Goodwood. Get it right, you're a hero. Get it wrong, and then you've got to be sorting out your own moment for some distance.
Smith and Bryant will try and join this fight as well. Webber slightly at a restricted pace. Now he's getting into it. He's absolutely launching it through. So he climbed the hill, the exit of St Mary's.
Well done for picking out Ollie Bryant in car number 64, because that is 7th on the track at the moment, but it's the 2nd fastest driver out there. Ollie Bryant, always so quick in so many things, famously in AC Cody's around here, but so many others besides. So this race far from over, 9.5 minutes remain, but I don't think anyone is going to catch Andrew Jordan leading the race. But certainly Mark Webber, he could gain the 4 seconds to catch George Gamble. Let's wait and see. But in fact, that said, last time around, Gamble was slightly faster in 4th place.
We're understandably focusing on the 9-time Grand Prix winner, man who contended for the title all the way to the final race of the season in 2010, and he is having fun out there. This is really great to see, but unfortunately that isn't. Off the road goes the 15 and the 22.
Yeah, they were running in 14th, well, certainly number 15 with Langlard on board, taking it over from Patrick Long, David Danglard, and it was quite hard to see who did what to whom, and number 15 going for the biggest of spins. That was Danglard, 22 as well, rotating around, and that was probably Saif Assam. Just trying to double check who started that car. Yeah, Carson LeBlanc started, so Saif Assam going for a rotazione.
And rejoining.
We can see the tyre mark on the right rear flank of that car. Oh, sorry, the left rear flank from the driver's point of view.
Get to work on that as soon as it parks up in 8 minutes and 14 seconds time. It's a great pace being set up. I mean, Andrew Jordan's in a league of his own here. This is a real masterclass. It's 15 seconds now.
Yeah, well, that's quite extraordinary. And I'm trying to debate where exactly the leaders were when those cars went spinning at St Mary's, because certainly if all you have is a cloud of tyre smoke, you're necessarily going to come off. Because at that point, you're already committed. You're at the outer bounds of physics as you try and get between the first part of St Mary's and the second. The last thing you need to do is adapt your line. However, 15 seconds, that is monstrous.
Great performance as we looked at the 777 under threat once again. And who's made their way by? This is the 100 that we saw earlier on.
Well, that's Emanuele Pirro. He's in 11th place, and surprise, surprise, he's catching the car in front, which is car number 27. And that's Steve Edwards, who took it over after Matt Neal. There's 27 in shot, but Emanuele Pirro hunting it down. No, he's not hunting it down. He's already got past 100 now in front of 27, so up to 10th place. I don't think that's the last of the charge from the flying Emanuele Pirro, the fabulous Roman, who's such a fan of Goodwood, and we in turn are a fan of his.
Yeah, earlier on today, he was saying that he felt like Lewis Hamilton, thanking the fans for this place means a lot to him.
OK, message on top of the screen, bottom of the screen. 3 cars given a 10-second penalty for pit window infringement. That could be coming in too soon, or it could be staying in for less than minimum time. And one that's involved with that is 99, the car in 2nd place. Remember, 99 came in first. We thought it might have a mechanical problem. Then the pit window opened. 9 was in as well, but 9 had waited a further lap. Yeah, so the pit infringement penalties also penalised 65 and 77. 77 is the car that Perez took over from Gamble, and my concept there is their pit stop was under the minimum time because they caught the car in front and came out in a better position. And the 3rd car in that group, in car number 65, also a 10-second penalty for them. That's the one shared by Mark Bates, who started it, and Jensen Button.
Yeah, so quite a lot coming through there. So it's going to be different things. Clearly, car 99 came in a lap too soon before we got the message.
OK, and the other thing, it means that 10-second penalty is why suddenly the gap went from 5 seconds advantage for our race leader to 15.
Yes.
We knew it was a quick lap, but he'd have had to do about 8 8 quick laps to gain those 10 seconds.
Yeah, so your timing page is going to update with the live order as we go through, as that's going to be the case. So there you go, the Butcher and Paul car now in 3rd place there. So that is not applied at the end like you might see in other series. That is applied mid-race and updated on the timing page.
So it goes to prove as commentator, you have to look at the moving images as well as the timing screen and all other methods as well. But the on-track action speaks for itself. Just to see these early 911 short wheelbase format being slid around so beautifully. And at the moment, Phil Quay pressing on. Maybe they don't need to tell him about the penalty. He's not going to catch the race leader, Andrew Jordan. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this Fordwater Cup. But just revel in the way these cars move. So light on their toes.
Yeah, excellent to see as the 99 continues on, going past the 44 now. Freddie March behind the wheel. We spoke to him earlier in the pit lane, and making his way by and be loving his time behind the wheel.
Well, considering he's only had an hour driving this car, he's going remarkably well, setting very decent lap times. Car 15's had a bit of an exciting race so far, off at St Mary's not so long ago, and now David Danglard, this case he wasn't helped off, he went on his own, but has got it back onto the circuit through the chicane and will start another lap. But there is our race leader, Andrew Jordan, stretching on. Oh, his pace has fallen away, 1 minute 35.5. No, he's not doing one of those dramatic finishes, is he? Good Lord.
We've seen plenty of them today. This is going to be the 15 frightening itself off the road and then frightening itself back onto the road there as the 99 went through.
Well, you know what, that was a classic case of a driver actually paying attention to his mirrors, spotted the car running in 2nd place coming through and maybe just momentarily missed his braking point, but gathered it up. 27 and 88 fighting for position, trying to get in the top 10. It's car 27 was the one that was started by Steve Edwards, took it over from Matt Neal. At 88, well, that's been up and down the order, and I would think that's probably Chris Ward on board. I can't confirm that, sharing with Steve Osborne.
So they're continuing on.
And yellow and red helmet, that's Chris Ward, and he's had so much success here across an enormous range of historic racing cars.
We're looking, this is the battle at the moment for 11th place, and it's going on all the way through.
Well, it's Sam Dorov coming through. His father John started at number 600, and at the moment that's not too far behind. The grouping up front is going to move up into 12th place, and the car going backwards, unfortunately, is the number 27 with those red chevrons on its nose, and that's fallen down to 13th overall for Steve Edwards. But still leading the race, Andrew Jordan with the 10-second penalty for Phil Quay. The gap went out from 5 seconds to 15. It's now down to 14. But as I said, a slightly slower lap from our race leader, but he's nursing it to the finish. He's just being a little bit cautious among the traffic, but it's been a supreme drive.
Well, as soon as he got strapped into it, he was lighting up the timing page. And yesterday, when we were enjoying it in practice and qualifying, he was just a master of being able to take it to the limit, but also drifting the car, but always seemingly in control. And he has done wonderfully there. Now, we've got a change on our timing page, and we've got Gamble back up to 3rd, but only momentarily. So that is a tiny gap, but that is a gap with a penalty applying of 10 seconds. So that's going to ebb and flow all the way to the end.
And the end is coming very soon, in just over 2 minutes. Johnny Molam kicking up the dirt on the outside. He was just trying to work out what those two cars he's trying to lap are doing in front of him, and he's going to try and pick his moment to make an advance. So, in fact, no, that's for position. I beg your pardon. He's on the tail of Guy Zisser, and he overtakes him on the run to the first corner. 87 is running in front of him, and that is further down the order. That's a lap further back, and in fact, that's Michael Blakemolen, the Dutch racer. Of course, father of Jeroen as well, and Sebastian, but races almost every weekend. The Blakemolen family cannot stay away from race circuits.
And who can blame them? Johnny Molam, having taken the position, now finds himself getting past the lap car. He manages to make it through with a tidy pass. Just seeing, so they've got a close battle on the timing page for P3. So they're racing each other in different parts of the circuit after the 10-second time penalty was applied, with Gamble trying to get his car onto the rostrum. And we know that Andrew Jordan is just ticking off the minutes, and there's not many of them left now. And 1 to go.
Yeah, Andrew Jordan, his pace was lap after lap in the 1 minute 33. sector. Then it fell back to 1 minute 35.5. Did he had a problem? No, we're quite sure it's just a little bit of being careful in traffic. Back down to 1 minute 34 flat. So he's back in the ballpark, controlling it. It's that classic case. If you back off, you're more likely to make a mistake than if you keep, you know, right in your natural form. And certainly Andrew Jordan's form will be delighting Matt Home, who started in car number 9. Didn't make the best getaway from pole. The car lost a few positions, but was still very much in the mix. And by dint of coming in for that very early pit stop, as soon as the pit window was open, picking up no penalties, important element there, but has had it under control ever since.
We are scrapping all the way to the checkered flag here, and Emanuele Pirro is having a great time of things out there at the moment, and he is fighting his way all the way, and we're on lap 24 with the clock about to run out. And one last tour then for Andrew Jordan to take a thoroughly deserved checkered flag after a masterful performance, and his nearest rival got a 10-second time penalty in the pits. And here is the man who is bringing it home, and the clock is going to run out. The clock has gone to 0, and so these are the winning moments, the victory moments for the class of the field and then some. Car number 9 is the one that we're looking for. Headlights flashing, fantastic pace, and Andrew Jordan brings it home. It's victory for Jordan and Home. Superb stuff. A brilliant, brilliant drive in his Porsche 911 from 1965, and that was one of the most impressive drives of the day.
Certainly was some brilliant overtaking manoeuvres early on, but it's about having a really, really strong driver pairing. So Matt Home did a really good job in the opening stages, and Andrew Jordan did the rest, waiting for second place. It's 99, Quaife and Thorpe, third place at the end, swapping on the final lap with the driver penalty for 77. Of course, that meant Rory Butcher came up to third place, car number 73. It's never over until the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, so the first car to cross the line was, is that a Tordorf?
It's Sam Tordorf's car that was
smoking.
Been picking its way up. The order got up to 12th last time around, but alas, maybe pressing on just a little bit too hard has cost him.
So the first car over the line was Gamble. This is going to be Emanuele Pirro trying to hang on to it. Oh, you're never going to go around the outside. Surely not. The 88 with one of the moves of the day. They're banging panels into the final chicane on the last lap. And Emanuele Pirro says, no, you don't. And he hangs on to it, foot flat to the floor. And he'll win this entertaining battle to the flag.
Oh, Emanuele, how could you ruin the best overtaking manoeuvre of the day? Just moving a quarter of a car panel width over to the right-hand side. And that was enough to hold on to position. So exciting right through to the end. That's a 10th position, but fighting like that. But Chris Ward just lost out, and so 88 finishes in 11th.
So Jordan and Home taking the win, then Quaife and Thorpe in second. Butcher and Paul were about 10 seconds further back. It was very, very close in the end. Over the line, they were 9.3 seconds inside the window, and Perez and Gamble just miss out on a podium. How about this, Bruce?
Well, it was absolutely commitment. Chris Ward, who's raced here in many things, so is Emanuele Pirro, but round the outside. And of course, Emanuele had to go somewhere, and he moved across. But there was absolutely no way the Roman was going to cede that position. Maybe into Woodcote, but certainly not into the chicane. But here comes Andrew Jordan. His pace has gone away, but the blue bands on the nose of the winning car, of course, greeting the crowd, who in turn, in Goodwood style, Goodwood Revival style, are greeting him. That was an absolutely supreme run from Andrew Jordan. Great to see the applause. And the drivers, we've heard them with Ed Foster saying how much they really, really appreciate it.
On the right briefly there, that was one of the Roadster versions that were built. Let's take a look at the lineup on the grid then. So Stuart Hall on pole in the McLaren, Oliver Bryant alongside with the Lola T70, then James Davison on that front row. Nick Padmore should be Johnny Herbert next, but actually he's missing. He's not there, I'm afraid. Then we've got the next lineup. We've got Julian Draper, another Lola, Andrew Haddon and Ewan Sergeson. And then Tony Sinclair. I know he was a bit disappointed how qualifying went for him. They did get a bit interrupted by red flags. Katsuka Bota alongside in the Lotus 30. We might see some pace from some of these drivers moving forward if they get a run that they're looking for. And then on the next row 5, we've got Sean Lynn, Adam Sykes, Jeremy Cottingham. Sean is actually the fastest GT40 on this grid. Then we go back to Ian Simmons, or the T70. Bill Shepherd, the only Cobra, that's a 7-litre Cobra that's back on the row 6. And then on row 7, we've got Matthew Wurr, Richard Mines and Tony Seiler. and heading all the way down the field. It's a big grid. Keith Arler's one of the experienced historic racers, got a wonderful collection of cars. He's in the Cooper this weekend. And then down at the back, we've got John Spears in that other McLaren M1B. We'll see whether he's going to be able to make some progress coming forward from the very back of the grid. That's the lineup then, as we get ready for this final race on Saturday. The sun just beginning to dip away a little bit now, and you get this wonderful reflections off the cars. Many of these types of cars have done sports car racing into the evening, into the night, has been a part of their element, and that's what we're going to get this evening.
It can be a challenge for the drivers as well. I was just having a little look. Not too many have got the tinted or darker visors on. That can be particularly tricky with your vision once that sun does get to a certain point. So hopefully not too many drivers will be affected, but it seems like our pole sitters got the correct visor on, and several in the background there as well.
There is our pole sitter, so that is Stuart Hall, the number 54. This is the McLaren M1B, a car that was actually well developed by Robin Hurd in the time and Martin Turner, and it was very effective as soon as it appeared on the racing scene, so that was impressive. We'll see whether here Stuart's going to be able to fend off Ollie Bryant in particular from that front row, because they've had some great rivalry over the years here at Goodwood. I wonder if they're all going to be able to make it work for them. And we've got the last few cars just moving into place now, so we're getting all set for the start of the Whitsun Trophy. Get the flag from the marshal at the back of the field. We're ready to go racing. The final race here on Saturday at the Revival. All set to go. The Whitsun Trophy is underway. Actually, it's a really good start from James Davison on the outside of the front row, the silver McLaren M1B. Yeah, it's James Davison who launches into the lead, gets in front of Stuart Hall. From pole position, goes into second place. Ollie Bryant, I think, has been pushed down to third.
Yeah, so not an ideal start for him. With a little bit of wheel spin, but everyone's fairly nice and clean, Ben, which is always a good sight to see. Through the fast first corner, now they're through the very fast Fordwater and heading down into St Mary's, but not the ideal start for Oliver Bryant, so he'll be looking to try and clear James Davison pretty quickly.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Meanwhile, it's a good start by Ewan Sergeson. He's in that red Lola T70 that's leading the next little group. So running in fourth place, but actually coming under a bit of pressure from Mick Padmore. Padmore goes around the outside. Ewan actually started in eighth, so he made good start there, but he's just dropped to one place now as they go on to the Lavant Straight. This is where these big Chevy and Ford multi-powered engines are really lighting up. This is where you're seeing the fastest cars in a straight line here at Goodwood.
Yeah, you can see they close down and bunch up under braking. It's very, very tricky part of the circuit going into work, because you're turning and braking at the same time, but they've really bunched up now, the top three, as they're streaming through to finish the opening lap.
Yeah, this is proving to be a good one for James Davison. It really was a good getaway. But as expected, behind, we've got the battle between Stuart Hall and Ollie Bryant. As last year we saw, it was all pretty close between them. Now, we've got Tony Sinclair just up behind the number 22 car there of Julian Draper as well. Here comes Ollie Bryant trying to attack for second, doesn't quite make it work yet. And for the moment, Stuart Hall, who had that pole position, still hanging on to second place. But their fight, I think, is dropping them away a little bit from James Davison.
Yeah, sorry, I made a mistake there earlier on. It was Davison that got through into the lead. So Bryant is chasing Hall. So these two are very, very fast experienced, but like you said, Ben, they are scrapping, and that is allowing Davison. He's set the fastest lap of the race, and he's gone purple in the first sector, a good 6/10 faster than the two behind him. So they need to either sort themselves out very quickly, otherwise it might be too late. We've still got 22 minutes remaining, but as we know, that can go very quickly.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So I wonder if Ollie Bryant, he's beginning to move around. Look at these, the car at the back there trying to get past Stuart Hall. Hasn't found a way past yet. These are big cars, of course, so you've got not as much space as some of the cars we have here at Goodwood, which are so small, like the Formula Junior cars, very thin, light, very quick as well. Looking forward to that race tomorrow. These Can-Am cars are bigger, powerful, but you find it harder to get alongside sometimes.
Yes, you certainly do. So Davison's setting fastest lap of the race once again in the 120. So the only driver in the 120s, the two drivers behind him that are scrapping are in the 121s. Gap 0.8 of a second, so it's not massive, but at the same time, you don't want it to get bigger and bigger. You want to make the benefit of the turn. It looks like they may have ever so slightly closed the gap there going into St Mary's.
Yeah, this is all the game, and of course both Stuart Hall and Ollie Bryant have so much experience here at Goodwood, and James has raced here at Goodwood in the past. He's a current racer as well. He's a pro racer, James Davison, who's leading at the moment, the Australian. But let's wait and see how this goes. Good battles in the GT40s as well. Just coming through on the inside there is Pedro Machado Silva. A bit further down the order this, but going well with the open top GT40. One of the very rare versions. It's lovely to see it racing. That is, we're looking down in about 14th position that I think he's just managed to take. And we've still got other battles going on further down here. The number 30 car as well as Max Werner, one of the Lotus cars, further down the list, but enjoying a great tussle with some of the Ford GT40s.
Yeah, some great tussles wherever you look at the moment, but back to the gap in front, 7/10 of a second now, so it's come down ever so slightly, and Bryant is now in the 119s, and actually so is Hall as well. So they are the only two that have dipped into the 119s, so they are now sorted themselves out a little bit, going, okay, come on, we've still got a while left in this race. Let's not battle too early on. We don't want Davison to get away.
Absolutely, they ought to work together in a way, using slipstream and not attack each other too much. Meanwhile, Katsuya Kubota running in 7th position at the moment, coming under a little bit more pressure now from Adam Seitz in the McLaren. So it's Lotus versus McLaren, both anniversary, a year for anniversaries for both Lotus and McLaren this year. These are the big sports cars from the 1960s that particularly raced in America. They were allowed to race in this country for a while, but then they sort of limited the big capacity machinery a little bit. But in America, McLaren went on to dominate in what they call the Can-Am series, these sports cars. And it was a big part of the McLaren team having enough money to do Formula One in those days. Can-Am actually, I think, earned them more money than Formula One did, amazingly. Very different stories now, but that's how it was. Sports car racing was at that stage a very, very big part of motorsport. Could get alongside.
Having a little look, continuous scraps going on further down the order. They're still scrapping or closing down into each other at the top end of the field. Having a little look at the chicane. No room there. Correct decision. That door was always going to firmly close as they stream across the line. Oh, we've got someone there trying to pick out the number with a hand raised.
Max again. Let's just have a look. Yeah, it is Max Werner. Max has obviously got a problem. You can see a bit of smoke from the back.
Yeah, and that's very good of Max.
A leak. It's a leak.
Looks like, yeah, that is dropping. Now, I just hope that is water and not oil, because that will make it particularly slippy for anyone coming round. There's no real other line he can take through the chicane, as he's done the right thing, put his hand up and will peel into the pits. But yeah, that's not ideal at all. So let's hope that won't affect the circuit too much.
We've got a few cars in the pits. I saw 61 and Max Lynn coming in. I also saw that Ewan Sergeson was in the pits in the number 58. So we've got a few cars that are not in great shape at the moment.
Yeah, the Sergeson car, number 58, has got the black and orange flag. That is basically a technical issue or something maybe hanging off the car that shouldn't be. So a few drivers have peeled into the pits, but they're just looking now. I'm not sure if the oil has slowed anyone down. To be fair, though, they're not setting personal best in that middle sector.
Here's a little move by Peter Clutt. He's been given a wave to say, yes, you can go through, and he does so. So Peter Clutt managing to get past Tony Seiler. And Peter Clutt's that GT40, that's a lovely car, a prototype. This is one of the earliest GT40s. It tested here at Goodwood. It was one of the first GT40s that they got out there to do the testing, and it's still there, it still exists, and it's racing at Goodwood. I mean, it's great history. Oh dear, that's not good for John Spears. He was one who started from the very back and
made his way up to 13.
Right, okay, so he had made decent progress, but clearly something's gone wrong now.
Yes, I'm not sure if that's a spin on its own. That looks like the exit of the final corner, the chicane, because there's the pit entry. Yeah. Leads out nicely, keeps out the way of everyone, so great job recovering, but huge shame. This is going to drop quite a way down the order. Let's have a little look at the replay. Was it on his own? A little bit wider, the apex lit up the rears and was unable to catch it, but good job for managing to keep it out of the way of the racetrack and out of the barrier as well.
Yeah, he did the right thing coming off the brake and just letting it run backwards, getting out of the way. That was another big slide. That might have been the oil, actually. You know, we saw, if it was oil, but we saw some fluid being leaked. Maybe that's why we've seen a few slides there.
Yeah, that was Julian Draper sliding around in the number 22, and a very good save there. So that hasn't slowed down this front pack, though. They're still battling on, but Davison stretched his legs again, Ben. He is 1.3 seconds ahead of Hall now, so that fantastic start he got has really paid off well. He's very handy in that first sector compared to the two behind. And then the two behind close ever so slightly in the middle and the final sector. One thing that might come into play at some point, possibly, is traffic. We've seen that happen a lot in these races so far, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Luck of the draw, really, it can be where you reach the traffic and how you're able to manage that, so we'll have a little look.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, James Davison doing a great job at the moment in the McLaren Chevrolet M1B with its 5.7-litre engine. We've still got this battle for second, and Ollie Bryant getting a bit more involved. Meanwhile, Peter Klutt coming under a bit of pressure here from Richard Mines in the other GT40. So Richard, this is one of the last Mark 1 road cars sent to the United States and was raced in the United States, so more history to some of these GT40s, but is he going to find a way past Peter Klutt? Meanwhile, there's the race for second.
And I'm just looking out the window, this duo here caught up some traffic in the middle of the chicane, and look what it's done to the tyre. That has allowed Davison to stretch his legs even further and pull away. 2.7 seconds now, but it was right in the middle of the chicane, so they'll be hoping that get their bad traffic out of the way, and Davison gets a dose of it now.
Early days of aerodynamics in sports car racing with these Can-Am cars. You can see the little sort of wing on the back end of the car providing downforce. The front end as well, the spoilers. It was the time that spoilers really became... Oh, no! Oh, my goodness! Off goes Julian Draper, number 22. Oh, how frustrating, what a shame. I think Julian's okay. It was a bit of a big hit, though. Look at the damage it's done.
Yeah, that's a big shame. That's a lot of damage. He was sitting around about 5th place, giving the thumbs up to the marshals, thankfully. So he seems okay. I will expect a safety car at this point, because that is heavy damage there, and damage to the barriers as well.
Yeah, and this might open up the race again on the restart, because right now the gap has opened up even more with traffic. And in fact, as you see, Bryant has got it into second place. So Ollie Bryant has got into second. He's got past Hall. Let's see. This is how it happened. So let's see, did Hall back off somewhere here? Well, we got a bit slidey, a bit sideways, yeah. Just, he did actually go a bit too wide, and Ollie Bryant took advantage.
Yeah, took good advantage there. So here, just get a swap on as Julian loses the rear on the way in. And that can go either one way, you catch it or you don't. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to catch it, and this is the moment you brace yourself. Hits into the tyre barrier, really nasty hit there, but thankfully he is okay. That is the main thing.
Yeah, he's out of the car down at Madwick, and the yellow flags are out. The safety car is on track.
But the lights, ladies and gents, are off on the safety car, so we're back underway very shortly.
We are getting ready then for the restart of this race. The safety car is heading back towards its position to get out of the way, and then we will be back to racing. Now, what you've got to watch, though, is James Davison, the leader, doing lots of weaving around here, making sure his tyres are up to temperature. The car that is behind him is not in the battle for the lead. The number 29 car you're looking at is way down the list, but he will not want to be in the way. Keith Arler's very experienced racer, slower car. What he's got to watch out for is Ollie Bryant right behind him, who wants to try and make the ground. But look at this, exactly as I thought. James has just nailed it really quickly, and he's going to go for it. This is going to give him an opportunity to open up the gap. Now Ollie Bryant will go past Keith Arlers, who's waved him through, but actually Ollie's under a bit of pressure now from Stuart Hall.
Yeah, he is, and they're all just getting round the outside. Brave stuff there from Stuart Hall, but the gap is already, Ben, 2.3 seconds between Davison and Bryant, so that was a really good restart. So a lot of work to do by Ollie Bryant and Stuart Hall. Remember, Ollie does have the forces now, so the number 3 car makes a diversion off the road. That's the car's down in 22nd place. It's Bailey behind the wheel.
Yeah, Marshall Bailey just put a wheel on the grass. I think he's got away with that okay, being chased down by Sean Lynn, number 13 there. as they get together, and hopefully he can get the confidence back that he's not going to run wide through the next section as they go through St Mary's. But yeah, that really was a good start by James Davison. He really attacked the chicane. He really went for it hard into the chicane, and Keith Harler's just lost a bit of pace. Oh, Katsu nearly running into the back of another car there.
Yeah, that was getting very, very close there. But looking at the timing screen, Ben, Ollie Bryant has set a very, very good middle sector, so he is already trying to close that gap down, and actually he's dragging Stuart Hall with him. And there you go on the screen. That gap looks smaller than 2.3 seconds.
Just over 4 minutes to go. So can Ollie Bryant close up this gap? 1.4 as he crossed the line this time, 1.475. Can he close that down? We've got a little bit of time, but he's going to have to nail it. Ollie's very experienced here at Goodwood. He's raced this car plenty of times. He won in it last time in 2022. Can he get it back? That's the question.
I think he can. He's looking pretty handy. He's looking pretty fast, but he's lost actually a few tenths in that first sector. But overall, Davison seems to have the legs on those two behind in that first sector. It's the middle and last sector that's not so much. So we'll keep a close eye on the sectors and keep everyone up to date.
Katsu Kubota still running at the moment in 7th place, a little further down. John Spears, who had that problem earlier on, but is still running with the car. In fact, no, that wasn't. That was Matthew Wurr we were looking at. Meanwhile, Keith Harler's keeping out of the way. Tony Sinclair just getting past him. Tony in 5th position, but it's all pretty tight right in there, and he's still under a bit of pressure from Adam Sykes just behind him as well.
Sector update now, fastest middle sector of the race. Oliver Bryant with a 33.3 and then Davison at a 33.8. So let's have a little look as they cross the line. 1.2 seconds, and Bryant has set another fastest lap of the race.
Oh, Tony Sinclair to defend from Adam Sykes there. You're watching Tony Sinclair, number 5, the red and green car, and it's being chased hard by Adam Sykes right now in the McLaren M1. Let's see if Tony's going to be able to defend, and as you say, also up front, Davison's still in front, but only by 1.2 seconds, so still to play for with 2 minutes, 2.25 minutes to go in this race. Oh, and Kubota giving the Lotus a bit of a slide around.
He is showing off there through turn 1. Great car control as he heads through Fordwater now, and then brings it down the hill and then up the hill once again into St Mary's. So some great display of driving here, and some close battles really wherever you look, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. But I tell you what, Davison is doing a good job up front on that first sector, isn't he?
Yeah, really good. He's stretched the gap, I would say, by the time he comes across the line. All depends on that last sector. They've matched each other in that middle sector, but he really has done Davison's done the best first sector of anybody on this previous lap. So I wonder if he's just managing the gap. There he goes, crossing the line. What's the gap now? 2 seconds. And he has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's the first driver to dip into the 118s. That's pretty clever stuff, I have to say. He's doing a wonderful job here, James Davison. Right from the start of this race, when he started from 3rd place on the outside of the front row, he charged into the lead, and he has kept the balance perfectly. There's been some good battling behind him between Ollie Bryant and Stuart Hall, but James has had the edge, and as you say, putting in a fastest lap right now. What a perfect time to do it. Yeah, that first sector from Davison is absolutely mighty, but like you said, Ben, a great time to pop in the fastest lap of the race, doing an absolutely stellar job. He's got the visor ever so slightly over with a little bit of airflow, because he's working a lot behind that wheel. You can see from there using every inch of the road and constantly working the hands of the wheel. He is absolutely ragging this car. He's ragging the McLaren Chevy there as he comes now and stamps on the brakes into Woodcote Corner, keeps it nice and smooth through there, bleeds it out to the outside, and then you've got the last chicane coming in, and he's just, with 20 seconds left on the clock, we're going to have one more racing lap. Well, this is a great display. He's in Brad Hoyt's car. Brad Hoyt was originally going to race this car in this race because he didn't think his other car was going to be raced, and then they finally got everything done. So Brad is actually out in one of his other cars in one of the other races, and so James suddenly got this shout, you can drive the McLaren in the Whitson Trophy, and he's certainly doing a great job of it, isn't he? Yeah, he certainly is, as we're looking now battles further on down the field. We've got some of the Ford GT40s there that get pretty hot without hot weather. So I can imagine racing in those today is pretty warm. We'll have a little look down the inside. No, that's the number 13 having a look down the inside. Yeah, Sean Lynn having a look at the chicane, thought better of it.
Trying to get past Ian Simmons, so the car in front of them, they are lapping the first car, 29, but Ian Simmons 117, that's the one that Lynn is trying to get past, and now of course there's a car between them, so that's going to cost a bit of time.
That will, but Sean Lynn's will know he needs to clear this traffic quickly, as he's going to go down the inside there at Fordwater, and now he can get his head up and set his sights further down the road. But there, coming across through the final chicane bend, will be our race winner.
James Davison is coming through to take victory in the Whitson Trophy in the McLaren after a brilliant race, a good start, and then perfect planning. Even on the restart, he did it extremely well, taking fastest lap on the last lap but one. And he's done a super job here today at Goodwood to take the final race victory of the day. We've still got some battles going on, and Kubota's car is smoking badly. That looks like engine smoke to me. Is he going to make it to the flag? Tony Sinclair in the red and green machine, the number 5, Lola T70. I think he's going to come home in 5th place. 4th place has already gone the way of Andrew Haddon. Yeah, Andrew Haddon's 4th. Tony Sinclair in 5th place. And 6th place. Oh, look at the battles that are going on further behind. This is still all very tight.
All very tight. The yellow flag is out, though. I wonder why that is. Have we got a car off somewhere on the exit? So they're all very good and kept to the regulations. And Sean Lynn just holds on. That's Kubota's car.
Yeah, it's Kubota. Oh, he didn't make it to the checkered flag. We saw the smoke coming out of the back of it. What a shame when you're on the very last lap and then he has to pull the car out of the way. Oh, I do feel for him, as he was on for a decent result there in the Lotus 30. But, oh, more help from the marshals, and he's going to get it.
Marshal off the hill.
He produced cars in Formula 1.
Yes, let's go through the field then. Horatio Fitzsimon in the Lotus is next to Sam Wilson, and Chris Goodwin did get it off the line, so he'll be able to take his 3rd position on the grid. Then it's Richards, then Hibbert, then Alex Brundle going in the Lotus 27. He is going from 6th on the grid on the 3rd row. Then it's Fennell, Woodhouse, Roach and Buhofer completing the top 10 for the Chichester Cup. This will be a 25-minute race. 3-time Le Mans winner Marco Werner is going in the Lotus 22, and then it's Tim Child, and you've got Moll, then Ray, then Diffie, then Tonetti, the Brabham, Ford BT6 and Mark Shaw, then Russell, Baker and Beaumont completing the top 20. So a lot of them out there, and here is the next page with Longdon next to the Lotus Ford alongside, and then the Brabham, and then the Lotus Ford, and then the Cooper, and then it's Peter Hoos, Chris Locke, and then we've got the Brabham BT2 alongside. The field completed by the Di Tommaso of Tonetti, and Peter Strauss had his time deleted, and as a result finds himself at the back of the pack and with nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, so look out for 126. He's sure to make some progress, but he'll have to choose his points. But look at these Formula Junior cars, that's narrow. They're narrow in format. You can fit quite a few side by side around the corner, but anybody who has a tentative move and it doesn't come off, they will have to come off the momentum, and that will really cost them. But for the front row drivers of Horatio Fitzsimon, Sam Wilson and Chris Goodwin, it's all about getting into Management Corner in the front, or at the front of the pack. So here is our pole starter, car number 68, Horatio Fitzsimon, and his car owned by Georgios Papadopoulos, and it won the Irish Formula Junior title in the year it was built, 1963. Tommy Reed at the wheel. So can he go on to glory here today in the Chichester Cup?
So in the 68, he is alongside the Navy, and we were seeing that car being fueled up a few moments ago and getting the morning coffee. There you go, alongside Sam Wilson, parking the 53. Nice distinctive change of livery at the front for our drivers, all driving Lotuses. And Chris Goodwin is in the white 175 that you're looking at there as they try to take the honours here in the Chichester Cup, with all of these cars about to form up and the back row into place. Watch out for Peter Strauss from the back. He's car 126 in the Brabham Ford BT6. We await the green flag at the back, and then all eyes on the grid. Look to the right, look to the flag. There's the signal. Here come the revs. They're revving to about 9,500, and we go racing. line as the flag falls at Goodwood, and we are racing for the first time today down to Madrid Corner as they all leave the line in various different conditions, and it's our pole sitter Horatio Fitzsimon who converts pole into holding the lead into turn 1 as there's a wide moment there in the background. Now it was the lead coming out of Madrid Corner, might be about to change as they head down to Fordwater.
Yeah, different lines there, and certainly Sam Wilson in second place was taking a look at the second part of Madrid, but it's all about going through Fordwater. To them, it's not a corner, it's a kick. Now they get St Mary's. Sam Wilson taking a look up the inside, but that will put him on the outside for the second part of the story. And let's see how that unfolds in front of Chris Goodwin in third place. But our pole starter, Horatio Fitzsimon, has done the hard work. But that was about the most equal start I've seen. The first shot, Alex, as the cars left the grid, there was no advantage to any of them. But by the time they got to the first corner, by dint of being on the inside line, Horatio Fitzsimon held onto the lead.
Oh, off in the background, big moment there to drop to the rear of the field. The 87 is heading down the order. We go back to the battle for the lead then. Horatio Fitzsimon's checking the left mirror and the right mirror. That's a great run as we go down the Lavant straight. And is that a change? No, they're still running close together. This is very, very close. And Horatio Fitzsimon stays ahead. Great battling. Not what we wanted to see.
Well, that's Peter Layer off in one of the works Brabhams. That's next Frank Gardner car, but all eyes on the front. It's as close can be. Slightly wide coming out of the chicane. Horatio Fitzsimon, so he shouldn't be quite so early on the power. This could be a chance for Sam Wilson in second place to put his tiny little car behind the other tiny little car. These two Lotuses getting whatever aerodynamic advantage you can get. Chris Goodwin has just lost one position, or possibly two.
And it was a good start off the line for Alex Brundle, who made a couple of places. He's gone from 6th on the grid up to 4th. We'll keep you in touch with these progress, which might get even better because he's trying to turn 4th into these, coming over the line in 4th, and they're battling side by side. Brundle on the inside in the green Lotus there, and he takes the place. Problem there.
No problem. I was just wondering, Chris Goodwin was dropping back at the end of the first lap. In fact, our grids went slightly, our timing screen went slightly berserk. We lost Sam Wilson. I can tell you he's still very much in the mix, but Alex Brundle going through. But what is the problem for Goodwin? It was at first, it was a bit like a missed gear change. He put his hand up, but there we have, unfortunately, 72 Peter Layer's car, one of two that went off at St Mary's on the opening lap. He ended up on the infield. The other car, I think it was 87, I think it was Stefan Ray, went onto the outside to check on the state of the crops before rejoining the circuit.
Yeah, still operating out there. That's Horatio Fitzsimon who is out there. Safety car is out on the circuit, and we've got the BT2 parked up, and they want to recover it from the inside there. So safety car on the circuit, race neutralised. Okay, safety car is no longer in front of Horatio Fitzsimon, who dictates the pace and has just the chicane to go before we go back, and the yellow flag will be replaced by the green, and he's bolted. Away we go once again. We are racing at Goodwood Circuit, and over the line we go, and we are taken back to green flag racing conditions. At least we were. The safety car, I don't believe it, the safety car has broken down.
Yes, I was wondering there why he was flagging through, because traditionally the lights would go out from the roof, which they did. I could see the passenger radioing into the pits. That's at the side of the circuit. Let's hope it's considered to be in a safe place. So further down the order, some great scrapping there.
With Bennington in the Cooper, who was putting a good move to the inside. Not the only one, that's a risky one for the number 69 in the middle of the pack.
Well, that's Stuart Rhodes trying to do something about all the Lotuses in front. His in 10th place was quite fancying ninth, but noticed there was only half a car width and didn't want to get himself on the grass.
Right, here's a question for you, Bruce. You've seen a lot of motor racing. What happens when the safety car breaks down?
I'm looking to that's the first time I have ever seen that at any form of motor racing. But I'm sure there is a rule that I feel most awful that I haven't read up on. But right now we're getting a classic scrap between Chris Goodwin, who got ahead of number 4, Andrew Hibbert. Again, the hand out of the cockpit. Is Chris just overcome with politeness today, or is he trying to indicate there is a problem? Chris, a very, very wise driver there, still pressing on, trying to understand what he's letting the drivers know behind him.
He's just trying to get as much screen time as possible. It's working.
He's like that.
But Chris, this is close for the battle of the lead, and that's not quite the exit that Horatio Fitzsimons would have been looking for, using more of the road, sliding more of the car, and the terrific roar as we cut over the line once again. We're continuing. Is there a chance to the inside of Madrid Corner? Looking for it, trying to take the place, but we'll Wilson can't find a way through.
And the big problem when you go to the inside line, that is not the ideal line. And the fact they're so identical in terms of pace means you won't get. But I think at the moment Sam Wilson is just trying to unseat in the nicest way possible Horatio Fitzsimon, draw his attention away, make him drift wide on the second apex of Madwick. But all along behind them, Clive Richards, 194, getting closer and closer. Yet another Lotus, it's a 22, and he knows his car very, very well indeed. Then you've got the fabulous battle between Brundle sort of on his own, then Goodwin and Hibbert. There they are, 175 and number 4, 2 Lotuses into the compression out of St Mary's, up the rise to Lavant. Is anyone going to look on the inside? No, Hibbert's looking on the outside, but Goodwin's not going to offer him the outside.
Don't leave the nose in there, and he knew it. Oh, spinning round and facing the wrong way at St Mary's.
And it's Brabham, and it's not going anywhere very fast at all at the second, but off at the exit of the corner, it's car number 90.
I think it's Mark Shaw.
It's Mark Shaw. Now, well, and someone else has followed him off, but some while later, Mark was already rejoining. So let's take a look at the replay into St Mary's. If you get it wrong in the first part, here's a carbon copy. Oh, my word. Now, so Mark Shaw went off in avoidance. So that's but I did say in this, often you lose momentum when someone else has a moment. That's more than momentum.
That was Buhofer losing it and spinning out, I believe.
That was around 10th place, yes. So, still at the front. And still at the front is Horatio Fitzsimon. And Sam Wilson this time a little bit further back. It's 0.3 of a second now. And I actually sense, I think Clive Richards may be able to catch this too. But in fact, with Wilson slightly becoming detached from race leader Horatio Fitzsimon, maybe that's less likely. He needs Wilson to be up there making those little feints up the inside into Madwick. But right now it's stringing out just a little bit at the front. But then a good lap from Sam Wilson. Get back, get that minimal toe, but every bit counts. He could get back onto the tail of the leader. Look, he's almost there now.
Yeah, Horatio Fitzsimon has a good advantage, but not a comfortable advantage. This engrossing battle for what is 5th place out there. Chris Goodwood in the 175. Hibbert in the number 4 entry, and he's been there for a long time now. Andrew Hibbert in the Lotus Ford 22. This looks like a good exit. And the thing is, because they are so light, because they are so fast, you don't really have the closing speed under braking that you might have some of the other cars that we have here. And so the remove suddenly everywhere. Is that around the outside? That is magnificent. What a super move.
That is not one, that's 2 pats on the back for Andrew Hibbert, but it does need the driver inside to be sensible as well. And okay, we've got overtaking. Let's see if we're going to change for the lead. Closer than ever before, literally wagging the tail of the dog in front is Sam Wilson, but Horatio Fitzsimon, his car placement is absolutely excellent. He's not afraid to stay on the racing line, which is the quickest line, but can leave you exposed for a dive up the inside, but they're playing very nicely so far.
Yeah, didn't have the waft to the inside, tucked in, knowing that that line hasn't worked for him. That was the fastest lap of the race by Sam Wilson, trying to take his Lotus 20/22 is what we've got officially on our page, and that was a look into St Mary's.
Well, I'm afraid my little cod theory that Clive Richards might be catching them has been thrown out the window. With the first two, Fitzsimon and Wilson just pulling away a little bit, but I thought as they fought he might catch up. But in terms of natural pace, those two cars from first and second on the grid clearly have it. But the big question is who's going to finish ahead. We're halfway through this race, just over halfway through. Horatio Fitzsimon still leading in the number 68 Lotus, but another challenge in the Acuri Tomahawk car. That's the black one with the orange stripe, and Sam Wilson taking a look. But hey, who's clever? Horatio Fitzsimon. If you're going round, you're going round the outside. You're going the long way.
Oh, they are glued together as they come round Woodcote Corner into the chicane. Now this is where Fitzsimon has got wide in recent laps, and you can see he's fighting it once again.
And the last thing you want to do is get sideways, but he leaves the corner as fast as he can. I think that was the mistake that will give the slingshot, and there it comes. But can Sam Wilson convert it? He is on the outside. He's carrying more speed into Madwick. It's a 2-part corner. He's got to hang out. No, it's not going to work. I must say, huge admiration for Horatio Fitzsimon. He's very, very convincing that he is on the right line, happy to stay there. Sam Wilson, he has won many, many races at Goodwood. He's having to work super hard to try and another here, and we are the beneficiaries of that. Fabulous racing.
Pulling out of the slipstream, trimming a bit of the grass, but still no momentum. That is a rapid car in terms of grunt for Horatio Fitzsimon. And he is in all sorts of trouble coming out of the final chicane, but he's doing enough by the time that he gets out of Madwick Corner, and it's just enough.
And only 1 point on the lap does he get it loose. That's the exit of the chicane, as you picked up, Alex. But everywhere else, Horatio Fitzsimon, so super smooth, which you have to be. These 1100cc Ford engines, breathed on as they were, do not have a lot of grunt, and it's all about precision. One little mistake can cost you enormously, but right now, well, almost side-by straight down the Lavant straight, again, on the outside, as before. Is it going to be a carbon copy, or can Sam Wilson this time get around? And boy, don't they move over the bumps.
He is trying to sweep in. Oh, they do make contact. I think there was a feather touch there between the leading pair as they went through Woodcote Corner. They are leaving it all on the line at the moment. There's the correction, apply the power. There's more dust kicked off, and that was the closest we've come to contact between Fitzsimon and Wilson.
So I'm going to have to throw away my commentary script. It's being rewritten all the time. 2 places now on the lap where the tail comes out for Horatio Fitzsimon. But look at this move. The tail on the 68 Lotus is about to come swinging round, and a double adjustment of position. Yes, there's you can just see the nose on the 53 Lotus being given a little bit of a push into the air.
Okay, that would have been a heart-stopping moment for Sam Wilson as he gathers it together with his Lotus from 1962. The 22 versus the 22. Then you've got Richards in third, and looking further back in the order. And is that a change of position?
I think we've lost Chris Goodwin. Suddenly has disappeared from that battle for 5th place, because number 4 is Andrew Hibbard, who was right behind him, and Nick Fennell has been playing catch-up. He was unusually far down the grid. He was starting in 7th, and almost the weirdest thing in this race, there is a driver driving on his own for a podium position, because Clive Richards in 3rd place. He's got 2.5 seconds down with that wonderful lead scrap, but he's got another nearly 3 seconds back to Alex Brundle, and that's almost unique in Formula Junior racing history. You always have friends around you on the track.
Oh, we're back to the battle for the lead. I think Hibbard did get past. Oh, there's another car in the way. He's going to complicate things. I think Hibbard did get past Brundle in the battle for 4th place there. Oh, that is... Oh, they're very nearly restricted at the pace there. That is incredibly close between the car trying to go past Strauss, Peter Strauss there, who started at the back, and they were almost at crawling speed behind the lap traffic. And now we go side by side once again with 9 minutes to go on the clock. Into Madrid Corner we go, door shut once again.
If you keep doing the same thing, is the outcome going to change? There's the question. That's because no options are being offered by Horatio Fitzsimon. Sam Wilson, wise bird, he's tried it all, he's done it all, but right now that has not been even a shimmerer of a gap.
So, is this the moment? I think he's most likely at Woodcote Corner to get the move, and it's single file through St Mary's unless you're feeling incredibly brave.
And I tell you, the little bit of traffic affected them, and also that little bit of contact had to come off the power a little bit as they were trying to balance the cars through Woodcote. Clive Richards has actually slightly closed to within 2 seconds, but look, the clock is counting down 8 minutes. Oh, a big slide there from Sam Wilson. Can he get back on the tail? He's lost 2-3 car lengths in the blink of an eye.
And that's what it looks like. It was 0.02 of a second across the line last time, but that is... Well, when you're running at this relentless pace, that's the moment that can decide things. He'll regroup. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's going to try and come back. It's getting very, very close in the background there as the never-ending story between Hibbard and Brundle continues with lap traffic in the way.
Well, no, that's Clive Richards. So,
oh, yeah, it is.
He's lost momentum. So this is 3rd, 4th and 5th with a back marker in front of them. So it's Richard Hibbard's Brundle, but I can't be sure that will be the order next time we clap eyes on them. But Horatio Fitzsimon leading the race by... 0.56 of a second, very, very tight to the top. Where do you look as a TV director? Which gaggle of cars overtaking each other and running so close do you aim for next? So much to watch in this Formula Junior racing, which makes it exactly as it was in period.
Yeah, brilliant racing out there. So Hibbard now up to 3rd position, Brundle in 4th, Richards in 5th. He must have, Richards losing a lot of time there.
I'm amazed actually that it's only half a second between 1st and 2nd, because when you get it wrong coming out of Lavant, you pay the price of not exiting the corner as fast as you can all the way down to Woodcote. So clearly through Woodcote and through the chicane, Sam Wilson was made up. Oh, number 17, that's George Tiffy, father raced by his late and much missed father Simon. He adores this event, and so George will get going. The famous golden helmet the family have all worn. Great to have him here, but a little bit too much of excitement there, but great to have him coming back on the track. Now the clock continues to kick down. Again, nice driving there to signal exactly what he's doing as he rejoins. Let's take a look at the replay. Just a little bit too much, but again, a bit of rodeo there.
And he spins out, having got wide in the first part of the corner. Here's another look at it as he comes round in the Lotus Ford from 1962. Goes round, but did continue in the race. I'm intrigued how Richards lost all that time, because he did have a good...
He had nearly a 3-second advantage. Between 1st and 2nd, Sam Wilson has got the quicker combination. He is the quicker combination. But Horatio Fitzsimon marginally slow. We're talking the two supreme drivers in this field. But he's not offering a chance. Oh no, another rotation. Another 180. That's Liam Hole. Used to do lots of GT racing until he took up historic racing, and he was obviously pressing on just a little bit too hard. But it's all part of the fun of the fair. So that's down at Woodcote. Such a tricky corner.
So making our way through now, the leaders, and this is where you catch the traffic, can be so important.
Well, the gap over the start-finish line was 0.269 of a second. It's gone out. The motor driver indicating to go past on one side and doing it exactly right, but it's cost a tenth of a second or two to the driver in second place, to Sam Wilson. And with every lap, he does have the ability in the final sector, after this, through the kick to get up towards the final corners, and he picks up a bit of time from the race leader, Fitzsimon, every single lap, but he's still behind.
So Fitzsimon, Wilson, then Hibbert, then Brundle, then Richards, the top five. And here is the battle for the lead. So they've made their way through some of the lap traffic, and the two Lotuses putting on a show once again. Will Wilson be able to contain himself if he's able to get past? He's been working for it for the better part of 28 minutes now.
You know, the thing about this, both of these drivers clearly want to win. The desire could not be more writ large on the screen. But afterwards, regardless if they're first or second, they have had a classic scrap. And in the end, that is what drivers come here for. These cars are so suited for this circuit. It's about carrying momentum. And we've seen the consequences if you just lose power a little bit. The nose really bouncing up and down on Marco Werner's Lotus. That's car number 3. Another little wide line from one of the Tonettis. That's Roberto in the Brabham.
Is this... Oh, it looks like this could be the chance. Oh, he had to get out of it into St Mary's.
What I wanted to see, the car they're about to come up and lap had locked up going into the corner ahead of them, and I think they were both reacting, trying to guess which way it would go. I think that might be the other Tonetti. That might be in the Di Tommaso. Anyhow, we continue. Sam Wilson continues, but he's taken up farming for a hobby.
That's a wide moment. That's the second time in the last 3 laps he's had a moment trying to get on the power there. And as he came out of Lavant, he was very close to having a bigger moment, but has that decided things out front?
Well, it really could. So race leader Horatio Fitzsimon going through Lavant corner, and then quite near Lavant corner was Sam Wilson with his racing line, but of course he lost momentum there, had to come off. 85 horsepower is all they got to play with, and he's applying that, but unfortunately I think that may have separated them for good. So Horatio Fitzsimon, lap 15 under his belt, 3.5 minutes remain. He's leading the race.
Now will he be able to regroup? I wonder if Wilson will need some poorly placed traffic for Fitzsimon.
1.2 seconds a gap between first and second. It's good dicing. Mark Shaw on the recovery drive. We saw him at this very corner, St Mary's, having to take evasive action when someone else spun in front of him, and he really, it cost him. But Mark, very quick. So look out for the number 99 Brabham BT6. Actually, Denny Hulme's work car from 1963 when the Kiwi came up and proved his credentials that got him into Formula 1.
Fitzsimon, then Wilson, separated by more car lengths than they have been for the entirety of the race so far. And Hibbert, who's made his way nicely through, he got past Brundle, then he got past Richards. Richards has repassed Alex Brundle, who is in 5th place. Then it's Fennell, Woodhouse, who I thought we saw had the spin earlier on, but it can't have been given where he finds himself 8th in the order. And then Child and Russell completing the top 10 with 2.5 minutes to go. Does Wilson have a attack late on and a chance to catch the man who has defended brilliantly all race long? He's been looking in his mirrors.
And I think a driver we need to pick out for making solid progress up the order is Andrew Hibbert, up to 3rd place in car number 4. Ex-Bob Anderson Lotus, Lotus 422. And he's now sort of on his own. He's dropped that battling Clive Richards and Alex Brundle combination, and more spinners and fallers. That's Andrew Binnington in the Cooper. Ex-Pete Revson car there, but don't see if he pushed or shoved.
OK, let's have a look at the replay here, and it was very close in the background. Oh, that's a moment for Alex Brundle, dipping a couple of wheels on the exit of the corner, but continuing on.
In fact, the car they were going past, the blue one with the white stripes, was Andrew Binnington's car, which I think was limping to the side of the track, but just a little bit too much right foot there from Alex Brundle. Now, we haven't got a great deal of time, just over 1.5 minutes remaining in this lap, race, and we've got this lap and the next one to go, so we're almost at the end of the penultimate lap, but surely now with the lead of, well, it's only a second Horatio Fitzsimon from Sam Wilson, but that's a huge ask. Now Alex Brundle back on the track.
This is the battle for fourth, and are we going to see any chance of momentum coming through? We'll go through St Mary's, we make our way into Lavant Corner, and you can see the intensity. The eyes on Storms for Alex Brundle, the car off there. Who's made their way off?
I think it's Philip Buhofer. Is that number 4? No, that's Andrew Hibbert.
It's Hibbert.
Oh.
And so
that's all my fault.
At the end.
That's all my fault. I gave him great praise. I said we should watch, but he just set the third fastest lap of the race, dipping into the 1:23s. But the gap between first and second over the start-finish line, 0.984. Good to see Hibbert is back on track, but he'll be very frustrated with that. But he's a driver, an individual who can see the funny side of life.
I think that Alex Brundle might have had a moment there at the end of the lap because they were separated by hardly anything at all, and then we got a quick shot, and it was a much bigger gap. So might be Richards back on the podium there.
Right, here we are with 30 seconds to go, and the race leader, Horatio Fitzsimon, skirting with danger, dipping his left-hand wheels off the side of the circuit, trying to get the quickest line through the corner, but as they approach St Mary's, the gap still seems to be about a second. As hard as Sam Wilson tries, he can't make it work. Marco Werner still trying to pick up positions. Again, plenty of company. He'll have had a really enjoyable race. In behind him, car 76, Tim Childs. And Adrian Russell, who's gone very well in the darker blue car in the background. So they'll be just outside the top 10, but they would have had good fun.
Yeah, haven't we all? This has been really entertaining. Adrian Russell, they're just dipping a wheel, and the blue car in the background off the road as he did so. But we go back to our race leaders, and they have put on such a performance, the pair of them. It has been great defence from Fitzsimon. It has been look after look for Sam Wilson, but he hasn't ever been able to find his way by. He's had sights to the inside. He's had a bit of contact at this corner, but Horatio Fitzsimon has weathered the storm all the way round. Can he get the power down at the very end? They're going to be so close over the line, which is the ending that this race deserves. What a display from both of them, but it's Horatio Fitzsimon who takes the checkered flag in the Chichester Cup, and he beats his rival Sam Wilson across the line by 1/10 of a second.
Massive accolades to both of those, and for Sam Wilson for never say die attack, but also Horatio Fitzsimon, both setting supremely quick laps, but they're racing clean, fair. The one tiny bit of contact, but that's only because the tail came out down at Woodgood. In behind it, Clive Richards comes through in third place. We thought it was going to be Andrew Hibbert. He had that little tumble off the track, so Alex Brundle up to 4th. Andrew Hibbert recovers to 5th. I think Nick Fennell's probably got up to 6th place, just waiting for confirmation, but 0.178 of a second, the gap between first Richard Fitzsimon and second Sam Wilson. Superb, supreme Formula Junior racing, just as it was in period.
It was Woodhouse, then Buhofer, then Child, and Werner got picked on the line. Tonetti got him. Tonetti got him coming across the line to complete the top 10. Those two were separated by 0.2 of a second. Our first two separated by 1/10 of a second. Great defensive drive, Horatio Fitzsimon.
They're now on that black Norton. So here we are. This is the lineup on the grid. We've got the Norton Maxes dominating at the front. We've got George Thomas starting from pole position, Ian Bain, Michael Russell up there, Mike Farrell. We've got some spaces. Unfortunately, Stuart Tong and Tommy Hill are not competing. Tony Perkin and Billy McConnell. Next up, 7th place, Dan Jackson will be starting. Peter Bardell looks like they're not there on the lineup as well. And we'll also be watching for Seb Perez and John McGuinness and Glenn English and Steve Plater. Now, they start down in 10th, the winners from yesterday. So they've got a bit of work to do from back there, no doubt about it. A little further down the order, we've got some other top riders, top bikes. You notice, again, it's a lot of Norton Maxes, but a few of the BMW Caxor there, the R50S starting in 16th place. We've got the German BMW mechanics here looking after the bikes here this weekend. And then right as we go down to the back, you can see starting down in 30th place, we've got Michael Dunlop and Andy Hornby. They've both been winners here at Goodwood on different bikes and in different ways, sometimes class winning for Hornby, but they will make their way through. It's a question of how far through, because they're not on the MV Augusta. That's actually not right now, because they now are on a Norton and Manx.
Yeah, I think the start we've seen off Michael yesterday was exceptional, but I think a little bit of that is down to the bike as well, and obviously now the Manx Norton. But there was some big talk at breakfast this morning between Dunlop and Hornby explaining what he needs to do. So yeah, he seems to be taking quite a steady outlap here. Whether this is a tactical move or He's just worrying about the bike. So hopefully them guys can get a finish today. That would be good for all their hard work.
Oh no, the 125 that won yesterday is pulling over. The bike that won the race yesterday and is looking for the outright win, it's got to do well in both races, is pulled over.
Oh my days, what? I can't even, I don't know what to say. He seems to be looking round, expecting to get maybe recovery or so. I don't know whether he thinks maybe if there's someone there to give him a jump start, because these bikes normally start on rollers. They don't have electric start or anything like a modern bike. So, oh, he's still running.
He's picked it up again.
Tactical move. He just,
really?
Maybe it's all for the television.
That's interesting. Now, he's done this before, apparently. So, I wonder what's going on. Is this to give him some clear run to really get the tyres up to temperature? Is that what he's doing? Wow, interesting. This is Glenn English. So Glenn was on the bike at the end of the race yesterday. He was the one that took that dramatic move into the chicane on the last lap to take the win. And what's he up to? Do you think that's what he's up to?
Well, it has to be. There's no other reason. But like I spotted yesterday, the lap times that Glenn was doing at the end of the race yesterday were equivalent to what the pro riders or the VIP riders were doing at the beginning of the race. So, yeah, he was on really good pace. So we're fully expecting him to get off to a good start here and get away. And I just hope there ends up being a league group developed like what was in the VIP part yesterday, because then it always leads for more tension coming into the pits and more possibilities of things to go wrong.
He wanted to be one of the last to position the bike. That's what he's done. He's serious about this. One of the last to position the bike, put it in the right place. He's got the tyres up to temperature. He's still going to have to get off the bike and get across. Come on, we'll see how it goes. Now, a lot of the assistant riders are there to help their riders. Is he not doing the run across?
No, so it might be down to that he's going to actually start the race. So Claytor's running across and now he's starting. So as you can see, he's going to lead off the line here.
Yeah, he's got a good start. And I think, as you say, there he is. He goes straight into the lead. So Glenn English, who won yesterday, well, that's all been a great plan. I don't quite understand it, but that has worked very well. He didn't have to run across. And he has now got the lead of the Barry Sheen, looking for the overall victory here this weekend, of course. You've got...
I think Jackson's up into second with Bean in third as well. Or Bean, sorry, just passed him back. So yeah, Ian Bean's in second place with Jackson in third straight off the line. So
absolutely. But also we're keeping an eye on a few of the other riders here, because there was a good performance yesterday for Michael Russell and Michael Rutter, and they're out there looking competitive again. The number 68 bike, keep an eye on that, because that is capable of making up some good ground.
Yeah, he's up into fourth place already. So hopefully for the spectacle we can get this sort of top 4 or 5 group to bunch up and yeah, make a competitive race right in towards the pit stop. We can see Steve Porish there has had a good start as well, up into 5th position.
Oh, look at this little battle that you've got going on already. Very tight, as Keith Bush, as you say, having a tight run. Hopefully they can just make it through cleanly as they head down towards Woodcote for the first time in this race. It's a good lead at the moment for the bike that won yesterday, but there is some fighting going on behind.
Yeah, this is going to work out perfectly. If this league or the sort of second place group can just work together now with some slipstream and get themselves back up onto the back of the leader, then we're on for a race.
Dan Jackson, number 37, is really putting the pressure on Ian Bain now. Dan Jackson has gone well here at Goodwood many times. He loves racing here, but he is also being chased down, and in fact was almost an attacking move there by Michael Russell. Didn't quite manage to get through on the inside of Matwick.
Yeah, the final podium position from yesterday was the number 23 bike of Thomas. So as Davey mentioned earlier, he's been ill last night. So, but he still made a good start. I think he's up into, is he 4th position there straight away, or 5th position? Yeah, 5th position. So if he can stay in that sort of league group or just off the back of them, hopefully Davey can get on the bike. They mentioned that they were going to go for an early pit stop, as quite a few of these might. So keep an eye out for that window opening, and most of these guys will come in straight away.
Michael Russell's gone up into 2nd place, but a problem. Oh, that's a shame. What a pity for Dan Jackson, who's been going so well, but he's pulling off. And he was really in that fight up front.
Yeah, he was in that lead battle. Unfortunately, that is just the way classic racing works. And sometimes when these guys get into the league group and get a little bit overexcited and try and do things on these classic bikes that maybe the bike doesn't want to do, and just unfortunately the bike breaks.
Well, at the moment it's no doubt about the race leader. Glenn English has got the advantage, but He is beginning to be caught just a little bit now, and he's going to have to keep his mind together because Michael Russell is getting closer and closer to the tail of our race leader. We've got some good battles, and that, in fact, there's the bike that started down towards the back. Andy Hornby, where have they managed to get? Right, they're into the just outside the top 10, so that is a good move. Not quite as quick a gain as they made yesterday, but nonetheless, very impressive. Battle for the lead is on, though. Side by side now, looking across at each other and going in front now. We've got Michael Russell on the 68 bike. And yesterday, the gap between these two at the end of the race, it was these two that were first and second, the other way around, was 1.25 seconds. So that's what we've got to remember, is if the 125 bike is more than 1.2 seconds at the checkered flag behind, it'll lose the overall win.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a camera down into the pits right now and see the face on Michael Rutter, who has to jump on this bike, and it's going to be in the lead. So yeah, awesome riding from Russell right now to be able to hand over the lead position to Rutter in the few laps time. I don't believe they're going to be out for a whole lot longer before the pit stop opens.
Andy Hornby, having come from the very back of the grid, he's now battling for 8th place. So this is a good effort from them. Let's see how far they can get up against Joachim Usinol at the moment on another of the Norton Manx 30Ms. It's the most regular bikes that we've got out here, these single-cylinder 500cc bikes. Providing plenty of straight line speed, but he's under a little bit of pressure too, isn't he? From the number 56 bike, Matthew Hebb, who's part of this as well.
Yeah, it always leads for a good fun. When you're in groups like this on these slower bikes, you get a slipstream, you get to do some passing, and the 5 or 6 laps or 8 laps, what you end up doing absolutely flies in. And sometimes these guys can miss the pit window because they're so engrossed in what's happening. So I think we've seen 1 penalty, if not 2 penalties yesterday for being outside that window. So yeah, sometimes when the guys are in a position they're maybe not used to being in and they get a little bit flustered, anything can happen.
I love the images when they get into the fast corners as well. He's down the inside, and it's a real chance to go through. Andy Hornby has made the move. Was that a thank you or a sorry?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wave of apology there as a bit of respect. So that's nice to see mid-apex, what you wouldn't normally see in modern racing. But yeah, he's showing a bit of respect to his fellow competitor there.
So Andy Hornby up into 8th place. That'll come up on the board in a minute. Steve Parrish in his final historic bike race. You can see him number 7, so he's in this little group at the moment in 12th position. Lovely to see him out there. Steve Parrish will be handing the bike over to Freddie Sheen, although he has just been passed.
Yeah, he's just back into 13th, but yeah, like same thing, this little group, he can come in here in 11th position, which is a credit to him and the length of and the span of his career to still be competitive on these classic bikes at Goodwood Revival. Yeah,
Steve has been such a big part of racing here at Goodwood since it all got going once again, and it's lovely to see him out there as the number 74 bike of Jamie O'Brien and John Boy Lee. That's the one they're sharing. Meanwhile, the race leader, oh, there's a nice little still side by side into the chicane. Always a challenging place to try and overtake there, isn't it?
Yeah, because on these classic bikes, the brakes aren't anything like what we would get on a modern bike. So it's a challenge stopping at any corner, never mind a bus stop chicane like that. But just having a quick glance at the timing right now, the track's obviously in better condition today than it was yesterday because the boys have gone at least a good second, if not a second and a half faster than the fastest lap time yesterday. So after that little bit of oil that was spilled yesterday and stuff, the team out there have done a good job of cleaning that all up ready for today's action.
Steve Parrish coming under a little bit more pressure now from Sebastian Perez, and Perez will be handing the number 45 bike over to John McGuinness when we get into the pit stop. So that will be very interesting to see how that goes. Steve Parrish, as I mentioned, he'll be handing over to Freddie Sheen on the number 7 bike. So this could be a little tussle that continues all the way through to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and you can see there the top 4 at the minute's only separated by 5 seconds, and in the melee of the pits here we have at Goodwood, that can easily be swapped around, won or lost. So I think it's looking good for the second part of this race. We're going to have at least four guys battling for the lead or for the win after the pit stops are made.
Steve's just gained a place back, then lost it again. He lifts off a little bit earlier. Oh, that's a real late braking, isn't it? Trying to go around the outside. Impressive stuff on the number 25 bike. It's Mike Farrell, actually, very experienced. I saw him earlier. His daughter was out in the parade, and Mike going for a very late break down into Woodcote.
Yeah, and you can just see number 45 has popped into the pits there already. I don't know if is the pit lane actually open yet? Yeah, it's ready to go.
Yeah, just had open.
So that was very good timing there from that rider. It literally got in just as the pit window opened, and we see John McGuinness now getting on that number 45 bike. If you can just get it into gear and off he goes, yeah. So this could actually benefit this team now, obviously, as John will be slightly faster, and they're going to get the lap in straight away. So very good timing by that team.
Yeah, I agree with that, because they did a good job on the beginning, Sebastian Perez. So that will be interesting, but he got a new fastest lap by our race leader.
Yeah, as we said, the track is coming to these guys, so we should. That's a very good lap time. So it'll be interesting to see now what the VIP/pro riders can do in the second part of this race, especially if they're going to be fighting out for them top positions.
And Joachim's managed to get back past Andy Hornby, so these two are still fighting away for what is 7th place at the moment. Hasn't managed to pull away this time on the Manx Norton, now being passed himself by the looks of things. Going through is Matthew Hebb. Matthew Hebb on the bike he's sharing with Ian Duffus, another of the Norton Manx bikes. So all very close. Still watching Steve Parish. Steve may well be coming in fairly early to hand the bike over to Freddie Sheen. We'll see whether he comes in this time.
Yeah, just looking down at pit lane now, there seems to be a hive of activity down there. Yeah, as we see, Steve Brogan now has just jumped on that bike, and Davey Todd is getting on as well. So this should end up being a good final session to this race.
Yeah, as you say, it's going to be... Steve Parish has stayed out, actually, so number 7 bike's still out there at the moment, but he will be coming in over the next lap or so. So, yes, Davey Todd has now gone out on the 23 bike, and we know Davey's very rapid, so we'll see how he gets on. They were 3rd yesterday in that race 1 on the number 23 bike. So there's Steve Parish. We are into his final laps, though, riding here at Goodwood. Make a special moment of watching and enjoying Steve Parish ride here, because I'm sure he'll do displays in the future, mind you. He did tell us he's not going to race anymore, but I bet we see Steve Parish here doing displays or stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the world still needs to have what's left of Steve Parish and the entertainment that he can bring to any event he can go to. But I think just looking at the times, I don't believe Russell has actually come in yet, because we couldn't see on them camera shots unless we have managed to miss him. So if he's still out there, that's probably not a bad thing with the lap times he's setting. So they might possibly try and stay out to closer to the shutting time of the window rather than going early, because he's obviously slightly quicker than what Michael Rutter was yesterday.
Yeah, so that's our race leader, who's going very well at the moment, opening up the gap to some 6 seconds. So those recent laps by the race leader really have been flying along, and it does put them in a strong position for the overall victory, not just the win in this race. Remember, they only need to be 1.25 or 1.26 seconds ahead, and Steve is staying out. Maybe they've said, Steve, you can do the longer stint. Oh, what was that?
Oh, massive moment from Steve Brogan there into turn 1, pushing on. Yeah, he's not lacking in commitment out there at all, and if you can see that bike moving on the television screen, believe me, it is moving underneath the rider.
Well, we just had a quick glimpse of the race leader, who is putting in such a wonderful performance at this stage. Michael Russell going very quickly indeed. Just keeping an eye also on Klaus Ottlinger at the moment. I don't think they've made the pit stop yet. So are we going to see the leader heading into the pits on this lap, number 68? That is the bike that is currently leading the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy race. And no, staying out a little bit longer before the pit window closes. They want the long stint here, no doubt about it, for Michael Russell. It's working well for them at this stage. We'll just have to see how it goes. Russell is a multiple Irish road race champion, and he's done a lot of. He's had wins at the Manx Grand Prix. He's had plenty of victories over the years. But you mentioned we need to keep an eye on John McGuinness, number 45. And look, he is beginning to put a little bit of thread on the number 25 bike just up ahead of him.
Yeah, that's Dean Harrison just ahead on the number 25 bike. So both of these bikes have pitted now, and these are the two VIP riders on the bikes. But it's been a good move by the leader and second place English and Russell to stay out there, because they're both lapping 3 to 4, maybe 5 seconds a lap quicker than the guys that have just gone out. So they've managed to extend that lead now. So it'll be interesting to see what their pit time is and when they come in and when the bike changes.
Yeah, we've still got a few more bikes heading. Ah, there we are. It is Steve Parrish. Here you are, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Parrish getting off the bike for his final bike race here at Goodwood. Do give him a round of applause when you get the chance. But getting on is Freddie Sheen, son of Barry Sheen, the double world champion, no longer with us sadly, but teammate at the time with Steve Parrish in his second championship winning year. And Freddie, the son of Barry, is now out the bike. He is a bike racer as well, certainly in his younger days. He's doing a bit less regular racing now, but it's lovely to see him out there on the number 7 bike. And Freddie's going to finish off this race. We are still waiting for our race leader to come in the pits, and we're still waiting for the second place bike, fair enough, to come in, because they have certainly made sure that Glenn English, who did a very clever start here, is still out there at the moment, but the gap has dropped a lot now, and it does look as though it's pretty comfortable for Michael Russell and Michael Rutter to take the victory here, and that will give them the overall win. We'll just have to wait and see as the pit window, as long as they don't leave it too late, if they come in after the pit window closes, they'll get a penalty.
Yeah, what a shame that would be to miss the pit window and to get that penalty. We just seen there on the 42 bike, Michael Dunlop has now jumped on that bike, and see what time he can make up as he tries to pass Howie Mainbury.
So there's our race leader, yes, as you say, coming up against Michael Dunlop, who's now on the number 42 bike, but the 68 bike hasn't stopped yet, so it's put it in a funny place. It's still racing with some very quick bikes, no doubt about it. The number 129 also going well at this stage. That's the Luke Bailey bike.
I think we should expect this. Yeah, he's coming into the pits here now. He's just signalled to the riders behind just to let them know as he exits the chicane he's going to be pulling up pit lane.
So in comes the race leader, and Michael Russell is going to hand over to Michael Rutter. They're both very rapid racers. Michael Rutter has had a lot of victories in British Superbike races, that sort of thing, and he's had the most wins at Macau, I gather. You've raced at Macau, Lee, in the past as well?
Yeah, I have indeed. He's had that many wins at Macau that Madame Tussauds have made a monument of him. A monument, is that the right word?
Yeah.
Or a statue of? Yeah. And unfortunately, they couldn't even make him any better looking in the design that they've made of him.
Well, out on track once again. Now, where we were still waiting, no, the second place bike has also come in, so Glenn English has also come in, and it's now going to be Steve Plater, as we see number 12. Now, this is effectively the second place bike, I think. Oh, yeah, it was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Plater has now just come out of pit lane into 3rd position, so this is the actual standing order right now. So we've got Rutter, has an 18-second gap from Plater, and that's followed by a 1.2-second gap from Brogan. So this is going to build up for definitely for the second position we've got a race on here.
Yeah, we've got a race for second place, particularly the overall second place, indeed, from yesterday as well, because there were some bigger gaps from 1-2 to 3rd place. The number 12 bike finished 4th yesterday. It finished some 14 seconds off the leader, which was the 125 bike. So if the 125 bike can stay with the number 12 within a few seconds, then it does mean they'll get second place overall. But it does look as though they're going to lose the outright victory. Glenn English and Steve Plater. Steve Plater on the number 125 bike at the moment. Glenn did that fantastic job yesterday, and also the brilliant start today, but not quite the same pace in the earlier stint of this race, and it has certainly helped Michael Russell and Michael Rutter.
As we can see, the battle here with John McGuinness and Dean Harrison continues on what are two quite evenly matched bikes and two quite evenly matched riders. So yeah, these boys will be having a good laugh and a good ride round, trying to get a slipstream off each other in the race.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting if they catch up ahead of them. That's what they need to do in a way, is work together to get up to those ahead, because they're not quite on a podium slot just yet. They're fighting for 4th. but they've surely got a good chance of catching the next group. We'll have to keep an eye on that gap. So, yeah, that's going to be fun to see. Further down in the top 10, as you mentioned, Michael Dunlop trying to make up some ground as well.
Yeah, he's still in the battle there for, I think, number 129. Is that how he made Murring? So, yeah, the Norton of Dunlop is not struggling for speed as well as he pulls out for a pass into the last corner.
Is this going to work? Let's have a look. On the outside, down into Woodcote later on the race. So, yes, beautifully done. And Michael Dunlop, the bike that started down at the back of the grid, has gained a position once again. Now we'll just have to see how far he can get. That brings him up into 8th place. And there's then a little bit more of a gap to some of those behind them. The Steve Parrish, Freddie Sheen bike currently running in 10th. That one's not over yet. These two are still fighting each other. John McGuinness has got a chance here, maybe. No, not quite.
Yeah, knowing both these guys pretty well, it's there's a lot of laughing going on inside the helmets right now because they're two absolute characters that will be. This is more for bragging rights at 10 minutes after the race than it is to do with the result. Whether we're fighting for 1st and 2nd or 21st and 22nd, that's what it's all about. Yeah,
it's all about the battle. Dean Harrison is doing a good job so far, just fending off McGuinness, isn't he? So let's. Oh, we're back down to the... oh, they switched back over again, haven't they? So Mike Dunlop has just lost that place once again. I think it's Luke Bailey on the bike now. Is he going to dive down the inside? No, he's going to try and pick up the slipstream once again. Lee, it always amazes me how much you have to crouch down when you get onto this long straight to get that straight line speed.
Yeah, especially on some of these bikes. You can see on 42 Norton of Dunlop's there that has a full body fairing, so that helps the situation. But unfortunately for 129, they've got the original number board with a little rider screen just behind it, so all his shoulders, elbows and everything are in the air. And when you have lesser horsepower as these bikes do, then that makes a massive difference to a smaller bike.
So they're still racing hard. Michael Dunlop on the outside this time. No, and almost touching. They've got good respect for each other, I have to say. They're racing hard, but cleanly. A little bit like the battle we're also watching between Harrison and McGuinness as well. So two double battles going on. Here's a chance to get down the inside line into Madgwick corner, and he's through again. But round the outside, you sometimes can carry a bit more speed, but I think McGuinness has got it.
Yeah, it's just it is definitely Dunlop and Smart here, because the two of them, obviously Howie is an ex-professional motorcycle racer that's now retired, and Dunlop is a current, so they both have a very good understanding of where the limit is and what they can get away with, which leads to great racing that we're getting to see right now.
Yeah, lovely to see. John now in his early 50s, but he's still racing very, very hard, isn't he? Sorry, I was looking at, we were looking at Michael Dunlop, yeah. So, just mixing myself up a little bit there. But up front, still a comfortable race leader. It is still Michael Rutter and Michael Russell sharing the lead comfortably.
Yeah, but we can see the gap now from Plater to Todd is down to 7. Well, it's not even 0.2 of a second, so that's very, very close for the battle for 3rd.
Here we go, still these two fighting hard. Michael Dunlop is still just there, trying to fend off the number 129 bike. And for the moment, this is 8th position. 3 3/4 minutes still to go in the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. It's all looking good for Michael Rutter and Michael Russell to take the victory in this race, and that means the overall victory for the trophy, which will be handed to them later in the day if they manage to get it. But we've got some top riders still putting on wonderful races. Second at the moment is the number 12 bike of Ian Bain and Steve Brogan. There's some big gap behind the leader, not too far ahead of the 3rd place bike, but that is one of the questions. Here we go once again, a dive down the inside for Luke Bailey. Yeah, he's got through again. There's no way of sorting this. This is going to go all to the end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to watch, and as I know how it feels to be out there on these bikes, the enjoyment the riders get from this as well. It's an awesome spectacle for the fans and for the riders to be able to enjoy it here at a beautiful day at Goodwood.
It is, yeah, an absolutely stunning day, and a little cooler today than it was yesterday. That superheat, and as you said, the lap times have been better, although they're dropping away a little bit now, aren't they, compared to the earlier stint?
Yeah, as the engines start to heat up in these older bikes, and it's hard to say if there ever is a small mechanical problem that maybe doesn't stop the bike from running, but the rider is having to deal with right now. As you can see, how he was looking down quite a lot there, just to see maybe he feels a little bit of oil on his boot or a slight vibration or things that we don't get to see on the TV until the rider mentions this later on. But yeah, the lap times now have dropped off probably a second or a second and a half from the fastest lap of the race, which still goes to Russell.
Yeah, Michael Dunlop still having a wonderful time here. Winner of the Supersport TT earlier on this year as well. But let's go down to the pits because Ed is with Steve Parish.
Well, Steve, you look like you're a sportsman prepared for this race.
Absolutely. That was my last competitive race. I decided last year it was going to be, and then managed to convince Barry Sheen's son, Freddie, to come and ride here this year, which he has done. And it's a great moment for me to do my last race with Barry's son. And we've got some lovely sponsors that have supplied a wonderful bike. We finished 10th yesterday, and today I think we'll be a bit higher when they do the aggregate. And my lovely sponsors bought a bottle of champagne, and I'm celebrating. And I'm just thinking, having had a few gulps of it, I might go back out there, I'll be faster. But no, I'm 70 years old now, but a 50-year career racing motorbikes, so I'm very happy.
Well, we've enjoyed your race, and it'd be sad to see you hang up your boots, but what a way to go out with Freddie Sheen in the Barry Sheen Memorial. Absolutely amazing.
It couldn't be better. It's 20 years since Barry passed away, and they've got the bike there that he last won on in 2002. Freddie did a demo lap on that, jumped on this bike, and we're having an absolute ball, and I'm hoping to keep coming back, but probably not competitively riding.
Well, enjoy your retirement and enjoy the rest of the day.
I certainly will. Thank you very much indeed.
That's David Green with Steve Parish. It's lovely to hear from Steve, and the fact that he's celebrating his historic racing career as well. Meanwhile, the race is still on, and we've still got these wonderful battles between top riders going on with just a few seconds left on the time board now.
Yeah, you can just see both Michael and Howie passed what is Eugene Laverty on that beautiful BMW. It's so distinctive with seeing the two-cylinder head sticking out either side of that, and I think it's number 52 there in the background. That bike broke down, and the guys worked really hard last night to get it going again. So yeah, credit to the whole team. Eugene's out there now and putting on a great performance.
Yeah, you're right. Those BMWs are lovely bikes. They don't have quite the same performance as these Manx Nortons that we're watching plenty of here, and the Matchless as well. This is a battle between Matchless and Manx Norton. It was a battle in period as well between two great manufacturers that actually ended up combined under Associated Motorcycles, but they were racing against each other then, and they're racing against each other now. But I can't really predict which one of these two is going to come out. It's not for the lead of the race, but it's still a wonderful fight.
Yeah, it's an awesome spectacle to watch, and I don't believe they can predict it. It'll be a case of who gets the slipstream down the back straight, and like we seen yesterday for the race win, who was the most committed into the last chicane. So yeah, we've not got long left now. So is this the last lap, or going on to the last lap for the leaders?
Yeah, I think we're on to the last lap for the race leader now, who has a 12.5-second advantage over second place, and that would mean, because they were second yesterday. Oh, what was that coming off the bike?
It's his microphone off his exhaust, so there's a rather loud Manx Norton out there going round now. So if anybody hears that, but there we go, check the flag out for Michael Rutter. Yeah,
he has taken victory. Michael Rutter and Michael Russell have taken the win as coming across the line in second place. Right, that was on the last lap, managed to nip past, so that was good stuff for Davey Todd and George Thomas. They've ended up second there, third position for the number 12 bike, and fourth for the number 125 that won yesterday. So yeah, Todd did a good job there right towards the end.
Yeah, awesome job. You can see with his lap time, back down into the low 29. So I believe that will make Todd and Thomas now in for a chance of the overall win with their third place yesterday and a second place today. On aggregate, that might possibly, my mathematics will not be able to work out the time difference, but just on positions, as Harrison gets McGuinness over the line.
McGuinness, which one's going to win out of these two?
Michael is currently leading as Howie is about to get a slipstream, but it's actually Howie's bike that the exhaust fallen off, so I don't know if that's maybe cost him a little bit of top speed, but he's got a run into the last chicane here, so
This is great stuff.
And Dunlop's got him.
As long as he doesn't wobble too much. So Michael Dunlop comes across the line and takes that 8th position. Wonderful stuff from Howie Mainwaring-Smart and Luke Bailey. And that's Howie on the bike at the moment, is it?
Yeah, that's Howie on the bike now, and this is obviously the bike that Michael and Hornby have had to jump on, obviously with the bracken of their beautiful MV. So yeah, credit to that team and for Hornby for sorting that bike out so they could then compete in the race, and we get to watch it.
And there you are with the winning bike, and it's not just the winning bike today, it has won outright over the course of the weekend.
As they make their way by. Okay, let's have a look. It's race 11. It's the Richmond and Gordon trophies. One going to the rear engine car, one going to the front engine car. But who's going to win the whole thing? We're going to find out. Will Nuttall at the front of the field in the Cooper Climax, and then it's the Lotus Climax of Miles Griffiths. Then it's the Cooper Climax once again on the front row with Rudy Fredericks. Then we've got the BRM next to the Lotus once again. The Lotus 18 is next to the Maserati 250F. John Spears there behind the wheel in 7th place. The Lotus Climax in 8th position will go from the 3rd row. Then we've got Marino Franchitti. I loved his interview earlier on saying, I stay away from everyone else. That is one valuable racing car that he's behind the wheel of. The Cooper Climax then is piloted by Mark Daniel, going from 10th position. And then we have Charlie Martin, Mark Shaw in the Scarab, which we hope will get off the line because it was smoking a little bit earlier on in 12th position. The Cooper Climax of Tom Dark, the T51, going from 13th. And then we've got the Lotus next to the Cooper. If you look further back, we've got the Low Line in 16th place, piloted by Cameron Gillies. Then the great car, the Ferrari 246, the Dino that we saw earlier on. And then Tony Smith is next to the corner of Malcolm Cook. And then it is the Maserati 250F next to Paul Griffin in the T51, the Cooper Climax. And we make our way to the rest of the field, another Cooper, and then it's Nigel Batchelor who is next to the Aston Martin. The DBR4 is there, and then you've got the Lotus Climax is next to the Maserati 250F, the other one, that's Michael Peet there, and then at the back row, the Cooper, the Maserati, and the progress we expect from Rob Hall in the Lancia D50. That is a magnificent sound, but going from the very last place on the grid.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that one. Starting stone last, it will make the greatest noise of any of the cars in the field. It will be accelerating up the order, but the battle at the front between those two low-line Cooper T53s and in the middle, the Lotus 16, the taller outline of that car, the engine at the front, whereas the Coopers have the engine behind. It's mix and match, but the racing is going to be absolutely fantastic. So the green flag waves, the final formation lap, and unfortunately the BRM has not got away. That was due to be starting 4th on the grid for Andy Willis.
That is such disappointment for Andy Willis, who watches everyone move past. And well done everyone avoiding action down there as the marshals get to work. Disappointment for car number 2. 4th position for the BRM, the P48 from 1960 being pushed.
Yeah, it's a car that was driven, works car by Graham Hill, Tony Brooks, Dan Gurney. How was that for illustrious? And a little... Come on. Let's get it to bite. He's got it going. He'll start from the back of the grid. So we've got the Lancia Ferrari that should be coming up the order. And likewise, we will have the BRM P48 from 1960. Andrew Willis at the wheel of that. So 2 stories to look out for. But we still have the full front row. Those 2 low-line Coopers of the 2 drivers that were 1st and 2nd in the championship. Jack Brabham and Bruce McLaren in the Works Coopers in 1960. But between them, we've got the Lotus 16. Really fabulous job there from Miles Griffiths to put that up onto the front row of the grid. It's a car from just 1 year earlier, when already Cooper had the engines at the back, but Lotus was still just about to make the move, but hadn't just quite done it in 59. That's why the Lotus 16 is that very, very different body shape.
Not all onboard cameras are created equal, and this is a fantastic view of the Maserati, and just interesting that Andrew Willis is retaking his position.
Okay, that was the BRM going around the outside, so if he's allowed to start from 4th on the grid, that's what he clearly plans to do.
He's going to take the place and worry about it afterwards, by the looks of things.
Yeah, certainly think so. Car 24 is another of the Maserati 250Fs. It's starting pretty much towards the back of the grid on the final row of the grid, but that's carrying the 2nd of our onboard cameras. And here is that shot looking back through that enormous steering wheel. Now let's see, some racing drivers in modern racing, you look at their onboard cameras and you think they do not blink, but actually it's rather sensible to blink, one feels. But Anyhow, brilliant shot. It also gives us our instant weather check. How are the clouds doing? Is it going to rain anymore? Well, the drivers simply don't know right yet. Certainly looking a little bit darker over the end of the lap than it was a few minutes ago.
Okay, another Maserati, and there is the Lancia with Rob Hall behind the wheel. Deputising for Steve Tillack, who is unable to take part in it. That is a fantastic looking and sounding car, and we're about to send many of them in to Matchwick Corner at full racing speed. This is going to be a 25-minute race for the Grand Prix cars from 1954 to 1960.
And the good news is there were a few parasols that became parapluies, but they don't need it because I think the rain has stopped and it's certainly brightening up. So the weather god is being very kind indeed. So getting all set for the Richmond and Gordon Trophy. Richmond Trophy for the front engine cars, rear engine cars, the Gordon Trophy. It's combined. It's the passing of time. It's the melding of history. Front engine, rear engine. Which way was Formula 1 going to go? Of course it was engines at the back, but some of these front engine cars of the late 50s, so magnificent to look at.
Slightly slippier out there than when they did their reconnaissance lap to the grid a few minutes ago. 25 minutes on the clock, and the last car's forming up in position now. So here we go. All eyes will get the signal from the starter, and now we will look to the right-hand side as the driver looks at it, ready to see the flag. There's the signal. The revs rise. What a magnificent sound it is. Union flag falls now, and we go racing at Goodwood. Good reaction time from William Nuttall in the Goodwood climax off the line. They do all make it off the line, and are taking cars at will is the Lancia of Rob Hall, who is going to go on the hunt for a huge journey through the field here. We go side by side. The car on Paul is the leader, but that might be about to change. Miles Griffiths is pulling out of the wheel tracks now, looking for the inside. It's a change for the lead as Griffiths goes through in the Lotus.
But what did Will Nuttall say? He talked about the various advantages, he said, but in a straight line, the Lotus a little bit quicker. That was proved. The run between Madrick and Fordwater now sweeping into some areas. The first 4 cars have got clear, and I'm so pleased the BRM is there because I thought it might have another fumbled start from that 4th position. But he has fumbled. Now, the grass is slightly wet, hopefully not enough to make it spin. Where will he be when he rejoins? Up in about 6th position, but good save. That would have been very concerning there for Andrew Willis.
Andrew Willis is having a day of it after failing to get off the line, going off at the exit of St Mary's, but rejoining crucially, and his race continues to run, having lost a couple of positions there. It is a change out front. Miles Griffiths holds the lead in the Lotus Climax 16. It is from 1959, the car currently out front.
Yeah, so 2 Coopers and a Lotus 4th place. Clinton McCarthy's made a good start. Jim Clark, Trevor Taylor, Works car, a Lotus 18, but some distance behind. The first 3 have got clear. Of course, it should have been the first 4, but the BRM went off. There it is, car number 2 turning in on its recovery drive behind the ex-Mildren bright green Cooper in front of it. So he will gain ground as he goes, but a little bit of a slip, a little bit of a run wide there. Bit of understeer at the entrance to Matchwick from the driver in 2nd place, Will Nuttall. 4/10 of a second down of the race leader, which is that Lotus 16. So for now, engine at the front is a front engine car.
Yeah, working nicely at the moment. Let's go through the order and see where Rob Hall got to. He got to 20th position from the back of the field.
Yeah, gained 6 places there. He's got to be a little bit cautious. He's aware of the value of this amazing machine. There's great big pannier tanks on the side, which actually makes it a little bit safer in the heated back. You're not going to have the interlocking wheels, which has always been a concern. But the way Rob will be driving this will be with a modicum of caution.
And I think car number 2, which is Willis, has a false start penalty.
Well, I think actually probably what the penalty is not being at the back of the grid. But let's take a look. He's starting from the inside of the 2nd row. Well, he went backwards rather than forwards there, so I guess that's the punishment. The only person who had a really bad start was the driver of the Connaught, Malcolm Cook, the C-Type. He lost a couple of positions, but actually an incredibly clean start. Bear in mind those cars have been sitting on the start line for quite a while where their heat was enemy. Actually, where is the Scarab in the order? Because remember, that was having to be cooled down. Car number 99, Mark Shaw. He's running pretty much where he was, so he hasn't suffered. There is the fabulous, the final ever Ferrari to win front engine as a front engine Grand Prix car, the 246 with the Dino 246 with Tony Smith on board, down in about 19th place. Marino Franchitti, he said he's trying to keep clear of others, but he seems to have forgotten that right now with the number 7 Maserati 250F, owned by his father-in-law Nick Mason in his exquisite collection, the 1010s collection of unbelievable racing machinery, all over the tail of another 250F. Isn't it fabulous? That one has the roll hoop. That's the one of of Spires, who's carrying one of our onboard cameras. John Spires is, well, he's not wanting to present an insight to be taken from him.
Yes, the difference between the two of them, and off the road you see the 56 there trying to recover.
That's Brad Baker, and he's got it back onto the circuit, Canadian racer. That's one of, in fact, one of 3 cars in this race which are ex-John Bearer Maserati 250Fs. That's the one in the unusual racing colours of Monaco, because it raced in those colours in the hands of André Testu in 1958 and 59, where it didn't really, in cricket terms, trouble the scorers.
Marino Franchitti was able to get through and make the pass, so he improves now. He's up into 5th position. We go back to the battle for the lead with Griffiths continuing to hold the way, but this section of the track is where Nuttall really comes into his own, and he's chasing him across the line as we start lap 3.
And again, it's a case of, well, here's a replay of the nose of the 250F of Brad Baker just looping it around, but luckily enough space, so no damage was done on the outside of the corner. So Connaught going past in the hands of Malcolm Cook, but if you do a spin, do a 360. It's the way to do it.
We go back to live pictures, we go back to the Lancia, all over the back now of the other Ferrari, and the Ferrari, the last car in Formula 1 history to take victory with the engine at the front. Rob Hall is having the time of his life out there, coming through the field, looking to claim another position as they come across the line, and he finds himself at the moment in the same place but gaining ground all the while.
And of course the Dino 246 Ferrari was the one that Mike Hawthorne became the first British World Champion in one of those in 1958. But hand up, unfortunately, there for Rob Hall. Something has gone awry. But again, that's his highly, highly honed ear, understanding these machines. He's pulled off before anything serious happens. But talk about serious, the lead of the race, this battle between the Lotus of Miles Griffiths and the chasing Cooper of Will Nuttall. This is the point, going through the chicane, where it just seems there's more traction for Nuttall with the engine out the rear. But when he gets into the run out of Madgwick down to Fordwater, the Lotus in front with the engine in the front for Malcolm Griffiths is sleeker down to Fordwater.
Rob Hall parked up and out of the Lancia, but it was great to see it out there, even if it was just for a few laps, and he made amazing progress with great reaction time immediately, and well, that's a disappointing end to his race. John Spears in the Maserati 250F is the car leading this pack for the moment, and we're looking back further through. You can see the number 9 of Mark Daniel there in the Cooper Climax giving chase as they head to Madgwick Corner.
We always expected the first 2 cars to get clear because they were 2 and a bit seconds clear of the rest, separated just, can I remind you, by 14 thousandths of a second. That was the gap between Will Nuttall in qualifying, taking pole in his Cooper, and Miles Griffiths in the Lotus 16. So they've got space behind them. They've got the purity of a battle just between the pair of them. We've had that in quite a few races here, but the battling down the order is fantastic. And now it looks as though there's a better run going to the Lavant King. It's all down to getting a better exit. We know there's better traction for the rear engine Cooper, but what is he being offered? He's being offered the outside line. It's not the one you necessarily want. But Miles Griffiths has really, really impressed in recent years, and Will Nuttall for longer. But look at this. These are 2 classic exponents of historic racing, and the cars doing different things on the same part of the track.
They are indeed. So effective through that part of the circuit, Will Nuttall. Now there's some traffic in the way. Does that present him an opportunity to try and take the lead here? Where you catch the traffic is always going to be important. Is there enough room? Yes, there is, as they manage to snake their way by it. And it's as you were, with Griffiths still out front at the moment. Good to get a look there at Jeffrey O'Neill in another 250F. Yeah. Oh, and having made a couple of passes, Tom Dark in the Cooper Climax T51 has parked up. That's a shame for him. He made a couple of good overtakes on the last lap.
He certainly did. He was in the top 10 in 8th place. Remember, we've still got the time penalty for Andrew Willis, who's running 3rd on the track in the BRM, but that should drop him down the order. But the first 2 streaking well clear. But for the others who are having those great scraps, disappointing to lose one from the party. So where is the move going to come from Will Nuttall? He'll be studying, he'll be looking, and he'll be just seeing, is the weather changing? Is there a little bit more rain? What's on my visor? The wind is certainly coming from Lavant towards the start-finish straight. I think they should be fine. What have we got left? 17 minutes in this race. I think back markers could well sort this one out.
Oh, it's a big opportunity as we go down the Lavant straight, and under braking. He's not prepared to risk it, but I wonder if here is where the move is going to come later on. Or maybe he's going to get a wheel up the inside. We haven't had an overtake in the chicane so far today, and he was thinking about it, but running out of road before he came across the final corners on the racetrack. We're on to lap 6. These two putting on a show out front.
It's quite interesting, actually. Look at Miles Griffiths. He's looking in his mirrors down the start-finish straight, constantly trying to see where that lower, sleeker, low line, it works in many ways. It's very, very hard sometimes to spot if someone's immediately behind you. Talking to the drivers who are in the Chichester Cup Performer Juniors earlier, even though those cars were tiny, I was talking to Alex Brundle. He said the toe you can get is phenomenal if you tuck it behind. We saw Sam Wilson trying that, and likewise in second place, Will Nuttall is trying to get every bit of toe, particularly out of the Lotus 16, because he knows that's slightly better in the straight line. Out of Madgwick, down to Fordwater, and again out of Lavant. Once it accelerates, it's got an advantage on the start of the run to Woodcote, but then of course the better traction means he can, in the Cooper, can get a bit closer. But they've really dropped everyone from the pack. Of course, early on we had third on the grid, Rudy Friedrichs in number 12, but he is, in fact, unfortunately, retired.
Yeah, disappointing to see for him. The top two continue to be glued together in their fantastic machinery out front. The Cooper versus the Lotus out there, and still, it's just clearly writ large for you. The better power for car number 1, just keeping ahead, but there's so much momentum through these corners. I think if the move comes, it's going to come at Woodcote, but we are being engrossingly entertained here.
We are, and with the slightly sort of squeezed toothpaste tube of the Lotus 16, it is actually aerodynamically superior, but with the lower body shape of the Cooper, it actually has better traction because it's just spread its weight more evenly around. Now, going past Malcolm Cook's Connor, who does his best to get out of the way, but what we're seeing, if you think each lap is a carbon copy of the one before, that is because both these drivers know exactly how to put the cars where they need to be. It'll have to take something a little bit different, but we have seen that Will Nuttall is prepared to at least have a little bit of a probe just to keep our race leader Miles Griffiths very, very honest indeed. Now, moving back down the order, not too far, because down battling over 5th place, we've got the number 7 Maserati of Marina Franchitti, but it's just been passed by the number 9, the bright green Cooper, earlier Cooper from 1958, the T45 of Mark Daniel. It's racing in the colours of Alec Mildren, took it down to compete in the Australian Grand Prix before it was a World Championship round. In Melbourne, same venue, but 1960.
Yeah, roughly the same layout as well around that circuit, and if we see them make their way by, which we do, they go past Tony Smith in that fantastic Ferrari, the 246 Dino, and it's the same story once again. Oh, he's diving to the inside once again. He's under traction. That car is wonderful. Then he runs out of road before they get to the chicane.
And again, Miles Griffiths, our race leader. Where is he? On my right, on my left, immediately tucked down behind. And the clever thing to do, if you've got that superior traction on the exit of the chicane, is to make yourself invisible, and then you might have half a chance. But Miles Griffiths is driving supremely well. Unfortunately, car number 18 has gone off. That was Clinton McCarthy, who got up into 4th place.
That's a shame. That was a good run. That was a really good run, having been there. Willis continuing to operate in 3rd, despite that time penalty earlier on.
So a simple spin, but did he then pull up? Is anything broken on that? Not that we can see. Of course, it's sitting so low with grass, this time of year growing as if it's still May, but all seems okay. Up front, though, it's just over 1/3 of a second, or is it slightly less now? Certainly by the looks of it. Now the super slipstream should come for Will Nuttall in the low-line Cooper, but Miles Griffiths puts his Lotus 16 where he wants. Both of them occasionally you see the front end washing out a little bit, so I think they're finding not as much grip as they'd like. I don't see any oil out on the circuit, but often you don't see it, you just sense the lap times have gone away.
And now he's positioning the car, he's looking for that out. I think the outside line at Woodcote is his best opportunity, and it's nicely done once more. You just see the better traction. No way by once again. This is a really impressive run from both of them, but no error so far from car number 1 in P1.
No, I mean, one of the absolutely glorious things we have at the Goodwood Revival is the fact you often have machinery that looks as though they should be in different races because they're doing things differently. And when you've got this pivot from front engine to rear engine cars, of course you get a huge difference. But just seeing how they can have an identical lap time, but to have their performance delivered differently around the course of the lap. But right now, still with Gangler's car fighting the whole way down the order. There is going to be traffic. We've still got time of plenty, a dozen minutes to go in this race. We don't know how the lead battle will be sorted out, if it's going to change, but certainly 2 drivers at the top of their class. Miles Griffiths, Will Nuttall putting on a masterclass at the front.
And we'll go further back in the pack where Nick Topless is the driver at the head of this battle. for the time being, and then it's Cameron Gillies directly behind. They're both enjoying the T53 low-line cars from Cooper.
And also, it's a four-way battle. Katsuaki Kubota's come up from the penultimate row of the grid, the number 6 Lotus Climax 18. That was the one that came very, very late to the grid, just trying to see who's tucked in behind. Car number 43, Eddie Williams, in a T43, one of the very early Cooper Climaxes. That's from 1957.
Nice battle this for the final place in the top 10, and evenly spaced at the moment. It's 0.3 of a second for the lead. They've been that way for a while now, so we'll check back in, I imagine, fairly soon. 11 minutes to go, and that is the message that we have got. It's been a really clean race so far, nicely done. Here come the leaders coming across this battle.
It's almost as if they're in another race, because they're lapping regularly. 1 minute 22 is almost bang on pole time, lap after lap, and the best of the rest at the moment is the driver in third place, Andrew Willis, but even including his penalty, he is some distance back, lapping 2 seconds a lap further back. But look how close it is. Will Nuttall surely at some point will get up the inside.
And we look at the traffic ahead, and does Will Nuttall get the move complete? And we focus further back in the battle for 10th place. But that looked a great opportunity for Nuttall, and he's tried to make his way by, and at last he has made the move to take the lead.
And he did it before they caught that quartet of cars, but I didn't see where exactly it happened, probably going through Fordwater, but he's made the move, and what you don't want to do is then get caught out behind. Traffic can give it and take it away, and certainly when it's a 4-car battle, easily someone could be just paying attention to their own. So, change in the lead of the race. Car 100, Will Nuttall, started on pole position, but was out-jumped at the start cleanly, correctly by the Lotus of Miles Griffiths. Now, finally, he's got his nose in front, but I still think there's time for Griffiths to get onto his tail. Let's see how the traffic shapes this one.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look and catch a car at the final chicane like that, it could cost you a lot of time. So, change for the lead that was coming for a while. Needed the opportunity, used the opportunity well, and the hands are out of the cockpit, slightly frantic out front.
No, I tell you why the lead has changed. I think we've just had Miles Griffiths come into the pits, so it was a mechanical problem. I couldn't work out not only how we'd had Will Nuttall get past, that was fair enough, but he was passing very quickly a long way ahead, and sadly that Lotus 16 has reported to the pits, wasn't in the background of the shot, but even as they were turning through Woodcote, the advantage had just become too much for anything more. You know, it was clearly more than just a bit of traffic that cost him.
Such a shame, genuinely such a shame, as we have our picture of Willis in the pits. That was a great effort. That was a really great effort. Lap after lap after lap, absorbing the pressure. But this was the moment where Will Nuttall was able to go by, and they were coming across some lap cars ahead, and this was the move to the inside.
It was the move to the inside, but it was just very interesting. That could have been a fair move, but I think something, whether it was a missed gear, and hey, a Lotus car of the period having slightly tricky gear change wasn't something that was unheard of, but then clearly the problem has become far too much to continue. So right now, 8.5 minutes remain, and Will Nuttall just has to keep his concentrating. The car in second place actually has been lapping very well indeed, Andrew Willis in the BRM, but nowhere close enough. The Keith just right across the nose. These are the things that our race leader has to be careful about, not just to get caught up with someone else, but he can look at his mirrors and go, well, that's me. Where's Miles Griffiths? He may not have actually noticed he pulled into the pits, but he certainly, once he accelerated out of Madgwick on last lap, he would have gone, oh yeah, he's gone.
So it's Nuttall, then Willis, then Daniel, then Beaumont, then Marino Franchitti in the 250F, who's trying very well if you consider that he was worried about getting nowhere near anyone. He's made good moves in the race so far, and then it is a good effort for him. Here he is, car number 7.
Well, I think his next target, actually, Marino's going better and better. Oh, yes, look at that. The hands coming over the top, just adjusting. This is why these cars this period, where you can see what the driver is doing, can be so exciting. I don't know if it's become a little bit wetter. Some of the cars are sliding round a little bit more. We'll open our windows, very tinted. Oh, no, it looks fine. Actually, opening our window, we're very much in a darkened box at the top of the commentary tower. So, 7.5 minutes remaining. Best of the rest, Andrew Willis, including the penalty in the number 2 BRM. But some of the other battles continue to rage. Still, certainly Nick Toplitz has had a really good run there, and he's battling with Cameron Gillies. Cameron's pulled ahead, and now it's Eddie Williams, number 43, one of the older Coopers. That's the T43 from... They're good with their numbers, aren't they? T43, number 43, all pushing on behind.
So Gillies was able to get past, and they've had an entertaining time of it. It's Nuttall, Willis, Daniel, Beaumont, and Franchitti. We're going further back.
Now we're up to 7th, the battle for 6th place. John Spires, who's carrying carrying one of our onboard cameras, the Maserati 250F, the car number 34. The one we were worrying about overheating was the Offenhauser engine scarab, tucked in lower behind. And also being pushed very hard indeed by the driver right behind. It should be Joaquin Folch-Rossignol. He's in another of those Lotus 16s. The Spanish driver, actually, he really does enjoy racing his Lotuses. So helping us, a red, blue and green car, that helps, doesn't it?
It really does. Folch giving a lot of chase there as we have a look at car number 2 in second place. And Willis continues to make his way on. We go on board. Oh, it sounds good.
That really does sound absolutely fabulous, and you can just hear all sorts of whines and the noise. This is looking forward now, the camera tinting around, driver looking on board. This is John Spires in 6th place. Marino Franchitti has moved ahead of him. Who is anyone else closing? Yes. Well, someone else going past, car number 90. So is there a slight problem here? Oh, this is Michael Peet. Sorry, I thought this was the one we had further up the order with John Spears, so apologies there.
Yeah, so that was a change in position, but Michael Peet continuing on. And good to see him working the wheel. Brilliant pictures. Not used to these shots at all, but onboard cameras for cars of this era, excellent to see. As Will Nuttall continues to move on. He's in a race of his own out front, 37 seconds ahead. 10 seconds of that, a time penalty for Willis for not making it off the line and then retaking his grid spot like nothing had happened, but he's still on for a strong second place.
So here's that battle that we've just seen, the change of place. Michael Peet carrying one of our onboard cameras has been passed by Olivier Huez in his 1959 Cooper T51, which is a car driven in period by Mario Cabral. Oh, now it's suddenly getting almost 2 abreast with the battle at the tail end of the top 10.
And the
coming through, car number 34 in 6th place, the Maserati of John Spires, tucked in behind the blue Scarab with the white nose of Mark Shaw, and tucked in behind him and closing in on the pair, Joaquin Folch-Rossignol in that classic Works Lotus livery of sort of mid-green with those yellow wheel trims. I do think yellow wheels should come back to Formula 1. Gold for Ferrari, of course.
Of course. They'll get the memo. They'll get the memo one year. Everyone's been telling them to do it for a while. The Scarab off the road. That's enormous speed to go off the road at. I'm getting to the inside of the traffic, but that was hair race.
That was guessing, and unfortunately finding you guessed the wrong way, and the last thing you want to do is adjust your line at that point. So Mark Shaw, heart in mouth, probably didn't even have time to get to his mouth, drove across the grass and did that thing called keeping it in the straightest line you possibly can. Let's take a look. So he jinked out, went past the ex-Mario, so the Andrei Tustu Ferrari, the Maserati, the white one, but then has just suddenly presented with grass, a marker board, dispatched that with no problem whatsoever. But he's still back in the battle, still on the tail. Oh, this is a replay from what happened there. God, unlocking up as he came back on. That must have been...
And there is a bit of bodywork that has made a bid for freedom, and that is a pretty sizable piece of bodywork that's made a bit of freedom.
Well, just taking a look, see if it came from the Scarab or anybody else. Can't quite see. He's fallen behind Joaquin Folch-Rossignol, but the fact that Mark Shaw continues in this race is a sign of good fortune, but he's fighting on. In fact, he's just going through St Mary's, where he was pitched off with someone else's accident earlier this morning, so he'll have earned his lunch.
Yeah, it certainly will have. 3 minutes and 18 seconds to go as we make our way through. Really do enjoy the sound of the Scarab. I'm delighted it was able to make it off the line. It's been an interesting feature, even if we are missing a brake marker down there.
Yeah, just taking a look, I think the track might be becoming just marginally slipperier, but our race leader, Will Nuttall's, maybe backed it off a little bit, but maybe that was traffic, but he's sitting on that lead of effectively about half a minute on the track, but with the 10 seconds extra for Andrew Willis in the BRM in 2nd place. That's car number 2. It puts him with a very tidy advantage. Mark Daniel in 3rd place in his Cooper T45.
Coming under pressure, though. Coming under pressure in the last couple of laps, and Beaumont has really been going to work. He's quicker than the car ahead. He's trying to take his place on the podium.
Yeah, carrying the colours of UDT Laystall. I've actually lost count of how many different Lotuses Andrew Beaumont has raced over the years. A real mark aficionado, and not too far behind. Actually, no, they're clear in that battle for 3rd place. Mark Daniel, Andrew Beaumont, then about 7.5 seconds back to Marino Franchitti, who's kept it on the black stuff, kept that very valuable 250F going well. So here is the battle for 3rd. It's Mark Daniel, car number 9. And they're fully half a minute down on the car in second place, the BRM of Andrew Willis, who's an equivalent margin away from our race leader, Will Nuttall. 2 minutes remain on the clock. The best battle is the Scarab trying to catch the two cars in front of him. And it's the number 34 that's still at the head of that group for 6th place, John Spires, and then the Green Lotus, the number 16. Sorry, the number 19, which is a Lotus 16 of Whacking Frog Rossignol, is the jam in that sandwich.
Well, we're checking back in with Will Nuttall at the front of the field. You can tell with the grid interview earlier on with Ed that he was really looking forward to this. There's a bit of rain in the air. For the first half of the race, he was tucked in, trying to find a way by. Miles Griffiths held the lead really nicely after taking it on the opening lap. And then the demise of that car allowed him to make his move through. And you can see he's 40 seconds to the good. And racing the Cooper Climax, the T53 low line from 1960. He is taking it to victory in just over a minute's time.
Getting that fabulous rear shot. This is looking back from 24, which is Michael Peets, Maserati 250F, one of the earlier ones from 1954, of course. He was still winning the title in 57 with the great Manuel Fangio. This battle for 3rd place, this should be their final or penultimate lap. Just trying to work that one out. Because with our race leader Will Nuttall so far ahead, he's on his final lap. Are we going to have a change? Is the little low Lotus 18 going the inside? Andrew Beaumont had at least a consideration of that, but I must say, Mark Daniel is driving very, very well in the much taller looking Lotus Cooper from 1958, the T45, and you can just see how fast the body shape changed. By the time they got to the car, the low line, the T53 in 1960, Cooper had really dropped the height considerably.
This is fantastic. Back to the leader then, who is very nearly there. And he has been in a league of his own. The clock is going to run out and he will take the checkered flag. He's coming across that furious battle for what is 7th position. But the clock runs out then. And these are the victorious moments for a man in the league of his own. The Cooper Climax, the T53 lowline from 1960. Driven by Will Nuttall across the line. He looks up and sees the checkered flag first. It's victory for Will Nuttall in the Richmond and Gordon trophies. He celebrates, and deservedly so, a super drive.
Yes, sadly he lost his playmate. Miles Griffiths had to come into the pits just after the lead had changed. Don't know if there was a slight problem for the Lotus driver, but the first half of the race was absolutely cracking. It was nip and tuck. 2nd place will go to Andrew Willis. He got penalised, given a 10-second penalty for a starting infringement, but drove his BRM absolutely beautifully. And waiting for 3rd place, it should be Andrew Beaumont. We think he's got ahead of Mark Daniel, and that is why, because he was right on his tail. I suddenly looked at the timing screen, and that is the twitch.
Is that coming out of the chicane?
You got it. You got it in one. Has something actually broken there? Because that does not want to go in a straight line. I don't know if he clipped the chicane, or is that just the result of just getting it too wide, coming out, putting the power down. But certainly Andrew Beaumont was closing in and has taken that 3rd position. In behind Whacking Frog Rossignol, car number 19, got to the front of that battle for 6th place. In behind him is John Spears, and just a little way out of shot is the white nose of the Scarab, the one that had the scary moment, what, 3 laps ago? In fact, no, he's in front of 34. He's got ahead of John Spires on this lap.
Yeah, so good move for Shaw, who's had a race of it, I think, to put it mildly. And he was smoking at the start. He was off the road at one point at pretty high speed for a car of this era. But he makes the move on the final tour, and that will be huge satisfaction. It was Falk over the line, and then it was Shaw, it was Franchitti, then it was Shaw, then it was Spires. Here's our winner. Great performance. Car 100, and the Cooper taking the flag.
And we will see the likes of Richard Mines starting from pole position in the, well, sorry, in the outside of the front row in the Jaguar E-Type. I was just thinking the E-Type, though, could go very, very well. We've got the Shepherd's AC Cobra starting from pole position, and we've got Jimmy Johnson and Sean Lynn. Sean Lynn starting in the AC on the front row. As you mentioned, plenty of ACs around the top end of the field, and we're going to be seeing Marino Franchitti coming out. Dario not racing today. Marino is the driver for the car. And we've also got Saif Assam, who's starting on the 2nd row of the grid. 3rd row of the grid, we've also got Andrew Jordan. I was talking to him earlier in the pits arena. He feels that they've got a bit more pace to come from that car. Tom Christensen in the Lister Jaguar Coupe. He's always very quick here in the wet, so we'll see how that one works. Verden Rowe and Brundle showing an AC Cobra. Karun Chandhok will be the start driver a little further down the order, so we'll be keeping an eye on Karun. And further down, we've got some more of the AC Cobras, the Jaguar E-Types as well. And Nigel Greensall will be playing a part with Mike Whitaker in a TVR Griffith. We've got a couple of the Sunbeam listed Tigers. They're a little more rare as well. They're down towards the back end of the field. A couple of the Chevrolet Corvette Stingrays as well. I'm not sure they're going to be quite so competitive. Emanuele Pirro, for example, multiple Le Mans winner. His car starting down in 19th position, and then right down towards the back of the grid. We've still got some of the great drivers who will be coming out to play in these stunning cars. Tiffany Dell we just saw on the previous back row as well. And then another little group. And just to notice, down at the back there, he was mentioned by the Duke of Richmond. Richard Atwood is racing again here at Goodwood. He was at that first meeting at Goodwood, and he's racing again with Yuki Suzuki in a Porsche 906. So that's a lovely story as well. So what a wonderful lineup we have as we start to get ready for the RAC TT celebration, with the most of the star drivers will be tending to take over these cars as we go through the pit stop period in this race. But we do have many great drivers anyway who are the entrants or work with the entrants, have been chosen to come in and drive the cars. And there's the AC Cobra that is going to be starting from pole position, and it's Bill Shepherd and Romain Dumas who will be sharing this car.
Yeah, so very exciting stuff. You can actually see dry patches forming on the grid as well. So already the track's starting to dry. People just a few double checks, making sure doors are closed. What a great sight there, and I can't wait for this race to get underway. And it is regarded as one of Revival's most prestigious races as well, and certainly a highlight it will be of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the middle of the front row, you've got the Sean Lynn car. Jimmy Johnson will be driving alongside, and then you've got the E-Type on the outside of that front row. What a wonderful shot of these stunning AC Cobras, Jaguar E-Types that are particularly up at the front here, but this could well change when we get into the race. I mentioned it's Bill Shepherd in the number 47 will be starting from pole. I was told earlier, somebody said it was going to be Fred, his son, who's racing in this race. I think we've been told it is Bill Shepherd, family, whatever, the Shepherd family, who will always be such a big part of the Goodwood events. They both have always raced so well here, so it's going to be lovely to see how they get on. And Romain Dumas, of course, he's actually missed out, although he's won the St Mary's. We saw him win again yesterday in the St Mary's. He's been a bit unlucky in the RAC TT. He's been front runner, Romain Dumas, in the last couple of races here, but it hasn't always worked out for him. So that is another opportunity to see how it goes, and that is in that rather pale green AC Cobra. The red and white one in the middle there, that's the one we're going to see the 7-time NASCAR champion Jimmy Johnson in the second stage, and he really amused us yesterday with his skills in an Austin A40, very different type of car.
Yeah, we saw him do a little bit of off-road, some diving down the inside, racing against Jenson Button. That was a real great scrap that those two had yesterday. As engines, I'm hearing, are firing up now. The commentary box is about to shake with these cars roaring down the straight, Ben. And what a great sound, what a fantastic noise.
Yeah, it is. They have these wonderful V8s. As you say, it's a classic noise that everybody can absorb straight away. And the Jaguar E-Types, of course, a slightly different type of engine, but it might well suit them when we get going in a very different kind of conditions. So we shall see how it all goes. The cars getting ready for the lap that will just get a bit of speed up and also give them an idea of what the track conditions are going to be like as they head around. So here we go then. Cars ready to go. Beginning to rev up a little bit. The marshals in a moment will give them the green flag, and they will head off to get some experience around the track. And you tell you what, we're both going to go quiet just for a moment. So when the marshal waves that green flag, we will all get a chance to have a nice listen to these wonderful motors, mostly well, in the AC Cobras, the big American V8s, but the E-Types as well, the 6-cylinder engines in the E-Types, which are also got their own distinctive noise. And then we will go quiet just for a moment and let us all enjoy the build-up to the warm-up lap here.
is, isn't it? And that will continue for another hour or so, as that is the duration of the race. We will keep you updated when pit stop windows open. It's a two-driver race, of course, so we'll keep you up to date. We have seen a few infringements in some of the other races, haven't we, Ben, of drivers pitting too early or pitting too late. So we'll keep up to date, keep you all up to date, and looking forward to getting underway very shortly.
Yes, we are indeed. Down at the back there, that is Richard Atwood, who's going to be starting in the Porsche 906. A very lovely car. It's not as rapid as some of the other cars that we've got out here this weekend, but for the Porsche 906, it was a class winner at Daytona back in 1966, so the year that Goodwood stopped its racing. That was when the 906 won classes both at Daytona and at Sebring, actually, funnily enough, and then on into Europe. So it was a big start to some great success. Now we have an onboard camera with Karun Chandok, who is going to be starting the race, so we'll be keeping a close eye on him, starting in 9th position in the E-Type that he's sharing with Gary Pearson. And that's a rather lovely view. He's had an up and down weekend already, hasn't he?
You took the word straight out of my mouth, Ben. He certainly has had an up and down weekend. He spun, didn't he? Did a beautiful 360, I must say, in the St Mary's Trophy, while being put under pressure from Jenson Button. Then he had the sole of his race boot burnt off, melted off from that issue there with the Porsche. But he'll be hoping now for a little bit more better luck during this race.
Indeed. So they're all getting up to pace now, getting a feel for the grip levels. And I have to say, actually, the track is not looking in too bad a state, but there will be opportunities to make mistakes on that opening lap if they're not too careful. On board with Marino Franchitti as well. So we'll keep an eye on Marino Franchitti, sharing the car with Ollie Bryant in another of the ACs. Marino just getting a feel. Look at that. That's very typical driver, just building himself up.
That's exactly what he's doing right there. Geeing himself up, building himself up, getting ready, because of course they're all out there having fun, and every one of them say they're enjoying it and loving driving around. But these are racing drivers, Ben. They want to win. They always want to win. Doesn't matter if it's just for fun. They're all highly competitive.
Well, we're looking forward to this. It's going to be a good one.
20 seconds and counting.
Well, the mixture of gasoline and air can be exploded just the way it is.
Ignition sequence start.
But we get more power out of it
7, 6, 5.
if we compress it before we explode it.
2, 1.
We're all set.
All engine running.
Go, go, go! The cars are lining up on the grid for the Royal Automobile Club TT celebration. We are hearing there is more rain falling at the back part of the track at the Lavant corner, one of the tightest corners. So this is going to be a very tricky opening lap in a two-driver, 1 hour race that is one of the key aspects of this Goodwood Revival meeting as we celebrate 75 years since racing first began here at Goodwood, and 25 years since it all came back with the revival, with some of the star sports cars of the 1960s and some star drivers as well. Everything to look forward to, but watch out for the rain. Green flag from the back. We're waiting for the race. The engine revs rise. The TT is underway, and look at that terrible start there for Bill Shepherd, and also a very poor start in the middle as well. But up front, it's a very, very good start for Sean Lynn. He's taken the advantage in the number 13 car from the middle of the front row, and for Shepherd it really didn't work getting off the line. But there's a battle going on immediately between the two Cobras side by side as they head down, and of course they've got to watch out for the grip levels because nobody quite knows what they've got now.
No one knows what to expect, and that was disaster. Looks like Shepherd got away initially. Oh, we've got a spinner. That's the number 3.
Adrian Wilmot, that's the car he's going to share with Andrew Jordan. Oh, what a shame, because that could have been a real front runner there. So up front, it's Marino Franchitti. Marino Franchitti in the number 1 car that he shares with Oliver Bryant. And this is the section that we've been told could be even wetter.
Yeah, it looked like from our camera angle there, and it does look like it is raining more and more down as they're heading up to Lavant corner. Now, wipers are going But yeah, back to Bill, just like he got it going and then had to dip the clutch again because he probably nearly stalled. So we're now on board with Fred Wakeman in the Lister Jag. And look, they're always constantly making adjustments on the wheel, but now in these slippery conditions, it's even more of a workout.
Yeah, we're going to get some great views, and they're going to have to be so much smoother on the throttle. He wasn't even fully flat out when he changed up on a straight because there's a kink on it. Normally you'd be flat out immediately, but they are being a bit cautious, understandably.
Yeah, and that is expected. You can see the wipers are good too, but Marino Franchitti, he has got a great start from that second row of the grid as he dives onto the brakes now into the chicane. And you see even there, just fighting with the wheel, desperately trying to find some grip. We then behind have Sean Lynn in the other AC Cobra as well, as everyone's filtering through, and now we're on board with Karun coming down the main straight.
Yeah, I wonder how Karun's coping with it in these difficult conditions. And it was Bobby Verdon-Rowe who made a really poor start, sadly. He's just been passed there. And there again, the Bizzarini's gone off again, unfortunately. Adrian Wilmot, I think that's a separate one, unless he was just coming back on there. Let's have a look here. So Adrian Wilmot, he had that slide, and whether he had another little off, yes, I think that was a separate one.
Yeah, that looks a little bit further down the road through the gravel, just about gets it stopped because obviously the grass is going to be wet now. But further back down the field, or further up the field from there, there's lots of dicing going on.
There is. I tell you what, also, the Alex Buncombe Jack Tetley car's gone well. Jack Tetley into third position as we look down the list. And Fred Wakeman, we've got that onboard camera. That's the number 17 Lister Jag, and that's the car he's going to be sharing with Tom Christensen. So if Fred can keep it up there towards the front, that could be pretty exciting when Tom gets in the car. Oh, a little touch, and off the road goes the number 48 of Karun. We're on board with Karun. Poor Karun going into Lavant, keeps going wrong for him.
Oh, when is he going to get some luck as he's sliding all on the grass? He's going to have to take it steady. It's obviously very slippy. He bleeds back nicely on the track. It just looked like he was on the outside there. I'm not sure which car that was. Clearly, they didn't see him on the left-hand side from their point of view. So we'll have a little look. So great. We get to see it on board from there. Is the number 23, is it? Just on the right-hand side there. That is the AC Cobra of Joe Twyman, but there's someone else. There's someone else there on the right-hand side of Karun who just clearly doesn't see him, I'm guessing, and just runs him out of road, and he had to take avoiding action and forced off onto the grass. Yeah, so that's a great shame for Karun Chandhok, who's therefore lost a great number of places. Richard Atwood towards the back in the number 80 car there, as we've got some other battles. The TBR going around the outside, trying to battle with the AC Cobra. So Michael Whittaker in the TBR, he's quite enjoying himself. One of the Stingrays running quite wide. That's the car of Nick Jarvis and Benoit Trullier. I was told that Trullier would be starting in it, and I think he might be. He's making up a bit of ground in this race as we get it underway. Up front, it is still Marino Franchitti who made that excellent start, and the pole position car is trying to force its way up. Number 47, Bill Shepherd, has definitely lost quite a few places, but is now in that group that we were just watching there as they try and make it up. Actually, second place, it is, in fact, the Richard Kent car, isn't it? Yeah, the E-Type. Yeah, it come from 12th on the grid, and just a minute ago, that has now been taken by the Von Rowe, the Cobra car further down in 17th, but he had just set the fastest first sector overall, so got an 11-second gap to try and close down to Franchitti in front, but they are trading purple sectors at the moment.
I tell you what, this is a good position for the Franchitti and Ollie Bryant team, because Ollie will be very quick as well when he takes over the car. It's a great combination. Richard Kent's done fantastically well, as you say, to move up from 12th on the grid to run into second position now. You're watching currently the battle for third. That's what you're looking at. This is the close battle for third position, and it does look an opportunity here for Fred Wakeman to take third, but now under pressure from Sean Lynn. Sean Lynn, who started from the front row, the middle of the front row, he's now moved up into third position, and also trying to come through is Bill Shepherd in the AC Cobra that was on pole. So now they're beginning to find where is their grip, where they can attack.
Yeah, Shepherd's made a very good recovery. He said Sean Lynn got round the outside going into the first corner, but you can see the car moving to try and find any piece of grip out out on the circuit bend. I'm guessing the rain has eased, looking out of the commentary box window, so there's a lot of cars on track. You just hear the blipping to try and go down gears between the two St Mary's corners. We've got still 27 cars running.
And Benoit Trillouillet, as I mentioned, he's made up a lot of ground. You can just see him in the background in the blue and white Corvette Stingray. It's quite a distinctive looking car. Bobby Verdon-Roe there in the number 94. That's a distinctive livery on the front of his car as well. And he's made up a decent amount of ground, the Snake Eyes car, as they call it. But he had a terrible, terrible start, which is very unusual for Bobby. There must have been a mechanical problem, I'm sure. He's such an experienced racer. But we've still got these great tussles going on. There was a little bit of barging, yes, going on there. Mike Whitaker coming down the inside of Bobby Verdon-Roe. That was a little bit too tight, wasn't it?
That was a bit too tight. So argy-bargy going on, a bit of robbing of doors and mirrors, but as you said, Verdon-Roe didn't get the best of starts. So quite a few of them that didn't get the ideal starts, Ben, have made pretty decent recoveries.
Now the gap that Franchitti had, it's come down just a little bit. It's still a big gap, 6.9 seconds. But Richard Kent's just done a very good lap, nearly over 2 seconds faster than the race leader. So that's come down a little bit. Meanwhile, here comes the car that was on pole position. It will be taken over by Romain Dumas, the Shepherd family car. It is trying to work its way up into 4th place now, fighting away with this Fred Wakeman in this beautiful Lister. Can he find a way through? Not just yet. Coming down towards Lavant. This is the area where we've seen a few slips and slides. But Benoit Trillouillet is at the back of that little group now in the Stingray. And these conditions seem to be suiting it pretty effectively. Fred Wakeman in that very original Frank Costin design Lister Jaguar. You're looking from the back of it now, which has got more power on the straight. Yeah,
it certainly has. The intimidating eyes there of the Lister Jaguar. Really, sorry, not the Lister, that is of the AC Cobra. It's the Jag that it's chasing down. Very intimidating eyes, trying to have a little look down the inside. That's going to be brave in the slipping conditions at Woodcote. No, not just quite yet, but the issue, as you say, is Benoit is hunting these down. He is sneaking up onto the back of these pairs very quickly. You can see in the background there, using all the road on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, so that's a good part of it. Up front, by the way, the gap has remained a bit more similar this time. There's still a better lap by Richard Kent, but this time Marino Franchitti responded to that and did a very similar lap time as we focus on the battle between these two. It's very close indeed.
And he's got through.
Yeah.
Got a lovely move.
Yeah.
He has got through. So now sights will be set. He'll know he'll be super, super frustrated that he lost the lead at the start of the race. So there we go. Brave stuff, diving down the inside into turn 1, actually flicking up some dirt on the inside there, but very nice and respectful racing between these two. So Shepherd will be now eyes forward and actually has already started to catch another fellow Cobra of Sean Lynn in front.
Yeah, it's getting tight, isn't it? The number 8 car there, that's one of the more unusual ones. That's the Sunbeam Tiger Le Mans Coupe. They only built about 3 of them back in the 1960s, and they had victories in some events. Didn't quite work out for them at Le Mans with that car, but it's a very pretty little car just coming through that group at the moment. That group at the moment being led by the 23 car, the Ed Jones, Joe Twyman AC Cobra, that one there. But they're all fighting for positions. Remember, there will be pit stops coming up in a while, but we're a little way off that just yet. It's still about the first part of this race, where the first drivers are delivering what they can. Oh, and that was Bobby Verdon-Roe getting back past Mike Whitaker. The two have been fighting hard for several laps, and we saw the contact between them. That was another good move.
Yeah, that was a great move. But actually, the fastest car out on circuit, or has been out on circuit at the moment, is the Wilmot car down in 27th that we saw, the number 3 car that had been spinning off. But that fastest lap that was being held by Wilmot's just been taken off him by the Shepherd car that is quickly catching up with the Lynn car, which is sitting in 3rd place.
So it's still Marino Franchitti who's leading this race with a gap of 7.4 seconds. That's the moment I just saw a moment ago, with Bobby Verdon-Roe sneaking through. You don't often see many passes there, but it was well done by both. They gave each other room. and it was clean enough, although he's now trying to get past another car. This is the battle for 9th place as he tries to get past Jack Tetley, but he's still got Whittaker right behind, so he can't make too many mistakes here.
Yeah, and further up, so Shepherd has now caught Lynn. He's going to try and squeeze, and this is coming down into Woodcote Corner, who's later on the brakes, but he's gone slightly wide. No, he's done it. Another great move by Shepherd, and sometimes when drivers get a little bit angry, but they just suddenly find this internal speed from somewhere. Of course, it's always been there, but it just takes that emotion to really find it. And already hunting down now Kent. Over a 10-second gap, though, to the Kent car in 2nd place, but posting some lap times, even though they're overtaking, is that Shepherd and Dumas car. So looking very racy.
It is looking racy, and of course with the track drying up, and they're putting in some pretty good lap times now. In the qualifying, they were doing 124s, and they're already down to 126, and it was Marino Franchitti, the race leader, who'd set a new fastest lap just now. So it's telling us that the track, well, certainly online, is pretty much dry. Now that's a very too early stop for Karun Chandhok, so I guess there's a problem with Karun's car. That is a great shame.
That is a very big shame, because, yeah, you're right, the pit window open is certainly not open yet, but Franchitti has clearly responded to the pace that was being set by Kent a few laps ago, and it's certainly found a turn of pace. 126.6 is the fastest lap by Franchitti at the moment, and the qualifying pace, the fastest lap, which was set by the Dumas and Shepherd car, was a 124.2. So still a long way to go to posting super fast times, but it is getting quicker and quicker by the minute.
Yeah, and you're watching the race leader now, Marino Franchitti, and brother of Dario Franchitti, a great experienced racer here at Goodwood, and he has opened up a bit more of a gap on this lap. In fact, that was another very, very good lap for 126.1. He's got 8.7 seconds advantage over Richard Kent in 2nd place. 3rd place at the moment, Bill Shepherd with the Romain Dumas, who will be passing the Romain Dumas. It's good to see Karun back out. So Karun Chandhok in this very special, unique, the only low drag designed lightweight Jaguar E-Type, raced at Le Mans in 1964. It had an accident after that event, but early on in its career, sadly, and then it was restored more recently over 3 years. It took them 3 years to rebuild this car, 5,500 hours, and we've got this very unique E-Type, but poor Karun obviously found a little bit of a problem, and he's not going to get a competitive run in this time, I'm afraid.
No, but he'll still enjoy himself going around. It looks like Marino's certainly doing that out there, who will be in the new Ferrari film that's coming out. So not only doing some driving, but getting ever so sideways. He must know he's on camera, surely, getting it ever so sideways, coming out of the final chicane. But still setting competitive lap time, even though he was getting all out of shape. But I love these onboards, Ben. You can really see how much effort has to go on behind the wheel, and it's a fast track, but it's also quite a narrow circuit here at Goodwood.
It is, so let's watch him through the very fast Fordwater corner. That's taken basically flat out in some cars, although these are so powerful, they maybe give a little lift. Down into St Mary's, which is right, and then a tighter left.
Yeah, and you can see really drifting it through the first part, and drifting it, I would say, even more through the second part. He is in the lead. That car ahead will be the Atwood car, the number 80, I'm assuming, the Porsche 906 that he will be coming up onto the back of, pretty sharpish. So already, this early on in the race, we are on lap 9 at the moment. They'll be dealing with some traffic.
So battle's going on for 8th place now as well. Bobby Verdon Rowe at the back of that little group there as well. And 7th place, in fact, could be what they're actually chasing, because that's where the number 23 car is currently. The Ed Jones, Joe Twyman. Joe Twyman at the wheel at the moment, under the pressure as well from Chris Baton. But there's Bobby Verdon Rowe after that terrible start, really trying to move up in further in the top 10.
Oh, and he runs a little bit wide on the grass, but those snake eyes have come alight, haven't they, Ben? And that usually means he means business. You mean business. You often see that in touring cars, don't you? That flash of the lights. But I love that Verdon Rowe's decided, you know what, it's a cool livery already, is he? Oh, just in front. Riding slightly wide is the Brayton Neal car. That allows Verdon Rowe down the inside. through without contact? Yes, they do. But the car in front, the Twyman Jones car, clips the barrier there at the chicane. So a great move from Vernon Rowe, capitalise on the mistake of the car in front. But I don't think the number 23 will have damage. That was a soft clip of the car.
Oh, and that's Richard Mines, who has gone off and getting back on again, the number 22 Jaguar E-Type. So that's the car he's sharing with Rob Huff, and that's lost him a little bit more time. So that's going to be a tough one for them, even though the car started on the front row of this race. So let's have another little look at the... that was a little bit of an error from... Actually, it's Chris Payton who's in that number 8 car. So Chris Payton, who... Oh, yeah, and then there was the contact you mentioned, and they're side by side. So that's the second time on the other side now that Bobby's gone through at the chicane.
Yeah, super aggressive stuff. And here was that slight mistake from the Mines Huff car running wide. But it was just a small... And that is the problem out here. The times are so close, especially with this pack that we're looking at. They're one very small mistake. And the driver who's right behind you can easily capitalise. And the Vernon Rowe and Brundle car certainly did that. So Alex Brundle, always smiling, and have an even bigger smile on his face now at the pit wall.
Definitely will. As we're looking a bit further down, we've got Michael Squire in another of the Sunbeam Tigers, Saif Assam in the sort of lighter blue-coloured AC Cobra, and the darker AC, that's Nicholas Ditting, who's in that little group as well. They're a touch further down, but it's lovely to see so many different stunning machines, as some of the leaders are already beginning to lap slower cars, as we know. 42 minutes still to go. There is a 10-second penalty for number 78, but that's not going to make a huge difference because that car is currently in 13th position. So, but a full start, presumably in the wrong position on the grid. We haven't got the pit lane open yet, but it won't be too much longer before they are going to start coming into the pits, and some of the superstar drivers will be coming on track.
Yeah, it gets very, very busy. It's a very narrow pit lane. Is that the 77 raising the hand, pulling over? That's the Squire Turkington car, so such a shame.
Yeah, Michael Squire in the car at the moment, but as you say, Colin Turkington would have been out in that car later on. It's not going to happen, sadly. Colin's not going to get the chance. And it's an unusual car. Lovely to see it here at Goodwood this weekend, the Sunbeam Tiger, but unfortunately that one's not going to make it to the end. We've got a couple in the race, so let's hope they can keep the other one going. Meanwhile, Bobby Vernon Rowe is still chasing after Joe Twyman as they head down into Woodcote Corner, the end of the long straight. It's clear that if you get offline, he could easily still get on a bit of dampness. Dry line is the main racing line, but if you get offline, it gets tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. The snake is snaking all over the back of the number 23.
That is Brian Caldwell, number 72, who's gone off. He's down in 19th place. And now that he's in deep in the gravel, we may get a safety car.
We may. He looks fairly beached. He's not tried to get it out, so I wonder if he's had an issue or a failure there, because you would think that he'd try and get that car out of the gravel, or maybe he just knows, do you know what, this gravel's so deep, I've got no chance. So let's have a little look.
Oh! There was contact with Kostas Michael in the number 222. That's down at Lavant Corner, where you brake quite hard going in.
Yeah, you do. So tried to dive down the inside, put the hand out the window. So let's have a little look. We have, there we go, confirmation. Safety car is out, so that lovely lead that Franchitti had of 11.4 seconds is going to be heavily reduced.
Oh, the light is off. Okay, so they're confident that the marshals have done it so quickly that actually we can go back to racing when they come back to the line. So obviously it is Marino Franchitti who will set the pace as they come up through the chicane, but no overtaking allowed until you actually get to the start-finish line.
Yeah, we have the number 80, the Atwood car that has been lapped in amongst the field there. I'm not sure whereabouts it is. I think it looks like from the camera angle we saw around about 5th, sandwiched in between the 5th and 6th sort of place drivers. So you obviously can't overtake before you get to the green flag. As Marino put his foot down, it sounds like as he comes through the chicane. Have a look at the commentary box window, gets ever so slightly wide, a bit of a wiggle on, but a great start.
Marino Franchitti takes it off once again as the race gets underway under green flag. He's going to try and open up the gap that he had opened so beautifully well in the first part of the race until the safety car put them all back together and has made it a bit more of a challenge. Meanwhile, we've still got good battles going on behind. as Richard Kent is hoping to hold on to that second place, but whether he's going to be able to do that, because the Shepherd Cobra is right behind the Cut 7 ex-Dick Prothero E-Type, and there's not much to choose between these. And as we heard, the E-Type is good in the damp conditions. That was a slide, wasn't it?
That was a slide, slightly wide. It is a short run up to Lavant corner. And the Shepherd car is all over the back now. And is he going to go down the inside? It's slightly wide again from the E-Type. And he's snuck through.
And gives away as he goes through as well. So there we are, lovely move to get past. And that is up into second place. So the car that started from pole position did not get off the line well. Has now moved up one. This is going to help Romain Dumas, potentially, because it will be handed over to him soon. And we know he has great talent and great success here at Goodwood. Meanwhile, this is all quite tight too. Fred Wakeman, number 17, coming under some more pressure from Benoit Trellouillet, the number 4, has to clip the curve.
Yeah, he certainly does. And just to let you know, the pit window is open. So we've seen Verdon Rowe has dived into the pit lane. I'm presuming that will be for Alex Bundle to jump in. So keep an eye now. Oh, there we go. Right. Yeah. So the top 3, 4, maybe 5 cars have all dove into the pit lane. So let's have a little look. It's going to get busy, Ben.
It is. Benoit Trellouillet is now effectively the race leader. So that's going to be interesting, because he's done a very good first stint here anyway. And everybody else now swapping around. So Ollie Bryant is going to take over from Marino Franchitti. Ollie, fully experienced, very successful racer here at Goodwood in all forms of historic racing all around the world, to be honest. Ollie is an extreme talent, comes from a motor racing family. And there's Marino helping Ollie get into that car. But you're also going to see the 9-time Le Mans winner, Tom Christensen, about to come out on circuit as well in that beautiful number 17 Lister Jaguar, the black car that has been going so well. Away they go then, and see how they gained or lost time. That didn't make too much difference. They've sort of come out in a similar style.
Yeah, they have, but there's a few positions have changed around there, as Franchitti and Bryant car has come out behind the Shepherd NASCAR.
Good point, absolutely. So they have lost out on the, you're right, sorry, the Marino Franchitti car, number 1, definitely losing out there. And although they're not leading the race up ahead of him, because we've still got some cars that haven't stopped, it's Benoit Trellouillet who is leading it from Mike Whitaker, who hasn't come into the pits. But yes, that has not gone particularly well. I wonder why that pit stop ended up a little slow for Marino Franchitti.
Well, I was having a look, and the mechanic was doing the tyre pressures. I didn't quite see whether they were being done on the Shepherd Dumas car, but they were certainly being done on the left-hand side, so that side that gets used the most, that will generate the most amount of temperature on that side. They were getting bled, so just to release a little bit of air out, because the temperatures would have risen. So I wonder if that's more of a sort of a tactical thing, but we'll have a little look further on into the race.
This is a key moment for Romain Dumas, who's been so close to winning this RACTT over the last 2 years, but it has gone wrong for him for various reasons. Now, he's effectively, of that lead group that came in together, he's now the front runner. But this is the actual leading car, Benoit Trellouillet, in the Stingray. He is currently leading by over 5 seconds. He's got a good advantage. He will be handing the car over. Remember, this car started way back down in 21st place, so it was a great effort. Now, you're on board with Ollie Bryant, who's taken over from Marino Franchitti, and immediately he's trying to get that second place of that group back past. So he manages to get past the E-Type. That's a good effort to do that. And he's got past Nicolas Minassian.
Yeah, so he's feathered that through. He will know who he was racing up against, but looking on the timing screen, that's impressive. Dumas, first lap out there, purple in the first sector, even with a few spits of rain as well.
Ollie Bryant just shows you what a talent he is, though, going past someone of the abilities of Nicolas Minassian as well. Ollie can take on any of these superstar drivers in this historic brand of racing, in this gorgeous number 1 AC Cobra. This car raced at Goodwood all the way back in 1964, being driven by the great Roy Salvadori. It has also won this event. Just a couple of years ago, they won the RACTT back in 2021. So, but he's got a chase now, because although Marino Franchitti had the advantage, the pit stop did not work for them. This pass went pretty straightforward.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Lights ablaze. I'm coming through, nicely done. So now sights are set forward to the Damas and Shepherd car, but we've seen it several times in many of the races here this weekend. Traffic can play a huge part, Ben, a huge part. So even though there's a slight gap and they're doing fairly similar times, that can still not mean anything with the traffic that they might face later on in the race.
Actually, Romain Dumas has just done a really good lap there, and partly because Bryant was having to get past, he lost a little bit of time. So Romain Dumas has just set the new fastest lap at a 1:24.1, showing us that the track has dried up again, despite that little bit of rain that we had during the safety car period. It's pretty much back to full dry now, isn't it?
Yeah, and that is faster than the pole time that he set earlier on in the weekend. So the cooler conditions as well, that will certainly help. But track's looking pretty good at the moment.
It is, yes, it's in good shape now. They've been quite fortunate. You never know, though. We might be getting more rain before the end of this race. Still not the leader, though, because the official leader is this car of Benoit Traoré that we're watching now. Due to come into the pits at some point. Doesn't have to come in just yet. There is a restriction. You can only go so far into the race. Advantage of 9 seconds over second place and some 16 seconds over third place. But then it's the gap to fourth that really matters, because fourth place is the first of the cars, the earlier lead group, that made the pit stop. That's Romain Dumas. The gap is 41 seconds at the moment. This is not like Formula One. You don't just lose 20 seconds in the pit lane.
No, you don't. And Benoit was having some great multitasking there. He stuck his hand out and tweaks the wing mirror. So this is Karun that we're watching at the moment, and we can go back on board with him.
It's actually Gary Pearson, yes, who's taken over, I think, from Karun.
Hello, that still looks like Karun's helmet.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. They haven't made the pit stop yet, have they? So yeah, it's still Karun. Still his crash helmet design. I thought they might have stopped already, but not yet. So he stayed out a little bit longer. Yes, of course. I was looking at the screen, and of course he came into the pits earlier, didn't he?
Yeah,
so
he did.
That's why that car's already been into the pits. It hasn't been in for its driver change yet.
No, as he goes through Woodcote Corner and comes down to the final chicane now. Pretty neat and tidy. There's a little bit at sea. Someone else has clipped the barrier there. So is he coming into the pits now? Looks like he is, Ben. So you predicted it. Here's the pit stop change.
So Karun now coming in, leaving it a little bit later for the changeover. Let's see how this goes. If they can keep it nice and controlled. Rapid, getting the harness off, leaping out. Never an easy thing to do.
No, looks quite a comfy seat though.
Oh, got to change where the belts are, and then hopefully make it all work. And
the easiest car by the looks of it to get in and out of, must be said.
Gary Pearson now getting himself strapped in. Needs a bit of help though, because that left-hand shoulder, he's sitting on it.
But that's the thing. I've been asked several times, like, why can you not strap yourself in with a helmet on and a hands device? He's not got a full closed helmet there, so it's a little bit easier. But it's so hard to see your belts. It's so hard to look down and see where you've got to clip everything in. So that's why you have the assist, as one of the scrutineers is pointing to something that's not properly done. Is it going to be that maybe that strap on that right-hand shoulder wasn't over the hands device? So the strap's got to be over the hands device before you go out.
So there's the little bit of damage that's been done to the barrier. Bit off-putting. Let's see what actually caused it, which car it was that touched that level. There already was some damage, but I think it's the number 13. Yeah.
And Johnson car. Who's that behind the wheel? Couldn't see if it was Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, it's Jimmy Johnson now, I think, because they've made their pit stop. So Jimmy Johnson behind the wheel, but it was already slightly damaged, wasn't it? It had already got a bit jagged, and he just sort of scraped another level off.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. We can just about see it from our commentary box window. If it gets any worse, maybe they'll feel that they need to bring out the safety car to make a change. But we've got the number 18 car now, just come in the pits.
More rain again, so watch out. There could be incidents here. Ollie Bryant is trying to make up more ground as well. Marino Franchitti was in this car just a little while ago and was leading the race, but the pit stop didn't seem to go quite according to plan. Let's hear from Marino.
Marino, what an amazing first stint you had.
It was all a bit of a blur at the beginning. I seemed to get a good launch compared to people around me. There was a tiny rub with another car, and I didn't realise how wet it was after the first corner. So after the first corner, I thought I had a puncture. It was just no grip, but it was just so damp and slippy. So after a couple of laps, it started to dry and it was okay. the car is just wonderful. That was like my 5th lap in the car was the start. So still learning. We had the stopwatch come off. We had the stopwatch come off when we came in the pits, which was a shame, so we kind of lost a little bit of time, but Ollie's fantastic, so I'm sure he'll get back up the front.
And your pit stop seemed to be a little bit slower than others, but did anything go wrong?
We just had to be careful because we had the timer in the car and it fell off when I pressed it into the footwell, and it stopped when it hit the floor, so we didn't know really how long, so we just had to gauge ourselves off the Dumac car.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, look what's going on. This rain has made a huge effect on everybody, and there's Ollie Bryant, who's gone off and come back on again, just being passed by Tom Christensen, and he got away, at least didn't hit the barrier. But we've got several cars. Safety car is back out. I'm surprised it's taken a little while, but it's come out now, and the safety car is out. We've seen a couple of cars badly damaged, including the Bizzarini. That has hit the wall very, very hard. Now hands up from Ollie Bryant. Oh, that was a difficult situation. We could see that rain coming down much more heavily than we did earlier, and suddenly the place got very slippy.
Yeah, it's super slippy out there. Hopefully everyone is all right. You can see the safety car is picking up the cars now, but that is heart in mouth stuff for the Franchitti and Bryant car, and you could see from the onboard that the rain is really lashing down. The wipers are going full flow on the safety car, so that is...
Oh, we have a red flag. We have a red flag. So they are going to have to come around and come to a complete stop, and that doesn't actually surprise us because the damage to the tyre barrier will take a little while to sort out, and of course they're trying to get those cars out of the way as well. So red flag, race is being halted for now.
Yeah, time has stopped, as you can see on the screen there, so the time won't count down. And that is good. That makes sense, because then we're not going to lose any real racing time because the clock stopped. But we've got recovery trucks going round. We've got, as you said, a lot of barrier damage there too, Ben. So it will take a long while to try and get the damage or sort of repaired and everything cleaned up again to go racing.
Well, there is the #1 car of Marino Franchitti and Ollie Bryant, and that car is currently officially in 4th place. Of course, at the moment they're all in a slightly odd lineup as they do follow the safety car, but they will be coming to a halt shortly. And it's still Benoit Trellouillet who's the official leader. I mean, if this race was to be, wrapped up at this point, it's not impossible. I doubt it. We've done 66% of the race distance, so hopefully we will get them back out again in a little while. Obviously there is plenty of work to be done before they can come back out, but it is Benoit Trellouillet who is the official leader, having not had that switch of drivers just yet.
But I can hear engines are being fired up now, and people are clearing the grid as quickly as possible. The safety car lights are on, so we'll be getting underway, I think, in the next 10 to 30 seconds.
We will, yes. It won't take long now before they head off behind the safety car, and then of course the safety car lights will be on, and I think it'll be interesting to see if I think they'll do a one whole lap presumably behind the safety car. We've got a yellow flag. Is that somebody not firing up? Yeah, Benoit Trellouillet is not. The engine is not firing up. I think he's got a problem. The marshals warning everyone else that there could be a stationary car in front of them when they get underway. That's why they're waiting. Yeah, that's the message. Drivers will understand what she means. Keep out of the way. This car, yeah, is it? I don't think it's fired up yet. They are actually about to set them off, although we've still got the yellow flag waving. Now the safety car is being released. There apparently is again some rain falling at Lavant. It is fired up. Good. It took a little while to get it started, but it is underway. Benoit Trellouillet has got the car running. We did say that overheating is always an aspect if you had to stop these cars when they've been out there racing. Hopefully we won't have any overheating problems. Most of them are getting underway. Just a few more down towards the back. Being given the signal, take it easy. And yes, this all seems to be going okay now. But more rain, as I gather, could be falling down at the far end of the track, down at Lavant.
Wow, contrast to what we've had over the weekend. It was scorching yesterday, lovely blue sky, and looking out now, it is certainly darker skies than we've seen, and yet, there we go, the rain is falling, wipers are being put to the test. Alex Brundle's certainly got his going, and getting the tail of the snake out as well.
Yeah, Ollie Bryant on board with Ollie once again, and I tell you, he's a potential winner of this race. He's going to be right up front, but rain's falling, ice cream is still the thing to help you cool down.
If Ed's not doing anything, maybe he can bring some ice creams up to the commentary box, maybe?
I think he's pretty busy already. So there we are on board with Tom Christensen, and look at that heavy rain. This is going back to where we were, which caused the red flag to a certain extent, because we had heavy rain come down, and it saw a couple of cars have some nasty accidents down at the Madgwick corner. We've just had the track cleaned up, the tyre barrier repaired, and now the rain's coming down again.
Yeah, and I can see as well, Brollies are going on this front straight as well. So it's spreading over the circuit, and that's going to make it tricky, but they will be starting single file behind the safety car, and of course you can't make any moves until you have crossed the green flag, the start-finish line. But it's going to be tricky watching them come out this final corner, because we saw earlier on board with Karun, even in the much sort of drier conditions, it was still a little bit damp, he was snaking all the way up, well, not all the way up the straight, but up to, I would say, the pit entry. And there we go, confirmation, the puddles there not lying, are they? Rain is falling.
Yeah, it is. Oh, and there goes Benoit, who's going to be starting from pole position. Look at that. He's gone straight into the gravel trap. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. He is. He's got the drive going, thankfully. Gets a big round of applause from everybody down there at Lavant. I can see them all congratulating him for getting back out of the gravel. And well done, but easily done. And that's the corner that we were talking about, where the heavy rain came first.
Oh, yeah, he just gets the slight bit of oversteer on the way in, tries to correct it, but there's just not enough room there. Of course, people say, well, you're not allowed to overtake it under safety car conditions, but you can if a car has gone that far off the road. So, Ben, this is going to be hard for the drivers, all of the drivers, but especially the drivers at the front. Safety car lights are out, because if you're the lead car coming round, you're the first to experience the conditions.
Yeah, and Benoit Trullier has not been able to get back into his pole position area. So what it means is good news for Romain Dumas, number 47, who will take the restart. The RACT team gets underway once again, and it's Romain Dumas slipping and sliding around, but look behind, Tom Christensen is chasing after him, and we've got a great battle all the way through the field. Ollie Bryant also getting off very well in the number 1 AC Cobra. Nicholas Minassian taking things a little more steady. There is Alex Brundle. All of them getting a feel for how much grip. Look how slippy, slidey it is as they try and accelerate out of Madgwick.
Dumas was snaking all the way up this pitch straight as down the inside goes the Oliver Bryant car. He is now up into second place.
Yeah, that was lovely. Ollie Bryant's going for it in the AC Cobra versus another Cobra up ahead, and it's Romain Dumas that he is battling with. Dumas has the line as they go into St Mary's. Sometimes, though, an outside line gives you more grip. Look at the steering efforts. Oh, the outside line was great. And has he got to hold on to it? He may do. Try not to go too deep. Oh, he's done it. He's in front.
Just about holds it. Yeah, the traditional karting style in the wet line, wasn't it? Round the outside. So we'll have a look how far Dumas is, but it's still raining. Wipers are still going as he holds the inside there at Lavant.
Yeah, everybody being super cautious, because that's where Trullier went off on the safety car lap, and we've got just running a little bit wide. Jimmy Johnson, he was saying his first experience of driving a car like this, 1960s car of any sort in these conditions, and he had a slight off, but he gathered it back. So here we go, Romain Dumas coming back again, trying to retake that place from Ollie Bryant. Stunning stuff, but Ollie Bryant in the number 1 Cobra has got the advantage at this stage. They're still learning, where is the grip, where is it really slippery. Watch out, so easy to make a mistake.
It is so easy. But Dumas now can see the rear of the number 1 car of Ollie Bryant, and he can get a taster. And there is the indicator on to the number 4 car, who actually, he's come quite a way back up, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done quite well, but of course he's due a pit stop, isn't he? So yeah. Benoit Trullier is coming in now to hand over to Nick Jarvis. This was the lead car before we went into that red flag situation, although we always thought he would be under threat. And this, of course, will drop that car right down the field. Now, Tom Christensen's lost a bit of time there. He's lost a few places on that lap, in the number 17 black Lister, and he is now going to try and get it back again. The Lister Jaguar Coupe, and right behind Alex Brundle, number 94. He's now chasing his way through. He said he's done a few laps in the past in the wet. The windscreen wipers are all working. Some of those windscreens are steaming up. You were pointing out the way that Tom Christensen's car, they were clearing it on the grid to try and prevent steaming up.
Yeah, there's one mechanic putting Rain-X on the front, which basically beads the rain off the front of the windscreen. Another one inside putting some anti-fog in, as Alex Brundle is snaking all over the road. Does he keep it on the road? Just about getting it ever so sideways, but they're doing 205s, 206s out there now, and they were in the 124, so that just shows how tricky these conditions are.
That's Andy Prio in the dart ready type, so he's actually up there quite well, but he's battling with Nicholas Minassian. Minassian's just gone back past him. When they went over the line, Minassian was ahead, then Prio got past him, and Minassian now retakes that spot once again. Meanwhile, Gordon Shedden's in that group as well, just up ahead of Alex Brundle. A couple of cars ahead. He's actually in front of Christensen. So, yeah, keep an eye on Gordon Shedden. He's now trying to move his Cobra up the order. There's back with Alex Brundle. We're looking at Alex from the back of Tom Christensen's car. This is all pretty tight, pretty close.
Everyone trying just a variety of lines. Alex keeping in a straight line just about does. But just say everyone's trying a variety of lines, desperately trying to find grip on the track. They've had no experience. I thought Alex was going to go into the pits there, but no, he's keeping it on the right-hand side there. Probably feels that that is the best way to avoid it sort of tailing down the straight. But good save there from Alex Brundle.
It certainly is. Nigel Greensal's in that little battle as well, in the car taken over from Mike Whitaker. As further down, we've got a car that struggled earlier on and they had some problems, so it's a little bit further for Gary Pearson to try and come back up the order. But yeah, we've got Treluier's car in the pits. More side-by-side racing going on here as well. The 23 car on the outside with Ed Jones in that car now. Oh, big slide from Matt Neal. Matt Neal is driving the number 8 car. As through goes Gary Pearson. We were riding on board with him a second ago, and Gary has at least got past, but this is quite a long way down the list. Meanwhile, back up nearer the front, Andy Prio on the outside, Nicholas Minassian on the outside. He's in the number 88. Andy Prio in the number 78. The dark red, the burgundy coloured car. They're still racing side by side.
They are, and all the drivers, weren't they, before the start of the race, were saying, well, if you're in an E-type Jag, that is better if it rains. And Prio, wow, he is setting the timing screen alight, setting purple sectors all round. So keep an eye on him. He is around about 4.9 seconds off the lead, but setting good pace.
So this is, you're looking actually there at second, third and fourth. There's the leader, so Ollie Bryant is still the leader. Second, Romain Dumas, number 47. Third place, Nicholas Minassian, then Andy Prio. What an experienced group of professional drivers, but when you consider what it must feel for Ollie Bryant to be ahead of such a group, and here, there's a real chance for Minassian, number 88. He gets past Romain Dumas. We were hearing that the E-type could work well in the wet, and it is.
It certainly is. And Dumas, look at him, over halfway down the straight, and he's still got the car moving underneath him on the power. Great stuff for us. On slightly wide. No, they just managed to keep it on track, but Prio's all over the back now off the number 88.
Yeah, Andy Prio, such a great. Oh no, that's Tom Christensen, so he's had it off. That's unusual. You don't see that very often, but maybe an error in the rain. There's our race leader coming through. Second place now, number 88, Nicholas Minassian, under pressure from the multi-touring car champion, Andy Prio. Let's just have another look at what was going on. This was on board with Tom Christensen, and the back end got away, thankfully. It was down at that area, the Madgwick, that we saw the accidents earlier.
Yeah, so he just about manages to stop there. Thank you to the tarmac. But back to the action. Andy Prio having a sneaky look down the inside, using a little bit of curb. Is he able to do it? No.
But the E-types are catching the AC Cobra, as we were told, in the wet conditions. The independent rear suspension, better drive off the corners, and the sheer horsepower of the AC Cobra, normally in a straight line, has the advantage, but it's proving difficult. And Ollie Bryant's now having to defend the lead in the RAC TT. Still 12.5 minutes to go. Tricky times. The track will start, hopefully, to give them a little bit more grip as we go through. But who knows how this is going to work. Andy Priaulx, look how close these three are. They're almost touching.
They are almost touching. They were doing the 2 minute 4 seconds. They're now into the 1:59s, 1:56s from Priaulx. So the lead car of Bryant will be hoping that it continues to dry at a quick rate, which will really help the AC Cobra. But of course, these E-Type Jags will be hoping that the total opposite, if Priaulx has another little look down the inside of the Minassi car.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work for him, but you're looking at how close the top three are now. You're riding on board. Oh, touch! Oh my goodness, that wasn't planned. That was just, and I'm sure that he'll actually apologise for that. It was unfortunate. You don't expect to have to lift, do you, in that situation?
Wow, that's so lucky that the 88 didn't go into the barrier, but of course, Andy Priaulx would, like you said, be very apologetic because he didn't mean to. He was having a look one way, having a look another way, and it was just really, really unfortunate. Now, as they go through the first part of St Mary's, a little bit of bodywork rub damage there from the contact, as we're going to have a little bit of a replay now. So you'll see Priaulx have a look on the inside. That gap closes, and then just as he tries to switch to go the opposite side, they meet effectively in the middle, and wow. That is lucky.
Minassian got a bit sideways, so he actually lost a bit of speed by going sideways, and Andy couldn't really back off in time. Oh, and he's taken the lead. Andy Priaulx has got past. He's got past Ollie Bryant, who's in second place, although that second place might not last long either, because Nicholas Minassian's right behind him. Well, Andy Priaulx is driving absolutely superbly in this Jaguar E-Type. They knew in the dry conditions that the AC Cobras would have the advantage with that straight line speed. But in the wet conditions, the Jaguar E-Types are flying along now. And Andy Priaulx has done an absolutely superb job. But what about Minassian? Can he find a way through?
Well, he's having a look, isn't he? He's keeping himself nice and tidy through the chicane. He'll know that Cobra will be squirming coming down the straight. Has, of course, the straight line speed advantage, as you can see from the onboard. But then he just continues to squirm all the way down the straight. But Minassian isn't going to have a chance to go down the inside there at Madrid's corner at turn 1, but he's got even closer on the exit. And Andy Priaulx coming up to some traffic, but that's not going to bother him. He has really stretched open the gap. 1.5 second lead now.
Very, very impressive from Andy Priaulx. You're riding back on board with Gary Pearson for the moment. This is a bit further on down the order, but they have made up a bit of ground after the problems that they had earlier on with this car, but still further down the list than they would have liked. Alex Brundle still going well. Still the fight for second place is going on. The Ollie Bryant trying to hold off Nicholas Minassian. Minassian now on a different line through St Mary's. Can he get alongside? Drifting, sliding, but so far Ollie's doing just enough.
Yeah, just enough. Is getting super close. You don't want to try and make any contact. We still have over 8 minutes, just under 9 minutes left of these race. He's going to go round the outside. Has he got it, Ben?
I think he has. He had a really good exit there, and now being on the outside, you look at the way that Ollie, he's trying to get the power down, but just sideways, and he has to lift off, and the E-Types are now running 1 and 2 ahead of the AC Cobras.
They are, and that's great move and brave stuff there. Minassi has got a bit of a gap to close down to Priaulx. So here's the overtake for the lead that we just missed out. Priaulx has a little look down the inside. He gets it stopped. Great moves. And then it was, of course, Bryant knew that unfortunately the E-Type was going to sail through. And then on the opposite side came Minassian. He went round the outside. Very brave stuff, because that door can quickly close, but respectful racing between these drivers.
Absolutely. And maybe sometimes when he got wet like this, there's a bit more grip on the outside. There's Andy Priaulx then, and Nicholas Minassian now up into second place. E-Types 1 and 2. AC Cobra, Ollie Bryant in second, third. He's doing a great job, and you just can see the power in that car, how it spins its rear wheels in virtually every gear. Prio doing a lovely bit of control there himself. As we look back a little bit further down the order now, the racing going on. This is down for 13th, 14th places, and it's all pretty tight down here, isn't it?
Yeah, it was very tight. There's some great battles going on further down the field, should I say, sorry. But the times are fairly close at the front of the field as well. And up on the timing screen, we've got pit stop infringements under investigation. We don't know what those are at the moment, so those could change the order as well.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, this is the race for 4th position, so there's been a bit of a switch around here because Romain Dumas, who's still racing the number 47 car, look how much it slips and slides around. He's under pressure from Gordon Shedden, the multi-touring car champion, right behind him, and they're both just trying to understand the balance of these cars in the wet. It is not at all easy.
No, it's not, and you can see they're squirming for grip. Wiper still going flat out on the Dumas car. I think the rain has stopped ever so slightly, but look, just the control that he's having to put in behind the wheel there, and that's usually a flat-out easy corner up the Lavant straight down into Woodcote, but it's not in a Cobra in wet conditions.
It turns the straight into a completely different experience. Look how much steering work he's having to do. It's just crazy. Now, this is Tom Ingram, and that is a move that Tom has just made on Alex Brundle for 7th place. And remember, Craig Davis was telling us he thought Tom might well be able to make up some places. Has to brake a bit earlier there. So Brundle gets a little closer on exit. It puts the power down quite well, though. He's got a nice bit of oversteer, controls it, and has the advantage into the chicane. Not much to choose between them.
Yeah, so the Chevrolet Corvette Stingray, they're being a little bit more comfortable than the Cobra as they steam down the straight now. In 18th place did the Ingram and Davies car start, so they've made some good progress up into 7th now.
Well, there is the number 1 car, Ollie Bryant, still in 3rd place now. Nick Jarvis is now in the number 4 car. Well down the order, the rain coming down heavier and heavier. Once more, Jimmy Johnson running in 10th place in the number 13 car. That bit of damage done earlier, it doesn't actually damage the suspension. Look at the control he still has. And there's Tom Christensen. He's down in 11th place now. We saw a rare error from Tom when he spun down at Madwick, and now they're having another little tussle. Watching this control is a real element of all.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? I'm chuckling away to myself, not laughing at them, but just with excitement as Dumas is constantly trying to make adjustments. This is a real workout for him, and being chased down by Gordon Shedden, who has that slight damage to the rear of the car that was from earlier on in the weekend.
That corner, I think they would normally be taking that maybe 2nd or 3rd. It sounded like he was almost taking it in 4th gear just to keep the revs as low as possible to avoid the wheel spin.
Yeah, they'll be short shifting down the straight and out of the corners as well. And you can even see from this shot here how much the car is moving, and he's down on the brakes, and obviously that's not going to help with more rain falling as well. On the circuit, you can see just about there as Gordon Shedden goes down, tries a slightly different line, hooking it over the curve, and I think that worked pretty well.
Just over 4 minutes to go. These two are running in 4th and 5th places, these two AC Cobras that are balancing just in the rain here, with this rain still falling. The top 3 at the moment still Andy Prio, Nicolas Minassian and Ollie Bryant. The gaps between them are opening up a little bit. I have to say, Andy Prio, there you are, looking at your race leader. He now has a 5.7 second advantage, but the rain falling even more. And I tell you what, this could easily change. You just take one little tiny mistake and it could change the order.
It could, but it's not slowing Prio down. He's just set the fastest lap well, not of the race so far, but in this second part of the race, a 155.2, with Minassian doing a 157.3, so the gap at the front now is 5.7 seconds. As again, we continue to see the battle of the Cobras slightly further down the field resume, as Shedden desperately trying to get past. And you can tell he's a touring car driver. He's using the curb and much more on the inside there.
A man who works with his family at Knockhill and knows exactly how to get the best out of a car in wet conditions. He might not have driven I don't know how much he's driven the Cobra in the wet, I'm sure he's driven it, but he's certainly used to the rain. growing up in Scotland and spending so much of his time at Knockhill, and the family run the track. So it's great to watch him, but he still hasn't quite found a way past, has he?
No, he hasn't. Dumas, a very experienced driver, of course, as well. We've got some great drivers on the grid. We saw them earlier on, didn't we, yesterday, taking part in the St Mary's Trophy Part 1, Part 2 coming up later on in the day, as wipers are still ablaze, and there's a lot, it really has come down. There's a lot more spray compared to how there was a couple of laps ago.
Oh, there's a chance for Gordon Shed to get up the inside. Doesn't quite work for him. Romain Dumas just fends him off once again. Porsche factory driver for so many years. Twice winner for Le Mans, once with Audi, once with Porsche. And he's just holding on to fourth place from Gordon Shedden, but not by very much. And I can't believe how they wheel spin halfway down the straight. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're putting on a right dance down the straight, are they? Is Gordon trying to sell the dummy on Dumas? No, he's too experienced for that as well. As Dumas as Gordon clips the inside curve, he's trying the tighter line, gets ever so sideways, but it's going to be difficult for him because it's even tighter, and with that power, he is unable to get the car pointing in the right direction, and the ideal direction. Look at them, they're snaking. And Fordwater's usually a flat-out corner, maybe not so much for these more powerful cars. They have a slight lift, but they're having to have a brake and even use the grass and the curve on the inside there. As through St Mary's they go now, but back with Prio, who really has sailed on into the distance. 6.2 seconds the gap now.
Yeah, he's doing a wonderful job here, Andy Prio. He's got a 6.7 seconds advantage over Nicolas Manassi, as you say, and is very, very comfortable, and we're under a minute, so he will get one more lap when he comes over the line. We're not quite on the last lap. He's got to deal with back markers now as well. There's a bit of a flap of something underneath the car. I don't think that's a big issue, though. Car is running smoothly at this stage, but he's still got to get into the end. But what a great effort this has been by Andy Prio. He's really enjoying driving this Jaguar E-Type. There is the man running in third place. Ollie Bryant sharing it with Marino Franchitti, who did such a strong part in the first section of this race. And then when the rain fell, it all started to get a little bit more of a challenge for them. I have to say, still the top Cobra, the top AC Cobra in the race. But the Cobras, as we have seen, are not easy.
And let's hope we stay on board with him down this straight and just look at how he's having to sort of fight the wheel, even though he is going in a straight line. He's not holding the wheel straight because he physically can't. With all that power underneath him, it's just scrabbling for grip. And it's a real workout driving these cars without water on the track, as you can see all the way round Madwick's Ben. He's pretty much sideways.
Wonderful. Let's just listen in coming up to a corner that is often flat out, not quite in these cars. He's being cautious. He still gets over. Look at that big snap. Now listen into St Mary's.
Spending most of this lap sideways at the moment. The majority of the time he's spending it more sideways than he is going straight, and this is again really see a great onboard, some great cameras that we've got in these cars, and you can see the understeer there whacking the lock on to try and get some grip in the front end, and they're using the gears as well, using the throttle, all aids he's trying to use to try and keep the car on the track. He's not going to be able at all, unfortunately, to catch the cars in front, and the Dumas gap is not opening. But it's Andy Prio who's done a brilliant job.
Yeah, Andy Prio on his final lap in total command of the RAC TT here at Goodwood. He has done a fantastic job, there's no doubt about it. He's raced here at Goodwood for many years, and he's got a tremendous background in motorsport. Andy Prio takes victory in the RAC TT in truly difficult conditions in the stunning Jaguar E-Type. Well done to Andy, the three-time World Touring Car Champion, plus the European Touring Car Champion in 2004. A man who went on to race very competitively at Le Mans after his touring car days. He has taken a key victory at Goodwood. There's the battle for 4th place, and in the end, it is Romain Dumas who still just fends off Gordon Shedden. So 2nd place went to Nicolas Minassien, 3rd to Ollie Bryant, and well done to Ollie for being top AC Cobra home. Dumas in 4th place, Shedden in 5th, Nigel Greensall in 6th place in the end, and actually Tom Ingram's just lost a place on that last lap. I noticed he's gone down to 8th position, 9th for Alex Brundle, because it was Emmanuel Pirot who moved up. So Pirot got up to 7th just on that very last lap.
Yeah, another E-Type as well, making moves into the top 10. Emmanuel Pirot, but a great job by Andy Priault, who started that car. Priault and Paul car started down in 13th place.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They didn't start up near the front.
Incredibly similar from the outside where the Lotus is. Well, let's take a look at the grid.
So Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25 is next to Mark Shaw, is next to Ben Mitchell, and then we've got the BRM, and then was Nick Fennell on the start line, or was he missing?
He was the one I believe was missing, and someone from row number 4 as well.
Okay, so they were meant to line up with Buhoff next, then Morton, then Kuvata, and then Harrison and Jamin in the Lola Ford, the T55. Then the Lotus 21 is next to the Lotus 18, next to the Lotus 24, and then it's the Cooper Climax, the T66, next to the Brabham BT7, driven by James King. Then it's John Clark, Nick Taylor, and then the BRP BRM that lines up in 18th position, and then it's McCabe and Trulio who line up 19th and 20th. And completing the field, we've got the Lotus Climax 18 next to the Lotus Alfa Romeo 18, and then the Lotus BRM 24, and it's Bergs and Salisbury. And at the back of the field we've got the Cooper, the Derrington, and in 28th position Richard Wilson in the Cooper. Well, these magnificent machines are making their way to the line in completely different conditions to when they were qualifying the cars in the only practice session that they had around the 2.3-mile circuit. And still plenty of racing to come today. If you are trackside and getting through the conditions, hope the umbrella's up and hope you've got a good view, because this is going to be a real treat to see how the cars can deal with a wet track. Just looking out of the commentary box window to see if there's any more rain. There is quite a lot of rain falling. So these are really precarious conditions for the drivers to negotiate.
Most certainly they are, and for drivers who have full experience of these cars, not just in the dry but in the wet as well, that would be a big advantage. Andy Middlehurst has been such an expert in the ex-Jim Clark Lotus 25, the first monocoque car in Formula 1, 1963, and unsurprisingly, with all that extra rigidity in the car, it handled beautifully, and in the hands of that Flying Scot from the borders, the farmer Jim Clark, it took the title. But right now it's all about precision as the drivers focus on that run down to the first corner. The green flag waved to the back of the grid. The Glover Trophy about to be away. It's the early 60s about to be revisited,
and the flag falls. We go racing around Goodwood in very wet conditions as they leave the line, and it looks like it was a good start for Andy Middlehurst from the pole position, and he got a decent start, but an even better one for Mark Shaw, who takes the lead.
Mark Shaw most certainly did. Alex Morton came up a row or two, number 21 in the Lotus 21, but up at the very front of the field, that was a brilliant start from the middle of the front row. Blue and white helmet, but though he was first into Matchwick, he is third coming out. Mark Shaw maybe slid a little wide, and into the lead goes the pole starter, and of course that's Andy Middlehurst. Ben Mitchell following around the outside and taking the lead for the LDS. That's not something people in race commentary booths get to say very much. The LDS, the South African car, in the lead of the race, and they are on tiptoes as they head towards St Mary's.
No one wants to leave this one. We've had 3 different leaders in the space of under a mile. Fantastic start to this one, but you've got to tippy-toe through now into St Mary's. How brave are you feeling? Do you go for the outside line where there is less rubber laid down? Do you go for the traditional racing line? They're applying the power and snaking all over the road, and round goes number 4, Kubota, who spins round, and he has lost his Lotus 24 in the middle of the pack.
And he's not alone. Someone else went for a run across the grass up into about 4th place. I think came Andrew Willis. He started from 4th. Unfortunate for Kubota. He made an awful start, lost a handful of positions before Matchwick, and and then made a bit of a hash of rejoining. But back onto the circuit he goes. But out front, absolutely rocketing away, is Ben Mitchell. Second place, Andy Middlehurst, and up to third now comes the BRM with that bright orange lipstick nose of Andrew Willis.
Patrick Chapman is looking good as well. Car number 15 in the bright red livery further back, but we are looking at an passer. Andrew Willis, very confident on this opening tour of the circuit. It's one thing to know this car, even if you've driven it plenty of times, these conditions completely redraw the board.
Now, just looking to see who's come up into fourth place. It's a Brabham by the looks of things. I think it's Samuel Harrison, but our race leader is pulling clear. So, and that brilliant opening lap from Ben Mitchell. There he is in the LDS. The BRM of Willis now into second place. Andy Middlehurst, our pole starter, in third. And yes, indeed, it is Brabham tucking in right behind. It's Samuel Harrison up from some distance down the grid. Ninth he started.
Started ninth on row 4. This is the moment where the Japanese driver went round and had to be avoiding action in the background there. Lotus going deep behind.
Yeah, I think it was Nick Taylor that went right, wide. No, it was car 23. It was Andrea Stortoni in another Lotus Climax 18, but he brought it back to terra firma. And here comes Samuel Harrison up the inside of Andy Middlehurst, and didn't quite make it work. Andy has won so many Glover trophies, but in these mixed conditions, he's just being a little bit cautious, and maybe some of the younger guns are making the moves, and certainly Ben Mitchell, leading the race, has fewer candles on his birthday cake than most.
And Ben Mitchell has an advantage over the line last time at 1.8 seconds, but loving these conditions. Oh, when you don't get many overtakes there, he's having to climb all over the curve as he tries to pull it off. Number 88, Samuel Harrison, trying to fight his way through. And the 88 there, the Brabham Ford, the BT10. And it's an ex-Denny Holm car, was from 1964, this one.
Yeah, and just to point out, this is a car, all the others are running 1.5 litre engines, all bar one. No, all by that one. That's running a 1000cc engine, the Ford SCA. So Samuel Harrison, actually, you know, sometimes power can be an embarrassment in the wet, but none of these cars have a huge amount of power with just 1.5. But right now, it's about precision. And certainly Samuel Harrison, trying to get that third place, is pushing very, very hard indeed. An impressive run. Ex-Denny Holm car, that one.
And is he looking to try and make the pass, trying to improve? Dare he go around the outside? How brave are you feeling, Samuel? We're about to get our answer in a few moments' time. We head into a corner, and he wisely feathers back to the throttle, and they maintain their position at the moment. Andy Middlehurst hanging on to third place. It's Mitchell, then Willis, then this battle that you're looking at between Lotus and Brabham.
And just looking at the apex of the corner at Woodcote, there's actually really quite a deep puddle there if you kiss the curb, so maybe you either ride the curb or get a little bit wide. But what we're getting is Andrew Willis is getting closer and closer to Ben Mitchell. The gap between first and second down to under a second, 0.88 of a second. And by the time they got to Magic, it was down below. The third place battle, Middlehurst still just ahead of Samuel Harrison, so Lotus ahead of Brabham. Fifth place is Mark Shaw.
Here we go. Better traction out of the corner and a lot of confidence in the last couple of laps. It's another change of lead in this extraordinary race, and now Andrew Willis hits the front of the pack. And he has driven very well after establishing a rhythm in the early stages, and he demotes the LDS that has been so entertaining us in the opening laps. But it's the BRM now at the top of the timing page.
Now, are conditions changing? I don't sense they are. The track's still super, super wet for all these drivers, but that's a fantastic attacking drive there from Andrew Willis. Started fourth on the grid. Of course, we had Mark Shaw in the middle of the front row, who fleetingly was our race leader, but has fallen down to fifth place. But it's all about just not making mistakes. Again, these aren't big, powerful cars. These are very, very delicate cars. Look how they're tiptoeing through the first part of Lavant corner. The point where they want to get the power down is about now, but you want to be sure your car is in a straight line, and then, of course, you can carry that speed down the kick Lavant straight towards Woodcote. Oh, and a nice big twitch there. Well, nice for me as a commentator, not so nice perhaps for the race leader. And Andrew Willis hanging on there, but the first two are pulling clear. And now in the background, even having a twitch, he put the power down coming out of the second Lavant corner. Samuel Harrison started the lap in fourth, up to third ahead of Andy Middlehurst. And for anybody who you can say that about, Andy Middlehurst, Lotus 25, I overtook him. That is a badge of honour.
Oh, they are having to work so hard. You saw a couple of wheels on the grass there for our race leader.
The wider line is definitely the better line to take. You've got more consequence because you're further out, but you're away from the puddles on the two apices you would hit as you go into and through Woodcote corner. But who dares put the power down hardest as they come out of the chicane? And in this case, it was Ben Mitchell who put it down, and then you can see Andrew Willis turning up through, changing up through a gear, trying to accelerate. The tail of the BRM snapping out of line. So the eyes are out on stalks for sure.
They really would be. Those two really got the pace down out front. They were the only few in the 158s. And is that a wide moment? It is a wide moment for our former race leader, who goes off the road. And you are one corner away from a mistake out there at the moment. You've got to be skilled to be out front. You've got to be really skilled to stay out front, because it is so wet out there. And also, watch out for the man now in third position. Harrison is also in the 1:58. So can he close down the gap with the two out front looking good? But I tell you what, I don't think he'll think, Samuel Harrison, that gap is insurmountable.
No, and certainly what we saw from Andy Willis there was the car owned and raced by Richard Atwood, that BRM that was in the race, that mistake at Madwick, but he almost stamped on the throttle too hard as he rejoined, probably with frustration, and it nearly slapped around on him. But the LDS leading the race, Ben Mitchell, the BRM closing in all over again, but getting close is one thing. You will be shown the outside line to try and overtake. That will be the one, actually, down at Woodcote, may be the one to take.
Yeah, on the evidence that we've seen so far, I think that's the case. I'm absolutely loving them, drifting the car, desperate to apply the power. But if you get greedy, you can lose your lead. There are 17.5 minutes to go. And it is Ben Mitchell checking the mirror to see where Andy Willis is. He's there for the moment. He's regrouped and he's re-attacking. And we'll also get a read over the line of what Harrison can do in clear air.
Right, even on the Lavant straight, you can see the BRM in second place, hitting a puddle, kicking out the spray. But what is quicker than Quicksilver? Wet grass. If you go out over the curbing, you will be visiting. You'll have to send postcards to all your friends. You'll be so far away from the circuit. So lovely cautious run from the race leader Ben Mitchell, and the LDS tucked in behind Andrew Willis in the giving chase wonderfully in the BRM P281. 261, I beg your pardon.
Okay, it's a 1 second gap out front for these cars that raced here in the Bank Holiday Monday meetings when the Goodwood Trophy was originally up for grabs in the 1960s. These cars from 1961 to 1965, and there was just 1 year afterwards where they carried on racing here, and we're continuing to race out on the circuit. 25th anniversary of the revival, and another change for the lead. Willis regroups, and after that error, he's pulled alongside, he's gone past, and he's retaken first in the race.
Absolutely magnificent progress through Madwick, and then could carry that advantage all the way down the slope to Fordwater and then into St Mary's. Is he going into St Mary's? Yes, they both are, but again, they've got different points on the circuit in which they like to attack. Certainly every lap, Ben Mitchell's fabulous through St Mary's. Now, look, both these drivers taking the wider line there, which seems good on the way in, but on the way out, suddenly the track curves around in front of your car, and you want to stay off the white lines at the edge of the circuit. How far clear of the others are they? Ahead of Samuel Harrison, 5 seconds. So, in theory, this is a battle for the lead. Should stay for the battle of the lead. But I tell you what, the progress that's been put in by Harrison means you could be right. He could be catching them shortly.
Yeah, he's got to find a bit of consistency. We're seeing a couple of purple sectors and then maybe an ordinary sector to follow. So he's just looking for that consistent rhythm through the circuit in car 88. Made great progress from 9th on the grid in the Brabham Ford, the BT10, but these are the top two in the race, and we've got 15 minutes still to go. You really do feel that you're one application of the throttle away from your race slipping through your fingers. It's tough out there.
Yeah, so when I explained about the smaller engine in the Samuel Harrison's car, I forgot to actually point out in my excitement that's a Formula 2 car against the Formula 1 car. So the smaller engine, but actually, as you can see, when the puddles are lying even on the straights here, too much power can be a bit of an embarrassment. What you need is precision. But now, Ben Mitchell in the dark red LDS is trying his best to fight back, actually pulling out from the slipstream. It's not a slipstream, it's a wall of spray being provided by the race leader. Andrew Willis into Madwick. This was the corner last lap where he was so good, and a brilliant exit line. Very brave to go all the way towards the outside of the circuit, because that thing called Beyond is the thing that has teeth.
Yeah, that is the case, but I tell you what, last time around, Harrison in third was not in the same league as Willis, who did a superb lap on the last tour.
Yeah, they're settling in. In fact, most drivers setting their fastest lap of the race so far. So perhaps just little by little the track is starting to dry. But what Andrew Willis leading this race in the BRM is not doing is really dropping Ben Mitchell off his tail. That number 17 ex-Alan Bailey car, the LDS, created for Doug Serurier. So we've got a waved yellow flag out at St Mary's. We're going to see has someone reported in to the Boondocks.
Yes.
Someone spun on the exit. It's car number 2, which is Federico Baratti, his Lotus BRM, one of 2 Parnell racing cars. Can that continue, or have we got too much left turn? Yeah, the nose is a little bit crimped, but has the suspension been damaged or the steering? But anyhow, he is parking that up.
He's parking that up with 13 minutes to go. This was the car raced by Chris Amon, Maxton Gregory and Tim Parnell in 1963.
He's actually broken some of the side elements of the windscreen there, so clearly it's bounced into the tyre wall. Waved yellow flag. Novo taken down, our race leader off, Andrew Willis off, and that's on the Lavant straight of all places.
But this is the thing. He's got sensational pace out front, Willis, but it always is so easy, and that is the second time that he's established a lead and lost it.
Yeah, well, just pushing on as you have to, because Andrew Willis and Ben Mitchell fighting super hard. The BRM with that bright orange nose still coming back all over again. Was catching the Formula 2 car. It was nearly 6 seconds down in 3rd place for Sam Harrison. That is a driver driving off on a straight. That is how wet it is. And then you get the bucking Bronco ride, and then, oh, bless me, back on the track.
A wry shake of the head as we see it again. Yeah, just very, very odd, but it isn't even easy in a straight line with these cars, with the power they're trying to apply.
Was it not last lap? I said, what's quicker than Quicksilver? Wet grass. Well, we've been proved it's quick, but not quite as quick as staying on the track. So into the lead race goes Ben Mitchell, already passing some of the others. There's just making it easy going past. Now, look, go offline, off the racing line. Of course, it's much wetter, but when you're passing back-marking cars, as Andrew Willis was there in the BRM 261, that is what you have to do. So caution is required.
Well, the LDS Climax F1 is its official title, and it's back in the lead, and maybe not with the ultimate pace of Andy Willis, but consistently keeping it on the road. And we'll have another edition of this battle out front with Samuel Harrison trying to get closer and closer still. And well, you can see now the gap is coming massively down in the battle for the lead.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds. That lap, the lap before when the BRM went off, Andrew Willis, it cost him 5 seconds, but he got it back on the track. Number 8, the Nick Taylor's Scuderia Colonia Lotus being passed. That's the white one with the black and white checkers up the flank, and car number 14 making progress there, going through, which is Richard Wilson, Cooper Climax Bruce McLaren Monaco winner. The track is definitely drying out.
Yeah, podium positions as well with that car 14 in the British Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix and the South African Grand Prix back in 1962. Currently running in 10th position is Wilson.
Everyone will have a story to tell, and this driver, Cooper, has decided not to show us his race number because he's rotated it round, but it's car number
71.
71, Flavio Puccinelli, ex-Jack Brabham car, now facing in the right direction, but it's far easier to fall off than to stay on, you can put it that way.
Different challenge now, because it is beginning, the rain has stopped. So the rain has stopped out there, the lap times are dropping, but in chasing that lap time, you can easily have a spin like we just saw.
Absolutely so. So it's good to see that Puccinelli has got going all over again, but unfortunately car 99 has not. That's Mark Shaw, who started middle of the front row, was the leader into the opening corner, yet was 3rd on the way out, and some rear-end contact there. Mark was running in 5th place overall behind Andy Middlehurst. He's dropped it, he's dinked it, but the battle for the lead is closed right up. We saw Andrew Willis was getting closer and closer to the LDS of Ben Mitchell, covered by under a second on the start-finish line, and as they go towards St Mary's, it's getting closer and closer. Sorry, out of St Mary's to the second part of Lavant, and they've got traffic up ahead. This could be defining factor. 10 minutes left in this Goodwood Trophy race. What an excitement. And there, Andrew Willis' right-hand wheels on the grass. Good grief.
Yeah, braver than I would be behind the wheel. Now you've got to pick your way through. We've got 2 cars by the side of the road, and we're not yet intervening to change it. And you're trying to pick your way through here, and you're trying not to lose the lead.
Absolutely so. So, hand up from one of the drivers, let them, oh no, it's hand up all around, and that's from our race second place car, our race leader, suddenly arm in the air for Ben Mitchell. Now, I want to check where the yellow flags are. Have we got a red flag? Did I spot red in the background, or was that someone jumping up and down wearing a red jacket?
Can't see any, just looking at the marshals out the window, no flags on the main straight. That is a change to the lead once again then. There's the yellow flag continuing to wave around the circuit.
And the white flag denoting a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. We saw, I think it was one of the UDT Laystall cars, or perhaps the BRP in that pale green, well, it was the pale green car, pulling to the side of the circuit there. So that was most likely
cars off.
Kurt Del Bene, maybe?
Is that an issue for the LDS then, that was in the race lead? Because there was an arm up and there was a drop back. Let's have another look. And this is going to be, oh, that is how easy it is. You are straight to the scene of the accident, and that's a disappointing way for Mark Shaw's afternoon to come to a close.
Most certainly is, and that just shows how tricky the conditions are. Car number 15, the loader of Patrick Jamin, who was going very early on. Can he miss the chicane? He's almost going at no speed at all and has come to a halt. But again, just when you turn in, there's no adhesion for the French racer. Round it goes. So tiptoes, just as we were thinking the track was improving, it's now slowed down all over again. But a lot of it as our race leader Andrew Willis blasts by in the P261. What is the gap back to Ben Mitchell? Nearly 5 seconds, but we saw an arm in the air, did we not, from Ben Mitchell and the LDS?
We did. That wasn't one of the cars being lapped as he goes around the 81 there. That is the Lotus Alfa Romeo, driven by James Davidson. Further down the order, but this has been really, really eventful stuff for the last 2 races. So the yellow flag continues to be waved. They're not chucking the safety car out at this stage because I think it would interrupt the race time. And there are 8 minutes to go. It's Willis, Mitchell and Harrison, the top 3, as it continues to dry out around the 2.3 miles at Goodwood Circuit.
Now bear in mind that car parked between, not the 99 car of Mark Shaw, which is parked to the side of the circuit there, but the one on the between St Mary's and Lavant has been there for about 3 laps. The waved yellow flags are there, so the drivers all know that Federico Barati's Lotus 24 is where it is. However, still trying to see the gap between Ben Mitchell in second place in the LDS and Andrew Willis as they go around the sections of that. They're lapping at equal pace, but we did have that moment where Ben, in the lead of the race, just behind that gaggle of cars as the front runners came through, stuck his arm in the air. And it would be very, very interesting to find out, perhaps after the end of the race from Ed Foster, if Ben finishes in the top 2, just what went on out there.
Well, it's been an engrossing battle all the way through. We had 3 leaders inside the opening mile of the race, and now we're looking at the great animation behind the wheel of Alex Morton, having to work very, very hard there, and he is in the 21 as the marshals make them aware that there are cars at the side of the road. That's in the Lotus 21 from 1961.
Yeah, Alex Morton made a really, really good start in that one, then fell back a little bit. This is a car largely raced in South Africa by Neville Ledley, who until yesterday was calling Neville Ledeur all my life. I've only read his name, but I've been straightened out on that one. But right now he's being pushed very hard by Richard Wilson, the Cooper T60, the first car that was fitted with the Climax FWMV engine, a car with which Bruce McLaren won at Monaco, but McLaren wouldn't have wanted these wet conditions at Monaco. But that number 14 Cooper tucked in behind, biding his time, but time is not necessarily his friend. 6 minutes remaining, but certainly some points on the circuit that are very, very wet indeed. And again, the slightly cautious exit from the chicane has bought a little bit of breathing space for Alex Morton in that Lotus number 21, or Lotus 21, number 21.
Easy to pick out. Beautiful looking car, currently circulating in 6th position with Wilson in 7th. Then it's Jamin who's had that spin at the final chicane early in the race, and then it's Taylor and Collins as we check back in.
Well, just taking a look, I mean, the lead was 5 seconds, or the best part of that, between Andrew Willis in the BRM and Ben Mitchell in the LDS. It's now out to 7 seconds, so I don't know why Ben stuck his arm in the air as they came across the group of cars. Now, great little car, number 44, Klaus Berg's Lotus 18, ex-Cameradi team. And I like it when they still have the original driver's name on the flank, much as that one, our race leader says, Stewart. We've just seen Jackie Stewart with his championship-winning car, 3rd championship-winning car. But Ian Burgess is the name written on the side of the car about which we were just speaking there.
Well, the number 7, Andrew Willis, out front and looking for a slightly less eventful end to the race than the start of it. We've seen him rejoining a couple of times, shaking his head, but he will be smiling if he can stay where he is for another 5 minutes. That's the aim for the driver who has now it's dried up, looking far more assured behind the wheel, still taking that wider line, the wet line going through there. We saw slightly tighter lines from him at the start of the race and then adapted as he went. Oh, this is a wonderful shot of a wonderful car.
coming into the chicane. The question is, well, how close would you like to go? Perhaps you allow a little less space to yourself because you know your car could carry on sliding towards the second part of the wall of the chicane, but that's a brilliant driving from Andrew Willis. The gap to second place has come down by over half a second, but it's 6.4 seconds at the moment. Surely with 4 minutes to go, that is enough. Now we've had a change of position, and
Richard Wilson has got past Alex Morton, and that is for 6th position as he comes over the line. 4 minutes to go, and the number 14 car raced in 1962, the Cooper Climax.
Now, let's just wind the clock back. What, 4 laps? The change of lead. Was Ben Mitchell passed under the yellow flag for the lead? Did he stick his hand up and then Andrew Willis come through? Can't tell you as yet, but I'm just fulminating, just trying to work out what went on. But since then, their pace has been very similar, but 6.4 seconds is the gap. That surely is insurmountable with 3 3/4 minutes remaining in this race. But right now, the front 2 cars, they're 15 seconds clear of Samuel Harrison, the number 88 Formula 2 Brabham, who's driven beautifully in that. The track, it does look as though it's improving, but the lap times are still north of 2 minutes, whereas the fastest lap of the race was 1 minute 56 from our race leader, from Willis.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is brightening up out there. It has stopped raining for about 10 minutes now. It was heavy at the start of this one. It was really tricky for the drivers to deal with. Clobber that protruding part of the barrier. One did. Slightly wider line through that.
Yeah, but what we're having is Ben Mitchell in the LDS, car number 17, is definitely closing on the race leader. Definitely. I'm just trying to see the last lap from Andrew Willis in the BRM there. Here's car number 7 was 2 minutes 7. 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, 1 minute 58.3 for the driver in second place, Ben Mitchell. There he is. So he's gained nearly 3 seconds on that lap. But the clock surely will run away with him. Through the first part of Matchweek he goes. Don't forget, that was one of the places where our race leader, Andrew Willis, ran wide on the circuit. In fact, you can see his tyre marks coming across the grass and just about got it back onto the circuit. However, it's all a question of who will make the fewer number of slip-ups.
2.5 minutes to go. We've seen late charges all the way through the meeting. We've seen races decided by 1/10 of a second, positions being swapped in the final feet of the race. And could we see another late charge now? Very even Stevens through the first sector. So I think Willis just ticking the boxes as he tries to wind down the clock and take the checkered flag.
Yeah, but the part of the lap in which the LDS with Ben Mitchell gains on each lap, they're always equal in the first of the 3 timing sectors, but the section we're looking at now with our racing to come through is where it really comes down. You can see Ben Mitchell, he is definitely king of the middle sector, closing right in that second place. It may yet become the lead.
Catching the traffic there was going to cost him. It's only 4.1 seconds across the line last time. And I wonder if Andy Willis might come under a lot of pressure towards the end of this race because he was clearly going on the circumspect route with the traffic he was trying to lap directly ahead of him. We're looking further down the order now at the 28 of Dan Collins.
Yeah, Dan, I was going to say just outside the top 10. Nonsense, he's in the top 10. He's in 10th place, and just in behind him is car number 23, the Lotus 18 of Andrea Stortoni, so they'll have a little battle. Definitely, it does appear dry to the eye, but waiting for our leader to come through. Andy Willis, 4.1 seconds clear at the start of this lap in his BRM, but Ben Mitchell clearly catching him as he goes through, and suddenly, well, what's the gap come down to? Just out of the background of the shot. Here is our race leader, still hitting the puddles on the start-finish straight, waiting for Ben Mitchell to come through, across the timing being in the background, still waiting. 1.6 seconds, he's taken another 2.5 seconds out. This is the start of the final lap. You know what you're saying? It's written into the DNA here. There has to be something happening on the final lap.
It's the rules at Goodwood, and what entertainment we have seen all the way. He is giving it everything, working the wheel, bagfuls of opposite lock as the 17, the LDS, tries to close up and snatch an unlikely win.
Single-seaters should not go sideways. Oh, yes, they should, and particularly in the wet. So brilliant attacking drive from Andy Willis. He's had a couple of off-track moments in the race-leading BRM. There's the P261, but the 17, the LDS of Ben Mitchell getting closer and closer, but time running out. He's got half a lap to go. He's now within a second. Who's going to be better through this part of the circuit? Well, for the last 3 laps, it's been the driver in second place. Ben Mitchell, very confident and getting the tail out in the second part of St Mary's. Into the dip, up the rise into lap, but you're starting to run out of corners in which you can make that move.
Is this the opportunity to take the lead on the last lap of the Goodwood Trophy? They're fighting over 6th position over and over again, with Morton and Wilson swapping that place, but we're looking at the battle for the lead in the final mile of the race now as they come back for home. Now, is that traffic going to get involved? It's been a good response from Andrew Willis, but this is the part of the track sensational to close the gap down from 6 seconds to 4 seconds to 1 second across the line. But Andy Willis has responded, unless we can see something truly extraordinary. We're into Hooker corner, but he's hesitant, and there's half a chance here. How much are you prepared to risk going into the final chicane? Oh, it's going to be car lengths, but Andrew Willis has done the job.
Well, I think he was actually slightly too cautious coming out of Lavant corner, but then he got the power down. But then, as you say, on his tiptoes, he's got it under measure. We've had overtaking manoeuvres between the final chicane and the finish line, but today I think we're looking at a victory by about 0.3 of a second. But certainly the BRM of Andy Willis wins the race from Ben Mitchell. Still a question mark about why Ben's hand went up when he got to the back of those cars, but for now, race winner is Andy Willis. Second place, Ben Mitchell in the LDS, and third place, brilliant drive from Samuel Harrison. The Formula 2 Brabham car number 88, still snaking around, still having fun. It's over for now. You've got to slow it down, bring it in, but wave to the crowds and they will wave to you. That was a fabulous drive from so many of the drivers in the field in what was a very, very tricky circuit on which to go racing. And even at the end, we still have spinners. Car number 15, he's already had a spin. Patrick Jamin, brilliantly avoided there, just outside, just at the tail of the top 10.
Andrew Willis takes victory in the Glover Trophy in a terrific tussle with Ben Mitchell. They put on a great display for us all the way. It was a good drive from 9th on the grid to 3rd for Samuel Harrison. And then it was Andy Middlehurst who initially left at the line as the leader and then found himself swallowed up earlier on. A fine drive to 4th though for him. And then it was Buhofer, Wilson, and Wilson comes over the line, and Wilson beats Buhofer on the last lap and takes 5th place. But here is our winner. Andy Willis has taken the checkered flag. He's punching the air, and he had a race of high drama all the way through. He was off multiple times, but it doesn't matter what sort of race you've had when you take the checkered flag.
Let's have a look at the lineup for the grid then. Pole position for Ollie Bryant in the Lotus 15. Sam Hancock's a great competitor, and that Ferrari 246 has been very successful here in the past. Roger Wills in another Lotus on the front row. Then you've got Miles Griffiths, another Lotus 15. Harrison Newey in the Lister Jag. Harvey Stanley in a car, the Tagero Jaguar, that has won here a couple of times in recent years. Tiffany Dell on that 3rd row. Matt Green also alongside. James Wood, another Lotus. Nick Fernborough in a Cooper T49. And then we go to James Thorpe in the Lister Jaguar. Saif Hassan, another Lister Jaguar. John Young in a D-type. Michael Gans and Mark Donner. Gary Pearson, Julian Majsub and Frederick Wakeman ready to go racing, as are Darren McWhirter and Richard Wilson. Richard in another of the Lotus 15s. David Porter, Michael Birch and Massimiliano Bettati. They're all in Lotus 15s on that row of the grid. Lister Jaguar and Maserati follow. We've got a couple of Ferraris down towards the back. Jason Wright completes the grid in the Ferrari 246 SPE. So there we are. That's how they all line up for this race, which, as you say, is looking as though it's going to be nice and dry. But I think it's going to be a pretty close battle in prospect, although Ollie Bryant did a very good lap in qualifying, so it's a little bit difficult to know yet.
He did, and it is difficult to know with these different conditions. I expect to see a very close battle between him and Sam Hancock. Sam, of course, qualified on pole last year but didn't finish the race, so he'll be looking to make amends. And we have Miles Griffiths, he qualified P2 last year. It was very, very close qualifying. We had a close qualifying yesterday, so we were treated to some great driving out there. We're going to be treated to some even more great driving as the crowd watch on. Tiff Nadell, we had lunch with him, didn't we, in the Drivers' Club. He had his sausage and mash, so he's hoping that that's all settled down. Of course, he's been out already in the TT. There's still a little bit of standing water there at the chicane, and that looks like that could just be maybe running off a little bit from the tyres there, but I expect that to dry fairly quickly with all these cars going around. 29 lining up, of course, on the grid.
Yeah, it's another big grid, and that's what Goodwood nowadays, it brings in some of the most fabulous cars from all over the world, and people bring them in to race here and to show them off, but to enjoy them as well. And I love seeing that. There are some people who understandably, we're a bit the same, bit nervous of ever having an older car that might get damaged or get hurt, and so many of these people with their wonderful historic cars are ready to get them raced either themselves or by colleagues or by top racers. So that's what we're enjoying. Number 24 on the outside of the front row, that's Roger Wills, and he's very experienced in this Lotus 15. He's had some good results here at Goodwood. This is very much his thing. So let's see how he gets on. He was 3rd in 2021 in that car. So let's see whether he can get another podium finish. He's starting from 3rd place on the grid. Then alongside him on that front row, you've got the beautiful Ferrari 246S of Sam Hancock. There he is. And Sam, with great experience in motorsport, in a car that they only ever built 2 of these. It's had a 2nd place in the Sussex Trophy before, but it's had plenty of wins at the Revival in different events over the years, so it has been a successful car. And actually back in its period, it has been successful too. But there's the pole position car of Ollie Bryant, who, as you say, was the top Cobra that we saw racing in the wet earlier on. He got a 3rd place finish. Now we're going to see him in a very different car, the beautiful little Lotus 15.
Yeah, and he'll hope it's be staying more in a straight line than his Cobra that he had snaking down the straight earlier on in the day, as the grid is still fairly busy with people out taking photos. These last-minute words there with Ollie. There goes the whistle, and that means everyone will now have to clear the grid. As you can see, the marshals doing a great job as always around the circuit, and they are waving and signalling to the grid girls and everyone else. It's time to go racing.
It is indeed, and with that better weather, it could make it for an even more entertaining battle. That Lotus 15, a key part, as I mentioned, of the Lotus sort of sports car brand. The Lotus 11 was the first version of a sports car like that they came up with. It was developed from the 11 using 2-litre engines and trounced many of the big traditional racing sports cars of the time. And as you can see, that's kind of happening here as well, because he's ahead of some big Lister Jaguars.
Yeah, he is. So we've got a nice variety there across the grid, and Ollie Bryant's had experience with this Lotus 15 as well, so it's not like it's sort of new to him. He's had numerous podium finishes as well, so he'll be looking that he gets quickly reacquainted with his machinery. His visor down now, and we wait to have the green flag for them to head off on the green flag lap.
Right, so we're getting all set for the Sussex Trophy then, for World Championship sports cars from 1955 to 1960, the slightly earlier versions. Front-engined car up there on a pole position, and it was a time when front to rear engine hadn't really, it was just beginning really, it was just beginning to develop, but most of these, I think if not all, most of them are front-engined vehicles, and we're going to see how that all goes. The engine mounted very low down, of course, in the Lotus 15 as well. It certainly gives the driver a great view, there's no doubt about that. So, everybody getting visors down now as they get ready for the start of this race. Number 3, Harrison Newey, Adrian Newey's son, so he's got a great chance of doing something with the big Lister Jaguar Nobley, that's what it's called, as he eases away now. This car has won the Moss Trophy here before, and actually has won the Sussex Trophy before that car with Phil Keane. Phil Keane is another top racer here at Goodwood. Down at the back, you can just see Jeffrey O'Neill going away in the Maserati Tipo 61 birdcage, the white there with the blue line, the number 61 car. That's a very classic, typical style. And also some of the Ferraris down at the back. That's the Ferrari 246. That one's right down at the back. A little bit of a slip around because the number 6 car there of Harvey Stanley went onto one of the wet bits.
He did, trying to get plenty of temperature into the tyres. Originally that goes down well when it's not that slippy, but that's one way to do it, and even you still need to do it in these wet conditions. But that'll make tricky times for overtaking, because naturally there will really be a train track line eventually once it does start to dry. So those that do want to make their way further up the field, they're going to have to go onto the wetter part of the track. But so they're not trying to drive all the track by weaving about, they're trying to get temperature into the tyres. There's a few adjustments there from the number 16. Just having a little adjustment of the mirror, as James thought. So not to look at himself, of course, just to check the competition out behind if he needs to, even if he comes under pressure during the race.
Yeah, no, and he's reasonably well up in the order as well, James Thorpe. So we'll see how that goes for him. He's 11th place on the grid, but I do think that there are some opportunities. That's in the Lister Jaguar Flat Iron. So that one actually did race at Le Mans back in the 1950s, Le Mans 1958. It was raced by Jim Clark as well, actually, in period, which is rather lovely to know. And it was altered a little bit. It was actually it crashed in 56, not by Jim Clark, but it was crashed in 56 and rebuilt as what they called flat iron. And so it came up with a completely unique shape. And we'll see how it gets on. That's the number 16 car, James Thorpe. But we're looking at the cars now beginning to come to the grid, ready to go. And Ollie Bryant, who has so much experience and done so well today, how's he going to deal with the Lotus 15? He's been a front runner here at Goodwood since 2007, so many, many years of racing, and always near the front in some spectacular cars. Often it's the family-owned cars. His father very much into motorsport as well. Lovely to see. And there on the outside, Roger Wills. He'll be doing his best in another of the Lotuses, but they've got a Ferrari between them. Ferrari versus Lotus, always fun to watch.
It is always fun to watch. I was just having a little look out the commentary box window. Steve, there was any real benefits for starting on either side of the grid? And it looks pretty even. So there's no benefit to which side you're going to be starting on, which is good to know. So they're all on equal terms launching off the line.
Right, here we go. Last few cars are now moving into position. The penultimate race of the Goodwood Revival weekend of 2023. The signal is given and we're getting ready to go racing. The Sussex Trophy is underway and it's all three at the front, but actually Roger Wills, I would say, made the better start from the outside of the front row. But will he be able to get into the front? Yes.
Yes, he does.
Roger does get in front of the Ferrari of Sam Hancock, and actually it's not worked out at all for Ollie Bryant. He's down to fourth.
Ollie Bryant initially got a really good getaway, that initial one, and then just seemed to have some wheel spin. We've got the number 14 car off. That's Matt Green has gone off there early on, but yeah, he got a little bit of wheel spin. We saw the tyre smoke, but everyone else further behind, albeit Matt Green, have come through nice and safely.
Some beautiful Jaguar D-types out there a bit further down the grid as well. As you say, though, that little wet patches in a few places are still making life a touch tricky. But that was a brilliant start by Roger Wills, and he is just trying to open up that gap. They're all learning, though. They've all got to learn where's the dry bit, where's the wet bit.
Now, I wonder if we shall have a safety car quite early on, Ben, because Matt's car is actually just after the start-finish line, and I can still see it parked sideways on the grass. Yellow flags are waving. There you go now. That's had some heavy impact, so let's have a little look. So I'm guessing someone's going to get slow away. And no, there we go. So, he's just lost the rear of the car there, unfortunately, and spun around. I'll have to see who he ended up hitting there, but a great job from everybody else to avoid him, and safety car is now out.
Oh, do feel for him. That's always an embarrassing one, but it's so easily done when you do a standing start, that you get that extra bit of wheel spin than you were expecting, and it just turns the car off. I had that once, I remember well, and very embarrassing. 77 has also got off into the gravel trap, and that's another of the Lotus 15s. That's Massimo Bettati, and he's very stuck. So this actually, safety car period for both now, because they're going to have to give him a tow to get him out. Behind him. Yeah. We're getting ready to go racing once again. It's Roger who has control until the start-finish line. He'll nail the throttle coming out of the chicane. He does it. They're all sliding a little bit onto the line, but he's got away well, and that was a big slide for Sam Hancock.
Yeah, a really big slide, and plenty of slides going on further down the field. We have had 3 extra minutes added on to this race, but that was a really difficult start for Wills there, because it was such a late call for the safety car to come in. He couldn't plan way in a sort of way. You always plan in advance, but it was a late. He couldn't get a good run. He had to basically wait to the chicane.
A lot of them are snapping sideways on the exit of Madgwick. I don't know whether it's water or oil down there, because they're all having a bit of a rear snap, or gravel, yeah, perhaps. Who knows? But most of them, I think, have survived it. They've all corrected it well. And Roger done a good job with the restart there. Sam Hancock chasing him, but they're both under pressure now from Ollie Bryant. So he has got 3rd place now, who was on pole, and I think he'll still be a threat to them as this continues. Down into Lavant they come, and onto the long straight.
Yeah, this is going to be a good scrap. Ollie Bryant knows he had the pace, was really fast in qualifying. She was on the very last lap that he popped in a super quick time of 1:24.3. So they've still got obviously a long way to go before they get to that pace, but he's right on the back of Hancock now.
Harrison Newey in the number 3 car, he's putting a little bit of pressure on Harvey Stanley just ahead of him. But meanwhile, we've got Sam Hancock in this beautiful Ferrari trying to get a little closer to the white Lotus of Roger Wills, but Roger's holding on to that lead very effectively. That car is working beautifully. Goes into the chicane on a slightly narrower line, interestingly. Behind them both, though, Ollie Bryant. He was the fastest in qualifying by quite a margin. You can still see how slippery it is in places, and in fact, he made a mistake there, I think, by getting on the wet patch.
Yeah, he's struggling, isn't he, there? Right, he's not having much luck with driving vehicles in a straight line, is he? He was all over the shop with the Cobra. Nothing to do with him, it's just they were so powerful, it was hard to keep in the straight line, these tricky conditions. But look now, Hancock has streamed all the way up to back of Wills. That gap was 6/10 of a second when they crossed the line, but that is definitely decreased a hell of a lot now, and he's having a little look as they go down the straight into St Mary's.
This is great stuff, isn't it? And I tell you what, that lap was slower than I expected. They're some 16 seconds off what they did in the dry. And as you say, side by side, a real attempt there by Sam Hancock. And now he's got the inside line going into Lavant.
Yes, but he's done it. He's gone round the outside of the second part of St Mary's. A really great move. Can Wills have a little look back down the inside? No, he doesn't, but there's a very long straight coming up. But already Bryant is right on the back of them.
Yeah, so Ollie's got back into 3rd place, hasn't he? Having lost that place to Miles Griffiths when they were going over the line, just coming out of the chicane. But now it is Sam Hancock. But I tell you, this track is drying up. That last lap was only a 1:40.7 when they did 1:24s, 1:25s in dry qualifying. So it just indicates, even though they're not sliding as much as the big, powerful sports cars we saw earlier, clearly the track is still quite slippery. I think the next couple of lap times are going to start dropping down because it is improving.
Yeah, Wills still feels like he needs to do that to narrow a line, doesn't he? As we can still see the gravel left there, but look at them snaking all over the place, down the straight, still driving on ice, many of the drivers said on some of the earlier races. As Bryant means business now, he's turned on those headlights, and that usually means I'm hunting you down, I'm coming through.
Absolutely right. That was a 1:38.4 from Sam Hancock, so that was a good lap. The track is drying up a bit. Ollie needs to get on with this if he's going to have a chance to catch the Ferrari, and he's beginning to hunt around the back of Roger Wills. Where's the opportunity going to come? They've both got the same engines, of course. They're both the Lotus 15, so their speeds, both in corners and straight lines, are pretty similar.
Yeah, they are. Looking at the sectors now, Hancock has certainly pulled a good gap. As Bryant goes round the outside again. Wills has been done round the outside of St Mary's Part 2. Really brave stuff. But Bryant knows he's got to get past. And he's under pressure now from
Miles Griffiths
down the inside. Don't make contact, guys. No, they keep it nice and clean. So he's going to have a good go now. Coming down the back straight, heading into Woodcote Corner. But a great move from Bryant.
Yeah, very good indeed. But yeah, Miles Griffiths also trying to make that move as well. Roger Wills having to give up that place. So that's dropped Roger down into 3rd position. Looking just at some of the other attacks that are going on. That's James Thorpe in that lovely Lister Jaguar flat iron. He's a bit further down. He's down in 10th position. He just lost a place, in fact, to Nick Fernborough in a Cooper Monaco. 114, but they're having their own little battle. Meanwhile, look, you are seeing the leaders get closer and closer to one another. Sam Hancock in the Ferrari, only just ahead of Ollie Bryant in the Lotus, and then the other Lotus of Roger Wills coming under more pressure again from Miles Griffiths in another version of the Lotus 15, so they've got similar performance as well. And then Harvey Stanley just a little bit further back. As that lap are 1:36, they gain another 2 seconds on that lap. The track is drying, but it's still tricky.
It's still tricky, and it's still a long way off from what they were doing in qualifying. As now, having a look at the sector times, they're pretty even, Bryant and Hancock at the moment through the 1st sector. But it does seem this 2nd and 3rd sector where Ollie Bryant seems to have the legs on the rest of the field.
Yeah, let's watch him here. Is he? Interestingly, he takes the wide line. Often this is a good plan. You don't necessarily want to go on down on the inside into Lavant, otherwise it slows you on the straight. Meanwhile, similar sort of approach.
He's going to get the cutback, does he? He's going to be ever so close. No, not quite close enough.
No, that's right. And straight line speed of the Ferrari looks good, doesn't it? Because we saw how close they were going to Lavant, but I think the Ferrari has just that little bit more straight line speed, and that's suiting Sam. It's a bigger engine. It's a 2.4 versus the 2-litre engine in the Lotus.
Yeah, now, traffic, Ben. Traffic. Here is some traffic for these drivers to deal with. Not only these tricky conditions, and I was just about to say how it can really affect the leaders and affect position, and it is, look, Hancock's having to really slow down in the chicane as the drivers desperate. They're having their own race. The blue flags will be out, but it's hard to really pull over, especially in that chicane that's so narrow. So this will play a big part now with these lead track drivers and with this lead pack as to who can find themselves through the traffic the best. And also a little bit, it does come down to a little bit of luck of how you arrive to the back of the traffic.
Right, another opportunity perhaps as they come through Fordwater. This is flat out through here as long as the track is dry enough. And then we've got a problem for the number 22 car of Julian Madrid we were talking about earlier, whether he's just had, I think he's just had a little off, maybe just ran onto the grass. Back with the battle for the lead though, and still not quite the opportunity for Ollie Bryant. And if he can't get past on this section, he's trying though, he's got an opportunity, he's going for it. Ollie goes into the lead, Ollie Bryant into the lead, but we're coming down to a section where the Ferrari is so quick, it might be able to come back. He did that well, didn't he? He did that really well, and he knows I've got to get a good exit out of Lavant corner to really get the hammer down and stream down the straight. Let's have a little look. The Ferrari's closing the gap ever so slightly, but Bryant has done a great job in the lesser powered car there as he comes into Woodcote now and he stamps on the brake. The car will be squirming underneath him. You can just see a dry line there starting to form now, Ben, as Bryant comes round into the chicane, and he's going to have a good gap. Right, let's have a look at what went wrong for Julian. So he was making a move down the inside, and I think then, yeah, he ran wide as part of that move. Yeah, once he got on the grass, I think that was it. He was always going to end up spinning round. Doesn't matter how much talent you had in car control, he was always be going round on the slippy grass. Dealt with it well though, he let it go, he was looking around, making sure it was clear, and then this was the change for the lead. Yeah, and it really nicely done and really nicely timed as well, and even though Ollie Bryant was overtaking, he has set fastest lap of the race, but I don't think it will be over yet because, as I said earlier, the traffic will play a part, and the spread of the field compared to sort of the back of the field, the times that they're doing to those at the front is quite a big spread. So if Ollie's just going to hope that his luck is going to swing in his favour, and he's going to approach the traffic and be able to get past quite easily. Further down the order, some separate little battles going on. There's Tiffany Dell, number 88, running in 7th place. And part of the little group behind there's number 70, and that's Gary Pearson. He's actually the next one in there, in that particular group. There are, as you say, some cars being lapped in this group as well. Tiffany Dell just finding a way past nicely. Gary now trying to do the same. Ooh, that's a little bit tight. Very tight. Was pretty tight there, but they just managed a kick of on the grass there. And I think that friendly hand gestures going on. Yes, I think he felt that. Keep an eye out because I was coming through, and he is lapping. It's not like he's racing against him for position. Jeffrey O'Neill, that is, in the Maserati, who just tightened it in a little bit too much. There's Gary Pearson in the stunning D-type, and that is now running in 8th position, chasing after Tiffany Dell. But coming under pressure now from Nick Fernborough. That number 114 car is pretty close, and Nick is definitely putting a bit of pressure on him. That's in the Cooper Climax T49 Monaco, raced by Jackie Epstein in its early years, and he goes through. Good speed. Yeah, real good exit there from the 114. As you can see, his belt's flapping around there, so he is strapped in. He's strapped in nice and tight. It's just the end of the belts that you pull to strap the driver in, floating about there. But the gap at the lead now, Ben, is 1.4 seconds between Bryant and Hancock. But there's been a mixture of sector times, and that will be down to the traffic. Someone who is setting some good pace is Harvey Stanley in the number 6 car, down in 6th in the Jaguar. That was actually, this car won, I believe, last year. Right. Yeah, with James Cottingham. James Cottingham, who's not driving it this year. He's given it to
Harvey Stanley to have a go, and it's looking pretty fast.
Yeah, it is looking good, and he's having fun out there, Harvey. But our race leader, number 1, and he's in position 1, and he's comfortable with it, as you said. He's opened it up. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was 1.4 seconds when he last crossed the line. He's done another better lap, and it's gone up to 2.9 now, so he's easing away. Battle for third going on just behind, though. Roger Wills still under pressure from Miles Griffiths. There's not much between the white and orange Lotus in the battle for the final podium position, and actually they're not far away from Sam Hancock.
No, they're not. Wills has really found a turn of pace here in these drying conditions. He's just set the fastest lap of the race at 1:32.2. They weren't doing in qualifying though, 1:24, so the track's still got a long way to go. So I think we've got a really, really good scrap on our hands here, Ben, for this second podium spot, as Griffiths is having a little look there on the back of Wills.
Yeah, he had it, as you say, almost pushed down alongside, but decided to back out a bit. Now he's looking for the good exit here. Both of them have got an advantage to get a bit of a toe off the Ferrari. But whether Miles Griffiths in the orange car can get a little bit more straight line speed here and then attack on the way down to Woodcote, I don't think he will. The car of Roger Wills, he's got a good motor. It's pulling away. He's got the toe from the Ferrari, and it's working for him.
Yeah, it certainly is working for him. Going down the straight, the gap at the top has opened up even more, 2.9 seconds now. Just very, very good on the brakes there into Woodcote corner, still taking that tighter line. He feels that is the best way for him to navigate the entry into the chicane, as they're full chat now down the straight. Some of them finding the slightly wetter patches to maybe cool the tyres, treaded tyres, so they won't be slick tyre, but still I feel that tyre needs cooling down a little bit. Stanley, new fastest lap at 1:30.8.
Good.
So it won't be long, and there you go. You can see him in the background in the number 6. So it's not long before he's going to be joining this battle for the second place.
There you are. You're watching him now, as you say, just set fastest lap and really beginning to go at good speed, as they are again lapping some other cars. So this could give opportunities for a change for second place. Up front, Ollie Bryant in a very comfortable position, and Tiff Liddell involved in another battle with Nick Finborough, who goes through. So Nick has now put himself up in the 7th place. Tiff is down into 8th position, and Nick Finborough is really charging along well in number 114 Cooper Climax T49 Monaco. This car was restored relatively recently. It made its debut at Donington in May last year, and I tell you what, they've restored it extremely effectively. There's the battle for second position still going on. We've got under 2 minutes to go, and there's a good clear area for the race leader, but the other podium positions are still uncertain, aren't they? Look
They
at
are, and Will's got boxed there by a bit of traffic, but he's dealt with it really, really well. Covered off the tight line. He saw Miles Griffiths coming in the bright orange number 37. But that's now open to give Hancock a little bit of breathing space, and you can see in the background there Stanley really getting the rear of his car out and getting it loose of the Jaguar as he desperately tries to close the gap. And it's now Hancock that has set fastest lap of the race, and the gap has gone from 2.9 for the lead down to 1.6.
Yeah, I think Ollie Bryant's kind of taking it steady a little bit and trying to protect the car, but you're right, he's not going as quick as he was earlier, whereas this lot, which are they're all racing so hard, they're pushing, and Sam Hancock has managed to ease away a bit now from the 2 Lotuses.
Yeah, and there you can see the Ferrari has got Bryant in his sights, but in Bryant's sights, further down the road, that looked like a lot of traffic.
Right. Oh, this is a good move by Miles Griffiths. He's nipped past. He could be getting the podium after all. He's up in the 3rd place. Roger Wills is going to have to fight back.
He is, and he's going to have a good go coming down the back straight. He's going to try and dummy, send it one way, have a look at the other. But he's being forced to go the long way round as they'll come heavy into the brakes into Woodcote corner. And Miles Griffiths, does he get it stopped? Oh, he can. Lovely job by Miles Griffiths. Really covers off the line. Almost invited Wills down the inside. But look at this traffic.
Yeah, it's tight. And Sam's now got a bit caught up in it. Sam Hancock. So that might actually give Ollie Bryant a slightly bigger advantage as they go over the line once again. They will be seeing the checkered flag next time around. Gap up to 2.4, but there's the third place man, Miles Griffiths, still with Roger Wills chasing him for third place. It looks like first and second might be sorted as we're on the final lap, but third is still to fight for.
Third is still to fight for, and it was Hancock. A big shame for him. He really could get hampered by the traffic as the number 29 of David Porter has spun around somewhere on the circuit, safely rejoined, and same with the number 61 of Jeffrey O'Neill.
Yeah, he's getting back on the tarmac. And whether that was something between them, because there was a bit of a...
I'm glad we had the graphic there, because I can't see if that was a friendly graphic.
They've caught Sam Hancock again. I think he must have got caught in traffic or something, because suddenly now Miles Griffiths in the orange Lotus is putting the pressure on the Ferrari. I think the Ferrari will have the pace on this section, though. We are on the last lap.
Yeah, we certainly are. I think, Brian, I don't want to commentate his curse it, but I think he's pretty safe for the win, but it's not over down here. So you can see the Ferrari, just as you said, Ben, has that pace down the straight, so has that saved Hancock. He's a little bit earlier on the brakes. He gets it stopped. Is Miles going to have a little lunge down the inside? But here is our winner.
Yeah, Ollie Bryant's done a super job. Pole position, he didn't get off the line well, but he's delivered in the race itself. Ollie Bryant takes the victory in the Sussex Trophy in the Lotus Climax 15. Second does go to Sam Hancock by a tiny margin in the end. Miles Griffiths got that third place. He started fourth, but he beat Roger Wills in the end. Those two had a tremendous tussle. And Harvey Stanley, he ends up outside the podium, but he still ends up with fastest lap, the 1:29.9. He did a good job, finished in fifth place. Some other battles still just being sorted out. It looks like Harrison Newey is, oh my goodness, that's been a big accident for the number 17. That's a real shame to see that. And the driver...
Sam there, he's had a nasty incident. Where is that? I'm trying to work out if that is down at Woodcote Corner, I think maybe. So glad to see driver out. He was down in 15th place.
Yeah, it's down at the first corner.
Yeah, yes, correct, the first corner.
And you can see the tyre barrier damage that's been done on, as you say, it's Saif Hassan, who has been out in a few different cars this weekend. And I do feel for him, that's a tough one in the Lister Jaguar Nobly. I don't know what happened, because the track has been drier, of course, but that's the same place where we saw some accidents when the track was wet. But well done to Ollie Bryant, who drove superbly well, except off the line. He didn't make the best start, but otherwise he did it all extremely well in the number 53 car. And it was the last year of Jowett. Let's have a look at the lineup on the grid then. Chris Ward, Justin Law and Fred Shepherd on that front row, two Jaguars and the Ford Thunderbird. Another Jaguar, Thomas Butterfield, alongside Ben Colburn on the second row. Third row, Dickie Meaden, James Colburn and Mike Jordan. Mike Jordan, of course, father to Andrew Jordan, who's had some great success and difficult times this weekend already. Matt Manderson and Harry Naismith complete that fourth row of the grid. Then we go back down the field. We've got Duncan Pittaway in Rowan Atkinson's car, Matt Green, James Dorlin, Tom Sharp and James Thorpe, Nick Jarvis and Chris Harris, who we heard from, the great journalist and racer in the Austin A35, Simon Lewis, Ding Boston and Tom Shepherd not there, I'm afraid. Tom had that problem on the outlap in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. He's not on the grid, so we've got a space there, in fact. And then we go all the way down to the back of the grid, the last few cars. Cameron Jackson, he's a very quick driver, but that Mark 1 I don't think is working quite so well. Peter James, Julian Crossley, Theo Pafitis, it's lovely to see him, another television celebrity in many ways, businessman. He's down towards the back of the grid in his Ford Zodiac, and then the Saab Miles Polton down there, and Ewan Sergeson in the Studebaker Golden Hawk. So lovely to see the grid line up, and as the sun just beginning to set a little bit towards the last race here at the Goodwood Revival in 2023, we can still enjoy another tremendous race, potentially, between these 1950 saloon cars. The Jaguar Mark 1s that are going to line up 1 and 2 on the grid, the big Ford Thunderbird. It was a time in the late 50s when American-powered machinery was recognised as being rather rapid, particularly in a straight line, and this is a track that suits those powerful cars.
20 seconds and counting.
Well, the mixture of gasoline and air can be exploded just the way it is.
Ignition sequence start.
but we get more power out of it if we compress it before we explode it.
2, 1.
We're all set.
All engine running.
Go, go, go! The final cars for the St Mary's Trophy are just moving into position on the grid lineup. Up front, we have Chris Ward on pole position in the Jaguar Mark 1. Alongside him, Justin Law in another Jaguar Mark 1. And then Fred Shepherd in the Ford Thunderbird. And it's Justin Law and Fred Shepherd who are really going for the outright combined victory. But we've got the part 2 of St Mary's to go. Green flag from the back. St Mary's underway, the last race in 2023. It's a slow start for Fred Shepherd, but he's got a powerful car and he may well come back, even though he didn't get off the line particularly well. Excellent start for Justin Law, but no, it's Chris Ward. Chris Ward who has the advantage, and the Ford Thunderbird has lost some key places there.
Yeah, you can see just got so much wheel spin with the 7-litre there, but it's Jags galore, and we've got the 34. The Meaden car getting all out of shape on the exit of the first corner, but the Thunderbird is trying to sneak back down the inside through Fordwater, and will certainly have the legs and the pace, but maybe he won't be able to find a way through as he has to back off going into the first part of St Mary's.
This is a tough one now for Fred Shepherd. Oh, we've got a car on the grass as well. Hope, can it come back on? Oh, bouncing, bouncing. And everyone going to try and avoid it in the background. Oh, I think they've managed to avoid it.
What a camera shot we got. Let's have a look, trying to work out which car that was. Was that the...
One of the Austins.
Yes, it is.
Let's see which one it was. We'll check the number. Again, it's side by side with another of them. The 70 car of Harry Naismith on the outside. But it was the grey one that I think that actually went off. Meanwhile, though, the Ford Thunderbird got to get through. If they're going to take the overall victory today, then he needs to get past as quickly as possible. Going on board now with Dickie Meaden, and in fact the Thunderbird's got past him. So the Thunderbird's got past Meaden, but he's still got several positions to try and regain. That really didn't go particularly well off the start, but we know this Thunderbird is mighty quick in a straight line.
It's so quick in a straight line as they come round now to complete the lap. The gap at the front is 9/10 of a second between Ward and Law, and then Butterfield.
The Javelin's very smoky. I'm not sure that's going to last very long. I think that hopefully will get safely into the pits.
Yeah, pulled up to the side, and that's Dickie. Is that Dickie off on the grass? Yeah, so it's still pretty slippy. It is slippy offline, so if you just run slightly wide, and even more so on the grass.
Then we've got that. I think there must be oil down. Oh no! Contact made between several Austins there. Oh, that's very disappointing. That's the car Tom Christensen drove so well, number 70, and the other Austin there, that's the Australian version, number 39, Matt Green at the wheel of that one. Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. Harry Naismith got caught out in that, and I wonder if there is oil down from the Jowett that was smoking away or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you could be right, but we're on board with James Colburn, expecting to see a safety car at some point as James is fighting the car now. You can see, and grabs an extra gear. He's got in his sights, he's going to be hunting down quite quickly the Meaden car, number 34. So James in the vanguard, of course, as they come down this long straight. A bit of a stretch of the arms, as you can do down the very long back straight, and then onto the brakes into a good corner.
So no sign of any yellow, safety car at least yet. So we'll keep an eye on that just to see what happens. But as you say, the standard vanguard of James Colburn is trying to catch up with Dickie Meaden. Through the chicane they come. Always want to try and avoid the barrier if you can. It is Chris Ward who leads this race currently in the Mark 1 Jaguar, and he's in good position. He's done another good lap. 2 seconds his advantage ahead of Justin Law. And right now, this is good news for Justin Law as well, because the outright overall combined victory in St Mary's might go to him. But it depends on what happens with this car of Fred Shepherd, who's trying to close up the gap. Number 41, that's Justin Law in second, but he's in a good position right now, but he actually needs to be more than 2 seconds ahead of the Ford that is running in 4th place. And at the moment, I'm not sure that we're even at that difference as yet. So it still suits the Ford, even though it had a poor start. Meanwhile, here's a lovely little move down the inside. Oh no, not so good, it goes off. The number 6 standard vanguard, James Colburn, trying to sort it out, get it back on. Can he do it?
Just about. Off rally crossing there. I'm not sure whether he saw that car down the inside. It was well down the inside, wasn't it? We had to catch another replay there as he's had a little trip off. Lost a little bit of time, but did a good job not to spin the car around, because the grass, of course, would be very wet. There's more battles further on up the road.
Yeah, I think it was Matt Madison who was in that little battle there with the Austin A40. It's the car that Jimmy Johnson was in yesterday. Number 11 Jaguar there that's headed down. That's Simon Lewis. And it's raced under the Lister name back in the 1970s, funnily enough, as sort of partly historic racing already. It's being chased down by Alistair Dyson in the Ford Zephyr, another big machine, sliding away and just about controlling things. But for now, you can see Simon Lewis is holding the position.
Yeah, holding it very nicely as they're weaving round and feathering through the chicane. You can see the number 105 car of Peter James. Author, sold 21 million copies, so a very successful author. And we're just going to see the crash in the background. The little BMW there escaped.
So it was the spin that sort of set that up. There was the 55 car spun there, Alistair Dyson, and I think that sort of started off a whole train of things for the other cars that were following. Now, this was the battle that we saw, the little A40 going through. That was Matt Madison, and the contact that was made with James Colburn, but he did get back on.
Yeah, and not surprised that James was maybe a little bit upset with that. He left room, and it was quite an aggressive move from Madison down the inside.
Yeah.
And you can hear from on board there, not a very smooth ride. So from this angle, it didn't look as bad. I mean, well, yeah, actually, I take that back. It did, so that's why we have replays, to see it over again, get another look, another opinion. So, but they're still going, and there is Madison.
Yep.
Carries on.
Still running. Just, I think the car ran a bit wider than he was expecting it to. It was his mistake, as you say. He ran too wide. I don't think he was expecting it to run so wide. Meanwhile, we've got this boat race going on up near the front. This is for second place. So there's your race leader, the green Jaguar Mark 1. But now we've got another Jaguar in there going really well. Number 48, that's Thomas Butterfield. He's caught up, having qualified a little bit further down, but he's now in the mix. And the Ford Thunderbird of Fred Shepherd has just set fastest lap. The little BMW going through, but there's a wave from Tom Sharp, so I don't know what that's all about. Having a little argument with James Thorpe. I don't know, are they having a good side-by-side? Oh, he nips through, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's nipped through nice and safely there. The 700cc BMW, I don't think it will quite have the legs to come back down this long straight, but interestingly, Shepherd 1 second quicker than this pack in front. And saying that, look at the BMW, it does have, has closed up the gap there through Fordwater, so I certainly take that back, but then just runs out of a little bit of steam towards St Mary's.
Yeah, we saw Colin Turkington in it yesterday, and he loved it, and that's a gain for the Ford Thunderbird. Let's just see.
He's passed both of them.
Yeah, I was just saying, has he got both? He has, so that's put him into second place, hasn't it?
Yeah, but not for how long for? Oh, so close there to making contact. So a great job by those three for avoiding contact. So the Thunderbird would stamp on the gas and put that 7-litre engine through its paces down the straight. So let's have a look at the replay here, and I'm guessing down the very, very long back straight, Shepherd is just going to breeze past.
Yeah, it's all about straight line speed.
Rest.
They gave him the space, perfectly fair. They couldn't do anything about that. That's down to sheer speed of the very powerful Ford Thunderbird, those big American engines. We think there may be a problem on the BMW. He's backing off. That's a shame for Tom Sharp. This is a pity. We'll see the smoke coming out of the back. The little engine that's in the base, in the back of that. It's a little flat twin-based bike engine. Oh dear, that's an air inlet, isn't it?
Oh no. Yeah, it looks like it, and it's in the middle there. The leaders come through. They will, well, I'll say they've avoided. They've gone over the top of it. Hopefully it doesn't get flicked up and do any damage. I would say there isn't really a gap for the brave marshals to run out and grab the piece of debris, but back to the lead group then. The gap is at 2.9 seconds, but I don't think it's going to stay that way for too long. There is some traffic that will come into play, but Shepherd is setting purple sectors at the moment.
And what we do know already, Alice, is that if he holds this position, it would be enough for them to take the overall combined victory, because although Chris Ward could still win it, it's this car that did so well both yesterday and today that could end up taking the overall victory. Ewan Ferguson just keeping out of the way there in the Studebaker Golden Hawk. That was a car made in Los Angeles, developed back in 1955. It's not got the same pace as the Ford Thunderbird. This was 1959, so this was a few years later on the American brand of saloon cars that certainly got more rapid.
Yeah, it certainly has. The gap has actually stretched up, so Shepherd clearly getting some traffic later on in that lap, because he lost a lot of time in that last sector. There he is on your screen now. So the gap is now 3.8 seconds. They continue to feather past the traffic. Race time left, just over 14.5 minutes remaining. As wherever you look on track, there are close battles going on.
Yeah, actually, that's quite interesting. At the back of that little group is Chris Harris, well, not in the middle, in this sort of little blue Austin A35. Chris Harris is in the middle of that group. As you say, it's quite a tight group that we're watching. Chris Harris is currently running in 13th position. Number 1 Jaguar, that's Cameron Jackson. So Cameron's running in 11th place. 12th place, we've got the number 22 car of Ben Colburn. That's the Austin A105. That's sort of the grey colour car. There's Chris Harris, the Top Gear man, great journalist, and he's having a bit of fun out there in his Austin A35, one of the tiny little cars. Very complete combination, or contrast, I should say, to the Ford Thunderbird. And then this little battle that's going on a bit further down as well. Actually, that's for 8th place, so that's still up there in the top 10. And we've now got the number 55 car of Alistair Dyson. Actually, it's Dorlin in the car. It's Dorlin in the car in that one, and it's managed to get past James Thorpe in the Austin.
Yeah, so that will move Dorlin up into P8 as they go down the back straight now. And the battle for the lead has come down ever so slightly, 3.1 seconds now. But Law there, who shared the car with Rob Huff, is sitting in 4th place, and as Ben said, needs to find a little bit of pace if we want the battle for the overall combined result between the Shepherd car that's sitting in 2nd place. But the gap seems to be stretching, but out in front, Chris Ward is continuing to lead the way. Shepherd hunting him down. He's gained actually in the first sector this lap 0.4 of a second on Ward, so they haven't actually got that much traffic, maybe a little bit further up the road, but this seems for them it'll be finally a clear lap.
Okay, yeah, so let's get another comparison on the lap times, as you say. It's going to be interesting to see, because Chris Ward has done a fantastic job so far. Got another Jaguar little tussle going on here. Simon Lewis in the white car. He's now under a bit of pressure from Cameron Jackson. Cameron is a very rapid driver in little single-seaters as well, but he's enjoying himself in the Jaguar. It must feel very, very different to some of the cars he's raced, but that's what we love seeing about historic racing. Oh, well, he does put a wheel on the grass, but he gets away with it. Actually doesn't get into a big slide, and he's keeping the pressure on Simon Lewis. Is there a chance to get alongside, or is he going to wait for the straight?
He's going to have a little look, is he now? I think a correct decision to wait to the straight. Is he going to go down the inside? It does then bend to the right slightly. We're going to have a drag race of drags down the back straight. Who's going to have the smoothest gear changes? And then coming up a little bit further behind is the number 35 of Chris Harris.
Yeah, that's right, so he's joining in. That 11 car's got good straight line speed, doesn't it? Simon Lewis got down the straight very effectively, but now Cameron Jackson, who's a Formula Junior champion in 2020 in a Brabham VT2. He's also won the historic Formula Ford championship in the past as well, a classic Formula Ford champion. So as I say, he's used to little single-seaters, but he's doing a good job in this Jaguar. I'm not sure it's got quite the engine power of some of its rival cars, but he's having a go at it.
Certainly is having a go, and Simon Lewis's concentration on his face is strong as goes around the outside. Unfortunately, though, he loses 2 positions and has dropped down a couple of spots now, but really nice stuff from everyone racing on track, and Jackson and Harris.
He's pulled off. He's pulled off. Simon Lewis has pulled off on the inside there. So I don't know what went, because he was quick down the straight, but he's pulled off down the inside. Yeah, there you are. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? It must be a mechanical problem.
Yeah, it must be very well spotted there, Ben. So he pulls it way out of the ray, but wherever you look, that is the 111 car of Boston going through.
Oh no! Oh dear! And he just made a good move. Oh, stay off the barrier. Oh, we didn't quite see where it went in the end. There is quite a lot of runoff there, but
I think he's...
Oh, he has damaged the back. Look, it has made contact. A little bit. Oh no, I don't think it did there. Maybe that damage was already there.
Yeah, maybe that damage was there, like you said. Marshall straight over, checking driver out. All okay, just be really disappointed. I was going to say that's a really good, brave move there, and unfortunately wasn't able to slow it down enough, was he? And we actually saw something similar from Jensen there, didn't we? He went down the inside and wasn't able to slow it down.
Look at this again, then.
There we go. Oh, as the number 7 thinks, please spin the opposite direction. That's Duncan Pittaway in the number 7 car. Yes, he did make contact, yeah, with the barrier. Ooh.
Ouch. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Because he, as you say, it was a brave move, and it just got away. It's an unusual place to lose it quite like that, but yeah, unfortunate. But
wait for the bang. He was hard on the brakes, but of course the wet grass, he was never going to have a chance of slowing down. So dropping all the way down the order, and the marshals giving it a good push to make sure we don't have a safety car, and the car is out of the way, and that is the number 105 car there of author Peter James. He is down in 16th place.
So, yeah, Ding Boston's Riley being pushed away. It's the only Riley in the race, actually. The Riley 1.5 was the one that hit the barrier just then. So, OK, now this is the battle that's still going on in this race for 3rd position between the number 48 car there of Thomas Butterfield. So that's holding on to 3rd just by a tiny margin from Justin Law.
Lead change. We have the lead change there. So... we'll have to have a look where that was. We're getting a word in our ear that it might have been under a yellow flag. So we'll have a little look at that, if we can get a replay to you shortly. So Shepherd now has launched himself into the lead and already has a gap of 1.2 seconds.
So yes, Shepherd managing to find a way past Chris Wall. We'll try and look back to find out how he did it. But he's got a little advantage already now over Chris Ward. There's the man who's been leading this race from the beginning. Very good start, but he doesn't have the straight line speed. He's very quick through the corners, but Fred's quick everywhere. He's a very rapid driver, but he's got that bit more horsepower in the big Ford Thunderbird. And he's charging down the straight once again. So the lead last lap was 1.2 seconds, but it's putting good pace together, and I think he's going to further extend that. We've got 7.5 minutes still to go in this final race of the weekend, and I think he's going to put on a little bit of a display for us now that he's got out in front.
Yeah, always ever getting it sideways. A big car there. So Chris will be obviously disappointed to losing that place. I don't think it is a problem. You can see the pit wall giving. Right. So here we go. Let's have a look out for a yellow flag.
Now that's interesting. Was he? I didn't see any yellows out from the marshals. He may just have been saying, okay, if you're going to pass, go this side. Sometimes the driver will put a hand up if they see a yellow and will lift, but I'm not sure there were any yellows out.
So I don't know whether maybe Chris Ward's got a bit of a problem. His last lap was a 1:37.3.
Right.
And he was in the 1:34s, so he's lost quite a bit of time. But then saying that, he's done not a bad first sector, so I'm not entirely sure. But
look at this, the battle for 3rd is back on again, almost side by side.
Oh no!
And onto the grass goes Thomas Butterfield. Oh. That has not worked out for him, and he's certainly lost that 3rd place. Justin Law's got it back. Is there damage underneath?
Oh, I think there is. He's not only just lost 3rd place, there's bits of the car underneath there that have been scattered all over the grass. Certainly some damage underneath that car. It would have been a lot easier if the grass was dry to pull it back on. And there we go. There's the shot. The marshals will collect that back up and return it to them. is, yeah, just down the inside. I don't think there was any contact made, but the number 48 of Butterfield thought, well, I'm going to try and hang it out round the outside. Oh, yeah, it was just a bit too slippy to do so, and he ran off wide.
Let's see, he may still keep going. It was just a little bit of debris that's come off the car, but I'm not sure it will have damaged it. Oh, there's a bit of smoke, but let's keep an eye on it. He may be able to stay out there, but that has changed. Third place in this race now. Justin Law has got that third place, and Thomas, yeah, as you say, there wasn't anything done wrong there, but he just tried to carry a little too much speed and the car ran out of space and onto the grass. Yeah, it did. And now Chris Ward has set his personal best lap of the race, so I'm not sure if he's got a problem that's coming and going or what's going on, but the gap is 2 seconds now, and the gap is stretched a little bit, of course, from the final podium positions as well. As back to the scene of the incident, he keeps it nice and tight this time, but as you can see, Ward is now, that looks like to me, right, that gap might be closed down ever so slightly. Yeah, he doesn't seem too far away from Fred Shepherd. As you say, it was 2.0 seconds when they came across the line last time, sort of similar at this stage. If the car is working well, despite that one slow lap, maybe there's a chance to come back, but I think the Ford Thunderbird is just in such a good zone at the moment. It's going to be tough. Peter James in the red Jaguar Mark 1 there, having a nice little battle further down the order. This is he's in 15th position and busily chasing after the number 26 of Kerry Michael as well. That's actually the Ford Zodiac just being passed, I think. Kerry Michael just being passed anyway. And just up ahead of them is the Peter James is part of that group, as I say, in that Jaguar Mark 1. Everybody trying to find a little bit of space further down the... Ooh, that was a little bit of a slide, managing to sort it all out again. That's Theo Pafitis, who, the man from Dragon's Den, who also loves his racing, of course. He's a great car collector. He's out there racing at Goodwood, and that was a lovely slide that he managed to sort. Yeah, he was doing the right thing, really, and being very polite and trying to move out of the way, and then he just caught a little bit of a wet patch and probably had a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment. Oh, yes, and indeed, for Chris Ward, that's... Oh, he's going around, he's braving it round the outside. He's just managed to do it, and that is hard there for Theo to try and make sure he stays out of the way, because there's a lot of traffic around at the moment. Yeah, so the Ford Thunderbird is still in traffic as Chris tries to come through and take advantage, but you've got to be careful, and it has allowed him to get a bit closer. Yeah, so this race isn't over yet. We've said before that the traffic can play a really big part, and it certainly can, and it's hard when you're the driver coming through the traffic, because a lot of the time the back markers are having their own race. They may not have seen the blue flag, they may have seen the blue flag, but they don't want to lose time themselves. So and you've got to try and make the decision of which way they'll go. But Chris Ward now, he's right on the back of Shepherd, and just in front of them is a lap car now of Peter James. So are they both going to go the same side? Not one way then the other through the gap, and Chris Ward is trying to follow that path in the same way. They've still got another car to lap just ahead, and the two leaders cross the line at half a second gap, so it really has changed on this lap because of the traffic. And here's a big chance. Chris Ward's trying to get back alongside. Fred sees it. They're three abreast as they go down towards Fordwater, and Chris has sneaked them front again. Yeah, and I can hear the crowd outside cheering and waving them all on. Really great close racing, and the traffic has played a big part. So back through now is Chris Ward, but how long for? Because that Thunderbird is so fast and will have the speed, but there is even more traffic up ahead. So Chris Ward will know he's got to get a really good exit out of Lavant corner now to head down the very long straight, but I think doesn't matter how good an exit he gets, the 7-litre Thunderbird is going to be very hard to keep behind. Let's have a look, see what happens. They'll be going on to their last lap after this one. So this is the penultimate lap with 1 minute and 20 seconds still to go. Here comes the Ford getting closer, but he's not going to be close enough to attack. And this time, it's not so easy. Now, it was odd. It looked like something had happened when he put his hand up. Oh, he's quite wide, but he cuts it back. That's beautifully done, actually, into Woodcote. That's very stylish. He's got into that corner to carry the speed. But now he's got the problem.
Yeah, he's got the problem now. The tables have turned. He's got the number 7 car in front of him. That is Duncan Pittaway, who's waving them through, keeping out of the way. And the Thunderbirds go charging down the straight. Is he going to have a little look down the inside? No, thinks better of it. There is more traffic further up the road, but we are on the last lap.
It's Chris Harris who's up ahead of them. So this is going to be interesting. He's in the little Austin. He's running in 11th place. Whoa, big slide there for Fred. This is going all the way to the flag, I think, although he's going to have a go to try and come through. No, that was where the pass was done last time, but he doesn't quite make it. The traffic could make a difference, but Chris Harris keeps well out of the way.
Yeah, Chris in the little car, look at the size difference between the two cars, and there's definitely a size difference in the engine as well. He's got a little bit of a gap now, has Ward. Can he keep up the momentum? Oh, he is dragging this car. He is trying to claw every piece of speed out of it as he can, as he goes so close to the exit there of the grass through St Mary's. And now the charge down the straight. Can the Thunderbird overtake with all its power, charge down Chris Ward?
This is it, the final straight run. They're coming up to the checkered flag at the final corners. The Ford Thunderbird is closing up on Chris Ward. But Chris, we know, could break as late as anybody going into Woodcote. He's still got control. As long as he doesn't run too wide, I think he can hold on. Unless he makes a mistake at the chicane, surely he's going to take the victory ahead of the Ford. Into the chicane they come. Look at the power.
But it's a long run down to the line, Ben. It's a long run. I think the Thunderbird's going to do it.
Oh, he's had to back off. And it is the Ford Thunderbird, as you say. We've seen this so many times coming out of the chicane. Has he run out of fuel? I don't know. But suddenly he's lost so much time. Oh, no. And also off the car that was running so well, Justin Law. Oh, my goodness. Hope everything's okay there. I don't know whether there was contact, but no, I have no idea. This is separate, of course. This is Ward, who's just pulled off. Driver out, okay. Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Chris Ward. He seemed to have it sorted. You were absolutely right, a powerful car. There was something more to it than that even, wasn't there? This was the accident.
Oh, that's down at Woodcote Corner, so that's a fast place and a tricky place to get right at the best of times, but driver okay. That's real. That's not ideal. He'll drop down further down the order, of course. But yeah, Chris Ward, he's getting a round of applause from the crowd there. A great race we have seen all weekend, and to top it off, we have seen another great race as well in the St Mary's Trophy Part 2.
There is Chris Ward, and I do feel for him because he drove so superbly there. He is brilliant. Such a great racer. I don't know what happened on that last.
Ed certainly will ask him, won't he?
Yeah.
But here is your race winner. It is Fred Shepherd.
And he's the overall winner, isn't he?
He will be the overall winner as well, with Dumas, who took the win in yesterday's race. So
it is
a great
an official hat-trick for Romain Dumas to win the St Mary's 3 years in a row with the Shepherd family, twice with Fred, once with Bill. Lovely.